In the throes of a terminal illness, Zhizhi finds herself unexpectedly transported to a world governed by beasts, where she is relegated to the status of the most base and brutal of playthings. Chapter 1. Crossing into the Beast Realm. Strategy for the delicate childbearing system. Compete for the pure beast husbanding. Host detected. Establishing system connection. Ding. The childbearing system is binding with the host. Progress 10. 50, 100. Binding complete. Ding. A beginner's gift package has been dispatched. Welcome, host, to the Beast Realm. Complete tasks to earn billions in rewards. May your journey be pleasant. Upon awakening, Zhizhi discovers herself confined within a chamber. Beneath her lies a soft mattress, and the hoarse voice of a mechanical youth gradually fades, replaced by a looming, heavy mechanical sound. A throbbing pain engulfs her head. Where am I? Wasn't I just lying in a hospital? How'd I end up here? Steward Xiao, here are the files on these females for your review. Upon hearing the voice, Zhizhi turns her gaze and vaguely perceives two figures. One, clad in a dark suit and appearing to be around 30, meticulously examines the documents in his hand, flipping through several pages with a furrowed brow, clearly on the verge of losing patience. The attendant hastily presents a newly delivered file. This just arrived today. It's a female rabbit. The middle-aged man scrutinizes the information in his hands. Name, Zhizhi species. Rabbit, adult mental power. Unawakened super ability. Unawakened physique. Weak count. 0 overall rating. D. She appears to be an exceedingly frail female, perfectly suited for their monstrous needs. She will do. Before Zhizhi can comprehend the nature of her crossing, she is whisked away to an opulent palace, where dedicated maids attend to her bathing and dressing. She notices that both maids possess fluffy cat ears and tails. Clad in a fitted, lavender princess gown, she gazes into the mirror, her appearance unchanged save for the addition of a pair of white rabbit ears. Miss Zhizhi, this way please. The maid opens the door. Guided by them, Zhizhi arrives at the elevator. Unlike any she has seen in her previous world, this elevator exudes an antiquated mechanical charm. The interior is adorned with red carpeting, flanked by flickering flame-like crystal lights, and a poster of a noble vampire graces the back wall. Stepping inside, the maids cheerfully close the elevator door. Once she has entered, they cannot help but whisper to each other. This female is truly beautiful. It would be a pity if she doesn't survive the night. May the god of light protect her. Since awakening, a fog has enveloped her mind, and she watches the red numbers inside the elevator count down, descending until it halts at B13. The elevator doors slide open to reveal an aged, chain-locked door that creaks ominously as it swings aside. The corridor is shrouded in dim light, with dark red illumination flickering ominously. Zhizhi stands frozen, bewildered by the ghostly surroundings, as if time itself has come to a standstill. The red numbers in the elevator fade gradually, as if the mechanism has malfunctioned, remaining stuck on -13. Host, the task has commenced. Please exit the elevator and seek a male to conquer. The raspy electronic voice returns. Who are you? Zhizhi musters the courage to ask. I am your system. You may call me Satan. Satan, the devil? What is this place? The location you occupy is the planet Abisi, ruled by beast folk. You are currently situated within the Valoran Empire. You are now a female rabbit, and your first task is to conquer a male wolf and successfully conceive. Completing this mission will earn you 300 experience points. A planet, an empire, beastmen? Zhizhi recalls lying in a hospital bed, having chosen to forego treatment due to the exorbitant costs. As her consciousness faded, she found herself teetering on the brink of death. She quietly counted down her remaining moments, never expecting to awaken in this new world. Beep, beep, beep. The elevator begins to sway, accompanied by flashing red lights. Time is of the essence. Act swiftly. Should you fail or exceed the time limit, you will face annihilation. Clad in her lavender gown, Zhizhi gathers her skirts and steps out of the elevator. Almost simultaneously, the elevator plummets suddenly, leaving behind an abyss of darkness. Heart racing, Zhizhi presses against the wall, discovering that the surface is as sturdy as iron, marred and pockmarked, revealing faint graffiti of clownish faces. Seek a male. Conceive failure means death. The corridor, eerily quiet and reminiscent of a haunted house, is illuminated by dim red lights that resemble pools of blood on the ground. Zhizhi cautiously ventures forth that a wave of intense anxiety envelopes her as she spots a large wooden crate and hides within the crevice between it and the wall. In the distance, footsteps echo sharply. Tap, tap, tap. It feels akin to encountering a deranged serial killer in a dark alley on a rainy night. Zhizhi presses her hands firmly over her mouth. Wait, the beginner's gift. She recalls the system mentioning it upon her awakening. Satan, Satan, Zhizhi fervently calls out within her mind. I wish to open the beginner's gift package. Ding! A familiar chime resonates in her mind. Suddenly, a projection materializes before her, revealing a large red gift package that bursts open, releasing flowers and rainbow ribbons. A translucent blue list appears before her. Congratulations, host, on receiving the newcomer reward. A series of translucent bubble messages scroll into view. 2 pheromones to drive beastmen mad, 1 painless instant pregnancy pill, 3 nourishing liquids for smooth, delicate, and fair skin, 12 nutritional liquids that are of no use other than satiation, 1 heart-stirring sealing rune, no expiration, 2 time-stopping card for 10 seconds, 2 eavesdropping cards. As the footsteps draw nearer, they're accompanied by carefree whistle, a lively yet frenzied tune. It feels like a pale hand grasping and snapping a slender neck. In a frenzy, Zhizhi selects the nourishing liquid for smooth, delicate, and fair skin. A slender, blue vial appears in her hand. Without hesitation, she consumes it whole. Beyond this, the pheromones are of utmost importance. Thud! A pair of black military boots halts before her. Her heart races, threatening to leap from her throat. Suddenly, the figure bends down, a blood-red eye locking onto Zhizhi. The demonic gaze glimmers with a hint of madness. Found you. Chapter 2. I'm pregnant. The blood-red eye, deep and deranged, sends a chill down Zhizhi's spine, leaving her mind blank. A pale hand reaches out, while Zhizhi feels a grip around her neck, forcing her to tilt her head back, terror flooding her gaze as she meets his. He is clad in a dark uniform resembling military attire, a silver badge on his chest faintly etched with the letter K. Whether from lack of oxygen or sheer panic, Zhizhi is rendered incapable of coherent thought. My little prey, why aren't you crying? He leans in, nearly touching her nose. His crimson eyes grow increasingly frenzied. The breeds sent by the steward are of ever-decreasing quality, a mere rabbit. A touch, and she will perish, but fret not. You need not be afraid. His lips gradually drew near to her ear, whispering, After your demise, I shall present your corpse to Zhizhi. Zhizhi slightly parted her lips, on the verge of asphyxiation. It appeared that there was no need to wait for the task to conclude or for the strategy to fail. The male before her was poised to extinguish her life. Suddenly, she recalled the items obtained from her novice package. System. I wish to employ them. I desire to halt time. With a swift motion, the grip on his wrist faltered, granting Zhizhi the much-needed breath. The system intoned, You have only 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8. Pheromone. Zhizhi's voice was slightly hoarse. As soon as she uttered those words, she discovered a vial of pale, white glass materializing in her hand. This was the substance known as pheromone that drives male orcs to madness. Note, duration is 24 hours. With no time to ponder, she promptly consumed it. As the system pronounced one, the suspension of time was lifted. Zhizhi found herself devoid of other means to escape. Even with time halted, she remained ensnared within his control. Closing her eyes, she braced herself for the impending pain of death. Yet, the anticipated sensation of agony did not arrive. Why Zhizhi anxiously opened her eyes, only to find him coldly gazing at her. The corridor was dimly lit. Before her stood a petite female, delicate and soft, clad in a lavender corseted gown, frail yet curvaceous. Her skin was a flawless white, and her startled eyes shimmered with mist, her pink lips slightly parted, seemingly inviting. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to detect a faint scent that made his body tremble with delight. He feigned indifference, yet was compelled to confront his instincts as a male. This sensation was unfamiliar to him, a battlefield monster meticulously nurtured by the K family. His hands were stained with blood, and even when facing legions of the Empire alone, he had never felt such trepidation as he did at this moment. Desire surged within him, his blood-red eyes deepening in intensity. Perhaps he released his grip on the girl's neck, his fingers tracing along her collarbone, slowly descending. Before I extinguish your life, we might engage in other endeavors. Time passed unmeasured. He led her from the corner pile with wooden crates to a sick room reeking of antiseptic. Numerous instruments for bodily examination lay nearby. Have I succeeded? Zhizhi felt perplexed. The system's voice resonated. Mating with a male requires a week to ascertain conception. Until then, it is termed the main quest silence period. A week. She was to remain with this terrifying creature for an entire week? He will surely kill me. Zhizhi thought in despair. The system continued. The K family is one of the most powerful families in the Valoran Empire. Yet their male orcs, the stronger they are, the more challenging it is to perpetuate. Their lineage, once conception is achieved, the Empire will ensure your protection. But the results will only manifest after a week. The system replied, Wolf Clan males are deeply infatuated if he falls for you. He will never harm you. Can you gauge his affection for me? The system affirmed, certainly. To what extent? The system replied, 50. What? Zhizhi involuntarily exclaimed. She grew anxious. Why is it negative? The system explained, perhaps he perceives that you have usurped his purity. Zhizhi fell silent. What did you say? The Wolf Clan orc stirred awake. His voice was hoarse, his uniform jacket tossed aside. Sitting up, he noticed the petite female before him gazing at him in sheer terror. Her eyes were dark and bright, round like lychees. You're quite noisy. He reached out to cover her eyes. Do not look at me. The small female truly was quite loud, that he recalled how he had acted like a madman, consumed by an insatiable frenzy. In the Wolf Clan, a male's first night must be offered only to his wife. Wolves are solitary, noble, and loyal, unlike those hybrid beasts. He felt a surge of rage at his loss of control. The heir of the K family. His wife must be the most fertile and esteemed female in the Valoran Empire. This little creature, discarded in his healing domain as prey, clearly held a lowly status and was devoid of fertility. In the beast world, a female status is intrinsically linked to her fertility. Females without fertility face two fates. Either they are sent to a breeding den, tasked with satisfying the desires of males until death, or they become prey, hunted mercilessly. The suppressed frenzy within him began to churn once more. He had been healing here for an eternity. Seeing any living being made him feel utterly uncomfortable. Little one, I assure you, this time I will be gentle. He opened his hand, dark runes solidifying at his fingertips, gradually manifesting a sharp dagger. I will not let you feel pain. Zhizhi felt his hand covering her eyes, sensing a chilling aura emanating from him. A sharp object pressed against her neck. A dagger. Instinctively, she grasped the hand that obscured her vision. Do not kill me. Zhizhi's voice trembled. The purple corseted gown she wore was wrinkled. Her long hair was disheveled, and her delicate, snow-white shoulders bore red marks, rendering her pitifully charming. I am pregnant. Zhizhi's heart raced, but she needed to ensure her tone sounded unwavering. The figure before her clearly froze momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, she pressed on. It is yours. Zhizhi's voice trembled, as if on the verge of tears. She truly felt close to tears, suddenly thrust into a strange world. The first male she encountered seemed gravely disturbed. You lie. The Wolf Clan monster's voice was dark and low. A weak female cannot conceive. Perhaps it was a testing error. Zhizhi saw a glimmer of hope. The answer will come in a week. Just wait. Wait for another week. A prolonged silence ensued. Very well. We shall wait a week. Zhizhi was blindfolded, unable to see him, but she heard his deep laughter. Ha ha. If you're not pregnant, a week hence, I shall summon Jilu to punish you. The icy touch of the dagger vanished. In its place was the warmth of lips. He is far more ferocious than I, and has an affinity for rabbit meat. Chapter 3, he lifted her into his arms. Jilu? Zhizhi heard the name twice from his lips, and it sent a shiver down her spine. Reminiscent of a name from a cannibalistic tribe. The wolf-like creature sensed her shuddering and cradled her neck with his left hand, his thumb gently caressing her earlobe. The petite female before him exuded a subtle, sweet fragrance akin to jasmine mingled with fresh milk. A primal desire stirred within him. In the past, he had detested any living being approaching him, especially females, who he believed emitted a foul odor. Yet this female was different. She was soft and fragrant, and it seemed rather pleasant to let her linger for a few more days. "What is your name?" he asked, surprisingly inquisitive. "Zhizhi," she replied. "Dan Lu Ge." Zhiji's body fell back onto the soft bed as she processed his introduction. Before she could utter a word, a sharp pain pricked her neck. "You will stay here for a week. If you dare to run, I will kill you," Tang Luoka warned menacingly. Just then, an announcement echoed from outside. "A new variant is about to arrive on the 13th floor. Please proceed to the elevator for hunting." Zhizhi was bewildered. A new variant? After all this commotion, she felt as if her stomach were about to collapse from hunger. Seizing the opportunity while Tang Luoka was absent, she said, "I want some nourishing liquid that can fill me up." A translucent light blue screen materialized, and a small glass tube emerged, falling into her hands. Without hesitation, she gulped it down. The taste was a delightful mix of sour and sweet, filling her with satisfaction. The feeling of fullness was overwhelming. Zhizhi began to examine the other items in her package. She discovered that only one item remained: time stasis and pheromone. The eavesdropper card had yet to be used, and she still had 2 of those. What perplexed her was the host's heartbeat seal rune, no expiration. Zhizhi took out the golden rune. "Satan, what is this?" The system responded, "To facilitate the completion of tasks, the host may choose to use this rune, which will eliminate any feelings of attraction to males. A friendly reminder, this seal has no expiration. To lift it, a top-tier holy medicine, Mandragora essence, is required." Oh, Zhizhi had not yet made up her mind. In mere seconds, the rune transformed into a stream of golden light, penetrating her chest where her heart lay. "What? Did it activate automatically?" Zhizhi asked, stunned. She had been hesitating. The system responded, "Once withdrawn, it is considered consumed and non-refundable." "All right." Zhizhi sat on the bed, her fluffy rabbit ears drooping as she lowered her head. This seal seemed to have no effect on her body. Whether she felt attraction or not was inconsequential. After all, males were merely tools. Zhizhi had been frail since childhood, suffering from exceedingly rare blood cancer. Her parents sold all their assets to fund her treatment. When she turned 18, her father died in a car accident. Zhizhi still vividly remembered her mother begging relatives for money, kneeling in desperation. Without funds for treatment, Zhizhi had faced life-threatening illness multiple times. The last time she tasted birthday cake, she secretly made a wish to have a healthy body and earn a great deal of money. "Now that I am grown up, I want to provide a good life for my mother," Zhizhi silently vowed. Familiar footsteps echoed in the corridor. Soon, the door creaked open. Just as Zhizhi looked up, a carrot was tossed in her lap. At the entrance stood Tang Luoka, marked by the signs of battle, his crimson eyes casting a sidelong glance at Zhizhi on the bed. The hunt is over. He had exchanged his spoils for venison and carrots. "Where did the carrot come from?" Zhizhi inquired curiously. "Picked it up along the way." Oh, this was the first time Zhizhi clearly observed his appearance. Tang Luoka was of a similar age to her, clad in a black uniform, his face smeared with the blood of the slain variant. His handsome features were filled with a fierce aura, and his scarlet eyes resembled a devil from a painting, evoking fear. His human form bore little resemblance to that of a beast, unlike her, who could not hide her rabbit ears and tail. "Why aren't you eating? Don't rabbits love this?" Tang Luoka frowned. Zhizhi had just consumed the nourishing liquid and was still quite full. Moreover, she had never liked carrots. However, seeing the carrot in her hand, she found herself swallowing involuntarily. Was it because she was now part of the rabbit clan? She grasped the carrot and took a gentle bite. Sitting on the bed, the young girl held the carrot, squinting slightly as she bit into it due to the effort required. Her delicate, fair face was particularly lively, and her rabbit ears twitched in response. Watching her eat the carrot, Tang Luoka felt a surge of blood rush to his head, and his body reacted instinctively. He approached her, his tall, imposing figure casting a shadow over Zhizhi. As she looked up, the carrot she had barely bitten into was snatched away. The earlier matter had yet to be resolved. He tugged at his collar. What? In the next moment, she found herself lifted into his arms and placed on his lap. 10 hours later, Zhizhi thought this wolf was a pervert. He must have been confined for far too long, resulting in a twisted psyche. Now that he had fallen asleep, she quickly slipped off the bed. Her legs trembled, and the light purple fitted dress she wore was already torn to shreds. Deciding to remove it altogether, She rummaged through the nearby medical equipment and found an oversized black hoodie, which was so large that it could serve as a short dress on her. Enduring the weakness in her legs and waist, Zhizhi tiptoed toward the exit. She needed to find a way to leave early. If she waited until a week later and found herself not pregnant, wouldn't she be doomed? The dimly lit corridor outside was eerily quiet as she pressed against the wall, slowly feeling her way. She remembered that the elevator was in this direction, but for some reason, after walking for a long while and turning several corners, she was met with walls and corridors adorned with graffiti and stained with blood. She stumbled upon a room. Unlike the surgical room she resided in, this one was filled with an assortment of medicines. "Host, please pay attention. Do not deviate from the main task," the system warned. "I want to take the elevator and escape. To escape, you need to unlock the item key. Otherwise, even if the host finds the elevator, you will be unable to use it. How do I unlock it?" Chapter for this fool. The system replied, "During the main task, there's a chance to trigger a hidden task called elevator key." Zhizhi retorted, "You said it, but it feels like you didn't say anything at all." She crouched down to examine the labels on the medicine bottles closely, collecting some fever reducers, pain relievers, bandages, and iodine. The bloodstained scene before her was more terrifying than any horror film she'd seen in her childhood. To bolster her courage, she couldn't help but hum a tune softly. When Tang Luoka awoke, he found himself alone. His expression darkened, and at that moment, he was plagued by a splitting headache. Sitting up, he pressed one hand against his forehead, suppressing the urge to unleash the fury within him, with the other hand gripping the bedsheets tightly. Liar. He had been deceived into believing she was pregnant with wolf cubs, only for her to vanish without a trace at the first opportunity. The fissures on his forehead subtly emerged. Just then, he heard a faint humming sound. The girl's voice was melodious and ethereal, reminiscent of a lark, sweet and clear. The creases on Tang Luoka's forehead gradually relaxed, and as his breathing stabilized, he bolted out of bed. The moment he opened the door, he collided with the petite female walking toward him. "What a fine situation. You dare to run?" Tang Luoka seethed with anger. Indeed, all living beings were a source of irritation. If death were to come, he would be entirely in control. Just as he contemplated losing his temper, he noticed a small female figure, clad in ill-fitting garments, timidly approaching. Zhizhi had traversed this path with trepidation. The moment the door swung open, a wave of relief washed over her. She grasped the hem of Tang Luoka's shirt, tilting her head to meet the gaze of the orc male before her. "I heard the roar of beasts on the way here. It was terrifying." "Beasts? Are you referring to Jilu? Let's step inside. The outside feels perilous." Zhizhi seized his wrist, pulling him into the room. "Humph," Tang Luoka chuckled. Did this little female not realize that he was the most dangerous creature here? Her interruption nearly made him forget that he intended to confront her. Just as he was about to voice his grievances, he observed Zhizhi bent over, rummaging for something. Soon, she placed a vial of medicine on the table. "Down. I fetched some medicine. It might come in handy later." She fished out a bandage from her hoodie pocket. "In this, I noticed you were injured on your arm. Using it should facilitate better healing, right?" Zhizhi approached him, gently lifting his arm. There lay a ghastly knife wound, as if seared by fire. A sight that was hard to behold. Tang Luoka's body stiffened momentarily. He looked at Zhizhi, who was disinfecting the wound and gently blowing on it, her rabbit ears slightly bending backward with her movements. Had she gone to fetch medicine for him? This foolish female was concerned about a mere scratch on him, one that could not be healed by ordinary remedies. Yet, he did not halt her actions. His crimson eyes remained fixed on her, and he realized she was wearing his clothes, an oversized black hoodie that hung loosely, rendering her appearance all the more innocent. Her slender legs, as white as snow, were close to him, and she still emanated that familiar, delicate fragrance of jasmine mixed with milk. This little female had gone out of her way to procure medicine for him. Tang Luoka's previously gloomy demeanor dissipated. Zhizhi meticulously finished bandaging his wound. Having lived in hospitals since childhood, where she had witnessed nurses tend to injuries numerous times, making her quite adept at it, she couldn't help but smile, her eyes curving with joy. Wanting to share her excitement with Tang Luoka, she raised her gaze, only to be abruptly pulled into his embrace. Tang Luoka instinctively pressed her head down. Her furry rabbit ears brushed against his chin as he slightly turned his head, his expression exceedingly awkward. He did not wish for the little female to see the face he wore at that moment. Zhizhi was momentarily stunned. What song were you humming just now? Tang Luaka, not wanting to appear peculiar, instinctively sought to change the topic. A nursery rhyme from my hometown. Is your home far from here? Very far. Noticing Tang Luaka's prolonged silence, Zhizhi attempted to extract her head from his embrace, but he would not relent. Resigned, she leaned against his chest once more. What about you? Is your home far away? Tang Luaka was taken aback. This female did not even know his identity? How long have you been confined here? Zhizhi inquired curiously. 2 years. 2 years, over 700 days. This place looks terrifying. He had been locked away for so long. And your family? Did they come looking for you? Tang Luaka's blood-red gaze darkened. I have no family. Then what crime did you commit? Why are they holding you? You ask an abundance of questions. Come on, tell me. The rabbit ears quivered slightly, and Zhizhi realized she was no longer as frightened of Tang Luaka. I consumed 1,000 rabbits in one night. Tang Luaka lowered his voice, slowly leaning closer, his lips grazing the edge of her ear. Rabbits must be eaten raw. Only then is the meat truly delectable. Zhizhi, sensing the stiffness in the female's body within his grasp, Tang Luaka let out a chuckle. His deep, raspy laughter was laced with hormones, and he reluctantly released her, stepping back. Beep, 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 an alarm sounded. A new type of mutant is approaching the 13th floor. Please proceed to the elevator for hunting upon hearing this announcement. Tang Luaka had long since acclimated to the daily routine. He glanced at the freshly bandaged white gauze on his arm, a slight smile gracing his lips. I need to step out. There are many hidden monsters on the 13th floor, and they could awaken at any moment. Do not wander about. If you encounter them, you will be reduced to nothing. Zhizhi quickly grasped his wrist. Take me with you. She had overheard Tang Luaka mention the elevator, and following him would allow her to observe the route, preparing for future escape. If I remain here alone, I might encounter danger as well. Zhizhi earnestly attempted to persuade him. The little female had a point. The external environment was perilous, but that did not guarantee safety within the confines of the room. The only secure location on the 13th floor was where he stood, provided he did not succumb to madness. Then stay close. I want to wait for you. Tang Luaka, he was not inherently a good person. This was the first time he had shown concern for the safety of his prey. Zhizhi eagerly nodded, and at that moment, the voice of the system echoed in her mind. Ding. The host has unlocked the side quest, elevator key, with a time limit of 2 hours. Exceeding this limit will result in mission failure. Chapter 5. Don't move. Let me hold you for a moment. Once outside, Zhizhi closely followed Tang Luaka. She stepped onto the damp ground, her white shoes splattered with grime. The dim corridor was eerily silent. Unable to see the path ahead clearly, she hesitated to move too quickly, fearing she might be left behind. Gritting her teeth, she mustered the courage to grasp Tang Luaka's wrist. Tang Luaka was already walking at a leisurely pace, but now he paused. Haven't you eaten? Why are you moving so slowly? Though he spoke, his steps came to a halt. The warmth of her touch enveloped his wrist. The female's hand was small and soft, just like her demeanor. Dang, we're the new types of mutants. Polluted kindred. Kindred. Zhizhi's eyes widened in shock. Tang Luaka led the way, the dim red lights flickering occasionally. Upon turning a corner, they arrived at a staircase. The ancient wooden steps were shrouded in a blood-red mist, allowing for ascent. Zhizhi stepped closer to Tang Luaka. She did not recall any stairs on her way down. Could it be that the 13th floor had multiple elevator entrances? Following in his footsteps, she climbed the stairs. Just as they reached the top, she heard heavy, oppressive roars. Zhizhi, the person before her, suddenly called out. Here, she responded, dazed. Stand back. She nodded, bewildered. Ascending the stairs, her eyes immediately fell upon the elevator. A shadow loomed ahead, possessing a human form, mantis-like arms, and a long, pointed face reminiscent of a terrifying alien. Its eyes glowed blue, and its exposed, bony fangs dripped with a foul, thick green substance. This was the first time Zhizhi had encountered such a creature. She pressed herself against the wall, her eyes wide with astonishment. On the beastly planet of the Valoran Empire, the mutants were the imprisoned orcs and the polluted kin. Ding! Friendly reminder. This side quest requires obtaining the translucent emerald orb. The host will soon encounter the carrier. He observed the little female obediently pressed against the wall, far from the elevator entrance. Her hands nervously clutched the fabric at her sides, her rabbit ears drooping slightly, trembling with fear. Truly, as a member of the rabbit tribe. She was born timid. Tang Luoka seldom paid attention to such a weak lineage, especially since the rabbit tribe was naturally prey to the wolf tribe. He usually considered only whether to steam or spice them. Unexpectedly, I now find myself carrying a lively creature with me. She is currently huddled in a corner, appearing somewhat pitiful. Tang Luoka, accustomed to hunting, finds it difficult to express excessive emotion in the face of new mutant species. This time, however, seems different. He is unusually excited. A mutant mantis, towering over 2 meters, roars as it charges towards him. Tang Luoka raises his hand, his fingers sharp as daggers, glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. The wolf's claws can rend asunder all that is hard. The chest of the mantis mutant is brutally hollowed out, emitting a mournful cry before its entire body trembles and collapses. Filthy green ichor splatters across Tang Luoka's face, neck, and clothing. He wipes the blood from his cheek with the back of his hand, his crimson eyes darkening. When he senses that the scent of blood is amiss, he freezes in place. Is this a source of contamination? Tang Luoka has slain countless mutants over the past 2 years. Even in the face of severe contamination, he remains indifferent. It is merely a matter of rampancy and unrestrained slaughter. Zhizhi witnesses the carnage unfold before her eyes, her legs feeling as though they are nailed to the ground, unable to move. Observing Tang Luoka's expression, she appears incredulous. Hasn't he won? Hearing him seemingly shout about contamination, she is puzzled. At this moment, Tang Luoka appears abnormal, slightly hunched as if suppressing something intensely. Satan, what is wrong with him? Zhizhi calls out inwardly. The system informs her he is about to go berserk. Berserk? The system explains, when the beast-kin enter a berserk state, they lose their reason and engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Zhizhi murmurs, will he attack me? The system replies, that is one way to interpret it. Among the mutants Tang Luoka has killed, the source of contamination is often the heart. Yet, this mantis has contaminated blood. He covers his face with one hand, trembling all over. Thinking of the little female still cowering in the corner, Tang Luoka turns his head to glance at her, his crimson eyes gradually becoming beast-like, filled with a feverish madness. Zhizhi stares at him in a daze. Tang Luoka's breathing intensifies, his back bending further, fangs protruding from his mouth. He yearns to kill all living creatures, whether mutants or beast-kin. Anything that breathes, he longs to slay. The beastly nature within Tang Luoka becomes increasingly difficult to suppress as he strides towards Zhizhi. At that moment, the elevator, which had been tightly closed, suddenly displays a flickering number. Soon, it halts at this floor. The elevator doors open. A girl clad in a light blue princess dress stands in a daze before the scene. She is petite, with a slender waist, skin as white as snow, and large, bright eyes. Her long, flowing hair cascades like a waterfall, adorned with sparkling jewels, as she timidly steps out of the elevator. Lord Luoka, she calls softly. The cat ears atop her head tremble slightly. The girl introduces herself. I was chosen by Steward Xiao. From today onwards, let me serve you. Before she can finish her sentence, a shadow suddenly lunges before her, claws raised high. The newly arrived female of the cat kin lets out a piercing scream as her body is instantly pierced by the blade. How noisy! Tang Luoka's raspy voice is filled with hostility. After killing the female before him, he pants heavily. This is just one life, still far from enough. Zhizhi witnesses this slaughter firsthand. She covers her mouth tightly, afraid to make a sound. The system alerts her. Pay attention to your side quest. What you seek is on that female of the catkin. Zhizhi thinks, who would dare to go over? Going now is tantamount to seeking death. Yet, she is eager to complete this task. She needs the elevator key, especially after witnessing Tang Luoka in his berserk state. She realizes she must keep her distance. Zhizhi takes a deep breath, bracing herself against the wall to stand upright. Tang Luoka's sharp, claw-like fingers press against his right cheek, crimson eyes peering through his fingers. He stares intensely at Zhizhi. Come here. Zhizhi's spine tingles. What does he want? Stop talking nonsense. Come here quickly. Zhizhi points to herself. Who am I? Tang Luoka Zipli, Zhizhi. If he can call her name, then he should still have reason, right? Zhizhi hesitates. Just then, she hears a low, rumbling laugh escape Tang Luoka's throat. Suppressing her underlying fear, she slowly approaches him. Tang, what happened to you just now? Why the sudden, in the next moment? She is pulled into his embrace. Don't move. Tang Luoka tightly holds the female in his arms. Indeed, she possesses the scent he adores, calming him instantly. Both body and soul feel as though they're being healed by something. Let me hold you for a while, he rasps. Chapter 6. He leans in to kiss her. Zhizhi dares not move. She could distinctly hear the powerful beating of Tang Luoka's heart. Meanwhile, she is still preoccupied with her side quest. The vessel the system referred to must be the lifeless female of the cat kin lying beside them, her body already cold. Zhizhi has witnessed the demise of another, the perpetrator being the wolfkin male before her. A shiver of fear runs through her. Tang Luoka shows no hesitation whether slaying mutants or the female of the beastkin. His crimson gaze is bloodthirsty and cold. The sparkling emerald bead captivates Zhizhi's attention as her gaze drifts through Tang Luoka's arm to the corpse. She must quickly obtain the elevator key. Only then can she escape this place. Tang Luoka's rampage is terrifying. Perhaps in the next second, she too will meet the same fate as that female of the cat kin, dying beneath his claws. Not to mention, if she does not conceive within a week. Ji Lu should also be a mutant, or perhaps a mutant that relishes rabbit meat. She does not wish to become Ji Lu's meal. With this thought, Zhizhi makes a small struggle. Sensing the movement of the female in his arms, Tang Luoka buries his nose in her hair, unwilling to release her. "Dan yi u zizi," she whispers softly. I want that." She points to the necklace adorning the corpse, the green bead glistening. This must be the item necessary to complete her task. The small female's voice is soft and gentle, and Tang Luoka feels the agitation within him begin to subside. Although he remains in a berserk state, he has regained his rationality. Tang Luoka glances at the seemingly unremarkable emerald necklace. He releases her and strides over, directly yanking the necklace from the corpse's neck. Without further ado, he hands it to Zhizhi. She cautiously accepts it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a crystalline emerald bead. Side quest. Elevator key completed. Rewards will be sent immediately. Hearing the system's notification, Zhizhi's joy is barely contained. Tang Luoka gazes at her intently. A sweet smile graces the small female's face. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling, evoking an itch in the heart. Do you fancy jewelry? Tang Luoka raises an eyebrow slightly. These seemingly shiny trinkets appear as mere trash in his eyes. Yet at this moment, they seem to hold a hint of value. To avoid arousing his suspicion, Zhizhi slips the necklace into her pocket. In the information list of light blue items visible only to her, a new line appears. Elevator key 1. To Tang Luoka, the small female appears to be staring blankly at the air, looking rather foolish. A hint of amusement glimmers in his eyes. He strolls to the elevator, opens the adjacent screen, and begins to exchange for food, steak, carrots, and vegetable salad. Upon returning to her room, Zhizhi gazes longingly at the vegetable salad and carrots laid before her, unable to resist swallowing her saliva. Once again, Zhizhi caught sight of the fork in Tang Luoka's hand. His steak appeared entirely raw, dripping with blood. Care for a taste? Tang Luoka offered a piece of the bloody meat towards her. A wave of nausea surged within Zhizhi, causing her to shake her head repeatedly. Instead, she picked up a plate of salad vegetables and began to eat. To her surprise, she found herself disinterested in all forms of meat, preferring the leafy greens and carrots instead. The room was filled with the pungent scent of disinfectant. The sheets were in disarray, and nearby, mechanical devices emitted a faint red glow. The sole table was cluttered with an array of jars and bottles, their contents resembling various colored crystals. What is this? Zhizhi pointed at one. The entrails of a mutant species, Tang Luoka replied nonchalantly, leaning back in his chair. His head slightly tilted back as he chewed on raw meat. How long had it been since he dined in the company of a living being? It seemed as though he had always been alone since he could remember. Initially, Tang Luoka had merely considered keeping her around, yet now, her presence seemed to add a touch of amusement. Zhizhi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the insides of a mutant would look like this. Tang Luoka glanced at her and noticed a bit of salad dressing at the corner of her lips. He reached out, turning her face towards him, and gently wiped away the dressing with his thumb. 4 days left, he reminded her. Only 4 days remained until the week was over. So, had the little female truly conceived? Observing her dazed expression, Tang Luoka felt a surge of good humor. He suddenly thought that even if she had not conceived, he could still keep her around for his amusement. She had been selected to serve him, unlike his previous prey, who had all perished. This female rabbit was different. Zhizhi stiffly attempted to smile. She wanted to, but the oppressive aura from the wolf clan was overwhelming. The closer Tang Luoka drew to her, the more her rabbit blood instinctively recoiled. However, it mattered not. As long as he was asleep, she would have the opportunity to escape. Tang Luoka lowered his gaze to her flat abdomen. If she were to bear his offspring, her status would soar overnight, fulfilling the family's desire for bloodline continuation. She would become the wife of the family heir, responsible for bearing wolf cubs. That position had left the family elders in a frenzy. Although Tang Luoka detested the idea of marriage, he found himself surprisingly amenable to the thought of this little female. Zhizhi felt her scalp tingle under his gaze, and she abandoned her vegetables, instead picking up a carrot. "Do you want a carrot?" she asked, sensing Tang Luoka's gaze darkening, as if he wished to devour her whole. Could he have gone wild again? Panic surged within her. Tang Luoka chuckled. "Wolves only eat meat. What a foolish rabbit you are." He grasped her hand, took the carrot, and casually tossed it onto the table, where it collided with a glass jar, producing a crisp sound. Just as Zhizhi was about to investigate, Tang Luoka grasped her chin. In the next moment, he kissed her. How strange. Zhizhi lay on the bed, her eyes filled with confusion. The pheromone she had used, known as the pheromone that drives males insane, should have expired by now. Tang Luoka had been wild before, and he still was. Yet, there were no pheromones left. Unable to resist, Zhizhi lifted her arm and gently sniffed. A light sheen of sweat had formed on her delicate, fair arm due to fatigue, and the air was thick with a sultry scent. At that moment, Tang Luoka seemed to have vanished. After dressing, Zhizhi found herself without shoes and had no choice but to walk barefoot towards the door. She gently pushed it open, glancing left and right, discovering the dark corridor eerily silent. In the corner, she spotted a lamp and picked it up. The males of the wolf clan were far too reckless. If she stayed any longer, she might truly be driven to her demise. Not to mention, if it were discovered that she had not conceived, she would be handed over to Jilu as rations. Following the route in her memory, she traversed the familiar staircase shrouded in red mist, arriving at the closed elevator door. From her inventory, she retrieved a green key. Chapter 7. Give birth to 4 wolf cubs. Beside the elevator door was a wall slot. Zhizhi stepped forward to examine it. The shape was almost identical to the key in her hand. "It should go here," she murmured, inserting the key she had obtained from her task. A crisp click echoed. The green key suddenly emitted a radiant light, and the elevator's floor numbers began to flicker and dance. This area was relatively spacious compared to the corridor, yet being underground, it lacked windows or ventilation, with only dim wall lights casting mottled red illumination. Holding the lamp, Zhizhi took a step forward. The elevator stopped at the 13th floor. The door opened to reveal a poster of a church. Zhizhi stepped inside, turning back to watch the elevator door slowly close. Her heart raced, climbing to her throat. As she observed the numbers blinking upwards, they eventually settled on the first floor. Was it still a negative level? Would it be as perilous as the 13th? Worry crept in as the elevator door gradually opened. Contrary to her expectations of darkness, a simple yet tranquil corridor greeted her. The floor was adorned with a green carpet featuring vintage patterns, and a soft chair stood nearby, piled with neatly folded clothes. As a nearby bronze bell chimed, Zhizhi noticed a young girl approaching. "You've arrived. Quickly grab the clothes and come with me." The girl greeted Zhizhi warmly, her delicate features framed by numerous charming freckles. "Hello," Zhizhi replied, not asking further questions. She bent down to pick up the folded garments and followed the girl. The girl led her into a room devoid of windows, simply furnished with a bunk bed, oil paintings hanging on the walls, and a carpet similar to that at the elevator entrance, resembling a dormitory. "This is where we live. By the way, I haven't asked your name." Lisa. "And you?" "I'm Zhizhi." "Zhizhi, please change into your clothes. We need to help in the kitchen for the evening banquet." "All right." Zhizhi donned the maid's outfit, which fit her perfectly. Lisa, originally a deer, had a fluffy brown tail and antlers sprouting from a white headband, exuding a playful charm. "It's wonderful that you're here. I've been living alone for over half a month," Lisa exclaimed joyfully. "Her family?" "Yes. She is the daughter of a prestigious family. Otherwise, she would have been sent to the female den long ago. How would she have the chance to be a maid?" Zhizhi nodded gently, beginning to understand. This little deer, Maiden's previous companion, had been taken by her family due to pregnancy, leaving a vacancy. Although she was unaware of who the newcomer would be, since Lisa had misunderstood, she would temporarily impersonate this newcomer. She only needed to stay for 3 days and hope for a pregnancy test result. It would be unwise to rush out now. What if they sent her back to the 13th floor? By the way, Duke Bolin will be visiting the castle this weekend. Remember to keep your distance from him. Zhizhi inquired why. Sometimes, Lord Nate selects certain maids to offer to him, and some females are personally requested by Duke Bolin to be sent to his territory. None have survived. As the two conversed, they made their way to the kitchen. Zhizhi learned from Lisa that this was the family's castle territory, sprawling in size, comparable to a city. Lisa spoke animatedly, sharing many details about the empire, believing Zhizhi had come from a remote small country, and thus spoke at length. The whispers of royal secrets, the peculiar inclinations of the Duke of Bolin, and the monstrous weapons cultivated by the family are all part of the tale. As Lisa peeled corn, she remarked about this creature, which possesses the strongest psychic power within the empire and is invincible on the battlefield. Alas, due to the overwhelming strength of its mental prowess, it is utterly unable to find a female to soothe it during its episodes of madness. Following the brutal battle 2 years ago, it was confined by its family within this very castle. This brought to mind the wolf on the 13th floor that Zhizhi recalled. It too had been imprisoned. She wondered if it had realized it had escaped by now. It must be furious, and upon their next encounter, it would surely wish to sever its own throat in rage. She bowed her head to wash the vegetables, enjoying her tranquil days, which passed peacefully for 3 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, Zhizhi finally received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. Pregnancy detected. The first pregnancy will expedite gestation time, with preparations for the offspring in 3 days. Pregnant. Zhizhi could not help but touch her belly. She had just drawn the curtains on her single bed. How would she care for her offspring once they were born? Currently, she was merely a maid. It was said that a rabbit could give birth to several offspring at once. If she had many, could she manage them all, or would she have to send them all to the 13th floor? The system reassured her. Once born, imperial beast offspring will emit a scent that attracts their kin, so the host need not worry about nurturing them. The system continued. Female-born beast offspring will perfectly inherit the family's formidable power and lineage, making them highly valued by any clan. That is reassuring. Zhizhi focused on nurturing her pregnancy. Typically, rabbits would give birth after a month, but due to her novice protection period, her first delivery time was accelerated to 7 days. This was a one-time benefit. On this particular day, she deliberately took a day off. She was alone in the dormitory, cautiously pulling up the curtains to ensure a complete seal. She propped her head on a pillow and anxiously awaited. Suddenly, Zhizhi remembered her novice gift pack contained painless instant birth pill. Without hesitation, she retrieved it. The pill resembled a chocolate bean, and upon swallowing it, a slight bitterness lingered in her throat. Soon, her abdomen reacted. Zhizhi closed her eyes and clutched the blanket tightly. 1 minute later, the system chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully given birth. You have earned a reward of 300 points. Due to the birth of 4 wolf cubs, an additional reward of 400 points has been granted. The system announced. The Good Fortune Mall is now open, and the host can redeem items using points at any time. The system added a friendly reminder. You are 500 points away from your next upgrade. Is it over already? Zhizhi felt almost no sensation. She gazed beneath the blanket at 4 beautiful, translucent wolf eggs. The outlines of wolf ears faintly visible within the shells. They truly were wolf cubs. She had given birth to 4 wolf cubs. Chapter 8. Claiming Rewards. The personal information panel before Zhizhi had also changed. Name, Zhizhi. Race, rabbit adult. Mental power, unawakened. Super ability, unawakened. Fertility, top tier. Count, 1. Comprehensive rating, compared to her previous status in the Beast World Empire. Her physique had transformed from weak to strong. Her count increased from 0 to 1, and her comprehensive rating had achieved a remarkable leap, directly advancing. Zhizhi's mental power and super abilities remained unawakened. Yet, with her top-tier fertility alone, she leapt to become a high-ranking female in the Beast World. In the Valoran Empire, the levels of females range from the highest down to the lowest. Among them were those with defects in fertility, physique, and intellect. Initially, she was classified as a female with good physique and intellect, but negligible fertility. Zhizi's initial assessment yielded a comprehensive rating of. For the Empire, this rendered her a female of little value. The system congratulated the host for completing the first task of the childbirth system, and by clicking the claim button, she could receive a postpartum gift pack. The system added, because the total points exceeded 200, the daily sign-in channel will be opened. The system stated, the host can check in daily to receive crystals. The system noted, crystals can be exchanged for pet supplies in the pet mall. A floating, light blue panel shimmered as if celebrating the upgrade. Filled with delight, Zhizhi clicked on claim. A red fortune bag opened before her. Congratulations, host. You have received postpartum rewards. Transparent bubbles rolled in. Nutritional liquid that doesn't make you gain weight. 30-day duration. 2. Randomly selected nutritious and delicious meal package 30. Smooth and delicate skin-enhancing nutritional liquid 10. Perfectly concealing aura elixir. Effective for 76 hours. 10. A plot of land unlocked. Storage slot 10 card 1. Magical pet egg 1. Curiously, Zhizhi inquired, what is a plot of land? The system replied, your exclusive territory, which can be unlocked when your personal level reaches 5, can be located anywhere on the Beast World planet. Zhizhi asked, what about the magical pet egg? The system explained, it could be exchanged for an incubator to hatch pets, with options for both fairy and ghost types. Observing the pet egg slowly rotating in the floating light blue screen, resembling an oversized white duck egg adorned with colorful doodles. She realized that the pet egg was indeed an egg. The 4 gently swaying wolf eggs on her bed were also eggs. Zhizhi wondered, can the incubator be used to hatch beast cubs? The system affirmed, yes, but it is unnecessary. The beasts will hatch on their own. A cacophony of footsteps approached the door. A group of individuals moved in an orderly fashion, and within 10 seconds, they arrived at the dormitory entrance. Knock, knock, knock. A restrained yet rhythmic knocking echoed. May I inquire which female resides within? The voice of the male beast man was warm, laced with a hint of mirth. He tightly grasped the white gloves in his hands. Approximately 5 minutes ago, the blue crystal detected the presence of a new bloodline beneath the castle. It is noteworthy that, as one of the 5 prominent families of the Valoran Empire, the family had not welcomed a new beast cub in 20 years. Moreover, Lord Locke, in a state of madness, forbade any female from approaching. While the family had other males to continue the lineage, none possessed the pure and powerful bloodline of Lord Locke. They were utterly unqualified to become the next heir. Unexpectedly, on such an ordinary day, the blue crystal emitted a brilliant glow. This was indeed a momentous event. Following the guidance of the Sacred Dawn, they swiftly located the source of the scent within the maid dormitory on the castle's basement level. The male beastman's voice trembled with excitement. We are the family S-guards. Please do not be afraid, female. Open the door and allow us to welcome the young masters. Butler Xiao is on his way. He added, the family had truly come for the cubs, just as the system had indicated. Zhizhi took a deep breath, descended from her bed, and opened the door. The captain of the guards, upon seeing the door open, was momentarily taken aback. She donned a simple black and white maid outfit, adorned with a black lace headband, one white rabbit ear standing upright while the other drooped slightly. Her demeanor was somewhat shy. Please come in. Oh, how adorable. The male guards were spellbound at the entrance. The sound of polished shoes echoed from the end of the hall. The guards hurriedly made way. Butler Qiao, the highest-ranking butler of the family, appeared, personally there to welcome the female who had given birth to Lord Locke's offspring. Upon seeing Zhizhi, he was stunned. It's you? Butler Qiao was deeply impressed by this female rabbit. It was he who had personally selected her and sent her to the 13th floor. He never anticipated she would still be alive. Following her, he had sent a cat tribe prey, which had long since perished. The seemingly frail female rabbit not only survived, but also bore the offspring of Lord Loaka. What does this signify? Lord Loaka did not resist her. In the past, any female attempting to approach Lord Loaka met a tragic end. Steward Xiao felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within him. When Zhizhi encountered him, she felt a tinge of trepidation. The steward had left an impression of being stern and unyielding. Steward Xiao cleared his throat. Miss Zhizhi, I apologize for the haste of our last meeting. I did not have the opportunity to introduce myself. I am the steward of the family, Qiao Zhi. Therefore, I shall now arrange your accommodation. A standard smile graced Steward Xiao's face. Let's first take a look at the family's most pure-blooded offspring. His voice suddenly fell silent. Zhizhi, feeling anxious, stammered, "What's wrong?" 4. Upon seeing the 4 beast eggs lying side by side on the bed, Steward Xiao's pupils widened in shock. The guards at the door froze at this revelation. Zhizhi's cheeks flushed slightly. Yes, the family is one of the oldest in the empire, with lineage transmission being exceedingly arduous, traditionally yielding single births. Yet, this female rabbit from the rabbit clan astonishingly bore 4 at once. Steward Xiao glanced again at the rabbit female by the door. She was exceptionally beautiful, rendering the male populace of the empire unable to look away. If marriage were based solely on fertility rather than personal preference, suitors would likely line up from the scorching southern continent to the frigid northern continent. I recall your last data indicated. Steward Xiao's voice was barely audible, tinged with uncertainty. Could he have made a mistake? Yes, Zhizhi nodded. It appears there was an issue with the detection equipment. No high-ranking female should be overlooked. Steward Xiao promptly resolved. Tomorrow is the Empire's public testing day. By then, Miss Zhizhi can be reclassified. Chapter 9. You have 4 offspring. The 4 unhatched wolf cubs were delicately placed into a protective box. Sally, on duty, was astonished upon seeing her. She had just heard that a servant had given birth to the purest-blooded beast offspring in the family. To her surprise, it was Zhizhi. Zhizhi was taken to a splendid and bright suite on the 3rd floor of the castle. Guards stood vigil at the door. Steward Xiao introduced. This will serve as Miss Zhizhi's living quarters, with dedicated maids to attend to your needs. Please, do not hesitate to voice any requests. I wish to know where those beast eggs will be taken. Zhizhi inquired. Noticing the 4 eggs had been removed, a hint of worry in her tone. It could be 3 days or half a month before the young masters hatch. At that time, according to the beast clan's ritual, we will require Miss Zhizhi to attend the birth feast to offer blessings. The family's beast eggs are meticulously cared for with the collective effort of the entire clan. The day the eggs hatch, the family celebrates. Most importantly, the abilities of the cubs can be tested on their birthday, which is of great significance to the family. Thus it was. Knowing the younglings were safe brought relief to Zhizhi. There is one more thing, she whispered. Steward Xiao, I wish to see Lisa. Lisa, the one who resides with me? Steward Xiao glanced back, and an older female servant approached, whispering in his ear, she is a servant on the -1st floor. Understood. Please fetch Lisa quickly. Yes. Soon, the Deer Clan female Lisa was brought over. Steward Xiao bid farewell with a smile, closing the door as he left. This was Lisa's first visit to the 3rd floor of the castle, the realm of the masters. So grand, so beautiful, the young deer Lisa exclaimed. Miss Zhizhi, when I arrived, everyone was discussing how you gave birth to 4 of the family's most powerful offspring. How remarkable. This is unprecedented in the entire family. Steward Xiao mentioned that he could leave the -1st floor and would now focus solely on serving you. Is this true, Miss Zhizhi? Zhizhi smiled, indeed. It was also her first time on the upper floors of the castle, where everyone felt unfamiliar. Previously, on the -1st floor, her interactions with Lisa had been very pleasant. Lisa was a lively and talkative female deer. They both enjoyed a vegetarian diet, relishing various vegetable salads. It is my honor. Lisa was nearly jumping with joy. She felt like the luckiest little deer in the empire for having such a wonderful master. Lisa, how much do you know about the testing day? Zhizhi opened the vintage glass door leading to the outdoor terrace, which was adorned with greenery and rose bushes. Standing on the semicircular terrace, the view of the castle was breathtaking. Can females who have been classified participate as well? Yes. The testing stones may have discrepancies. If any mismatches between the actual and the classified levels are discovered, a retest can be conducted. Are there many participants? Not too many, but given its significance, the major families will make it public. There will be numerous beastmen watching. Zhizhi had awakened the birthing system and knew she was already level S. Tomorrow, it will be made public. Miss Zhizhi, I heard that the young lady of the leopard clan came by a couple of days ago. She has been vying to become the family's mistress. Upon hearing your news, she was so furious that she smashed all the vases in her room. Zhizhi paused, recalling the 13th floor. Since the day Zhizhi had vanished, Tang Luoka had tirelessly searched for the imprisoned mutations. He slaughtered his way through, turning the entire -13th floor crimson. Was that little female devoured by some unseen creature? Confused and frantic, he continued to eliminate each one, having to cut them open to inspect their contents. He did not find Zhizhi. Tang Laoka was uncertain whether to feel relieved. At least it indicated that the little female had not been consumed by the mutations. But where had she gone? 7 days had passed with no news. After 7 sleepless nights, the strain had taken its toll, causing his black wolf ears to protrude. A male with potent mental strength could entirely embody human appearance, erasing beastly traits. However, if the mental energy was excessively depleted, he might lose control and reveal his beast form. Tang Laoka stood at the end of the corridor, his gaze ominously fixed on the path he had taken. The bloodied footprints he left were unmistakable. A sound came from the elevator. Slowly, he turned his head. The elevator doors opened, revealing the long-absent Steward Xiao. Lord Laoka. He knelt on one knee. It was rare for Steward Xiao to visit the 13th floor unless something significant occurred. He noticed the place was a scene of devastation, rife with the stench of blood. Lord Laoka's crimson gaze burned intensely, fixated on him as if he were seething with anger over some matter. Steward Xiao spoke cautiously. Lord Laoka, there's good news. Speak. You have 4 offspring. Tang Laoka momentarily faltered, unable to comprehend. What? I have what? Steward Xiao joyfully replied. Miss Zhizhi has given birth. A total of 4. Upon hearing her name, Tang Laoka's heart raced. She gave birth? Where is she? She is residing in the castle. Everything has been arranged, so there is no need for Lord Laoka to worry. She went to the castle. Tang Laoka murmured. She is alive. She is alive. Suddenly, he realized that Zhizhi had taken the elevator and escaped. She had abandoned him and fled. Yes, indeed, Lord Laoka. Who would have thought she would conceive? The more Tang Laoka pondered, the angrier he became. His teeth clenched in irritation. She told me to wait a week, and now she has run away. That cunning rabbit. Steward Xiao paused, sensing a story behind those words. Tang Laoka reflected on the past 7 days, during which he had sacrificed his meals and sleep for her. Battling to the point of numbness in his arms and rigidity in his limbs, his mental fortitude rapidly depleting, unable to even conceal his beastly ears. How infuriating! This little deceiver. How could he have worried about her so much? Tang Laoka's blood surged with anger, his crimson eyes filled with agitation. Xiao Guanjia, informed Donald that I shall be venturing out by the end of this month. Really? Xiao Guanjia, kneeling on one knee, was overwhelmed with tears of joy. Lord Laoka, you are finally willing to emerge. The outside world has it all wrong. The family is not confined Lord Laoka at all. It is he who has chosen not to leave. Prior to this, Tang Laoka had gritted his teeth. Keep a close watch on that little deceiver. Do not let her escape. He had begun to uncontrollably envision the scene of their reunion. Chapter 10. This little female of the rabbit tribe is simply exquisite. Xiao Guanjia could already imagine the tumultuous love and hate saga between Lord Laoka and Miss Zhizhi, comprising nearly 1,000,000 words. The Imperial Public Testing Day was upon them as scheduled. On this day, all females within the territory were required to participate, akin to how males began strength testing during the summer solstice. In the Valoran Empire, a male's strength represented everything, while a female's ranking was predominantly determined by her fertility. On this day, Zhizhi donned a pale blue princess gown sent by the steward. Lisa assisted her in arranging the petticoat, bending down with utmost care to gently lower the cake-like skirt. At the entrance stood a male servant, cradling a pair of diamond-studded shoes. Once Lisa finished adjusting the skirt, he stepped forward, kneeling on both knees. Miss Zhizhi, please extend your right foot. With Lisa's support, Zhizhi gracefully lifted her right leg. The male servant carefully slipped on the shoes, noticing how perfectly they fit, causing him to momentarily hesitate in his actions. Lisa coughed as a reminder. The servant hurriedly bowed, his beast ears twitching. I apologize, Miss Zhizhi. I should not have delayed your time. He recalled a previous incident where a companion had served a lady from the leopard tribe, who was whipped 50 times for not wearing her jewelry properly and succumbed to fever on a stormy night. High-ranking females in the empire were notoriously proud and domineering. Among the common folk, whether male or female, they were regarded as mere expendables in their eyes. Comparatively, female servants fared slightly better, as the lowest-ranked females were often sent to breeding dens or various slaughterhouses as prey. Those fortunate enough to serve in prominent families typically came from respectable backgrounds and achieved a certain rating with a very low probability of conception, though not entirely absent. They might require many years, But as long as they possessed fertility, they could avoid the suffering of the breeding dens and serve the family's female masters. Seeing his trepidation, Zhizhi softly reassured him. "It is all right. I am merely admiring these shoes." The male servant gazed up in astonishment, seeing the sweet smile of the female master before him. Not one of cold indifference or scornful mockery, but a genuine, innocent joy that reached her eyes. How long had it been since he encountered such a lovely and gentle female master? Miss Zhizhi's smile could charm even the heart of a mouse. With everything prepared, Zhizhi, under the guidance of Qiao Guanjia, departed the castle. The family estate spanned an area equivalent to an island. The testing grounds were referred to as the Blue Divine Tower, located in the northwest corner of the territory, comprised of 4 black towers. The center area, surrounded by these towers, resembled an altar. Influenced by the gaseous whirlpool, the rest of the territory basked in sunshine, while this particular area remained dim, with a delicate, crystalline mist permeating the air. Zhizhi's arrival caught the attention of all the beastmen. "Look, that is the female who bore 4 wolf cubs for Lord Luaka. I heard her ranking is." How extraordinary! One could not discern whether it was a misjudgment in ranking or sheer luck that had granted her a 1 in 10,000 chance. All eyes were on her today, as it was rumored that once her ranking exceeded a certain threshold, Qiao Guanjia would begin preparations for a wedding. Wasn't it said that only then could one qualify to be the matriarch of a prominent family? After all, she had 4 wolf cubs. Even if she were to be ranked, she still deserved to remain by Lord Luaka's side. Beside them, a female from the leopard tribe, clad in a black noble gown and wearing a felt hat with a black veil obscuring the upper half of her face, clenched her staff tightly upon hearing the surrounding chatter. A cold smirk flashed in her eyes as she gazed at Zhizhi. This ridiculous low-ranking rabbit must have fortuitously conceived Lord Luaka's wolf cubs. Just wait and see. The leopard tribe must forge an alliance with the family. No matter how one sifted through the candidates, the position of Tang Luaka's wife could only belong to her. With all the family members gathered, the open space around the Blue Divine Tower was nearly filled with beastly figures. The test commenced. The first to step forward was the family's 6th young lady, who had just come of age and reached the testing age. The beast-eared girl donned a light pink gown and approached with a lively stride. As a soft white light emanated from the instrument, the crowd beheld the letters appearing in mid-air. Exclamation point. The family's beastmen could not help but cheer. This was already considered excellent, passing second-rate, deemed a waste among females. And yet, she was deemed excellent in fertility, although it required considerable effort. A level female's term for conception typically spanned approximately 58 years, and she could only conceive once in a lifetime, producing only 1 offspring. However, that single cub could perfectly inherit the family's powerful bloodline. Next, may I present Miss Nana from the leopard tribe, hailing from the purest bloodline of the leopard family. She was the most cherished young lady, lifting her black princess gown as she ascended the crystal steps, with her long neck and silver staff in hand. The prideful female leopard gazed at the beast crowd. Upon stepping up, the instrument displayed the letters. Exclamation point. This was already quite impressive. Almost there. Yet Nana leisurely raised her staff. It is not over yet. Today is also the day my mental power and supernatural abilities awaken. What? Today? The beastmen grew excited. Accompanied by a blinding light, the gathering witnessed 2 lines of ancient script manifest behind the leopard lady. Mental power. Superpower. Sleeps for 3 days. For ordinary females, awakening these 2 abilities was exceedingly rare, almost exclusive to male beastmen. Once a female awakened them, they would be factored into the overall scoring. Indeed, upon the awakening of her mental power and supernatural abilities, the leopard lady's comprehensive score skyrocketed to a golden brilliance. She became the only level female in the leopard tribe to date. Miss Black Leopard gracefully descended from the high platform. As she passed Zhizhi, she cast a contemptuous glance her way. This frail female rabbit, discarded by the rabbit tribe, was already a testament to her status as a level waste. It should be noted that among all beast clans, the desirability of female rabbits ranked among the highest in the empire, as they possessed 2 wombs, enabling them to bear offspring more abundantly than other female beasts. Next, may I invite Miss Zhizhi to test her abilities, Qiao Guanjia called. Zhizhi, holding her gown, slowly ascended the steps. She reached the center of the testing platform. The luxurious gown spread elegantly around her, and as she turned, all the beastmen instinctively held their breath. This little female of the rabbit tribe is simply stunning. With a naturally superior appearance, her skin was as white as snow, her cherry lips rosy, and her innocent apricot eyes shimmering like rippling water, fresh and enchanting. Among all females, her beauty stood out, captivating the hearts of the beasts. Especially in today's attire, the noble gown accentuated her grace. She resembled a little princess of the empire, making all the beastmen willingly submit to her. Even Lisa's face flushed red. Miss Zhizhi looks truly beautiful. All the beastmen's gazes converged upon her. Look, the results are out. A male member of the beast clan shouted in excitement. As the testing apparatus initiated, a series of ability data materialized before the crowd. Zhizhi anxiously clutched the hem of her dress. Chapter 11. Ascending to Imperial Level Female. Numerous beastmen gazed at the floating text. It clearly displayed that both mental power and super ability were in gray, indicating an unawakened state. Following that, the fertility of the female rabbit clan appeared, marked by the word weak. The crowd was momentarily stunned, believing their eyes had deceived them. One beastman rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again, noticing that the gray letters seemed to be shifting. It changed. The words had transformed. A beastman exclaimed. This was from the previous test, confirming that the earlier results were accurate. Yet her physique had undergone a tremendous transformation. In the gaze of the multitude, the weak label for fertility morphed into top tier. Top tier fertility. The voices of the beastmen trembled. Such a rare rating had not been seen for many years. Truly, she is the female who has birthed 4 family wolf cubs. Indeed, these are no ordinary cubs. They possess formidable bloodlines and power. Her status within the rabbit clan must be extraordinarily high. Zhizhi stood amidst the 4 towering spires, enveloped in a golden radiance. The glaring letters above her seemed to scatter like leaves in the wind. Soon, golden particles coalesced within that glow, forming a brilliantly dazzling character, which appeared in the sight of all beastmen. The final classification for this female rabbit clan member is... Lisa leaped with joy. Wonderful. Miss Zhizhi is simply the best. The onlooking lady from the leopard clan, with disbelief in her brown eyes, grappled with the impossibility of a female who had yet to awaken both mental power and super ability, achieving such a comprehensive evaluation. How could this be? According to the records of the Valoran Empire, females reaching this level had typically awakened dual abilities. Some even awakened extraordinarily high mental power and highly useful super abilities, directly advancing to a level. Butler Xiao, standing to the side, struggled to steady his glasses. He wiped the frames with a pristine handkerchief, feeling deeply moved. Upon their first meeting, she had been merely a level female. Was it divine favor that propelled her fertility to such heights? Miss Zhizhi, congratulations on ascending to Imperial Level Female. Butler Xiao initiated the applause. Gradually, all the beastmen followed suit, clapping in unison. Congratulations. The results would soon be made public, and the entire Valoran Empire would know of your ranking. She offered a slight smile to the beastmen below. Excluding the lady from the leopard clan, all the other beastmen eagerly sought to curry favor with this imperial level female. It was a well-understood fact that today's rabbit clan female, having yet to awaken dual abilities, would effortlessly ascend to level once she did. Should her dual abilities awaken with exceptional talent, she might even have the opportunity to become an elite female. Such an occurrence had not transpired across all beastkind for over 100 years, even amidst the 3 great empires. With this thought, the beastmen grew even more fervent. Fortunately, the family guards were present, preventing Zhizhi from being engulfed in the throng. The leopard clan lady, consumed by jealousy, nearly tore her handkerchief apart. Don't get too proud. She glared at Zhizhi in frustration before turning to leave. This matter is far from over. She would never allow a mere rabbit to usurp her family's female leader position. Miss Zhizhi, please accept this. It is a gift prepared by the Empire for every level female, symbolizing your status. Thank you, Zhizhi replied as she accepted the gift. You may wear it at the front. Butler Qiao explained. Henceforth, wherever you go, you will receive absolute privileges. Every citizen of the Empire has the responsibility to protect level females. Unlike those categorized as lower ranks who would be sent to the female den, level females, from the moment of their ranking, become treasures of the entire empire. Any beastman who inadvertently offends them will be promptly imprisoned. This is a list. Butler Qiao handed over a red booklet. A list? Zhizhi opened it to see many names, accompanied by photographs and family introductions. Butler Qiao smiled. Although I would love to keep you within the family, according to the Empire's laws, level females have the absolute right to choose their mates. Aside from the imperial royalty and heirs of the 5 great families, any other male beastman chosen must consent to the marriage. Moreover, excluding the imperial royalty and heirs, level females may have multiple husbands. Zhizhi was taken aback. She hadn't expected that in the world of beast kind, a female could possess multiple males. Of course, Butler Qiao clarified that the imperial princes and heirs of the 5 great families could not be forcibly wed or monopolized by a level female. Butler Qiao seemed to discern Zhizhi's confusion and added, the classification of male beastmen is also very clear. Only level females can select top-tier males. Should all parties agree, polyandry is permissible. Furthermore, for the level females who have not appeared in a century, all top-tier males across the 3 great empires, including the imperial monarchs, cannot refuse to become her husbands. They are to pledge lifelong loyalty to the level female and adhere to the 6 cardinal rules. First, honor one's parents. Second, procreate offspring. Third, remain faithful to the female spouse. Fourth, avoid jealousy and maintain harmony with other husbands. Fifth, never contravene the wishes of the female spouse. Sixth, report any travels and never disappear without cause. Violating any of these 6 rules will result in the female spouse discarding them. If possible, Zhizhi happened to flip to the page regarding families. She saw Tang Luoka. The photograph matched exactly with the person in her memory. Those blood-red eyes had appeared in her dreams multiple times. Even the name matched. It truly is him. Recently, when she heard about Lord Luoka, she thought it was merely a homophonic coincidence. It turns out he is the heir of the family. Upon noticing her interest, Butler Qiao hastily interjected. Lord Luoka is the most pure-blooded and powerful male of the family. He is famously known as the battlefield demon. All warriors of Beast Star bow to his renown. Lisa nodded vigorously from his side. As the only heir of the family, many daughters from prominent families and imperial princesses seek to marry him. However, Lord Luoka's private life is shrouded in mystery, with no rumors ever circulating about him. Zhizhi held a red list, smiling politely. She had no thoughts regarding marriage. Perhaps, sensing her sentiments, the system activated. Beep. The host's second task has been generated. Please locate a rare high-level male within 10 days, regardless of species. Successfully conceiving offspring will yield substantial rewards and points. The countdown begins. Chapter 12. A new challenger emerges. After bidding farewell to Butler Qiao, Zhizhi sat alone on the terrace. Rare high level. Unlike the first task targeting the wolf clan, this time the term rare appeared. The system explained, some breeds of beast kind are on the brink of extinction, referred to as rare. High level denotes the assessment of male power, requiring at least level. Individually, both are challenging to find, and combined, may prove even more difficult. I hope everything goes smoothly, Zhizhi silently wished. Aside from wolves, what other clans exist? Upon seeing Lisa approaching with a platter of fruits, Zhizhi gently inquired. The little deer Lisa pondered. There are many types of guards, including goats, hyenas, leopards, and crocodiles. Are there any rare breeds? Indeed, the snow leopard from the leopard clan was recognized as a rare breed by the Valoran Empire last year, and it is projected to vanish from Beast Star within the next 20 years. Where's the family's snow leopard? Zhizhi picked up a lychee, peeled it, and stuffed the fruit into her mouth. I encountered him while assisting in the kitchen. He appears to be a member of the hunting team. If Miss Zhizhi wishes to see him, I can inquire right away. Is he of a high rank? No, he is not, Lisa explained. If a male is deemed to have a high rank during the ability test, he would be unable to serve as a guard. It is even more outrageous. Even commoners can directly claim official positions in the Imperial Army. Oh, Zhizhi silently marked an X next to the name of the snow leopard. In the following days, Zhizhi tirelessly searched for her mission target. During the day, she would leisurely wander through the territory, but alas, she had yet to find a suitable beast. Satan, Zhizhi called out in her heart. The family lacks rare, high-ranking males. System. There are some. Please be patient in your search, host. Where is coordinates? System. If the host truly cannot find him, you may exchange for a beast guide in the shop, which will automatically navigate you. That sounds wonderful. She lay on the soft bed, the silky cool cover resting on her waist, gently swaying her legs. The moonlight was as cool as water. A pale blue floating panel appeared before her. Upon opening the system shop, Zhizhi beheld a dazzling array of wares for sale. She began her search for Beast Guide. A little pop-up appeared. A transparent scroll-like item materialized before her. The information displayed: name, Beast Guide, price, 300 points. Usage instructions: input the characteristics of the beast you wish to find. The more detailed, the better, and the guide will automatically appear on the ground, leading the host to the target location. System evaluation: a nanny-like navigation, quite considerate. Unlike other items, Zhizhi browsed through many products priced between 20 to 50 points, which were bizarre and lacked any apparent utility. However, in comparison, this guide seemed exceptionally expensive. Having completed her first task, she earned only 300 points, with an additional 400 points as a reward for the number of beast cubs. To spend 300 on a guide felt too extravagant. Is there any chance of a discount? Zhizhi whispered. System: all products in the shop are clearly priced. System: in fact, the point rewards for rare species are quite abundant. Would the host like to check the task details again? Zhizhi quickly glanced at the panel for her second task. Indeed, it was elevated by 200 points compared to the previous one. Thus, the initial reward totaled 500. After deducting the guide's cost, the remaining points seemed somewhat acceptable. Let me think. Up until now, Zhizhi had not purchased anything from the shop. She wished to conserve her points for upgrades. She only needed 500 more points to advance from level 1 to level 2. Can I skip this task? Zhizhi sat up, pressing her hands against the bed. System: mainline tasks cannot be skipped. System: friendly reminder, 5 days remain. If the task is not completed by then, the host will be erased. Very well. Zhizhi took a deep breath, clicked the exchange button, and spent 300 points to purchase a beast guide. On a moonless, windy night, Zhizhi found herself wide awake. To facilitate her departure, she donned a maid outfit she had previously worn and stealthily slipped out of her room. She could not afford to waste time. In the past few days, she had searched every possible location, yet the eligible male beast remained elusive. Zhizhi carried an oil lamp. The grand and dignified castle, typically vibrant by day, appeared particularly subdued and mysterious in the night. She employed the guide. Small, pale green lights, resembling fireflies, gradually emerged beneath her feet, leading her into the distance. She followed slowly. After approximately an hour, she arrived at a particularly desolate area. Shadows swayed on either side, and stone steps ascended gently. At the summit, a structure resembling a church came into view. Zhizhi cautiously stepped on the stone steps. It was her first time in this place, and being nighttime, she could not discern its full appearance. The climate and geography of the beast world are related to the location of the imperial capital, which enjoys a spring-like climate year-round. At night, only the sounds of the wind and insects could be heard. Zhizhi approached the church with her oil lamp. It was a small chapel, frequented by few beasts. Many areas of the territory lay half-abandoned like this. Apart from special events, beasts rarely visited. Did the guide lead her astray? Was the rare, level male beast she needed for her second task truly here? Filled with confusion, Zhizhi followed the guide deep into the church. The stone walls were adorned with hanging plants. Since it was night, she could not identify their species. At the front, where prayers were offered, stood a statue of a wolf clan. The guide's glowing lights halted before the statue. After pausing, Zhizhi noticed a corner of clothing. There was indeed a beast present. She approached with her oil lamp. Overhead, the moonlight streamed through the gaps, illuminating the space brighter than the lamp in her hand. Upon recognizing the beast's features, her pupils dilated slightly. Leaning against the statue was a male beast clad in a black priest's robe, his face obscured by a golden mask that was half damaged. His complexion was as pale as paper, appearing gravely injured, with a pool of dried blood beneath him. Is he still alive? A moment of blankness washed over Zhizhi's mind. Surely he cannot be dead? She hesitantly extended her finger towards the unknown beast's nose, barely sensing any breath. I found him, but he has no breath left. Zhizhi stared at his sharply defined profile, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, he grasped her wrist with surprising strength, his dark eyes gleaming with a piercing coldness. Chapter 13. Waiting for an opportunity. Just as Zhizhi was unable to react, she felt herself spinning. The male beast held her wrist tightly with one hand while the other gripped her neck. "Are you seeking death?" His voice sounded pained. Injured and weary, Dracula was resting here. He had no strength left to spare, and upon sensing movement, he discovered it was merely an oblivious little female. With just one hand, he could snap her neck. As he exerted force, blood surged within him, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The grip on her loosened. Zhizhi seized his wrist, her voice trembling. "I am here to save you." "Save me?" Dracula's dark pupils momentarily widened. It was as if he had heard a joke. "Do you know who I am?" "I do not know." Zhizhi finally broke free, quickly crawling aside and coughing. She had nearly suffocated. She gazed at the male beast adorned with the golden mask and noticed that he bore almost no characteristics of a beast. What clan is he from? Could she have made a mistake? Is it truly him? Zhizhi could not help but inquire. System. The male simultaneously meets the criteria of rare, level, and is available for capture. Level? Such a high-ranking male possesses formidable strength. Zhizhi dared not imagine. If he had not been gravely injured, she might have already lost her life. "You have coughed up a lot of blood." Zhizhi dared not approach too closely. "Wait for me a moment." Zhizhi uttered this and dashed outside. The male beast, who had just been able to warn her, was now unconscious. Zhizhi knelt beside him, gently stroking his forehead. He was burning hot. He had a high fever. Zhizhi felt a bit flustered. She carefully lifted his black priest's robe and discovered a deep purple, glowing knife wound on his chest. After disinfecting, she applied the pain relief medicine and the healing spell for knife wounds. Zhizhi felt conflicted. The orc, with an enigmatic origin, appeared quite formidable. Currently, he lay unconscious. Had he possessed even a modicum of strength, she would have been unable to approach him. Zhizhi gazed at the small vial in her hand, feeling a twinge of hesitation about her audacious act. However, if she let this opportunity slip away tonight, it might never present itself again. Should her mission falter, her very existence would be obliterated. I'm sorry, Zhizhi whispered softly as she opened the vial and brought it to the mysterious orc's lips. Closing her eyes tightly, she poured the potion into him. Dracula regained a flicker of consciousness. He heard her faint apologies and struggled to open his eyes. Finding a petite maid before him, clutching the vial with a face full of trepidation, he wished to inquire what she had administered to him, but only managed to utter a single word before a metallic taste flooded his throat. Stifling the urge to cough up blood, he noticed the bandaged wound on his chest and furrowed his brow. Soon, he realized something was amiss with his body as sensations began to stir in his lower half. Dracula was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, the little rabbit girl approached him. Midway, Dracula coughed up blood, his eyes reddening with fury. Yet he could do nothing but endure her frantic ministrations. Once she was finished, the little female fled swiftly. Above the church, the sun gradually rose, revealing the aftermath of the night. Lisa stood at the entrance, drowsily yawning. At the mention of the potion, Zhizhi's cheeks flushed a deeper shade. Stammering, she replied, "It's effective. I think I'll sleep for a bit. I'll skip breakfast." "Very well," Lisa replied. "Miss Zhizhi, rest easy. I shall ensure no one disturbs your peaceful slumber." She buried her face in the pillow. What was she doing? Was it extortion? She wondered how the orc was faring now, having been too frightened to meet his gaze as she fled. For 3 consecutive nights, Zhizhi stealthily ventured to the abandoned church, bringing numerous vials and food each time. She would leave them outside the church before hastily retreating. Injured and requiring all his mental fortitude to seal his wounds, Dracula could only await the shaman's arrival for healing. At that moment, he felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, vulnerable to any orc's whim. Dracula transitioned from looking ashen on that initial night to being consumed with an insatiable desire for vengeance. Each visit from the little female served as a painful reminder of that night as humiliation. Once he regained mobility, his foremost intention was to locate her and repay the indignity 100-fold. However, on the 4th day, she did not appear. The 5th day passed, and on the 6th, her presence was no longer seen outside the dilapidated church. Dracula sat cross-legged on the ground, hands spread in a magic circle. The image of the little female repeatedly surfacing in his mind, her flushed cheeks and delicate waist making him chuckle in irony. There was a hint of conscience within him, though scant. It was clear that the rabbit girl felt guilty, returning daily to check on his well-being. The potions and food she provided were quite beneficial. Yet he hadn't expected her to grow weary of the endeavor so soon and cease her visits. My lord, the Federation has issued a bounty. A hunt is underway across the entire empire. Our men are prepared. Tomorrow presents the optimal opportunity to leave the city, a subordinate reported. Dracula, seated within the magic circle, glimmering with golden light, replied, You may depart. I still have an orc to slay. Whom shall the master kill? Perhaps it will be best to leave this matter to your subordinates. Sensing the cold glare from his master, the orc's subordinate immediately knelt. As you command. Once the arrangements were made, the church fell silent once more. Dracula's injuries had healed significantly, and he rose, the golden magic circle gradually dissipating. He gazed outside, noting the little female in her maid's attire moving freely across his territory, evidently a permanent servant. He still remembered the scent she left behind that day. However, when he attempted to probe with his mental energy, he discovered that her scent could not be traced beyond the church steps. The family estate was vast. Rather than seeking her out, it would be more prudent to wait for her return. Exercising patience, Dracula lingered in the abandoned church for an extended period, until one day at sunset, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. The little rabbit girl, stepping upon the fallen leaves outside, ventured into a place she ought not to be. A cold smile crept onto Dracula's lips as he leaned against the statue, appearing lifeless, as though he had long since expired. Zhizhi's grip on her bamboo basket suddenly faltered. The contents tumbled to the ground. She stared blankly at the body of the enigmatic orc, wondering if her absence over the past few days had left him starving. Be good and do not move, she said, a hint of panic in her voice as she rushed towards him, skirt in hand. Suddenly, she noticed the male orc beneath the statue stir slightly, his eyes snapping open and locking onto her with a chilling intensity. Zhizhi halted in her tracks, realizing the gravity of the situation. Taking a step back in a bid to escape, she saw the shadow dart toward her, and in her widened eyes, he tackled her to the ground. The scattered petals around her fell aside. Zhizhi found herself amidst a pile of fallen leaves and roses, the seldom visited church floor adorned with blossoming branches. She gazed up at the golden mask, now only half intact, her expression filled with alarm. Lying on the ground, her long hair spread behind her, the red roses framing her innocence and charm captivated the orc's attention. With a hint of guilt, Zhizhi softly addressed him. I've been preoccupied these past few days and could not come by. I thought something had happened to you. She murmured, It's just good to see you alive. Dracula was momentarily taken aback. Was she genuinely concerned for his safety? His dark eyes fixated on her porcelain face, gradually drifting down to her slender neck. In a low, deep voice, he remarked, You have endured much to come here. How could that be? Zhizhi's eyes widened, her rabbit ears twitching slightly. I have my reasons. She gently continued, I was wrong before. If you like, you can scold me or even strike me. Dracula regarded her with an inscrutable expression. He was a being that took lives, never indulging in excess. Yet, confronted with her earnest gaze, he pondered how simple her world must be. His initial fury dissipated upon seeing her, nearly vanishing entirely. He had no intention of letting her off so easily. His gaze fell upon the rose that had dropped upon her chest, resembling a brooch. Do you know what a falcon relishes most when it catches its prey? I do not know, she replied. He chuckled. It is the heart. Zhizhi's face paled further. The heart of a rabbit is not palatable. Truly. Have you ever tasted it? No. The rabbit's heart is small, akin to a quail egg, savory and fragrant. It becomes even more delectable with a sprinkle of rosemary. Noticing the little female shudder, a glimmer of malicious amusement flickered in Dracula's eyes. She truly could not withstand fear. Despite their brief exchange, her complexion nearly drained of color. How could such a timid rabbit have dared to act so brazenly that fateful night? Zhizhi felt tears welling up. She watched as the orc raised his hand, her mind blanking as bloody images flashed before her, forgetting to even close her eyes. Yet, he did not extract the rabbit's heart. Instead, Dracula lifted the rose from her chest and brought it to his nose, inhaling its scent. In this church, remnants of decay lingered, reeking of rot. Yet, this rose was different, imbued with the fragrance of the little rabbit. The golden mask, though only half complete, cannot conceal the captivating beauty of the orc before her. His presence is uniquely mesmerizing, akin to a serene, azure lake nestled within a snow-capped mountain under the cloak of night, exquisite yet solitary, concealing an underlying danger. "What are you staring at?" Degula noticed that the little rabbit was lost in thought, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "I just think you are quite handsome," she admitted. Was she teasing him? This little female seemed as frivolous as when they first met, yet appeared strikingly pure and innocent. Perhaps it is the nature of the rabbit clan to effortlessly garner the affection of other races. Degula rose, and with the oppressive atmosphere lifted, Zhizhi dared to breathe deeply, following suit. The gentle evening sun poured into the church. As she picked something off the ground, she accidentally pricked her finger. "Ah!" she exclaimed softly, akin to being unexpectedly pricked by a needle, a droplet of blood welling from her fingertip. Dejeu la castaglans. Even a flower branch could wound her. Truly a delicate little female, unlike any beast females he had encountered in the desolate regions of Sangshan. Only in the perpetually spring-like imperial capital could one nurture such a fragile creature. Under some inexplicable enchantment, Degula grasped the little female's wrist, leaning down to lick the blood from her fingertip. A tingling sensation coursed through Zhizhi, causing her to flinch slightly, yet he held her firmly. "If you don't tend to that wound, it will become infected." Degula's voice was husky. It was merely a small prick. Yet she resisted with a soft voice. "The vine is poisonous." "What?" Zhizhi's eyes widened in astonishment. Her round, bright eyes caught Degula's attention, and he glanced up, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, elusive yet present. "If you wish to survive, be obedient and do not move." After tasting her blood, he found it intoxicatingly sweet, a flavor that stirred a deep-seated desire within him. Never enough. He gently licked her fingertip, slowly enveloping her blood-scented fingers. Lost in a blissful reverie, Zhizhi dared not pull away, fearing the toxin might spread. This enigmatic orc male exuded an aura entirely different from the one he had possessed on that fateful night of injury, now radiating an overwhelming presence. As Degula lifted his gaze, he noted the rosy hue of the little female's cheeks, and his mood significantly brightened. He clasped the back of her neck, drawing her closer. Wasn't he meant to be detoxifying her? The next moment, Zhizhi's confusion was silenced. Degula had intended merely to frighten her. Yet having tasted her blood, he became increasingly frenzied and unable to restrain himself. She must hold some affection for him. As night deepened, Degula stood on the steps outside the church, observing the direction in which the little female had fled, a faint smile gracing his profound eyes. She had rushed away so hastily that even her lace headband had fallen. He picked it up, recalling her enchanting appearance moments ago, tightening his throat. Since his birth, he had borne the weight of the Empire's vengeance, never allowing himself a moment's respite. For him, the joys of love held no significance. His objectives in the Valoran Empire had been fulfilled, and this little rabbit female was merely an unexpected interlude. Initially, he had harbored anger at the loss of his chastity, but gradually, he found himself anticipating her every arrival. The moonlight enveloped the scene. Her heart raced, likely due to her deception. She seemed to have been mistaken for a servant of her family, yet she offered no explanation. Zhizhi simply wished to see if he had healed. Little did she know, things would spiral out of control. Tomorrow marked the day when the wolf cubs would hatch. Steward Xiao had begun teaching her noble etiquette several days in advance. This celebration held profound significance for the entire family. On the day the beast cubs hatched, they would undergo ability assessments and be categorized accordingly. Chapter 15. The 4 beast cubs have hatched. Among the matters concerning the beast cubs, it is requisite for all egg-born beast cubs to undergo ability tests on the day of hatching. Additionally, they must receive blessings from their closest kin. These 4 wolf cubs are the longed-for progeny of the family, their importance elevated to the utmost, with preparations made well in advance. In the realm of beasts, females possess absolute reproductive freedom. No faction may interfere, and comprehensive support must be provided. Lisa brought forth a custom-tailored noble gown. "Miss Zhizhi, let Lisa assist you in changing your attire." "All right, thank you, Lisa." The gown was a delicate lavender banquet dress, exquisitely crafted, and accompanied by 2 maids who aided in her dressing. "So beautiful," Lisa whispered. "Miss Zhizhi is truly stunning." She was the most beautiful female Lisa had ever seen, especially in the gown that accentuated her waist. Her graceful figure was captivating. The girl's silky long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, enhancing her porcelain skin. while her eyes sparkled like the stars of the night sky. Upon seeing Zhizhi, Steward Xiao momentarily froze. "Miss Zhizhi," he greeted with a gentlemanly bow. Steward Xiao, please lead the way. Since giving birth to the 4 beast eggs, she had not seen the little cubs again. They were about to hatch today. With this thought, her excitement grew. The crystal shoes upon her feet, specially crafted, were soft and comfortable. She walked on the red carpet, traversing the opulent hall, and stepped outside the castle. The venue for the hatching ceremony of the beast cubs lay to the right of the castle, with a path lined in red carpet. Today, the family had specially invited many prominent families and dignitaries from the imperial city. They had arrived early, waiting in the banquet hall. Hearing the commotion, all the orcs turned to look as the enchanting figure following Steward Xiao entered, the very star of today's event. Zhizhi moved with a delightful elegance, each step as if dancing upon the hearts of the orcs present. A crown adorned with diamonds sparkled atop her head, dazzling to behold. Her lips painted a charming cherry red, exuding allure. This rabbit clan female had just ascended to imperial rank, receiving preferential treatment from all. Her image had circulated across various forums in the beast realm, garnering a multitude of admirers. Witnessing her in person revealed that she was even more beautiful than her photographs. With eyes brimming with innocence and vitality, Zhizhi's gaze rendered the orcs present unable to breathe loudly, fearful of startling her. In the center of the lavishly decorated banquet hall, 4 beast eggs began to tremble, indicating that they were on the verge of hatching. "Welcome, everyone who has traveled from afar to attend the family's beast cub hatching ceremony. I stand here on behalf of my brother to express our gratitude." A melodious voice resonated, and a figure stepped forward. Zhizhi looked up to see a young man dressed in noble banquet attire approaching. He wore a long black robe adorned with golden thread at the collar, topped with a top hat, exuding an air of nobility and grace. "Brother?" Zhizhi pondered, slightly bewildered. Steward Xiao smiled, explaining, "This is Tang Na heir, the twin brother of the family's current acting ruler, Tang Nada. Tang Nada is the family's acting ruler at present, a fact Zhizhi had previously learned from Lisa. Whenever Tang Luoku is able to assume the heavy responsibilities, he will officially become the family's 260th ruler. The family is the most ancient and illustrious among the wolf clan, with the black and white wolves being the most numerous. Tang Luoku belongs to the black wolf lineage, while his 2 twin cousins belong to the white wolf lineage. Tang Nair approached the little rabbit female with a smile, bowing slightly. "At long last, we meet, Miss Zhizhi." In the privacy of her room, she felt at ease, yet now, standing in the public eye, her heart fluttered inexplicably. Tang Nair noticed her discomfort and reassured her, "Miss Zhizhi, there is no need to be nervous during your first ceremony. Just leave everything to me and Steward Xiao." Unlike Tang Luoku, Tang Nair exuded warmth and vivacity. The crimson eyes were strikingly similar, yet Tang Luoka appeared to be filled with a deep sanguinescence, while the young wolf clan man before her possessed eyes resembling 2 radiant rubies, ancient and precious, gleaming with brilliance. Zhizhi nodded gently, every preparation complete. Tang Nor Tu Niet, announcing the entrance of the priest. The commencement of the hatching ceremony was marked by the words of the renowned priest of the empire. As Tang Nair's voice echoed, a tall figure clad in a black ecclesiastical robe emerged within the view of the gathered beastmen. Upon recognizing his face, Zhizhi's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be him? She remembered his visage distinctly, never expecting to encounter him here. He was the priest, although they met in a dilapidated church. His role as a priest seemed incongruous to him. Today, Zhizhi was adorned in splendid attire, markedly different from her usual self. Perhaps he would not recognize her? Clinging to this hope, she subtly stepped aside. Dakula, in the guise of the priest, navigated through the throng of beasts to stand beside Tang Nair. He immediately spotted the little female who wished to shrink behind the crystal. This vexatious little female, from whom he had devoured every last bone in the church the day before, when she had mentioned being a servant in her family. Her flustered demeanor had deterred him from pressing further. It seemed she had concealed much. Zhizhi observed discreetly, noting that the priest's gaze never lingered upon her. Could it be that she had mistaken him for someone else? Perhaps her recent lack of rest had dulled her memory. The identity of that beast man was rather obscure, evidently not a member of her family and entirely unrelated to the priest. How could he possibly be here? Zhizhi exhaled softly in relief, realizing she had overreacted. The priest concluded his speech amidst thunderous applause. Simultaneously, the four beast eggs behind began to crack, tiny heads of cubs emerging from within. "The young masters have hatched," shouted Butler Qiao, nearly moved to tears. It was known that the family had awaited this moment for nearly 2 decades. Miss Zhizhi, Tang Nair approached her, gesturing courteously. "Please bless them." On the beast world planet, the day of a cub's hatching was of utmost significance, and only close kin could bestow blessings upon the newborns. Should the cub's immediate family be absent, the most esteemed authority within the family would take their place. As Zhizhi beheld the 4 emerging wolf cubs, her fingertips trembled slightly. She slowly approached. "Today, I stand here to offer my blessings to the beast deity." On the crystal table lay the warm, cozy nest of the cubs. The first cub to break free had a fluffy, round black head. At the moment of hatching, they appeared in their beast form, gradually evolving toward a more human shape as they grew. The duration of their transformation into human form was contingent upon their innate abilities. It was a black wolf cub. The guests present wore expressions of envy. Many were distinguished families of the empire, who had fought fiercely over a high-ranking female to ensure the continuation of their lineage. After nearly 2 decades of silence, the family finally welcomed the offspring of their heir. Among the crowd, a young lady from the leopard clan scoffed. "Don't celebrate too soon. During the ability test later, they might just produce 4 little failures." The Lewis family, traditionally at odds with the clan, had sent a young master who glared at the cubs, echoing, "Exactly, our Lewis family's next generation of fox cubs hasn't even arrived yet. Why should they, the Stinky Wolf clan, take the lead?" As the crowd surged, a distinguished guest arrived, the Duke. Butler Qiao greeted him with a beaming smile, drawing the attention of all beast men. Clad in a light purple gown, Zhizhi gently stroked the head of a wolf cub. The little wolf cub, unable to speak yet, let out a sharp cry, reveling in the affection from its kin. Nearby, the white wolf Nair watched the cub with eyes full of mirth. "Miss Zhizhi, you may lift it." Prior to the ceremony, Zhizhi had studied how to bless the young ones. She nodded gently. It was her first time engaging in such a rite. Carefully, she cradled the little wolf cub, which nestled quietly in her embrace, its black tail drooping and wagging slowly in joy. Zhizhi gently rested her forehead against the cub's head, a faint glow enveloping the space between them. "Today, I stand here to offer my blessings to the beast deity. May you be safe and prosperous, healthy and long-lived, encountering only good fortune, living a life of joy and peace." In the crowd, Lisa could not contain her tears, recalling her own birth when both parents had perished, and her blessings had come from the family elder. How fortunate she would have been if she had a close relative. The ceremony was sacred. The arrival of every cub was accompanied by the blessings of the entire clan, and indeed the whole empire. 4 wolf cubs in succession, all treated equally before their abilities and genders were tested. In that moment, she felt utterly sanctified. Nearby, Dakula's gaze was fixed intently upon her. She was praying, as a close relative, for the black wolf cubs. All 4 of them were her offspring with the wolf clan male. With this thought, a fierce flame ignited within him, burning deep in his core. Zhizhi placed the last cub onto the soft cushion, gazing at the 4-seated little beasts, still somewhat dazed. The final blessing concluded. Applause surged through the venue. The last arriving guest was the Duke of the Empire, who scrutinized the rumored new elite rabbit clan female with interest. She possessed a beauty that was both striking and delicate, her figure graceful, exuding an aura of fragility that stirred protective feelings within the beastmen. She matched the type of female he had long sought. It seemed he would need to devise a plan to seize her from her family. Next came the most crucial aspect of the ceremony, long awaited. After the blessings, we shall now proceed with the ability and gender testing. Zhizhi stepped back 2 paces. Unable to resist glancing at the priest, she noticed he remained focused on the crowd, wholeheartedly conducting the ceremony. How strange. Zhizhi had felt an intense gaze fixed upon her during the blessing, so intense it made her uncomfortable. What abilities would awaken? She was more curious if any of the 4 wolf cubs would be female. How could it be so simple to have a female? The neighboring Great Canine clan had birthed 6 litters, all males. They were going mad wishing for a little moon. In the beast world, the Valoran Empire, daughters were often referred to as little moons. She had also heard that the Great Canine clan named their male cubs with names like Zhao Yu, Pan Yu, Nian Yu, Wang Yu, Lai Yu, Xiang Yu, and Qiu Yu. Not to mention them, Even the imperial family prayed daily to the beast deity for a little princess. Every household longed for a little moon, for only a little moon could ensure the prosperity of the family. This was a common occurrence in the Beast World Empire, where the birth of a moon was highly coveted. Should the comprehensive rating of a little moon reach a certain threshold, unknown families could soar to greatness, ascending rapidly. A millennium ago, when the technology of the beast world was not as advanced and machines did not exist to nurture life, the ancient 5 great families emerged through the birth of a high-ranking female, swiftly claiming territories. The glory of their ancestors was enough for them to squander even to this day. Now, with technology, although the quantity of newborn beast cubs was not lacking, they could not inherit the formidable powers of their families. Moreover, in terms of gender, they're uniformly male. The female genes are exceedingly challenging to replicate. Even in the rare instance of success, they lack reproductive capability. Look, it has been detected. People are pushing and shoving, unable to resist, moving closer for a clearer view. Do not crowd. On the crystal table, a faint blue ripple emerges, allowing the young beast to be placed upon it for comprehensive ability testing. Data is projected directly into the air above. The golden characters are exceptionally eye-catching. All the beastmen lift their heads to gaze. Zhizhi also raises her head and sees lines of text. First detection, first youngling, species, wolf cub, gender, male, mental strength, 18. 000, super ability, initial fire type magma level, physical condition, god of war level, comprehensive evaluation. What the? In the crowd, a male beastman cannot contain his astonishment. It was born like this. What will it become when it grows up? 18,000 mental strength. What in the world is that? Whose youngling is born with 18,000 mental strength? And this super ability, while other younglings merely emit small flames, his directly reaches magma level. The physical condition is even more exaggerated, starting with God of War. Do you understand the value of the character God? All the beastmen silently roar within, then glance at the small female rabbit, deeply shaken. Is this the imperial grade female? The youngling she birthed possesses such immense initial capabilities. Chapter 17. An overwhelming talent. May the beast god bless you. The godfather gently taps the small wolf cub's head. He places the second youngling into the detection array. Beside him, Zhizhi watches nervously. This godfather appears serious and meticulous, charmingly elegant. Could he truly not be the one she knows? The array radiates with light. Data begins to emerge in rows. First detection, second youngling, species, wolf cub, gender, male, mental strength, 18. 000, super ability, to be unlocked, physical condition, god of war level. Comprehensive evaluation. Another cub with a physical condition at the God of War level. The beastmen murmur. They have witnessed many younglings. The physical condition category is graded from low to high. Bronze, silver, gold, diamond, star, war king, God of War. Although in evaluation, the second wolf cub does not surpass the first. All the beasts notice that the second wolf cub's super ability is in a state awaiting unlocking. Nevertheless, it possesses great potential. In just a few years, once the super ability is unlocked, it will at least have a formidable starting point. Next comes the third wolf cub. First detection, third youngling, species, wolf cub, gender, male, mental strength, 30. 000, super ability, initial thunder type divine, thunder level, physical condition, god of war level, comprehensive evaluation. The small wolf cub sits quietly during the test, munching on an eggshell to replenish its nutrition. Its demeanor is much quieter than its 2 older brothers. Yet the data revealed is astonishing. 30,000 mental strength. Indeed, that is exceedingly powerful, perfectly inheriting its father's strength. It is said that Tang Loaka's initial mental strength was 30,000, and now he has evolved to a mental strength of 100,000. Do not forget, the last time he participated in a public test was 3 years ago. This implies he may have evolved even further. The beastmen whisper amongst themselves, all marveling at the trio of naturally gifted god of war level cubs. Is this the imperial grade female? The younglings she birthed possess talents that defy reason. It is no wonder that all families across the beast world are vying for an imperial grade female. Even polyandry would be acceptable. Among the crowd, a youth from the Great Dog clan feels a pang of envy. How frustrating. They do not possess an imperial grade female. Their wives take years to conceive a single offspring. His elder brother also boasts top-tier talent. yet it cannot be perfectly inherited by the younglings. If this rabbit clan imperial grade female were willing to marry into the great dog clan, beside him stands the noble lady of the beast clan, Nana, whose dark eyes are fixated on the floating golden data, brimming with resentment and unwillingness. She is also an imperial grade female. If she were to bear Lord Luaka's offspring, it would undoubtedly be at the god of war level. Their family, connected to the leopard clan, has been dwindling for decades. Now, it is not easy to awaken an imperial grade bloodline. The noble lady of the Black Panther lineage cannot simply choose any male to marry. If she is to choose, it must be the one with the strongest mental strength. Since ancient times, females in the beast world have only mated with the strongest males nearby to reproduce. Throughout the Valoran Empire, the only one who meets her criteria is Tang Luaka. His moniker is the War Monster of the Empire. He is the lethal weapon that allows the Valoran Empire to dominate the beast world. Only by bearing Tang Luaka's offspring can she alter her family's fate. Even if he is notorious, exceedingly brutal, and spends his days confined underground away from light, even if he is hideous and terrifying in appearance, the noble lady of the leopard clan would not mind. She selects a mate solely based on strength. The ability to produce high-level younglings that can elevate the family is of utmost importance. Nana of the leopard clan tightly clenches her fists, her nails digging deeply into her flesh. Fate is so unfair. This unknown rabbit clan female has directly birthed Tang Luaka's wolf cubs, for at once. 2 of them are imperial grade, one of them, and the last, with the first 3 younglings yielding such promising results. No one dares to think the 4th will be mediocre. Now, all that remains is the hope that it might be a female. This is the last one. It is also the final opportunity. Butler Chow nervously wipes the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, while Tang Nair watches intently as the godfather lifts the last wolf cub and places it into the testing array. Zhiji's gaze does not leave the godfather's hands. She is somewhat anxious, fearing that he might do something unfavorable to the youngling. The testing data quickly appears. First detection, 4th youngling, species, wolf cub, gender, female, mental strength, to be unlocked, super ability, to be unlocked, reproductive ability, to be unlocked, comprehensive evaluation, awaiting good news. The dazzling golden text nearly blinds the eyes of all beasts. They repeatedly check the gender category. Female. A chorus of gasps erupts from the crowd. Indeed, it is a female. Only a female's initial detection will result in a series of to be unlocked. In the beast world, the true public detection and ranking for females must wait until adulthood. Lisa leaps up in excitement. Little miss. It truly is a little miss. In the new generation of the family, the first female black wolf has been born. This is monumental news. It seems that this time, even the imperial family will come to celebrate. May the beast god bless. Butler Chow bows repeatedly towards the statue, his voice trembling to the point of being nearly inaudible. As long as the young masters and little Miss can grow up safely, I am willing to sacrifice 20 years of my life. Tang Nair kneels before Zhizhi, before the eyes of the crowd. He gently takes her hand and kisses the back of the small female rabbit's hand. Miss Zhizhi, please allow me to express my family's gratitude on your behalf. Thank you for birthing these 4 wolf cubs. We will cherish them with all our family's might. Zhiji's face turns slightly red as she softly replies, no need to thank me. How adorable, no matter how many times they look. The male beastmen cannot help but marvel in their hearts. This little female rabbit is extraordinarily beautiful, with a high grade. Simply perfect. The beasts quickly surround her. In the spacious and bright banquet hall, a multitude of people gathers around the little female rabbit to offer their congratulations, many of whom secretly harbor intentions to become familiar with her. My Lord Duke, the Emperor has sent word. It appears there is a lead. An orc sentinel approached the man holding a goblet of red wine, a figure of noble stature from the Valoran Empire, whose golden slit eyes remained fixed upon a certain rabbit maiden amidst the crowd, shining like a beacon. Even from such a distance, the faint fragrance surrounding her was intoxicating. It was simply exquisite, ensuring he would not fall behind on his plans. Meanwhile, standing outside the throng of beasts, Dracula observed Zhizhi, encircled by admirers. His deep black eyes as still and cold as stagnant waters. Chapter 18. Jealousy drives him mad. It turns out she is the most cherished guest of the family. In the merriment of the church, has she come to a realization of her identity, harboring ulterior motives? Or does she merely revel in the thrill of manipulating the males at her whim? Regardless, anyone daring to provoke him shall meet their demise. After receiving the guests, seizing a moment of respite, Zhizhi made her way to the lounge. With 3 hours remaining before the banquet commenced, she lifted her gown and entered the spacious room adorned with a writing desk and a remarkably comfortable-looking sofa. However, the deep crimson curtains before the floor-to-ceiling windows were tightly drawn, obscuring the view outside. Upon closing the door, the cacophony of revelry was effectively muffled, granting a rare tranquility. Lisa went to fetch her some juice. Zhizhi, clutching her gown, paused before the bookshelf, filled with ancient tomes. She picked one up and began to peruse its pages. The sound of the door opening broke her concentration. Zhizhi's voice abruptly ceased. The newcomer was tall, garbed in a solemn black robe that symbolized an unassailable faith. The Pope? Regaining her composure, Zhizhi turned to face him, offering a gentle greeting. He raised his right hand, and with a soft click he shut the door. The lounge was softly illuminated, yet dim. As the lock clicked into place, Zhizhi felt a sudden tension. Why had the Pope locked the door? Miss Zhizhi. The Pope's voice, deep and soothing, was as reassuring as it had been when he proclaimed outside. What are you reading? I randomly picked one. It seems to be about the beastly customs of the Valoran Empire, she replied, holding the vintage book, its leather cover evoking a sense of antiquity. Zhizhi blinked. I thought you only enjoyed reading the Bible, Pope. The man before her bore a solemn expression, tempered with a hint of warmth. His spacious papal robes emanated the heavy scent of sandalwood. Zhizhi recited gently. To the south of the Valoran Empire lies a hot rainforest, a cradle of ancient civilizations, where even 2,000 years hence, one can still discover the traces left by the beast god. Her soft voice, reminiscent of a gentle caress, was just as enchanting as when she spoke in the church. Dracula gazed intently at her. Previously, amidst the orc's stares, she had offered blessings for the newborn beastlings. Clad in a pale lavender gown, with eyes closed in prayer, she appeared extraordinarily pure, a vision to be admired from afar, but never to be sullied. Yet, in his mind's eye, she was also that little maid from the church, her voice joyful but tinged with sorrow. Her soft waist rested in his broad palm, and in moments of passion, she would arch her delicate neck, tempting him to bite. And indeed, he had left a multitude of crimson marks upon her skin. When she fled, she had left behind a white lace hairband that she always wore. Zhizhi continued reading. Sil City is a historic fortress. It is said that the first lord of Sil City was a progeny born of the beast god. Today, the young maiden donned a noble gown and a dazzling diamond crown, transforming into the most esteemed guest of her family. And she had borne 4 wolf cubs for Tangluaka. At this thought, Dracula's molars tightened with pain. Zhizhi leaned against the bookshelf, softly reciting the text, oblivious to the glimmer of malice that flickered in the Pope's eyes. Her voice suddenly halted. It was her first time reading aloud to someone, and, feeling slightly shy, she lifted her gaze to meet the man's warm, profound eyes. Pope, am I reading well? Very well. Please continue, Dracula replied, his tone gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. Zhizhi lowered her gaze and resumed her reading. As she did, her eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, veiling her sparkling eyes. Her petite nose was immaculate, and her cherry lips were temptingly luscious. As she narrated, suddenly, she felt a broad palm rest upon her shoulder. Turning her face, she noticed the hand adorned with a ring of green jewels, the man's fingers long and elegant. Resting upon her smooth, fair shoulder, his thumb gently caressing her delicate skin. This scene was undeniably ambiguous. Pope, Zhizhi's thoughts momentarily faltered. Was he actually caressing her? The one-shouldered lavender gown left her shoulder exposed to the air, contrasting starkly with a large hand pressing down upon it. There is a bit of dust here, Dracula remarked, his thumb gliding over the delicate curve of her shoulder blade, his gaze grave and focused. Zhizhi was momentarily taken aback, quickly chastising herself for her earlier thoughts. The young maiden was indeed soft, her voice gentle, her figure supple, every aspect of her exuding softness. Dracula pondered how to ensure her passing would not be too painful. Should he simply snap her neck? Or perhaps extract her heart? Miss Zhizhi, Dracula lowered his voice. Could you tilt your head to the right? Earlier, during the blessing, I noticed an ominous mark on your left neck. Mark? Ominous? Does that mean something bad? Zhizhi paused, tilting her head to the right. Can you see it clearly now? She sensed a penetrating gaze upon her, and in the next moment, her chin was grasped by the man, forcing her head upwards. Dracula scrutinized her slender, alabaster neck. The scent of jasmine mixed with milk wafted towards him, strikingly reminiscent of his memories. He found himself momentarily lost in thought. To kill her now would be a pity. This little rabbit had, until now, shown no signs of caution. Did she not realize she was entirely within the grasp of a male? Hope, can you see it clearly? Zhizhi could not help but inquire softly. The eerie silence compelled her to speculate. Could it be a troublesome mark? She had concocted a name for it in her mind. The color drained from her face. A curse? That sounds terrifying. Zhizhi bit her lip, too afraid to move. Hope, can you help me remove it? Of course, Dracula replied, a slight smile playing on his lips. Removing the curse is my duty. His hand brushed against her neck, sending a shiver coursing through her. With a thud, she dropped the ancient book. I've heard that removing the mark can be quite painful, Zhizhi said, her voice quivering. I'm afraid of pain. Indeed, the little maiden fears pain more than anyone else. Dracula understood this better than anyone. Do not worry, death will bring no pain. Please be gentle, Zhizhi whispered. Her eyes shut tight, softly calling his name, Dracula. Chapter 19. Are you carrying his offspring? Zhizhi uttered his name. Please be gentle, Dracula. In the banquet hall, she had refrained from acknowledging it. But now it was different. They were in such close proximity. And the scent emanating from him was identical to that experienced in the church. She could not be mistaken. Dracula's expression momentarily faltered. They recognized each other, yet neither dared to shatter the fragile barrier between them. However, he had not anticipated that Zhizhi would call his name so tenderly. Facing Dracula, Zhizhi bore no defenses. To her, despite his enigmatic status, he was not a villain. In fact, he seemed willing to forgive her transgressions, even after she had wronged him. If it were not for her profound fear of pain, Zhizhi would have perpetually regarded him as the godfather of her sacrificial rites. He had not mentioned anything about the church, and she, too, would have kept the secret, swallowing everything deep within. At this very moment, the petite female before him resembled a hapless rabbit that had strayed into a wolf's den, seeking refuge. Perhaps she should be questioned. The thought of ending her life stirred a flicker of reluctance within Dracula. From the moment of his birth, he had borne the heavy burden of restoring his homeland, traversing a perilous path where he had slain countless orcs, their corpses capable of forming mountains. Never before had he hesitated prior to taking action. Yet this time he paused. Leaning closer, their confessions brought them nearer. Dracula inhaled softly, catching the delicate scent of a young female's neck. Why did you go to the church that day? Upon mentioning this, Zhizhi's tone turned remorseful. I'm sorry, but she could not divulge the existence of the birthing system. It was a secret that must remain unspoken. If Dracula were to discover that she was the target of conquest, and that her intentions for sleeping with him were to conceive his offspring, she feared she might never see the light of day again. Then allow me to rephrase my question. Dracula's gaze darkened. Did someone from your family instruct you to come here? What was this? Was it some sort of ploy? Zhizhi shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattledrum. Her chin slipped from his fingers as she earnestly met his gaze, whispering, No one directed me. It was my own desire. I needed this. She emphasized the last two words. Moreover, Zhizhi gently took his hand and placed it on her abdomen. I am pregnant. The test results had just come in, confirming her current state of conception. Calculating the time, it should have occurred the very night they were in the church. Dracula's eyes fell upon his hand resting on her flat stomach. The soft and exquisite lavender gown encasing her slender waist, fragile to the touch. Zhizhi could not see his expression, but she heard his icy voice. Oh! Dracula's gaze fixated on her belly, a surge of jealousy threatening to overwhelm him. She had just borne 4 offspring for Tang Luoka, and now she was with his wolf cub. He raised his eyes to hers, a smile tugging at his lips, yet devoid of warmth. If I recall correctly, Tang Luoka is still imprisoned underground. Do you visit him each time? In that dark, chilling place, his voice barely concealed a rising fury. Are you mating with him? Zhizhi paused, momentarily confused. Huh? Her mind was slow to process, her head tilting slightly, her rabbit ears drooping to the side. I understand. She quickly clarified, no. It's not Tang Luoka's child. It's yours. The last few words were barely audible, filled with shyness. Dracula was too close for her comfort. Merely recalling that night in the church made her feel embarrassed, unable to meet his gaze. Mean it? Dracula was taken aback, his initial reaction being disbelief. Many years prior, it had been determined that his body was incapable of producing offspring, rendering him sterile. Well, I only learned of this today. I had planned to find you after the ritual, but unexpectedly, we met first. Dracula, I did not intend to conceal my identity. You know that when you asked that day, I did not fabricate lies to deceive you. She made a concerted effort to explain. When Dracula inquired, Zhizhi had remained silent, unwilling to lie, yet unsure how to express her true identity. Fortunately, Dracula did not press her further. He tacitly accepted that she was merely a humble maid. Dracula stared blankly at the young female's abdomen, unable to believe that she truly carried his offspring. How could this be? In this world, no female could extend his lineage. Yet the little rabbit claimed she was pregnant. Instinctively, Dracula stepped back. The murderous intent that had once coursed through him vanished without a trace. Perhaps, at the moment she called his name, he could no longer bring himself to harm her. Dracula, how long will you stay here? I wish to give you the cub once it is born. This was the domain of her family. And with the sudden addition of a beast egg, Zhizhi could conceal it. But what would happen once the beast egg hatched? After a prolonged silence, he murmured, "Do you want him to be your beast husband?" Zhizhi, puzzled, asked who? Dan Luca. Have you never considered it? Dracula's gaze sharpened as he looked at her. Do you not intend to bond with him? Not for now. Zhizhi averted her eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt. The thought of bonding had never crossed her mind. With the birthing system in place, she needed to pursue different males. If she were to bond with each one, there would be no room left in her home. Moreover, she currently lacked her own territory, her own house, her own family. This castle belonged to her family. She was merely a guest, temporarily residing there. Dracula's emotions finally stirred, contemplating a certain possibility. The young female had conceived his offspring and did not wish to marry Tang Loaka, suggesting that she might be willing to leave with him. Although she could very well be deceiving herself, Dracula chose not to delve deeper. He simply knew that she was willing to share these thoughts with him. Even if it were a ruse, at least she was willing to invest effort. Noticing the prolonged silence from the man before her, Zhizhi could not help but look up and ask, "Dracula, do you believe what I said?" Seeing her bright, expectant eyes fixed on him, Dracula felt a moment of softness wash over him. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on the tip of her nose. "I believe you," he replied softly. A sweet smile blossomed on Zhizhi's face. She intended to bend down to retrieve her book, but found the elegant gown cumbersome, so she turned to him for assistance. Dracula knelt, picking up the book for her. As he knelt on one knee, he looked up to find the petite female slightly bending over from this angle. He could see her slender waist wrapped in the soft lavender gown. As his gaze gradually traveled upward, he was met with a tantalizing view that took his breath away. Dracula slowly extended his hand, presenting her with the ancient book. Chapter 20. Under his control, Zhizhi cradled the book in her hands, momentarily forgetting which page she had been on. "Do not read anymore." He grasped her chin, insisting, "Look at me." Dracula leaned down and kissed her. Zhizhi felt her ears flush with warmth. Her body stirred, firmly held in the embrace of his strong hand. As Dracula deepened kiss, the air around them grew thin, and she gradually found herself short of breath, her fair face turning crimson. Dracula slightly pulled away, observing her eyes shimmer as if veiled in mist, propped against the bookshelf, breathing softly. His fingers brushed against her slightly swollen lips. "Tonight, at the church, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Zhizhi nodded gently. The surrounding orcs watched her depart with lingering gazes. The petite female was simply enchanting. However, whether by design or coincidence, her family did not permit anyone to approach her too closely. It seemed they, too, feared that she might choose another male and forsake her role as the family matriarch. With Leisha's assistance, Zhizhi shed her opulent gown for something more comfortable. Clad in a pure white dress, she nestled into the soft sofa, hugging a rose-pink pillow, lost in thought as she gazed at the flower pots on the terrace. What could Dracula possibly want to discuss with her tonight? Would it concern the cub? He wouldn't abandon her, would he? The thought of Dracula possibly leaving the family's territory soon filled her with anxiety. If she were left alone, what would happen after the cub was born? "Satan," she softly called, "is there a space to store the beast egg?" System: no such option available. Zhizhi sighed. It seemed that the beast egg she bore was different from the pet egg rewarded by the system. The pet egg was still safely stored in her inventory. She wondered when it might hatch. Can I take a peek at the contents of Task 3? System. Task not yet unlocked. Cannot be viewed at this time. Very well then. Nightfall approached. Lisa brought in a cup of milk. Miss Zhizhi, drinking this will help you sleep better tonight. Thank you. Butler Chow specifically instructed that the territory is currently unsafe, and you should try not to leave your room. Zhizhi took a sip of the milk and paused, asking what happened. Upon hearing the word church, her breath caught, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the cup. Lisa leaned closer and whispered, I heard something happened at the palace. A prince was assassinated. Do you think the assassin has hidden in our territory? Otherwise, how could so many guards suddenly die? It seems they were all struck down instantly, unable to call for help, and it is rumored to be the remnants of the Song Kingdom. This was the first time Zhizhi had heard this term. Song Kingdom? Yes, in the past, there were 4 great empires on the Beast Star, but now only 3 remain. The Tsongshan Empire was exterminated by the 3 empires 200 years ago. Lisa continued softly. Tsongshan is the territory of the Eagle clan. They are the sky sovereigns of the Beast Star. At their peak, the other 3 empires had to bow before them. It is said that their current lord possesses the strongest rare talent in a century, just like Lord Locke, who was assessed at birth. Since hearing about the incident at the church, Zhizhi felt somewhat unsettled. Lisa thought she was simply tired. Miss Zhizhi, you should rest first. I won't disturb you. Good night. Good night. After Lisa left, Zhizhi sat at the head of her bed and picked up a lamp from a nearby low table. After the night deepened, she quietly left through the back door of the terrace, which was covered in ivy. She hoped that Dracula would be safe. The night was heavy with fog. As she approached, she caught the strong scent of blood. Even though the area around the church had been cleaned, many bloodstains remained. She stepped onto the stairs, slowly ascending. In the dark and silent depths of the church, Zhizhi spotted the familiar tall figure. Her heart, which had leapt to her throat, gradually calmed. Dracula, who was wiping a mask, looked up and saw the little female carrying a lamp approaching him. A faint smile, unnoticed even by himself, appeared on his face. The little rabbit has arrived. Are you all right? Zhizhi asked softly. I am fine. To facilitate her night travel, Zhizhi had changed into maid attire. As she approached Dracula, the man gently arranged her slightly disheveled hair, his fingers brushing against her rabbit ears. Unable to resist, he leaned down and kissed her forehead. For so many years, he had wandered alone in the darkness. Dracula suddenly realized that affection cannot be concealed. The moment he saw her, he wanted to embrace her, especially knowing that the little rabbit was carrying his child. I have other matters to attend to and can't wait for you at the church every day. You don't need to come specifically except on weekend nights. Zhizhi's first reaction was, then what do you eat? Without the food she brought, what would Dracula consume? He couldn't help but laugh. Rest assured, I won't starve myself. Dracula pulled out a long wooden box from his cloak, opened it, revealing a pure sky blue gemstone necklace. The blue gem was translucent, reminiscent of the color of the sky. This was given to him by his mother before her death. For the males of the Eagle clan, there is only one wife in a lifetime. For Dracula, unless he is certain of a female he wishes to spend his life with, he would never give away a cherished family heirloom. He gently placed the necklace around her neck. It was the first time Zhizhi had seen such a beautiful necklace. She looked down in surprise, her rabbit ears twitching. This is for you, but I didn't bring you a gift today. Zhizhi raised her head, looking at him seriously. A token of affection. The corners of Dracula's mouth curved slightly. You have already given me one. The white lace headband that Zhizhi had previously dropped, he had kept with him all along. Just as Zhizhi was about to ask what he meant, Dracula suddenly changed his expression, placing a finger over her lips. Someone is coming. Chapter 21. Choose me to be your beast husband. Far from the church, a group of guards was patrolling the territory. Dracula swiftly lifted the small female in front of him. He leaped through the glass window. Upon landing, he sprang onto a branch and jumped again, soaring toward the roof of the church. The 3 leaps were executed with remarkable speed, and Zhizhi, nestled in his arms, clutched his collar nervously. Once they landed securely, he gently set Zhizhi down. Let us stay here for a while. Zhizhi sat on the roof of the church, surrounded by tall, dense tree shadows that concealed their figures entirely. After a significant time had passed, and it was confirmed that the guards had left, Dracula turned to her. There were words left unspoken in the church earlier. After this matter is resolved, would you consider leaving with me? He fixed his gaze intently on the little rabbit beside him, fearful of missing any expression on her face. Zhizhi was momentarily stunned. Leaving her family with Dracula? It was not impossible, but she was still unaware of what the next task would be. I think, Zhizhi bit her lip. I will decide after the baby is born. All right, Dracula promised. I will wait for you. He would not force her to make a choice now. As a high-ranking female, the decision of whom to choose as a beast husband was entirely hers. Dracula was willing to wait. The area around the church returned to its usual tranquility. He carried Zhizhi down from the roof, stopping outside the church where the ground was littered with dead leaves and wilted roses. The wind rustled through them. Dracula! Zhizhi softly called his name. The night was unsettling. She could vaguely guess at Dracula's identity, which must be related to the Songshan Empire. He still needed to be cautious and avoid capture. All right, Dracula nodded slightly. He glanced at the golden mask in his hand and slowly extended it toward her. Miss Zhizhi, could you please help me put on this mask? Sure. Zhizhi accepted the mask. Upon their first meeting, Dracula had worn it. The half-damaged golden mask only added to his air of mystery. Dracula was tall. To allow Zhizhi to place the mask on him, he bent down. Zhizhi stood on her tiptoes and gently covered the left side of his face with the mask. The man's handsome features, partially obscured by the mask, became even more alluring. The moonlight above was hazy. Zhizhi gently pressed the edge of the mask, her fingers brushing against his cheek, sending a slight electric thrill through her. She gazed into his deep-set eyes, her breath momentarily caught, feeling that the man before her was strikingly handsome and captivating. In front of the mottled church, the moonlight spilled across the ground. The bent figure of the man and the girl on tiptoe formed a breathtaking tableau. Once the mask was securely in place, a radiant smile blossomed on Zhizhi's face. All done. Dracula cherished her smile. The little female's laughter was fresh and pure, like a stream flowing gently into his long parched heart. As she departed, Dracula watched her retreating figure until it vanished, and only then did the smile in his eyes fade. Contemplating his next course of action, a glimmer of amusement lingered in his expression, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade. He would settle the score with the Valoran Empire, one by one. When the guards saw her, they paused momentarily before quickly bowing their heads in greeting. The castle was now quite close, and Zhizhi smiled as she walked past them, leaving a group of beast guards gazing at her retreating figure in a daze. This is Miss Zhizhi, even more adorable than in the pictures. But why is she wearing a maid's outfit? What does it matter to you? Even in the plainest attire, when worn by Miss Zhizhi, it appeared as if a goddess had descended. Upon returning to her room, Zhizhi gently caressed her chest. Upon encountering the guards earlier, she was taken aback, but fortunately it was nighttime, allowing them to see none of her expressions. Otherwise, they would surely have detected something amiss. At this moment, Zhizhi felt no fatigue. She opened the system's inventory and began to count the remaining usable items at her disposal. The most practical was a nutrient solution capable of concealing her presence. It was this very item that had enabled her to evade Dracula's pursuit. In addition, she possessed a vial of pheromones that could drive all males into madness, as well as an unused heart listening card. As Zhizhi organized her inventory, she heard the system's voice. System ding. The host has triggered a side quest. System. Upon completion, 2 main quests will be simultaneously revealed for the host to choose from during the third task announcement. System. May I ask, host, if you wish to accept this side quest? 2 main quests to choose from. With an added option comes greater potential. Judging by the previous side quest, the difficulty did not appear too daunting. She was willing to give a try. System ding. Congratulations, host, for activating the side quest colluding with the wrongdoers. The task requires the host to assist in concealing the identity of the Eagle Tribe Beastman. Completion will automatically grant a voucher for the main quest's dual options. Colluding with the wrongdoers? Zhizhi pondered the phrase. After some thought, it seemed related to Dracula, as he was of the Eagle Tribe. That day in the church, she had cut her finger, and it was that very night she had glimpsed Dracula's beast form. Or rather, half of it. Zhizhi couldn't help but cover her flushed cheeks. The following days were tranquil for her. She was focused on nurturing her pregnancy, with the anticipated date of delivery at the end of the month. Just past noon, having finished her lunch, Zhizhi reclined on the rocking chair of the terrace. Basking in the sun, Lisa approached slowly. Miss Zhizhi, Lord Gnarl requests your presence in the reception hall. He seems to have important matters to discuss with you. As a cherished guest of the family, her daily needs were attended to by the household servants, and butler Xiao often visited. However, This was the first time she had been formally invited for a serious discussion. She changed into appropriate attire and was led by a male servant to the family's reception hall. Upon entering, she saw Donald standing at the center of the lavish hall. He was the current acting authority, the twin brother of Donald. Today, the young wolfman wore a deep red formal outfit, his white hair slightly curled, and his smile was as radiant as ever. Zhizhi stepped into the reception hall. In the corridor outside, the male servant guided the priest who had recently joined the family. Today, he was to discuss the end-of-month ritual with Donald. The male servant softly said, "Father, Miss Zhizhi has just entered. Please wait a moment outside." Dracula responded with a nod. The door to the reception hall stood slightly ajar, allowing him to clearly see the figures within. After a long absence, the sight of the young female in her light purple fitted gown, her long hair cascading to her waist, caused his heart to flutter. To avoid losing composure, Dracula turned, leaning against the wall beside the door. He heard Donald's voice. "Miss Zhizhi, have you considered choosing me as your beast husband?" Chapter 22. How I Long to Take a Bite. In the bright and elegant reception hall, the young wolfman inquired cheerfully. As a top heir of the new generation within the family, Donald held a high status, though he was not the one in power. His twin brother was currently managing all family affairs. By blood relations, Tangloaka should refer to him as uncle, despite their similar ages. Zhizhi was momentarily taken aback by Donald's sudden question. The cheerful young wolfman winked at her. "That guy Loaka has no appreciation for delicate beauty, unlike me. I am far gentler." Donald gestured toward the red sofa. "Miss Zhizhi, please have a seat." He poured her a cup of red tea, kneeling before her. He presented the cup with one hand. His ruby-like eyes were particularly captivating, and his white hair resembled snowflakes. "If you are with me, I shall ensure you never feel sorrow," Donald said earnestly. Zhizhi accepted the delicate teacup, holding it at the rim with both hands. She lowered her gaze and took a sip of the fragrant tea. Meanwhile, Donald, with a slight smile, remarked, "My genes are unmatched by any male. Miss Zhizhi, would you care to give it a try?" He softly tempted. "No, thank you." Zhizhi's hand trembled slightly as she held the tea. Donald was too close for her comfort, and she felt unaccustomed to it. The young man smiled gently, rising to his feet and gazing at the young female's fair, rosy cheeks, her clear, gentle eyes evoking a desire to tease her. He stepped back, noticing that her breathing had become more even. Clearly, she was not accustomed to the proximity of males, especially carnivorous ones. Outside, upon hearing the young female's soft refusal, a faint smile flickered in Dracula's downcast eyes. "Let's discuss something serious." The young wolfman maintained his cheerful demeanor. "I heard from the guards that they spotted you near the church a few nights ago. I wonder what Miss Zhizhi was doing in such a secluded place at such a late hour?" Zhizhi tightened her grip on the teacup, recalling the side quest and her obligation to conceal Dracula's identity. She could not let any beastman discover that he was a descendant of the eagle tribe of the Tsangshan Empire. "I lost something and was looking for it," she replied. "Where'd you lose?" "A hairband. It must have fallen at the church." "Did you see any beast shadows?" Donald inquired curiously. "None at all. The eagles of Tsangshan have infiltrated the imperial city. Perhaps they are hiding within our territory." "Miss Zhizhi, please refrain from wandering out at night. Eagles are quite brutish and enjoy treating small creatures' hearts as delicacies." "I understand. By the way, you seem to hold differing views on the remnants at Tsangshan." Donald smiled as he looked at her. Zhizhi's heart raced heavily. The young wolfman's bright smile and gentle demeanor made her feel inexplicably fearful. "Satan," Zhizhi silently cried out in her heart. "I wish to use a heart listening card." "System, congratulations, host, for using the heart listening card. For the next 3 minutes, you will be able to hear the thoughts of the other party." Zhizhi mustered her courage, lifted her head, and gazed at Donald. The heart listening card began to take effect. The young man before her remained silent, but she clearly heard his thoughts. The Tsangshan Empire and the rabbit tribe share centuries of blood debts, yet this little rabbit seems rather unperturbed by them. This is indeed a matter worthy of contemplation. When she is silent and gazing at me like that, it makes me feel shy. Her rabbit ears are adorable. How I long to take a bite. The long dress she wears today is beautiful. Indeed, I wish to keep her close and have her bear me a litter of little wolf cubs. Upon hearing the latter, Zhizhi's face turned crimson. She hurriedly lowered her head to sip her tea. Blood debts? Perhaps her attitude should be a bit more hostile. I am afraid," Zhizhi stuttered, gripping the teacup, her tone trembling. Donald was momentarily taken aback. After waiting for a while, he noticed that the young female was stammering. However, she appeared on the verge of tears. With patience, Donald speculated, "You do not like the eagle tribe, correct?" "I do not like them. I find them brutal and believe they should vanish from the beast star, do I not?" "Not quite. Dracula is not brutal at all." Zhiji's face was nearly buried in her chest. She gently nodded, "Yes. The eagle tribe should all perish, shouldn't they?" "Indeed," observed the petite female, trembling. Assuming her shivers stemmed from an innate fear of the deeply embedded within her genes. He refrained from further inquiries and instead approached her, squatting down to tenderly offer her a pristine handkerchief. The church had long fallen into disrepair. What purpose did their visit serve? Outside, silently listened to the duo's discourse regarding the Eagle clan. The man cast his gaze downward, shrouded in mystery, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. She mentioned. The white-haired youth of the Wolf clan paused momentarily, quickly regaining composure, his tone tinged with a hint of envy, realizing that this was how she commonly referred to him. Such intimacy rendered everything comprehensible. Clearly, the petite female shared a commendable rapport with. Otherwise, she would not bear his offspring. Upon ascending to the imperial-grade female status, she had not rushed to select a beast husband, presumably awaiting his return. It was reasonable to pray at the church, indeed required the beast god's cleansing. Outside, his pallor was evident as he leaned against the wall, hands drooping in resignation. His heart felt as though countless tiny needles were piercing it, a relentless ache consuming his entire chest. He had never experienced such profound pain before. Reflecting on that fateful night when he encountered her at the church, he realized it had merely been a serendipitous event. The petite female was there to pray for another male. Indeed, softly nodded. She finally felt liberated. Exhaling a sigh of relief within her heart, she leisurely strolled toward the door. The door stood ajar, requiring no push. Upon exiting, she caught sight of a familiar figure, rendering her momentarily immobile. Chapter 23. A Fiery Kiss. The attendant murmured, "Please enter." To her astonishment, was present as well. Well, had he arrived? Instinctively wished to speak, but she noticed unwavering gaze upon her. She dared not tug its clerical robe, merely watching him pass by her, exuding the same authoritative coldness as during the beastling hatching ceremony, as though he had never laid eyes on her before. Had he overheard their conversation? Could not ascertain. She pondered explaining to him after visiting the church that weekend. Upon returning, prepared attire for her family's ancestral ceremony. "Miss, the ceremony holds profound significance for the Wolf clan. It will be broadcasted live across the globe. You are a distinguished guest invited by a newly elevated female of the empire. All beastmen will wish to see you." Gazed at the array of exquisite gowns, recalling that it mentioned this. The technology of the beast world was advanced. Their broadcasting capabilities were unparalleled, controlled by a small golden sphere. Invited to participate in the ancient Wolf clan ceremony at the month's end, she was asked, "Miss, which gown do you prefer?" Her mind wandered as she replied, "Just let choose for me. This lovely, fresh sky blue gown is perfectly suited for Mississippi. This one is also quite nice." Suddenly, heard the familiar sound of the system. "System ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. The reward has been issued to your item inventory and can be utilized upon commencing the third quest." A smile graced her face. "I shall bask in the sun on the terrace for a while. Take your time, selecting." "All right." Upon reaching the terrace of her suite, surrounded by greenery and blossoms, she reclined on the soft sofa and opened her system inventory, discovering scroll. As her fingers brushed over it, the title appeared. Mainline welfare voucher. Choose one. Synopsis. 2 mainline tasks may appear simultaneously for the host selection. This welfare voucher is consumable only once. The completion of the side quest suggested that had not found any clues regarding his identity as an Eagle clan beastman. A sense of joy fluttered within his heart. She gazed up at the azure sky above the castle, whispering, "I hope he did not overhear my conversation with today." Eagerly anticipated the weekend, yearning to reunite with. When the weekend arrived, she made her way to the church as promised, carrying an oil lamp. However, it was deserted. She waited alone for quite some time, yet did not appear. The church was desolate, the fallen leaves and wilted roses seemingly cleared away. She set the oil lamp down and took a seat on the front pew, waiting silently. Yet, until the sun rose the following day, did not catch a glimpse of. Had something befallen him? A week passed, and she returned as agreed. The moon was sparse, and the dim church was eerily quiet. She stood outside, hesitant to enter. Had missed their meetings for 2 consecutive weeks. Remained unaware of his whereabouts. She subtly inquired about She learned he has accepted an external mission and departed from the imperial capital of. Had he truly left, without leaving behind a single word? On the 3rd weekend, once again ventured to the church. This time, she gathered her courage and stepped inside, positioning herself beneath the family's deity statue, gazing at the wolf totem, gently resting her hands on her abdomen. If had encountered misfortune or had already departed the imperial capital, she resolved to do everything within her power to ensure the safety of the unborn child. With the empire now fallen, if the bloodline of the Eagle clan were to be discovered, any faction within the empire could pose a threat to the Eagle offspring. With determination, vowed to find a safe haven for the child, a place where it could thrive. She looked upon the deity statue, instinctively clasping her hands together, and offered her first prayer. In 3 days, she would give birth. May everything proceed smoothly. Deeply engrossed in her prayer, she remained oblivious to the approaching shadow behind her. Adorned with half a golden mask and clad in a pitch-black cloak, stepped into the church, his back facing the crescent moon on the horizon. He spotted the delicate figure of the petite female fervently praying. Just as she had previously stated, I go to the church to pray for. Approach her from behind, enveloping her petite form entirely. Long time no see, he said, his voice laced with a hint of icy mirth. Startled by the sudden embrace, gasped. Her hands instinctively clasped at her chest. Recognizing his voice, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. I didn't expect Miss to be so leisurely. The ancestral ceremony is to be held tomorrow, yet you still find time to pray at the church tonight. S. tone seemed oddly different, carrying an inexplicable peculiarity. Suspected she might be overthinking. She attempted to turn to face him, but as she slightly moved, she realized he had her firmly restrained, rendering her immobile. Weren't we supposed to meet? Her eyes reflected confusion. Chuckled softly, gently grasping her chin to compel her to gaze upon the imposing statue before them. The dilapidated church revealed glimpses of the night sky through its damaged roof. The family deity, a wolf, stood proudly ahead. Do you see it? He whispered near her ear. What am I to see? Inquired, perplexed. His lips brushed closely against her ear, his breath sending a shiver down her spine. I mean the wolf god statue. Have you taken a good look at it? With her chin tilted upward, beheld the majestic and sacred wolf deity, its eyes glimmering with a blood-red hue, exuding an aura of chilling intensity. It appeared almost alive, observing all that transpired within the church. Every beast clan's territory boasted a statue to safeguard their lineage's continuation. Their family belonged to the wolf clan. It was entirely normal for the church to house a statue of the wolf god. Under the moonlight, within the dilapidated church, a young female of the Zhizhi clan found herself ensnared by the man behind her. His broad and powerful fingers gripped her cheek, compelling her head to turn to the right. In the next moment, Dracula, looming behind the girl, leaned down to kiss her, her body pressed tightly against his chest, enduring the sudden heat of this fervent kiss. Zhizhi could do nothing but emit a delicate whimper, soon swallowed by him. Chapter 24. The Birth of a Hatchling. He forced himself not to dwell on anything related to her. The fate of the imperial city of Valoran had already been sealed. He intended to depart. She was right in every assertion. The Tsongshan Empire bore a deep-seated enmity with other beast clans, and as a young female of the Zhizhi clan, she should abhor herself. Yet, why did she choose to mate with him? Was it to exert control over him, or was it something else? Zhizhi felt as though she were suffocating, sensing that tonight's Dracula was unlike his usual self. Just as she reached the brink of oxygen deprivation, he finally released his grip. She quickly inhaled air, only to be stifled once more. Was it the male's mating season? Dracula remained silent this night. Zhizhi could only feel the hardness and heat of his presence. She leaned forward, her hands resting on the cold statue in front of her, and upon glancing up, she caught sight of his wolf-like eyes fixed intently upon her. The youthful female's pale cheeks gradually flushed a rosy hue. Yet, he covered her eyes from behind. A kiss landed on her delicate back. The air was thick with a sweet, moist fragrance mingled with the potent aroma of the male. Do you wish to accompany me? He inquired, awakening to reality. Zhizhi's voice faltered slightly, her cheeks still tinged with crimson, leaning against Dracula's embrace, one of her rabbit ears drooping from fatigue. The realization of offending the entire Valoran Empire loomed over her. Dracula chuckled softly. At this juncture, why bother with pretense? The notion that she bore his offspring, her performance was so convincing that he momentarily believed it. Deep down, the young female must have been preoccupied with that wolf. Was she not? Was her family behind this? With her delicate and fragile frame, what could she possibly achieve? Regardless, after tonight, their fates would be severed. In the beast world, the outbreak of mutated species surged, and outside the Imperial City, this little rabbit had never even glimpsed the outside world. She had been nurtured in the most gentle and nourishing plantation across the planet. Why would she wish to leave? Dracula despised deceit and betrayal. Yet, when confronted with the young female, he found himself utterly powerless. Even knowing that she believed he had lied, he could not bring himself to extract her heart. Whenever he encountered her, it was as if he were perpetually in a state of heat. Yet, the truth was, he had never experienced such a phase. After living for so many years, he had never felt desire for any female. Even under the compulsion of procreation, he held no interest in mating with females. This mindset, coupled with his sterile body, destined Dracula to never have his own hatchling. And he was indifferent to this fact. Other beastmen of the Zhongshan Empire could reproduce offspring. His sole mission was to restore his nation. Zhizhi felt a sense of confusion. Behind her, Dracula had risen, draping his ample black robe over her. Is there anything else you wish to convey? His tone was devoid of warmth, starkly contrasting with the earlier voice that brimmed with desire. Next weekend, Zhizhi slowly spoke. Will you come again? I will not, Dracula replied coldly, turning away. I have grown weary of playing along with you. Upon hearing his footsteps gradually fade, Zhizhi tightened the black robe around her. It still bore Dracula's scent. His declaration of not returning implied that he would abandon the offspring as well. What would happen to the beastling once it was born? Zhizhi, somewhat vexed, tugged at her rabbit ears, sitting on the ground with her head bowed, letting out a gentle sigh. He must have lost hope due to her inability to provide a definitive answer. After all, Dracula had asked her several times whether she would accompany him. She had her own mission to fulfill. Clad in his black robe, Zhizhi rested for a while before departing the church. Upon returning to her room, she soon fell into a deep slumber. In her hazy state, she sensed a slight discomfort in her abdomen. Dawn was approaching. She sat up, turned on the bedside lamp, and gazed at her belly, noticing something seemed to flow out. What is happening to me? System, do not panic. You are about to give birth, 2 days ahead of schedule. The first time, due to being a novice, the system expedited the process, and her body showed no reaction. This time, having been pregnant for nearly a month, her body had undergone subtle changes. Zhizhi hurriedly retrieved the painless instant birth pill from the system inventory. After swallowing it, the discomfort vanished instantly. With the experience of the first birth, she was less anxious this time. In the spacious bedroom, she was alone, and the soft bed was far more comfortable than the previous environment. She propped her pillow higher, leaning back in quiet anticipation. 1 minute later, system ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully given birth. Rewarded with 300 points. Because you have birthed a rare hatchling, you receive an additional reward of 200 points. System ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully leveled up to level 2. Numerous benefits in the Good Fortune Mall have been unlocked, and you may exchange points for items at any time. System. Friendly reminder. You are 1,500 points away from the next level up. Similar to the first time, with the aid of the painless instant birth pill, the birthing process was remarkably swift. Zhizhi gazed at the soft bedding, where a snow-white beast egg lay, the outline of the hatchling's petite wings faintly visible. Gently, she touched the eggshell, which felt smooth and cool to the touch. After considering, she quickly got out of bed, found a bamboo basket for food, lined it with a pillowcase, and carefully placed the beast egg inside. Perhaps Dracula had not strayed too far. The day had brightened. Outside, Lisa softly called, Miss Zhizhi, are you awake? There is a grand ceremony today, and you need to prepare in advance. Come in. Zhizhi closed the lid of the bamboo basket. She sat on the terrace sofa, a nervous smile adorning her face. Lisa assumed her anxiety was due to the ceremony. I heard that today, the most esteemed family of the Zhizhi clan is sending someone, seemingly just for you. Lisa retrieved a gown from the wardrobe, her excitement palpable. Miss Zhizhi, you might just find yourself a home. Chapter 25. He was on the verge of tears. The Zhizhi clan resided in the picturesque city of Liyek, within the Valoran Empire. a charming locale with refreshing air, ideal for a holiday. Among them, the most renowned family was the eBay family, which boasted a male black rabbit awakened with an exceptionally rare healing ability, a beast talent that the three great empires vied to recruit. Dressed in a light orange gown, Zhizhi sat at the vanity, occasionally glancing toward the bamboo basket on the terrace table. Lisa was helping her with her hair, her voice filled with mirth. Today, Miss Zhizhi shall undoubtedly be the most enchanting female in attendance. Lisa, Zhizhi suddenly said, after I leave, could you please open the skylight on the terrace? Of course. Little dear Lisa placed a crystal crown upon Zhizhi's head. The girl in the mirror, a delicate and charming young member of the Zhizhi clan, appeared particularly radiant and smooth-skinned. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion, but Lisa believed her complexion was especially exquisite today. Her nose slightly upturned, her cheeks rosy, and her eyes shimmering like rippling water. She was momentarily entranced. Every time Zhizhi gave birth, her body underwent a remarkable transformation. Upon opening the door, two male servants awaited outside. Upon seeing the approaching female of the Zhizhi clan, they momentarily held their breath, quickly bowing in respect. Under the guidance of the male attendants, Zhizhi made her way toward the venue of the ceremony. Following her instructions, Lisa opened the skylight of the terrace, closed the door behind her, and quickly followed suit. The pristine, snow-white beast egg lay quietly in the bamboo basket. The morning castle was bathed in sunlight, with rays cascading into every corner of the terrace, where verdant plants provided shade and the air was filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers. A shadow appeared on the terrace. Dracula had evaded all hidden sentinels, tracking the scent of the Eagle clan's offspring, and accurately located this suite. Upon landing, he spotted the bamboo basket resting on the table. He paused momentarily, peering inside to behold a splendid yet cozy room, replete with the scent of the rabbit clan's young female. Dracula approached the table, his right hand trembling slightly as he lifted the bamboo cover, revealing the snow-white beast egg, pure and flawless, akin to its mother. It was an eagle egg. The man stared in astonishment, recalling the young female who had once taken his hand and placed it on her soft abdomen, shyly declaring that she was carrying his child. Dracula had thought she was jesting. His hand holding the bamboo cover quivered gently, a mix of joy and guilt swirling within him at that moment. Soon, another shadow followed. Last week, she had frequently visited the library within their territory to retrieve a map, which a subordinate had now brought. The Eagle Clan orc presented the parchment map with both hands. Dracula accepted it, opening it to find himself momentarily frozen. Was this a route map to the Zhongshan Empire? The Eagle Clan orc clasped his fists and said, "Indeed, that young female had made annotations, and I have drawn the same locations according to her notes. She is indeed investigating the fastest route to the Zhongshan Empire." Holding the parchment map, Dracula pondered the young female's meticulous notations in the library. What thoughts had occupied her mind during the 3 weeks of his disappearance as she searched for maps, made markings, and planned routes? Grasping the map, he felt its weight as if it were 1,000 pounds. The young female was so innocent, like a blank canvas, yet he had perpetually doubted her. Remembering her visage, with her crescent moon smile, and her soft, sweet voice that would rise as she stood on tiptoe to meet his kiss, he felt a pang of regret. Had she regretted bearing his child? Faced with the possibility of his departure, how would she traverse mountains and waters with an eagle egg? Something the Valoran Empire would never permit, to reach the Zhongshan territory thousands of miles away? Furthermore, recalling the fervent possession he had exhibited before the divine statue in the church last night, and the way his broad hand had left a blush on her delicate waist, her soft pleas drowned in the tide, he felt a turmoil within. The Eagle Clan orc noticed that the leader appeared somewhat unsettled. His gaze shifted to the bamboo basket, and upon seeing the eagle egg, his eyes widened in disbelief. What was this? An Eagle Clan beast egg? Particularly, it bore the scent of the master, a descendant of his. The subordinate stared in shock at the snow-white egg, then glanced back at his leader, whose eyes glimmered with unshed tears, an expression he had never witnessed on the face of the ruthless leader before. He stood frozen, uncertain of how to react. Dracula placed the map into the bamboo basket, handing the entire basket to his most trusted subordinate. "Master, then I still cannot leave. However, the commotion we have caused is too great. The Imperial cavalry will soon surround the family territory, and there will be no escape." Dracula gazed toward the place where the wolf clan's ancestral rites were to be held. In a mysterious area high above the territory, 10,000 meters in the air. Today would see many perish. Yet, the young female must not come to harm. The image of Zhizi's sweet smile floated in Dracula's mind. If he were to abandon her, she would surely be shattered upon her fall from the sky. Zhizi followed the male attendant and boarded the airship, ascending into the heights of the castle domain. The air currents swirled around her, revealing golden orbs appearing in her vicinity. Lisa whispered in her ear, "Miss Zhizhi, the live broadcast is about to commence. Do mind your demeanor." The passenger airship gradually came to a halt, and the passage opened, revealing the high altar for the wolf clan's ancestral rites. Over the millennia, this ceremony had become the ultimate glory of the wolf clan, conducted annually by the family as the clan's chief. Zhizhi walked along the crystal-clear corridor toward the tower above, as though treading upon clouds. With a chime, the live broadcast facing the entire B-Star officially began. Orcs from around the globe, whether at work or on vacation, seized this moment to flood the screen. The little golden orb knew precisely what the audience wished to see. As the only Rabbit Clan female to ascend without awakening dual abilities, her potential was boundless, making her the focal point of attention among all orcs. Almost simultaneously, Zhizi's figure appeared in the eyes of all orcs. They beheld the young female clad in a light orange noble gown, her fair skin and bright eyes. Her long hair, cascading like silk, with a light ribbon adorning her rabbit ears, reminiscent of the legendary rabbit deity of ancient lore. The young female possessed an extraordinary beauty and an innocent purity that left over 1 billion male orcs enraptured. The barrage of comments erupted instantaneously. Chapter 26. They truly appear to be a match made in heaven. Ah, is she the newly ascended Rabbit Clan female? So adorable. Her skin is flawless, and her eyes sparkle. I declare, from this day forth, I shall be the knight of this little female rabbit. Take me with you. Woo-woo. I envy the orcs present at the high altar who can get up close and personal with her, throwing tantrums, biting handkerchiefs, wailing and running. This time, those qualified to ascend the platform were all figures of authority from various clans or dazzling new stars. The Wolf Clan's ancestral ceremony was a tradition of the Valoran Empire, holding profound significance. Lisa dutifully accompanied Zhizhi, quietly introducing, "The lady ahead is Miss Ruse of the Sandcat clan, also a level female like Miss Zhizhi. That young man in the black suit is the prodigy of the eBay family, Noel." Upon Zhizi's arrival, the attention of all orcs in attendance converged upon her. The young female wore a pure, radiant smile that stirred their hearts. Ruse of the Sandcat clan, dressed in white, showcased her alluring legs beneath the split skirt. Approached with intent. "Hello, Miss Rabbit Clan. I heard your relationship with that leopard isn't too good." Was the leopard she mentioned the Black Panther clan? The Sandcat female blinked. "Have you ever heard the ancient saying, 'The enemy of my enemy is my friend'?" In response to Miss Rue's overtures, Zhizhi maintained her smile. The little golden orb fluttered over. The Sandcat female naturally waved at it. Zhizhi proceeded forward, as everyone was to enter the tower. In the corridor stood a black rabbit youth, surrounded by noble orcs. Out of the corner of her eye, Zhizhi caught a glimpse of a delicate figure, and the youth's gaze momentarily paused. The most popular figure in the venue, besides him, was this white rabbit maiden, who slowly approached amidst the adoration of the crowd. The young female perfectly inherited the fragile and beautiful genes of the Rabbit Clan, her skin glowing ethereally in the clouds, her clear eyes flowing like a stream, and her light orange noble gown making her resemble the most exquisite doll in a display window, her cherry lips slightly parted, every breath captivating. It was needless to say how the comments would flood in. The black rabbit youth yawned, turning his gaze away, disinterested in the spectacle. The female, possessing only a physical form devoid of a soul, appeared to him no different from an artificial counterpart. Zhizhi spotted him from afar and slowly approached. As she neared, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted to make way. In the spotlight, the little female of the Rabbit Clan walked directly in front of the young male of her kind. She lifted her skirt in a greeting, saying, "Hello, Noel." "Hello," Noel replied, wiping away the remnants of sleepy tears from the corners of his eyes, leaning against the railing as the wind tousled his hair. Since birth, Noel had awakened an extraordinary healing power, which garnered him admiration throughout the empire. Due to his unique ability, many females found themselves enamored by him. Beside him, the rabbit clan steward quickly offered a friendly smile. Greenfield City was the most suitable habitat for the rabbit clan, housing nearly all of them. She hoped that the third task would not conflict with her aspirations. As a rabbit, she couldn't always reside in a den of wolves. The steward of the Abay clan was tactful. He would extend an invitation but would not force it, especially with the little golden orb following closely, visible to the entire planet. "Miss Zhizhi, please come inside," the steward gestured invitingly. Zhizhi walked towards the sacrificial tower. As she passed by the black rabbit youth, he suddenly grasped her wrist, leaving her momentarily stunned. Noel looked down at her delicate wrist, held within his grasp. The faint blue veins on her alabaster skin almost imperceptible. A trace of surprise flickered across the young man's face. "What's wrong?" Zhizhi stammered, feeling a bit anxious. The black rabbit youth merely gazed at her with a knowing smile, creating an intimate atmosphere that incited jealousy among the onlookers. Noel of the Abay clan was a prodigy in healing, his remarkable abilities sought after by both the military and the elite. In Greenfield City, the queue of beastmen seeking his healing stretched long, often requiring half a year to see him in person. Beyond this, his mental strength was formidable. At that moment, the barrage of comments in a live stream flooded the screen. Let go. Don't touch her. Is this the prodigy of healing? So brazen during courtship. Jealousy distorts me. I want to guzzle 100 bottles of nutrient solution. Am I the only one who thinks they are a perfect match? The male prodigy of the rabbit clan and the exquisite female seemed like a pair destined to be together. In the castle on the 13th level below ground, Tang Loaka sat expressionless, observing the live stream projected on the wall. In the footage, the rabbit youth leaned slightly forward, his lips brushing against the little female's snowy rabbit ear. No one knew what he whispered. After he finished speaking, a distinct blush spread across the little female's pale cheeks. The comments in the live stream scrolled rapidly, with numerous beastmen capturing screenshots in a frenzy. "Oh my, she's too adorable. I want to raise one. I'm dying. My heart is empty. Miss Zhizhi, please choose me as your beast husband. I'm gentle and considerate, and I can manage your household well, never jealous of your other husbands." What did they say? I want to know. No one knew what Noel had said, only that, after finishing, the young man's sleepy expression bore a hint of lazy amusement as he tilted his head, intrigued by the little female rabbit. Zhizhi felt her cheeks burning. Her secret had been uncovered. The rabbit youth, a grand healer, had grasped her wrist, his fingertips brushing against her with a subtle touch, revealing her recent motherhood. "What do you want from me?" Zhizhi looked at him, uneasy. The young man smiled, saying, "After the ceremony, come find me." Chapter 27. Missing Her. Despite the persistent hint of weariness on the rabbit youth's face, as if he had endured several sleepless nights, it could not overshadow his handsome features. The corners of his eyes held a touch of mischief, as if he had found a new toy. Whether to dismantle it or cherish, it could only be discovered through experience. It seemed he had encountered a challenging individual. Zhizhi had no doubt that if she rejected him, he would openly declare that she had just given birth to a beast egg. She needed to protect her newborn. Resolute, Zhizhi finally responded, "All right, I will come." The young man leaned against the railing, lazily smiling. "I hope Miss Zhizhi won't keep me waiting too long." Zhizhi pressed her lips together, feeling a flicker of irritation, yet her voice remained soft, understood. Under the guidance of the steward and the watchful little golden orb, Zhizhi stepped into the only black tower in the clouds. Many of the Empire's elite had already taken their seats. Zhizhi noticed that every beastman entering appeared to be semi-anthropomorphized, including herself. The moment she entered the black tower, a faint white light enveloped her. And as she realized it, beneath her luxurious and elegant noble gown, she had transformed into a humanoid rabbit. Her snow-white arms now appeared fluffy and furry. Although she still walked upright like a human, she undeniably resembled a rabbit. Following closely behind her, the black rabbit Noel also shifted into his semi-anthropomorphized form. Upon entering, he detected the rich pheromones emanating from the female rabbit. As a member of the same clan, he was more attuned to the scent of the female rabbit than to those of other races, perhaps due to a deep-seated genetic desire for mating and reproduction. "Walk on," he urged lazily, noticing the little female's hesitation. Zhizhi grasped her skirt and slowly ascended the passage. Inside the black tower, the lighting was dim. She saw two beastly figures standing at the end. As she approached, a shiver ran down her spine, her legs trembling in fear. The The family brothers, welcoming each guest, revealed knowing smiles upon seeing the white rabbit figure. They were the clan leaders, Tang Nada and his twin brother Tang Nair. The two white wolves, clad in traditional ceremonial attire, bore the family's inherited markings on their foreheads. Adorned with auspicious knots, they gaze at the petite, delicate female rabbit, their lips curling into smiles. Miss Zhizhi, it's a pleasure to see you again, Tang Nair spoke first. Zhizhi had previously met him in the reception room when he appeared as a human youth, and she had been quite nervous then. Now, facing two semi-anthropomorphized wolves, the primal fear ingrained in her genes towards carnivorous beasts surged uncontrollably, causing her to tremble. "Hello," she stammered. Behind her, the black rabbit youth playfully nudged her. "What is this little female trembling for? Let's give her a nudge," he said, urging her forward. Zhizhi stumbled and collided directly into Tang Nair's arms. The intense scent of wolf enveloped her, nearly suffocating her for a moment. Tang Nair gently steadied her shoulders, his half-beast form making her feel soft and fluffy. She felt so small, especially transformed into a half-beast, as the males of her clan towered above her, their imposing figures seeming fierce despite their smiles. Tang Nair leaned down, his wolf nose sniffing her rabbit ears. "Welcome to the altar of the wolf clan, my esteemed princess. Please, take your seat." Zhizhi clutched her hands tightly to her chest. As the beast wolves drew near, her body became utterly immobile. In the animal kingdom, rabbits often found themselves on the menu for wolves. The human form mitigated the wild scent, reducing its impact, yet now, merely seeing the shadow of a wolf approaching left her frozen in place. The barrage of comments reflected the viewer's discontent. "Hey, keep the family wolves away. You're scaring our little female. Rabbits are naturally afraid of large carnivores, didn't you know? Protecting the holy female is a duty of all beasts. How can a mere little rabbit be deemed holy? She will surely advance in the future. All males across the globe have high hopes for her. A female whose dual abilities remain dormant, yet already classified as such. Given time, once she awakens her dual powers, she is destined to ascend to the status of holy female." Sensing the fear within the little female, Tang Nair gently released his grip and took a step back. Only after a distance was established did Zhizhi dare to breathe. Is this the instinct of animal genes being suppressed? Facing the wolf, her blood ran cold, and her body stiffened like stone. Slowly, she moved forward, steeling herself to pass between the two beastly wolves. On the 13th floor, Tang Luoka, who had been closely observing the ceremony, felt a surge of excitement and madness upon witnessing her transformation into a softer being. He yearned to pin her down and devour her bit by bit. Zhizhi glanced at the round table, which had about 20 positions. From her perspective, she saw deer, rhinos, polar bears, crocodiles, lions, dolphins, snow leopards, and others. All the guests were in half-beast forms, donned in human attire, walking like humans. She found her seat and gently sat down. The doors of the Black Tower closed, and the barrage of comments gradually fell silent. Next was the most significant and ancient ancestral ceremony of the Wolf clan. The family patriarch Tang Nair stepped to the forefront of the round table and began to speak in the oldest beast tongue. Having traversed time, Zhizhi could not comprehend a single word. She observed everyone around her, their expressions filled with fervor. When his speech concluded, applause erupted, and Zhizhi joined in clapping. Tang Nair's wolf-like gaze fell upon the little female. The expression on her face was worthy of scrutiny. She was certainly not a well-behaved rabbit, failing to listen attentively while pretending to understand. It seemed necessary for him to personally conduct a private lesson for her. While the beastly wolf stood at the forefront of the round table, a faint golden rune appeared overhead, its brilliance intensifying. All the beasts looked up to behold the strange, rarely seen patterns in the imperial city. The large screen in the live broadcast fully projected the rune, gradually revealing the formation it heralded. Tang Nair's wolf eyes deepened with concern. Beside him, the lizard-like steward Xiao exclaimed, "This is bad. It's the sun formation. The platform is collapsing." Before his words could settle, the entire platform split in two. A beam of light descended from the center of the round table. All the surrounding beastmen fell uncontrollably downwards, including Zhizhi. "It's over. We're doomed. This is a height of 10,000 meters. Who can save this little female?" Chapter 28. Do not cry. The aerial platform was forcefully cleaved in two by the beam of light from the sun formation. Quick to react, Tang Nair snapped his fingers. A magical tome entwined with lightning descended from above. The pages rustled open, halting on one particular page. Deep purple runes flew from the book, casting a massive shadow over the entire altar. The swaying platform, battered by the wind, gradually steadied. As for the part that had already fallen, Tang Nair raised his right hand, and a column of water shot forth from his sleeve, only to be shattered by the beam of light from the sun formation the moment it exited the tower. A flicker of anxiety crossed his crimson eyes. Zhizhi has fallen. The radiance of the sun formation concentrated above the tower. Any exposed object faced the impending assault of the light beams. Tang Nair's water magic proved ineffective. He felt a sense of urgency. If Locke emerged to find the little female's corpse, it would undoubtedly incite chaos. Tang Nair's tone was disturbingly calm. This is a long-lost restricted formation of the Empire. Today is destined to be tumultuous. Whether she lives or dies, it is up to fate. Below the platform, the observing beastmen raised their heads in confusion. They did not grasp what had transpired, only witnessing the enormous formation gathering in the sky, its dark golden light dazzling as if from a distant celestial realm. The platform crumbled, and structures, along with countless beastly shadows, plummeted. The barrage was filled with screams. Lisa, who had not entered the tower, gazed in shock at the collapsing section, unable to comprehend the unfolding disaster. Zhizhi's figure plummeted rapidly from the sky. The young lady of the Black Panther clan, unqualified to attend this event, sat in her chair, fixated on the large screen. The little golden orb understood precisely what all the beastmen wished to witness. Its gaze remained steadfastly locked on Zhizhi, unwavering for even a moment. Oh no! Many tender-hearted beastmen covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the little female rabbit splattering into a bloody pulp. Black Panther Nana curled her lips into a slight smile, feeling the need to celebrate tonight. Zhizhi was thrown from the tower, feeling the wind howl around her. This was a height of 10,000 meters. She was plummeting straight through the clouds toward the earth. The horror of the sun formation lay in its light beams. She heard the wails of those falling alongside her. The beastly shadows, despite desperately attempting to transform, seeking strength to evade, fell victim to the merciless pursuit of the light beams due to their transformation. Ironically, Zhizhi, who had yet to awaken her dual abilities, was indistinguishable from air in the eyes of the sun formation. Otherwise, a single light beam would have severed her in half. Chaos reigned in the air. Many beastly forms struggled desperately, but fell prey to a series of light beam attacks. Only a few fortunate ones who managed to activate their abilities to cling to the outer layers of structures narrowly escaped death's scythe. She was doomed. All the beastmen present believed the little female could not escape this calamity. In terms of strength, females were inherently weaker than males. The awakened mental power of a female generally reached only 1050, while even the most inept male started at 1,000. Not to mention the astonishing figures of 18,000 from the 4 wolf cubs before. One of the wolf cubs, following its father, boasted an initial mental strength of 30,000. Alas, this rabbit clan female, who bore them, was destined to perish today. The loss of a level female would be a tragedy for the entire beastly world. Zhizhi had no means to slow her descent. She closed her eyes, silently wishing, "I hope it won't hurt." As this thought crossed her mind, tears pricked her nose. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the sky. Enormous and plump black wings descended, drawing the attention of every beast. Dakula, who had rushed over, had half transformed. His eagle vision pierced through the light directly to Zhizhi's body. Like a gust of wind, he swiftly caught her petite form, feeling a warm embrace. Zhizhi opened her eyes to see a familiar face. "Dakula," she murmured, clutching his chest. Amidst the ruins of chaos, his powerful eagle wings, akin to those of a devil, nearly obscured half the sun. He soared through the air, enveloped in a thick black mist. To the beastmen, this scene was utterly breathtaking. The barrage of comments in a live broadcast erupted. "Eagle Clan Beastman, am I seeing things? The Sanshan Empire has been gone for so long. Their descendants have come to the imperial city of Valoran. This Eagle Clan male looks so handsome. Is he saving Miss Zhizhi? Useless. The light beams from the sun formation will sever their bodies. It seems he is taking the little female into death with him." To Zhizhi, the half-beast form of Dakula was not unfamiliar. She had seen him in this state at the church. Zhizhi would forever remember that night when he spread his wings. Just like now, shrouded in black mist. It was precisely because of his half-transformation that the sun formation accurately locked onto their location, tightening its grip. Hold on tight. Dakula's voice was steady and powerful. His silhouette soared through the air, and as the radiant blades of light struck, he suddenly closed his wings, fiercely protecting the girl nestled against his chest. Countless beams of light crashed against his wings. In his half-beast form, his figure towered several times larger than usual. His once magnificent wings were ravaged by the onslaught. Dark feathers scattered down like a heavy snowfall, turning the territory into a scene of black flurries. Zhizhi was tightly embraced in his arms, feeling the warm trickle of blood flowing from above, nearly blurring her vision. Gripping the man's garment, she bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. She was shielded by him, mere inches from danger, untouched by the piercing blades, while Dracula bore the scars of battle. This scene left all the beastmen in awe, whether in person or through the livestream. They witnessed the valiant male of the Eagle tribe risking everything to protect the delicate female in his grasp. The powerful sun array unleashed its wrath. Yet his wings and blood fell like rain upon the faces of the onlooking beasts, evoking both astonishment at his strength to withstand such an assault and deep emotion for his unwavering devotion. Dracula flew towards the distant forest, safeguarding Zhizhi. Once they escaped the sun array's reach, he finally found a moment to breathe. The small golden orb, fearful of the sun array, could only watch their figures fade into the distance. Is it over? Oh, no matter what, the little female has survived. Long life. As a restricted level formation, only the Eagle tribe could navigate the skies with such ease, truly deserving of their title as the former rulers of the skies. After entering the depths of the territory's mountains, Dracula found a secure spot to set the small female down. Lowering his gaze, he saw her tear-streaked face, stirring his heart. "Do not cry," he said, his voice hoarse as he caught a tear falling from the corner of her eye. In Chapter 29, I swear by the Eagle god of Tsangshan, the man's tall, elongated figure obscured all sunlight, his black wings marred with wounds, nearly devoid of unscathed areas. In his half-beast form, his gaze sharpened. Yet when he looked at Zhizhi, it was filled with infinite tenderness. Zhizhi understood that he had saved her, and her nose tinged with a sourness as tears fell freely. "Do not cry, I'm not hurt." Woo, her tears seemed unceasing. "I thought you had left me." "I'm sorry." Dracula wiped her tears away, but they only flowed more abundantly. He bent down, gently enveloping the girl in his embrace. Dracula had once believed everything was a ruse, a lie spun by the little female. However, he now regretted that he should have trusted her more. Following this path, they would soon reach a stream where a small wooden cabin stood, a supply station in the mountains. "You wait there. The guard rescue team will find you soon." In the dense forest, a narrow path wound its way. "Are we not going together?" She clutched at the man's clothing, straining her neck to look up at the towering half-beast Dracula, who was so tall it made her neck ache. "No." He gazed down at the small female, whose height barely reached his abdomen, gently stroking her soft hair. "The iron cavalry of Valoran has surrounded this mountain. It will be perilous for you to remain with me. But the eagle egg, do not worry. Our child is already in the safest place." Hearing this, Zhizhi felt a slight relief in her heart. Dracula had indeed followed the scent. Then, the eagle egg has likely been taken out of the family territory. Yet, the thought of Dracula's predicament tightened her heart inexplicably. "They have come for you," she murmured. Dracula smiled faintly. "I am not so easily captured." Zhizhi's eyes turned red. The Tsangshan Empire bore deep-seated enmity with the other three major empires. If Dracula's identity as a descendant of the Eagle tribe were revealed, death would be certain. Yet he still came to rescue her, unveiling his identity before all eyes by spreading his majestic wings. "Take me with you. Let us go together." Zhizhi's voice trembled. She was deeply worried for him, who had already sustained grievous injuries. The tears of the little female flowed for him, and in that moment, Dracula had no further aspirations. He quietly wiped her tears away, his sharp claws retracting to avoid hurting her. "Take me with you." Zhizhi leaned against his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. "If you take me, I cannot fight with my whole heart." "Apologies, I cannot take you with me," Dracula replied softly. Zhizhi's eyelashes clumped together. She tilted her head, resting her chin against his abdomen, gazing up at the immense half-beast eagle, her lips trembling as tears flowed uncontrollably. He could not take her with him. The Imperial Iron Cavalry had surrounded this place. If she stayed by his side, she would be in peril. It was a battle against his own doubts. It was he who wished to save her. This matter was unrelated to anyone else. Whatever the outcome, Dracula was willing to bear it all. He feared not death. He only felt regret, deep regret. Zhizhi understood that by bringing her along, he would be distracted from protecting her. I will listen to you. I will wait in the wooden cabin for the rescue team. She wiped her tears from the corners of her eyes. Now is not the time to cry. Each second Dracula lingered increased the danger. The man before her crouched down, leveling his gaze with hers. Please help me wear the mask one last time. Zhizhi accepted the half-golden mask. Now that he was crouched down, she could easily place it upon him, smoothing it inch by inch. From the moment she had seen the eagle egg, Zhizhi had become the only wife he would ever have in this life. There would be no wavering. Looking into her watercolored eyes, her nose and cheeks flushed from crying, his heart melted into a spring stream. With his black wings gently folding around her, he shared a kiss amidst the dappled shadows of the mountains. This was a farewell kiss, unlike any before, filled with tenderness and a hint of aggressiveness. Go! He released his wings, standing up, smiling as he gazed at her face. Zhizhi nodded gently. She took 2 steps back, her light orange noble gown slightly torn at the hem. Following the etiquette of the beast world, she performed a farewell bow. Dracula responded with a gentle smile, one hand across his chest, bowing in return. He watched her slender figure gradually retreating into the distance. Dracula retrieved a white lace headband he had kept hidden within his chest, the soft fabric resting in his large palm. Flames ignited around him. He knew the Imperial Iron Cavalry was closing in. Dracula wrapped the soft white headband around his left wrist layer by layer. It held the scent of the little female. He lowered his head, biting the edge of the headband with one hand, securing it tightly around his wrist. If he lived, the lace headband would be his talisman of safety. If he died, it would be the most cherished item to accompany him in death. From the age of 3, he had known he was born for the purpose of restoring his nation. Yet this time, Dracula did not wish to dwell on the responsibilities upon his shoulders or the glory buried beneath the snow of Tsongshan. As the hooves of the Imperial Iron Cavalry trembled through the forest behind him, he pressed a gentle kiss to the headband on his wrist. I would trade my life for my wife. His final tenderness lay hidden in the mountains, carried away by the wind. As his enormous black wings unfurled behind him, the gaze beneath his mask turned icy and lethal. The vast Imperial Iron Cavalry beheld the half-beast eagle soaring into the sky, its cloak billowing, resembling the legendary dark-winged demon of ancient tales. Zhizhi traversed the winding paths of the mountains, her shoes ill-suited for climbing, which she discarded into the grass. She lifted her skirt, walking barefoot, her mind focused solely on one thought: find the wooden cabin and await the good news of Dracula's escape. Yet this path proved far longer than she had anticipated. On the other side of the mountains, beastmen had discovered the girl's presence. Lowering the telescope, the orc's servant beside the exquisite carriage bowed and said, "My lord, it is Miss Zhizhi of the Rabbit clan." Oh, a deep, resonant voice emerged from within the carriage. A slender, smoking pipe, intricately carved with blue lotuses, lifted the curtain. Go, invite her in. Chapter 30. Good and evil in this mountainous forest. Zhizhi encountered a noble servant who conveyed the master's invitation. The head of the family requests your presence. The servant urged, Miss Zhizhi, the night is fast approaching, and it would be perilous for you to wander alone in the woods. Might I inquire where you are headed? To the supply station. Why not meet our master first? You should have seen him at the last wolf cub hatching ceremony. Upon hearing hatching ceremony, Zhizhi felt a flicker of recognition. So, he was a past esteemed guest of the family? Observing the darkening sky, she gently nodded. Please lead the way. The Duke's attendant smiled and guided her along a rugged path until they reached a more spacious mountain trail where an opulent carriage awaited. The carriage, adorned with exquisite patterns and set with sparkling gemstones, gleamed more brightly as night fell. Master, the attendant whispered, she has arrived. You are, another attendant interjected hastily. Our master is the most esteemed Duke Bolin of the Valoran Empire. As the sunset gradually faded, the distant flames cast no light upon the path beneath their feet. Zhizhi felt a pang of unease. During the day, the towering trees had seemed merely grand, but now, cloaked in night, they appeared foreboding and dense. occasionally echoing with the growls of unknown beasts. "Are you truly a duke?" Zhizhi asked softly, her gentle voice clear yet tinged with nervousness, evoking a sense of longing in the listener. She saw the smoking pipe lift the carriage curtain again. Duke Bolin glanced at the girl standing outside, her light orange, fluffy gown torn by branches, her bare feet dusty, and her pale, delicate face marred by grime, resembling a princess fleeing from a painting. "Show her," the man said as he slowly lowered the curtain. The attendant complied, and Zhizhi accepted the invitation. She vaguely recalled that Duke Bolin had been welcomed by Tang Nair during the hatching ceremony. There had been so many guests that she had been unable to recall his visage at that time. "Do you believe me?" The man's voice was low and gentle. "I have met the Duke." "Thank you." Zhizhi climbed into the carriage using a small stool. The door was adorned with golden embroidery, and the spacious interior was lavishly decorated with silk drapes and gold accents. The soft cushions laid before her resembled a bed. A tall figure lounged against them, clad in a deep blue vintage robe, obscuring his features. Upon entering, Zhizhi felt a wave of shyness. She sat at the edge, hands resting on her knees, maintaining a proper posture while casting her eyes down. Seeing the girl's delicate silhouette, the man's lips curled into a slight smile. This little female exhibited a hint of wariness, albeit not excessively so. Although she had inquired about his identity, she had not pondered the true nature of good and evil in relation to one's status. A soft click echoed within the carriage as a lighter ignited. Zhizhi, lost in thought, caught a whiff of a subtle tobacco scent. This tobacco was far lighter than any she had encountered in the real world, carrying a hint of lotus bitterness. For some reason, this aroma unconsciously reminded her of Dracula. The man, reclining languidly on the cushions, noticed the little female's drooping rabbit ears and the flush around her eyes, evoking a sense of pity within him. Yet he was no benevolent soul. Observing her vulnerable state, a smile played upon his lips. "Do not be too quick to shed tears. The time for that has not yet arrived." As consciousness gradually faded and her head grew heavier, she eventually awoke to find herself lying on a bed. A slight movement revealed her hands bound behind her, and her eyes covered, rendering her unable to discern her surroundings. "Is anyone there?" Zhizhi called softly. After a long period of thirst, her throat felt parched, and her voice had turned hoarse. She had fallen asleep in the Duke's carriage. Why had she been brought to this strange place? Had she encountered bandits on the road? Was she kidnapped? Helpless, she could only call upon the system in her mind. "Where am I?" "System, please explore issues unrelated to the task on your own. And let me check my inventory. I want to know the rewards from the last task." "Ah, I can't see anything now. Please read it to me." The system recited the previous task's rewards. Aside from the usual postpartum package, there was a nutritional liquid for sustenance, and an unfamiliar item appeared. Truth elixir. "What about the main storyline?" she asked softly. "System, I mentioned it while you were on the carriage, but you were in a semi-unconscious state and did not confirm which of the two options to utilize." Zhizhi's toes curled slightly as she asked nervously. "The voucher hasn't disappeared, has it?" "System, no. Would the host like to use it now?" Zhizhi sighed in relief. "That's good." The ability to view two tasks at once allowed her to choose at least one, which seemed relatively manageable. "I want it." She bit her lip, listening intently. "System, voucher has been used. 2 main storyline tasks unlocked. Main task 1, court a mature male of the Snake Clan. Main task 2, court the leader of the Fox Clan. Please make your selection. The mature male of the Snake Clan and the leader of the Fox Clan. From the descriptions, it appeared that the Snake Clan had no status requirements, merely the condition of being an adult, making it simpler. Zhizhi felt inclined towards the first option, but needed clarification. "What is this place? Are there many snakes?" "System, quite a few." In that case, Zhizhi made her decision. "I choose the first one." System ding. "Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the 3rd main storyline task, which requires you to court a mature male of the Snake Clan, no status restrictions, within a month. Success is defined by pregnancy and giving birth. Failure or exceeding the time limit will result in annihilation. Please act swiftly. The countdown begins." As Zhizhi struggled, she found the bindings on her wrists tightening. Footsteps approached from outside. Moments later, the door creaked open. She heard a familiar voice. "Miss Zhizhi, please do not move. The bindings on your wrist are alive. The more you struggle, the tighter they become. If you do not wish for your wrist to be broken, lie still." Chapter 31. Taming. It was the Duke from the carriage. Instinctively, Zhizhi felt a surge of anxiety. She attempted to retreat, only to realize her hands and feet were bound, making movement difficult. She sensed a weight pressing down beside her on the bed. The man sat at the edge, holding a small silver teapot. "Thirsty?" he asked in a low voice. "Yes," Zhizhi replied, her throat parched from her long journey without water. After her slumber, her lips were dry, and her throat felt scorched. Curled upon the white bedding, her disheveled gown accentuated her delicate complexion. Her eyes, covered by a white silk band, allowed her only a blurred silhouette. The Duke took a sip of tea. His small teapot, exquisitely crafted in silver with an intricately carved black snake winding its way to the spout, was strikingly lifelike. "Open your mouth," he said lazily. Zhizhi hesitated. "Are you not thirsty?" he asked, seated at the bedside, a faint smile playing on his lips. The little creature nurtured within the estate must be hungry. It had not tasted meat in a long time, especially not a lively little rabbit. Zhizhi's complexion paled. The same voice, the same tone. Yet the man had become far more dangerous than during her carriage ride. Her throat was so dry that even swallowing felt painful. Feeling as though she might perish from thirst, Zhizhi lay on her side, turning her head and slowly parting her lips. A slender stream of water gently flowed into her mouth, imbued with the fragrant essence of tea. The man, holding a small teapot, was tending to his newly found pet. Observing her docility, his tone softened considerably. "Can you guess what kind of tea this is? Answer correctly, and I shall grant you a request." "Huh?" After taking a couple of sips to quench her thirst, Zhizhi paused momentarily and tentatively ventured, "Green tea?" The smile on the Duke's face faltered slightly. Even a 3-year-old beastkin child would know it is green tea. "Be more specific." Zhizhi began to ponder. She vaguely recalled having read about different types of tea. "Zhengshan Xiaozhong?" "Incorrect." "Pure?" "Wrong. You have one final chance." "Bamboo leaf tea?" The thought crossed her mind, as snakes were fond of bamboo. Being of the snake kin, it made sense for Duke Bolin to prefer bamboo leaf tea. The little female got it right. The man chuckled, lifting the cup to his lips. "You may now voice your request." What could this little female desire? To be freed from her bindings, perhaps to savor a hearty meal, or to inquire about her current predicament. Though Zhizhi felt ravenous, her foremost concern remained with the Gula. How much time had passed? Was he well? She softly murmured, "What about the eagle kin orc? How is he? Bound here and still worrying about another male?" The man's voice took on a dangerous edge. "As you're a first-time offender, this duke shall not hold it against you. I wish to eat." Zhizhi curled up, altering her request. "Did you hear that?" Duke Bolin glanced back. 2 figures bowed in response. "Yes." They hurried away. "Fetch water," the man commanded. The figures outside bowed at once. "Is this your territory?" Zhizhi inquired softly. "What do you think?" Footsteps approached as the maids brought in freshly drawn hot water, placing it by the edge of the bed. The man picked up a towel, dampened it, wrung it out, and then grasped the slender ankle of the young girl. Zhizhi jolted, instinctively wanting to evade him, but he effortlessly pulled her closer. "So dirty, let us clean you up." The warm towel enveloped her feet, gently wiping away the muck, revealing her previously hidden delicate rabbitkin feet, pure and flawless, akin to exquisite jade, smooth and tender, her toes slightly curled, appearing irresistibly cute. Redampening the towel, he wiped along her ankle and up her rounded calves. Zhizhi trembled at the sensation, reminiscent of her mother caring for her during her hospital stay. "Why have you bound me here?" she asked softly. "When I was a child, I kept a pet. I would bathe it daily and cuddle it while sleeping. One day, it bit me." Duke Bolin's movements were meticulous and gentle, his tone laced with amusement. "I sent it to the slaughterhouse. Yet, I genuinely enjoyed raising pets. I continued to acquire many of various breeds. They started out so docile, but gradually became less obedient. However, it was fine. I possessed a kind heart and sent them to the hospital." "To the hospital for what?" Zhizhi questioned, puzzled. "Euthanasia." The Duke smiled. "Compared to the first one I sent to the slaughterhouse, they're far more fortunate." Zhizhi thought to herself, "Is this snake afflicted with some psychological disorder? I truly enjoy raising pets." Duke Bolin seated himself at the edge of the bed, dampening the towel once more. "I wish to have a small, white, gentle, and obedient pet. I would allow it to dine with me, accompany me on outings, and even nestle by my side while I work. If it proves sufficiently delightful and obedient, I might permit it to share my bed." Zhizhi felt a wave of frustration. "What does this have to do with me? How can it not be related?" The man chuckled softly. "You are my newly acquired pet. I thought about how those untrained creatures are, after all, beasts. Expecting them to always understand my intentions is too much to ask. Perhaps nurturing a rabbitkin female would be far more entertaining. The Duke extended his hand. The black serpent binding Zhizhi swiftly slithered up his finger, soon resting on his shoulder. Her hands were finally free. In the next moment, her wrists were seized by the man before her. My requests are modest. Be docile, obedient, and ensure you remain clean, avoiding any unsightly mess. I refuse. Zhizhi's voice was barely audible, akin to a defiant little flower, trembling yet striving to appear strong. Ha! The man laughed. You possess no authority to refuse. I have just ascended in rank, and according to imperial law, you must protect me. Naive, Duke Bolin lightly remarked to the onlookers. You have already been abducted by the eagle-kin orc. Even if you were to perish here tonight, no one would know. For something unknown, how could imperial law convict this duke? The freshly acquired pet was something Duke Bolin did not wish to exert too much pressure upon. He tossed a piece of candy. If you agree to be my little pet, I might be inclined to share with you anything you wish to know. Zhiji's wrist remained clasped in the man's hand as she lay on the bed, her breath slightly stuttering. Including information about that eagle-kin orc? She inquired softly. Upon mentioning the eagle-kin male, her tone shifted. Duke Bolin narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 32. Feeding. Zhiji curled up on the bed, feeling the warmth of the towel as it wiped her palms. He was thoroughly engrossed in his task. Naturally, to ensure the little female obediently complied, she must first taste the sweetness of reward. This piece of intelligence was like a carrot dangling before her, enticing her to move forward. Two maids arrived with fragrant food, placing the tray upon the table before bowing and retreating. Blinded, Zhiji caught the aroma of the meal. May I remove the blindfold? Her left hand gently touched the white cloth over her eyes, and upon receiving the Duke's assent, she slowly pulled it away. The room was softly lit dim, and after being deprived of sight for so long, everything appeared hazy. The Duke sat by the bed, and as Zhiji gradually sat up, leaning against the bed's edge, he slightly spread his hands, allowing the black serpent to slide down his shoulder and coil around her wrists, securing them firmly. Why am I bound again? Zhiji stared at the serpent on her wrist, which was currently flicking its tongue at her. The Duke noticed her shiver. She was afraid of snakes. Zhiji had always harbored a fear of them. Once, a small green snake had slithered into her hospital room, only to be chased away by her mother. Yet she was terrified and couldn't sleep well for a week. She dared not look at the serpent coiled around her wrist, and instead turned her gaze to the food set aside. I'm hungry. Her voice was as fragile as an injured bird. She watched as the man used a small knife to cut a pancake. Duke Bolin offered her a small piece of vegetable pancake with a fork, bringing it to her lips. The rich aroma wafted towards her, and her stomach grumbled. Zhiji opened her mouth, accepting the morsel, savoring it as she chewed. Delicious. The food from the Duke's residence was distinctly different from that of her family. Perhaps the dietary habits of snakes and wolves diverged? I can eat by myself. Zhiji averted her eyes, aware of the man's presence so near, his robe slightly ajar, revealing a hint of his chest. As his newly found pet, Duke Bolin naturally wished to feed her himself. He once again speared a piece of vegetable pancake, extending it toward the little female. A lovely blush crept across her cheeks as she lowered her gaze. Opening her mouth to accept the food, chewing gently, her cheeks slightly puffed. Crunch, crunch. The crisp biscuit emitted a delicate sound as it crumbled in her mouth, reminiscent of a small rabbit nibbling on a cabbage leaf. A hint of amusement graced the Duke's features as he reflected that he had indeed found a delightful little pet. At least in terms of appearance, none could be more fitting than her. After consuming half a biscuit, Zhiji felt a sense of fullness. The Duke then brought forth a bowl of creamy mushroom soup, feeding her spoonful by spoonful. The petite female was charming in every aspect, though she was rather thin. A drop of soup escaped from the corner of her mouth, and the Duke gently wiped it away with his thumb. Every day, I shall watch you eat, ensuring not a morsel is left behind. He envisioned nurturing this little female into a plump rabbit, one that would be a pleasure to hold. Zhiji felt thoroughly satiated. It was her first experience being fed by a stranger, and the warmth in her cheeks compelled her to steal a quick glance at him. When their eyes met, she was struck by his golden slit pupils, and immediately lowered her gaze, a tingle coursing through her chest. She had failed to discern his features, yet those serpent-like golden eyes were unmistakable. Ah, no, he was indeed a serpent, The Duke noticed her furtive glances, and with a lazy demeanor, remarked, "With such a timid disposition, how do you expect to win my favor?" For the next few days, she was to learn the rules. When she mastered them, she could seek him out. The man stood up, preparing to leave. Zhizhi softly inquired, "What if I fail to learn?" He cast a glance at the little female, casually responding, "The slaughterhouse or the hospital, you may choose." After the Duke departed, the two black serpents, binding her hands and feet, leisurely slithered down from the bed, following in his wake. At last, she was free from restraint. Zhizhi collapsed, leaning against the headboard, her gaze wandering to the opulent chandelier above. The room was vast, yet empty, save for the large white bed. Perhaps it was the human genes within her or her current form as a rabbit. But Zhizhi harbored a profound fear of snakes. Just the sight of one sent chills down her spine. Contemplating her mission, she felt a headache brewing. If all male serpents resembled the Duke, with those vertical pupils, she feared she would be paralyzed by terror, unable to approach them. Shortly thereafter, a maid entered. She appeared to be around 40, wearing frameless glasses and exuding a warm smile. "Miss Zhizhi, the Duke has sent me to instruct you on the rules of being a pet." Upon seeing Zhizhi, the maid's eyes brightened. What a beautiful little female. No wonder the Duke was so patient with her, even sending someone to personally guide her. "You may call me Teacher Diley." Upon hearing Teacher Diley, Zhizhi instinctively straightened her posture. Diley adjusted her glasses and smiled. In truth, the rules for servants in the Duke's residence are quite strict. But there is a certain leniency for the Duke's pets. "Miss Zhizhi, you need only remember to never defy the Duke's words and to obey his every command. The Duke is very kind to his pets. Previously, he had a small white lion that lived more comfortably than the princesses of the palace. Alas, as the lion grew, it became less docile and was sent to the slaughterhouse." She hesitated before continuing. "One piece of personal advice. The Duke favors pets that display enthusiasm. If you are willing to show your eagerness while obeying all his commands, your days in the Duke's residence will be quite pleasant. Conversely, you understand that the fate of an abandoned pet is grim. Abandoned pets either perish from starvation or are hunted down by the city guard. As for the Duke, any discarded pet is sent directly to the slaughterhouse. The fortunate ones are simply euthanized at the hospital." The word euthanized lingered in Zhizhi's mind, and she began to comprehend the gravity of her situation. With the task of capturing the male serpent before her, alongside a desire to acquire Dracula's latest news, she realized she must conquer her fear of snakes to gain the Duke's trust. "Teacher Diley, please take me to the Duke tomorrow." Chapter 33. Embracing Tenderness. Zhizhi's movements were confined to this spacious room, as she resolved to seek out the Duke the following day. Diley adjusted her glasses and turned to the male servant outside, instructing, "Please summon a tailor to custom-make several outfits for Miss Zhizhi." As Diley had stated, as a pet, she was not bound by the rules that govern the servants. The next day, strolling through the courtyard adorned with bridges and water, Zhizhi watched the red koi swimming in the pond, noting that the residence possessed a more pronounced Eastern aesthetic compared to her family's castle. The architecture evoked a blend of ancient beauty and futuristic technology. She observed that the servants spoke little and walked with utmost stealth. "Teacher Diley," she called softly. "Miss Zhizhi, how may I assist you? Where do the serpents of the territory reside?" The third main mission did not specify the identity of the male serpent. If courting the Duke proved too challenging, she could simply switch her target. As long as the task was completed, that was all that mattered. Besides the young masters and mistresses, there were those carefully selected guards from the serpent clan. Young masters and mistresses? Zhizhi was taken aback. "Has the Duke married?" "No," Diley replied, unable to suppress a glance at the lovely little female rabbit beside her. "The Duke has little interest in matters of matrimony. In truth, a beautiful and charming female, like you would be most qualified to be the Duke's wife, far surpassing those other females who seek to draw near to him." Yet, despite the passing years, the Duke had shown no interest in any beastly females. Sensing the little female's confusion, Diley smiled reassuringly. "The two young masters and two young mistresses are all adopted offspring of the Duke from the Serpent clan. They are delightful children." After traversing a long corridor, they turned into a secluded courtyard where a large pond filled with blue, ethereal lotuses awaited. The deep, tranquil colors were breathtaking, shrouded in mystery. "This is the Duke's study. Please wait inside, Miss Zhizhi. Above all, do not be afraid or shy. The Duke detests timid pets." With that, Daili gently closed the door behind her. Zhizhi found herself alone in the study. The antique desk was cluttered with documents, while the round window at the back, draped with sheer white curtains, allowed only a dappled sunlight to filter through. The pristine red floor was devoid of even a speck of dust. Barefoot, Zhizhi stood upon it, mentally preparing herself. Do not panic, do not fear. He resembles a human, not a serpent. She waited for an entire day. Zhizhi turned on a desk lamp, sitting on the floor with her back against the table, patiently awaiting his return. As the night deepened, she heard a noise at the door. Her rabbit ears perked up, and she blinked sleepily, turning her head to see the door to the study creak open, revealing a tall figure stepping inside. Noticing the little female by the desk, the man did not pause in his stride. He walked directly to the desk and seated himself. Catching sight of the little female's wide rabbit eyes staring at him in a daze. "Sleepy?" he inquired. Miss me?" A peculiar smile graced the Duke's face. Zhizhi flustered. "Do you need me to organize your documents, or perhaps brew you some tea?" Sensing the little pet's earnest attempts to please him, he noted her improvement from the previous day. Although still somewhat awkward, she showed great potential for refinement. "No need," the Duke replied, leaning back in the plush chair. His posture languid, the deep purple robe falling open slightly as he did so. "You are a pet, not a servant. Just fulfill your role as a pet." As for what Zhizhi was to do, she found herself at a loss. The Duke picked up the slender, smoking pipe from the table, took a pinch of dry tobacco, and ignited it. He languidly beckoned. "Come here, sit in my lap." Zhizhi was momentarily taken aback, slowly moving toward him. Upon reaching his front, a wave of nervousness washed over her, coupled with hesitation. The Duke before her appeared to be in his 20s, with slightly long, wavy, dark blue hair, his features exuding a devilish charm, particularly his golden vertical pupils that were piercing. His deep purple robe hung loosely, yet it radiated an unmistakable air of nobility, akin to the blue lotus flowers cultivated in his courtyard. Lush, ethereal, yet tinged with an undercurrent of danger. As she approached, a fragrant blend of jasmine and milk enveloped her senses. He inhaled deeply from his pipe and effortlessly drew her petite form into his embrace. Zhizhi found herself nestled against his chest, the lingering scent of fragrant shower gel clinging to her hair. Her delicate rabbit ears drooped slightly, seemingly shyly folding at the touch of his fingertips. A shiver coursed through her, her cheeks flushed with warmth as she felt the Duke's fingers caress her ears. Akin to a genuine little rabbit, he regarded her entirely as a pet. The Duke, reveling in the pleasure of petting a rabbit, noticed that the ears in his grasp had grown quite warm. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that her cheeks resembled ripe tomatoes, flushed and seemingly steaming. She slightly closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering, uncertain whether it was pleasure or endurance. The Duke's expression deepened with intrigue. "Do you not fancy it?" At the sound of his voice, Zhizhi jolted, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. She recalled what teacher Daili had imparted. If there is no dislike, it must mean affection, right? "I like it." Her voice was a mere whisper, barely audible. The Duke was not inclined to let her off easily. "What do you like?" "I like you touching my ears," she confessed. A mischievous smile danced upon his lips as he lifted her delicate chin with his finger. "Then you must say, 'Please, Duke, caress my ears.'" His golden pupils reflected in her eyes, the serpentine aura intensifying, nearly suffocating her. Zhizhi parted her cherry lips, mimicking his words, "Please, Duke, caress my ears." Seeing her compliance, the man nodded in satisfaction. He raised his hand, gently stroking her head. "If you are this obedient every day, I shall grant you your desires." Desires? She yearned for information and also for the snake offspring. Could he truly fulfill her wishes? Zhizhi collected her thoughts. This male from the snake clan, even while speaking with a smile, exuded an aura that was eerily intimidating. "I wish to know about the aftermath of the collapse of the Wolf Clan's altar." She rephrased her inquiry. The Duke's fingers delicately caressed her fluffy rabbit ears, and upon hearing her question, his movements remained undeterred. "Coincidentally, I heard a bit of gossip today. 6 nobles perished during the Wolf Clan's ancestral rites, and 12 were gravely injured." His laughter held a note of amusement. "Your lover is indeed formidable. An ancient solar array has turned the imperial city upside down. This time, the deceased were all notable figures. The families have been occupied for 2 days and nights, dealing with matters both within and beyond their territories. The Duke held the slender smoking pipe, its bowl shaped like a blue lotus, faint embers from the burning tobacco visible. His right arm encircled his fragrant little pet, his hand gently stroking her rabbit ears for a long while, gradually letting his palm rest on her back. Today, she wore a pure white, delicately strapped gown, quietly nestled against his chest, her breath slightly quickening. Is there more? Zhizhi couldn't help but inquire. I'm a bit fatigued. Let us continue tomorrow. The Duke intentionally avoided mentioning the eagle. Noticing the flicker of confusion on her face, which slowly turned to disappointment, he asked, Are you unhappy? No, she replied. I remember, I did not like my pet to sulk. Given that she was still adjusting to her new identity, today I shall not punish you. The Duke remarked softly. He set down the pipe, patted her back, signaling her to sit up. Once she complied, he rose, walking barefoot toward the study. His purple robe trailed on the ground, and as he passed a finely crafted screen, Zhizhi saw him remove his robe. She quickly turned her back. Donning a more comfortable white robe with a wide collar, he cast a fleeting glance at his little pet as he passed by. Your rabbit nest is behind. Go sleep there. Seeing her gaze linger on him, he paused, his eyes locking onto hers, a smile gracing his lips. What? Do you wish to bathe with me? Fearing that a moment's delay might lead to being whisked away to the bathroom, the Duke departed. Once he was gone, the tension within Zhizhi gradually eased. She truly felt tired. Rising, she walked behind the screen and discovered bed. On the other side lay a white, fluffy nest. Could this be the rabbit nest the Duke mentioned? Beasts could shift into their animal forms, yet Zhizhi had never transformed into a genuine little white rabbit. Satan, when faced with uncertainty, summoned the system. How can I become a rabbit? System, awaken spiritual power. When can I awaken my spiritual power? Zhizhi's dual abilities remained gray and unlocked. During the last assessment, she remembered the Black Panther female had awakened her spiritual power and superpower on the spot. System, it depends on individual circumstances. There is no fixed time. Unable to transform into a rabbit, she could not sleep in the rabbit nest. Zhizhi sat on the soft cushion at the edge of the bed, fatigue overwhelming her as her head rested against the bed's edge, drifting into slumber. Upon his return from bathing, the Duke noticed his little pet had not slept in the rabbit nest, but had instead fallen into a deep sleep against the corner of the bed. His golden pupils reflected a hint of contemplation as he suddenly remembered that his little female had yet to awaken her spiritual power, thus could not become a rabbit. She had not slept in the rabbit nest, nor had she presumptuously taken to the bed. She was more discerning than his previous pets. In her obedience, the Duke felt quite pleased, lifting the little rabbit into his arms. Let her sleep in the bed, a reward for her good behavior. Zhizhi dreamed of being ensnared by a snake, the grip tightening until she could no longer breathe, struggling awake. Sunlight filtered through the screen, revealing that she had somehow found herself in bed with a man's arm draped across her chest. The bed curtains fluttered in the breeze. She dared not move, fearing to awaken the Duke behind her. The little female's breaths were intentionally slowed, yet her heartbeat quickened. The Duke held her softly, drawing her closer, finding her warmth and softness delightful. If only she had a bit more flesh, the sensation would be even better. Awake? His voice was husky from sleep. Zhizhi nodded gently. He did not release her. Rather, he tightened his embrace. He realized the NT slept this well in ages, dreamless throughout the night. The scent of his previous pets had been unappealing to him. No matter how thick the perfume, it always felt somewhat pungent. However, her fragrance was exceptionally pleasant, a subtle blend of jasmine and milk. It seemed he had chosen the right pet. The Duke gently stroked the little female's head, his fingers playfully caressing her rabbit ears. After awakening, he continued to hold her for quite some time. Zhizhi softly bit the quilt, feeling a delightful tingle at her ears as the man almost enveloped her entire rabbit ear in his grasp, his touch moving from the base to the tips. Her ears drooped, unable to stand upright, as the Duke freely toyed with them. Having indulged to his satisfaction, the Duke sat up, bringing the attendants. The study door swung open, and servants entered, ready to assist their master in his morning ablutions. When they beheld the female of the TZ reclining on the bed, her face concealed by a blanket, a flicker of astonishment crossed their eyes. It was the first time they had encountered a female in the Duke's chamber. Once the Duke had donned his attire, he cast a glance at the bulging blankets behind him. Not yet up. Zhizhi slowly propped herself up. The maidservants attended to her, assisting with her dressing and ablutions, ensuring everything was in order before guiding her to the dining table. A sumptuous array of delicacies awaited her. Before her lay tenderly stewed carrots, cut into small, vibrant pieces. Zhizhi picked up a fork. The Duke, engrossed in the day's newspaper, read aloud, whether intentionally or not, with a languid tone. According to the investigation, the current leader of the YNGZ was responsible for activating the solar formation, having infiltrated the family as a godfather prior to the LNGZ's ritual. Zhizhi halted her meal, her rabbit ears perking up as she listened intently. Prior to this, the assassinated prince of the Valoran Empire might also be linked to him. On the day of the ritual, the Empire's iron cavalry surrounded the mountain, engaging in fierce battle for 2 days and nights, ultimately exhausting the leader of the YNGZ to the point of collapse. Zhizhi stared blankly into the air. When she departed, DG I had sustained grave injuries. After battling against so many of the Empire's iron cavalry for 2 days and nights, he must have been utterly spent. Large tears rolled down her cheeks, rendering the food on her plate tasteless as she wept silently. The Duke, holding the newspaper, noticed the little female across from him in tears. His grip on the paper faltered slightly as his golden slit pupils fell upon her tear-streaked face. She wept profoundly. Her eyelashes clumped together, transforming the dining plate into a vessel for pearls. She had always been a docile little pet, never complaining or resisting, allowing herself to be petted and held without struggle. Yet now, she cried incessantly. The Duke felt a tightness in his chest as he observed her. He spoke softly. "Do you truly hold such affection for him?" It was a question he regretted asking. Upon hearing the Duke's voice, Zhizhi could no longer contain herself and burst into loud sobs. Since arriving on the beast world, she had never wept so sorrowfully, as if she were determined to expel all her sorrow that very day. Clutching her fork, she sobbed uncontrollably, struggling to catch her breath, even producing hiccups from her tears. The Duke had initially intended to reprimand her. In his domain, no beast dared to cry in his presence, not even a pet. He felt exasperated. Yet, witnessing her pitiable state softened the Duke's tone, imbued with a hint of helplessness. "You cried too soon. At least allow me to finish reading." Chapter 35, Wild Dog. She cried with such heartache. Since their parting in the mountains, Zhizhi had been consumed with concern for DGL's well-being. Hearing the Duke's words and considering that something terrible had befallen him, her tears flowed unabated. The Duke remarked that she had cried too soon. Zhizhi's cries abruptly ceased. She gently stifled her sobs and raised her misty eyes to meet the gaze of the man seated across from her. He wore a loose, deep purple robe, newspaper in hand, his golden slit pupils fixated on her, while a servant poured him a cup of red tea. The Duke continued to read. "The Huiwei formation beneath the forest has been activated, and the leader of the Cngu has vanished before the eyes of many. His whereabouts, unknown. The dual formations of sun and moon possess remarkable capabilities." A hint of unfriendly amusement graced the Duke's visage. "He has disappeared." He silently repeated those words in her heart. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope illuminated her. DGL might have escaped. The absence of his capture or a corpse suggested he was still alive. No longer weeping? The Duke eyed her. Zhizhi's hand trembled as she grasped the fork, spearing a piece of carrot and placing it in her mouth. The little female ate her meal with utmost seriousness. It seemed she had entirely forgotten her previous tears, despite her nose being flushed and her eyes still glistening with remnants of sorrow. This newly acquired pet was, on the whole, quite satisfactory, though perhaps a tad too prone to tears. The Duke turned a page of the newspaper, raising his teacup. "Henceforth, you are forbidden to cry in my presence. Do you understand?" Just then, the sound of wind chimes resonated from the front. A servant approached the door, bowing respectfully. "My lord, Count GRY has arrived. Let him in." Upon hearing this, Zhizhi hurriedly stuffed the remaining food into her mouth. "I am done eating." She lifted her plate, signaling to the Duke that she had consumed all. "Go and play." The Duke set down the newspaper. Zhizhi's eyes brightened. She quickly stood, performed a hasty farewell gesture, and dashed toward the exit. She nearly collided with someone. Looking up, she saw a young man dressed in a white noble's attire, with amber hair and eyes, who paused in surprise upon seeing her. Zhizhi lowered her head and slipped past him, clad in a white knee-length dress. Her bare feet glided over the wooden floor of the corridor, her steps light and brimming with the joy of the morning. She felt genuine happiness at the news that DGI had not perished. The courtyard's pond was adorned with blue lotus flowers. The servant cleaning the area moved gently and quietly, making hardly a sound. As Zhizhi passed by, the servants bowed in deference. She attempted to exit, but found no one to impede her. Biting her lip, Zhizhi stealthily slipped outside, leaving the courtyard of the study. The path ahead was long, flanked by verdant trees, with neatly arranged cobblestones beneath her feet. Ahead lay a gazebo. After taking a few steps, she heard a girl's mocking laugh. Ugly creature. Accompanied by the crack of a whip, the girl shamelessly taunted. Look at you now. What female would ever look your way? I told you long ago to submit to me for a life of wealth and luxury. Now, you're merely a plaything in my hands. Watch me beat you to death. With 3 successive lashes, Zhizhi hid behind a tree, catching a glimpse of a figure being held down by 2 beastmen kneeling on the ground. He held his back straight, bloodied yet refusing to bend. Suddenly, Zhizhi heard the system's voice. System ding. The host has triggered a side quest. System, upon completion, you will receive a teleportation scroll, granting 1 opportunity for instant transport within the illuminated map. System, will the host accept this side quest? A teleportation scroll? If she possessed this, could she directly escape upon completing the quest? I accept. She was very much in need of the teleportation scroll. System ding. Congratulations. Host, for activating the side quest to rescue the wild dog, ensuring the life safety of this wild dog from the hands of the SHZ female. If the wild dog survives for a month, the quest will be deemed successful, rewarding you with 1 teleportation scroll. Single use. Rescue the wild dog. The wild dog referred to the one about to be whipped to death? Who are they? The girl's accompanying servant spotted the little figure hiding behind the tree and immediately shouted. The guards flanking the gazebo drew their swords in unison. Zhizhi had never witnessed such a scene. She was startled, her complexion paling, feeling a blade hover near her neck. She dared not move and could only slowly step out from behind the tree under the guard's coercion. The girl holding the whip narrowed her eyes slightly. Zhizhi, is there a banquet happening lately? What is your status that you appear in the presence of Lord BLN? Are you a spy sent by another faction? The girl approached with the whip in hand. As Zhizhi observed the girl drawing closer, she noticed the deep brown slit pupils, cold and piercing. The eyes of a SHZ beastman were unmistakably akin to those of a serpent. Zhizhi instinctively took a step back. The girl advanced, pushing aside the blade poised at the TZ female's neck. Why aren't you accompanying Lord BLN? What are you doing in my gazebo? I was merely out for a stroll. Upon learning her identity, the SHZ female waved her hand, and the guards all retreated. The danger had passed. The young girl circled around the little female rabbit, enveloped in a delightful fragrance, the source of which remained a mystery, perhaps a luxurious shower gel, or simply her own natural scent. I know you, the Snake Clan girl interjected, abruptly cutting off Zhizi's words. Upon confirming Zhizi's identity, the hostility from the snake girl dissipated considerably. The other was a lovely female rabbit, a sight most pleasing to behold, and like herself, she belonged to the esteemed class. Zhizhi accepted a side quest, her heart set on acquiring a teleportation scroll, and thus she softly inquired, what happened to him? Him? He's blind to the consequences of offending me, the snake girl retorted, crossing her arms. I commanded him to serve me tonight, yet he seems reluctant, relying on his handsome visage. I've already marred it. Zhizhi gazed at her in astonishment. Do you wish to bond with him? The snake girl widened her eyes in disbelief. How could that be? What is his status compared to mine? At best, I could keep him as my pet. Once I tire of him, I would discard him. Alas, he refuses to submit to me. Then I shall end his life, she said with an air of melancholy. Zhizi's side quest involved this wild dog. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. Miss Moo Moo, would you be willing to part with him? I can offer you something else in exchange. That won't do. My anger has yet to subside. He must be punished unless. The snake girl added with a sly smile. Lord Bolin personally intervenes and instructs me to give him to you. Miss Zhizhi, you should seek the Duke. Chapter 36. Whom do you fancy? She was curious about what this little rabbit represented to Lord Bolin. Was it a mere pet or something more? However, there was no doubt that Lord Bolin would never acquiesce to such a request. The snake girl, wielding a whip, leisurely circled the fragrant little rabbit. Zhizhi pondered seriously. Very well, I shall request the Duke. But could you perhaps spare his life for now? Please refrain from harming him further. Since Miss Zhizhi has spoken, I shall grant you this favor. The snake girl raised her chin slightly. Take him to the storeroom and lock him up. No one is to feed him without my permission. Understood. 2 guards stepped forward and dragged the kneeling wild dog away. Upon witnessing that the wild dog had temporarily escaped death, Zhizhi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Facing the snake girl's brown vertical pupils, she smiled gently. Zhizhi spent most of the day outside and noted the location of the storeroom, which was not far from the pavilion. The journey from the study to the pavilion would take about 30 minutes on foot. Not too close, yet not too far. By the time she returned, dusk was approaching. The courtyard was illuminated, and she caught sight of blue lotus flowers in the pond, emanating a faint, ethereal glow, a sight of exquisite beauty. The servants in the courtyard had already departed. Zhizhi tiptoed towards the study, cautiously pushing open the door. Inside, she discovered a lantern filled with fireflies resting on the desk. The Duke was nowhere to be found. She slowly approached a low table, seated herself, and gazed at the official document sprawled before her, contemplating how to broach the subject of the wild dog with the Duke. As the last rays of sunlight faded and silence enveloped the space, footsteps echoed from behind. The door swung open, and upon seeing the silhouette of the little rabbit, the Duke's eyes sparkled. Her rabbit ears perked up, and with one hand delicately lifting her white skirt, she performed a slight curtsy, refreshingly elegant and endearingly youthful. He was in good spirits and nodded slightly. Have you tired of playing? Today, you have spent the day frolicking outside. Seeing her now, her long hair a tad disheveled, the Duke brushed past her. Come with me. Zhizhi followed slowly, navigating around the curtain through a small path at the back door, her feet gliding over smooth pebbles as warm mist enveloped her face. Ahead, the gentle sounds of water flowed. Her gaze fell upon a circular bathing pool, surrounded by bamboo shadows and adorned with red lanterns. Steam rose from the pool, scattered with dark blue petals. Lord Duke, do you wish to take a bath? She asked, her eyes widening slightly. The Duke straightened up. Get in. I can wash myself. Zhizhi replied softly. Oh. Warm water cascaded over her collarbone as she leaned against the edge of the pool, experiencing an unprecedented sensation of relaxation. Yet, having someone present was unfamiliar. She dared not remove her dress. If only she could transform into her beast form. If she truly were a round, chubby rabbit, perhaps she would not feel so embarrassed. When would she awaken her mental powers? She mused inwardly. Suddenly, she felt a gentle hand caressing her hair from behind, as if lathered with rich, moist bubbles. The person behind her tenderly massaging her scalp. The Duke meticulously washed her hair, attending to every strand with great care. In his eyes, Zhizhi was merely a small pet, and to bathe her was the most natural thing in the world. He even took the liberty of gently massaging her rabbit ears amidst the bubbles. The Duke settled down beside the pool, his palm filled with soap, and after a gentle kneading, he caressed the little female's shoulders, swirling slowly. Her skin was incredibly smooth and delicate, and in the shimmering foam, she resembled a freshly baked cake, adorned with sweet, creamy frosting. As the Duke's hand glided downward, Zhizhi submerged in the warm water, her cheeks flushed as if feverish. She closed her eyes, gripping tightly, struggling to suppress the tremors coursing through her body. The Duke recalled his previous pets, which would thrash and cry when tossed into the water. None could compare to the little female rabbit before him. He increasingly felt that he had chosen well in keeping this little pet. Curling up in his embrace, her head buried, her damp hair dripping, her rabbit ears drooping like they had been soaked in rain, she was simply adorable. Upon returning to the study, he sat on a soft cushion and embraced her, gently drying her hair. The special fabric of the towel quickly absorbed the moisture from her hair. Zhizhi kept her eyes tightly shut, feeling the towel glide from her rabbit ears to her cheeks, coaxing her to lift her head and then wiping her neck. The Duke's movements slowed. The little female's body was tender, and a few strokes of the soft towel left her fair neck marked with red imprints. He chuckled softly, becoming even gentler. Are you hungry? He inquired. Zhizhi had not eaten dinner, and she nodded slightly. As she slowly opened her eyes, a mist of tears shimmered in her gaze. Her cheeks rosy and her lips like delicate cherry blossoms, exceptionally charming. She remained cradled in his arms, now sitting cross-legged within his embrace, her body slightly curled, hands clasping his deep purple collar, inhaling his unique scent. The servants soon brought in a late-night snack, a bowl of sesame tang yuan. The Duke held her close, lifted the bowl, and patiently blew on a tang yuan before offering it to the little rabbit's lips. Zhizhi opened her mouth. The tang yuan was somewhat large, and she took a small bite, sesame filling oozing out. After consuming half, she stuffed the remainder into her mouth. The tang yuan here was delightful, reminiscent of the festive flavors from the real world. As she savored the treat, her eyes grew slightly misty. What is it? The Duke noticed the slight redness at the corners of her eyes and grinned. Is it that you are moved by the Duke's kindness towards you? He had indeed never been this patient with any pet before. Perhaps at the beginning, he would take care of their diet, but it was the servants who bathed them. Yet with her, it felt different. The Duke believed that only he could bathe her. After washing her and drying her off, holding her in his arms, she exuded a soft, sweet fragrance. Feeding her was merely a natural extension of his affection. After all, he was exceedingly pleased with his pet. The thought of nurturing her for a lifetime felt quite appealing. I miss home, Zhizhi sniffed. She swallowed the second tang yuan the Duke offered, whole, her cheeks puffing out. A small bowl was enough to fill her. After finishing, she summoned her courage and gazed up at the man before her. The Duke's deep blue hair cascaded in gentle waves, while his golden slit-like pupils emanated a hint of a serpentine menace. When devoid of a smile, a shadow seemed to gather between his brows, concealing a tempest of unspoken thunder. Yet, when he smiled, it was languid and carefree, devoid of genuine joy, often evoking an unsettling chill. I desire a servant, she murmured softly. All the servants in the courtyard belong to you. I have taken a liking to someone. Who have you taken a liking to? The Duke arched an eyebrow, his tone somber. A male or a female? Chapter 37. I wish to bear your serpent offspring, male or female. She stammered. During the day, she had seen quite clearly that the one kneeling on the ground was a male of the canine tribe. A knowing smile spread across the Duke's face as he tenderly stroked the soft rabbit ears, pondering, what month is it now? Zhizhi bowed her head, maintaining her posture, her nose buried against his chest, inhaling the faint scent of his shower gel. April, she replied. The Duke murmured, is the mating season for the rabbit tribe confined to these 2 months? The servant interjected, Your Grace, unlike other tribes, the rabbit tribe experiences a mating season every month. Females with higher innate abilities attract frenzied courtship from males of other tribes. Those of Zhizhi's caliber are regarded as treasures. The reason being, they have a chance to conceive every month. Some tribes may only have 1 or 2 months of mating season, during which, even if they mate at other times, conception does not occur. I see, the Duke replied, a lazy smile gracing his features as he gazed at the small female seated in his arms. Although I have previously sought companions for my pets, caring for 1 or 2 is no different. However, you ought to tell me, whom do you fancy? Companion? Mating season? Zhizhi was well acquainted with these terms. She quickly shook her head. No, I do not wish to find a mate. I simply want a servant. He is a beast man of the canine tribe and is currently in Miss Moo Moo's possession. What makes him so special? He is injured, gravely so. Do you pity him? Yes, Zhizhi nodded gently. The side quest accounted for half of her motivation, while the sight of the wounded wild dog's bloodied back stirred her compassion. He truly could be killed. You may save him. The Duke discerned her sincerity and knew she spoke the truth. Yet he added, but he cannot remain in my courtyard. It is too filthy. At the entrance, the servant bowed and suggested, Your Grace, perhaps we could place him in the storage room outside the courtyard? Tomorrow morning, we can fetch him. Very well, the Duke replied languidly. As you command. The servant gently closed the door. Zhizhi's heart swelled with happiness at the thought of caring for the wild dog once he arrived. It should not be too difficult to keep him alive for a month. This would allow her to complete her side quest and acquire a one-time teleportation scroll. Noticing the small female in his embrace, her eyes sparkling with delight, the Duke felt a surge of joy as well. He leaned slightly closer. While I am in a good mood, do you have any other requests? You may voice them all at once, as long as they are not excessive. I shall grant them. In the span of 2 short days, the Duke had resolved to keep her close, adorning her in various garments each day, sharing meals with her, embracing her as she slept, and caressing her while she worked. As long as they were at home, they would be inseparable. The Duke found himself asking, what other requests might you have? Zhizhi's heart raced as she raised her head, almost touching noses with him. The firefly lamp flickered softly, enveloping the study in tranquility. The Duke observed her cheeks blushing, resembling ripe cherries on a branch. Zhizhi felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Uttering such words was undeniably embarrassing. She clutched the man's sleeve tightly. "I wish to bear your serpent offspring." "What?" Her voice was too soft for the Duke to comprehend. He leaned in closer. Then, he heard her delicate whisper, "I wish to bear your serpent offspring." Each syllable was pronounced with clarity. This was Zhizhi's main quest, to court a male of the serpent tribe, irrespective of status. Thus far, the Duke seemed the most fitting candidate, being someone she was familiar with. If she were to seek another, would the situation become complicated? As a member of the rabbit tribe, her very genes instilled a deep-rooted fear of serpents. The thought of approaching another serpent was daunting. Yet, the Duke often held her closely, his scent enveloping her entirely. The Duke's golden slit-like pupils widened in surprise. He glanced down at the small female in his arms, whose face had turned as red as a ripe tomato. Unable to meet his gaze. "Do not jest with me," he said, his tone grave. "I'm not jesting." Zhizhi buried her face in his embrace. "I truly wish to." "Wish for what?" "To bear your offspring." Having acquired a small pet from a family, freshly bathed, now nestled in his arms. Softly expressing her desire to bear his serpent offspring, the Duke, being a mature male, understood her intent. He was simply taken aback. The genetic disposition of the rabbit tribe should incite fear of the serpent tribe. Was her mating season arriving with such fervor? The Duke gently patted her back. "Stand up." Zhizhi hesitated before slowly rising from his embrace, clad in a loose bathrobe, her hands wrapped around her chest to prevent it from slipping. The Duke reclined against the chair's back, grasping a slender smoking pipe beside him. "Tell me, what is your identity?" "Identity?" Zhizhi pondered aloud. A female of the rabbit tribe? This was her external identity. And to me? I have mentioned it many times, have I not? What are you? A pet. Zhizhi was well aware. The Duke had reiterated it countless times, kept close, indulged in playful banter during leisure. Amidst swirling smoke, the man's visage bore an almost sinister charm, his voice sending shivers down her spine. As a pet, you must always remember your identity and refrain from overstepping boundaries. In my eyes, the serpent tribe is distinct from all others, the epitome of nobility. All others are inferior. Creatures like you, the rabbit tribe, are either pets or food. There is no third option. Do you comprehend my meaning? The Duke cast a languid glance at the small female. She lowered her head, lost in thought. Zhizhi had likely understood the Duke's disdain for other tribes. He appeared to possess a cleanliness obsession, whether cleaning her body or bathing her personally. He ensured every inch was immaculate. Perhaps, at his core, he regarded other tribes as beneath them. Upon reflection, his indulgence towards her resembled that of a human toward a beloved pet. Being rejected only heightened Zhizhi's embarrassment, making it difficult for her to lift her head. Yet, the quest must still be completed. After deliberation, she tentatively asked, "Am I truly not allowed to bear serpent offspring?" Other males of the serpent tribe would suffice. The hand holding the smoking pipe stiffened slightly. His golden slit-like pupils narrowed. What? What was this small female insinuating? Other serpents? Chapter 38. Do you dare to covet other males? Do you dare to covet other males of the serpent tribe? Absolutely not. Do not even think about it. It seems the small female is genuinely in her mating season. Her mind is filled with thoughts of mating. The Duke felt a surge of displeasure. He took a puff from his pipe, suppressing a flicker of irritation. Without my consent, you are forbidden from associating with any male of the beast tribes. He abruptly paused. For a female of the beast tribes, entering mating season and seeking to mate was perfectly normal. The Duke realized that not only serpents, but even males of other tribes were not to be permitted near his cherished little pet. Though he had previously kept a pair and sought companionship for his pets, she was different. Above all, know your place, the Duke averted his gaze. Fixated on the slender tip of his smoking pipe, intricately carved with a blue ghost lotus, merely inquired. Noticing the Duke's unwavering stance, there was no room for negotiation. She nodded gently, acknowledging the situation. The time frame for this task was considerably more ample than before, signifying that she could prepare more thoroughly. Perhaps the Duke might change his mind by tomorrow. Are you going to sleep? She softly asked. After a day spent outdoors, she felt somewhat fatigued. The sound of a lighter flickered, and a small flame danced in the darkness. Gradually, wisps of smoke wafted through the air, carrying a faint, tranquil fragrance reminiscent of incense. I will review some documents. You may retire if you're tired, he stated. With a towel wrapped around her, Zhizhi walked inside. She noticed the garments draped behind the screen, the crescent moon-colored lining being quite loose. At this moment, she couldn't concern herself with details. After donning the attire and fastening the belt, she managed to cover herself adequately. She nestled into the soft bedding, enveloped by a familiar scent, and drifted into a restful slumber. The following morning, per the Duke's instructions, the personal servant headed to Miss Moo Moo of the Snake Clan's residence to request the wild dog. The young serpent girl widened her brown, slit-like eyes in disbelief. Is it truly Lord Bolin who sent you for this? He actually consented? Lord Bolin was known for his fastidious nature and would never allow such a lowly creature to enter his presence, even if merely outside his courtyard. Much less would he do so merely to appease that little rabbit's whim. The serpent girl remained in shock, aware of the Duke's fondness for pets, albeit with a tendency for frequent replacements. However, the fact that the little rabbit was female raised questions. Did the Duke not harbor any thoughts by keeping her close? Did he truly consent to her keeping a male companion? This world had finally transformed into an unfamiliar chaos for her. The personal servant, approximately in his 40s, stood grinning beside her. Once they brought the individual out, they proceeded toward the study. Zhizhi was stirred from her sleep, feeling as though her nose was pressed against a sponge, making it difficult to breathe. Her rabbit ears were entirely pinned down. Suddenly jolting awake, she opened her eyes to find herself staring at man's collar. The Duke had somehow joined her in bed, holding her tightly, restricting her breath. A drop of sweat trickled down his jaw, landing on Zhizhi's eyelashes. She blinked, realizing that the Duke was drenched in perspiration, his brow furrowed. Was he experiencing a nightmare? His arms enveloped her like iron, gripping her tightly. Suddenly, he exerted pressure, causing Zhizhi to emit a soft whimper. Caught in the throes of a nightmare, the Duke heard the little rabbit's whimper and gradually awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the little female gasping. Her cheeks flushed from lack of air. Her soft body pressed against his chest, clad in his oversized robe, made her resemble a child in adult clothing. The Duke slightly loosened his grip, creating a sliver of space, allowing her to breathe freely at last. "Good morning," he said in a calm tone, laced with a barely perceptible smile. Zhizhi raised her hands to rest on his chest, creating a slight distance. "Good morning," she replied, her voice soft and drowsy, as if she had just awakened. She rubbed the corners of her eyes with her fingers. "Are you feeling all right?" Her gaze brimmed with concern. The Duke silently regarded her for a while. The little female was notoriously poor at concealing her emotions, treating him almost like an invalid. Even attempting to raise her hand to check his forehead, she did just that, but instead of assessing his temperature, she delicately wiped the sweat from his brow with her sleeve, her eyes earnest and her movements gentle. Touched by her tenderness, the man suddenly grasped her slender wrist. Before Zhizhi could react, he pulled her into his embrace, burying his face in her long hair. Her delicate waist felt fragile, as if it could snap with the slightest pressure. In such an intimate embrace, even the smallest movement caused his robe to slip slightly, exposing her rounded shoulders. With no garments to obstruct, their skin was in direct contact. Her warm skin pressed against his chest, especially the soft sensation, elicited a pleasurable sigh from the Duke. Holding her felt exquisite, surpassing all the furry pets he had previously cared for. Zhizhi could feel the rapid beating of his heart, and the Duke's cool temperature caused her to tremble slightly as he held her. After a considerable time, he released her. "I must visit the palace today," he stated, playfully twisting one of her rabbit ears. "You must behave at home. If you need anything, consult your teacher Daily." Zhizhi nodded. The little female was always gentle and had yet to exhibit any temper. The Duke took a strand of her hair and leaned down to inhale its scent. "Remember to bathe before sleeping. Do not bring dust into bed." "I shall remember," Zhizhi responded softly. "And one more thing." "What is it?" He was genuinely curious, pondering what expression the little female would wear upon hearing this news. Ruffling her hair, the Duke sat up. A servant entered the room to attend to him. Having not eaten breakfast, he departed the study. The maids presented Zhizhi with numerous sets of clean, fitting garments for her selection. She chose a simple knee-length dress adorned with delicate lace flowers at the neckline. As a maid styled her hair, she clipped a pair of fluffy round ball hairpins beside her rabbit ears. The maid couldn't help but steal glances at her reflection in the mirror while doing her hair. It was no wonder that Lord Bolin adored her so. She was so beautiful and charming. If she were a male, he would undoubtedly court her fervently. Not to mention, she was a distinguished female. The maid felt a pang of envy. I wish to take a look, Zhizhi declared. Then I shall guide you. The maid volunteered eagerly. Chapter 39. Disobedience. Exiting the study, they traversed the pool and corridor, making their way outside. Zhizhi took a bite of a freshly steamed rice cake, eagerly anticipating a glimpse of the wild dog. Upon reaching a bamboo grove path, bathed in morning light and the spirit of spring, the maid followed closely behind, carrying a food box filled with fresh provisions. Soon, Zhizhi spotted the storage room. She had heard it had been tidied up for the wild dog to reside within. As she approached, the estate's doctor emerged from inside. Noticing the little female approaching, he nodded slightly. "How is he?" Zhizhi asked. The doctor replied earnestly. "His life has been temporarily spared, but his injuries are severe. Whether he can endure depends on his own will." Zhizhi nodded in understanding, ascending the steps with the maid. With a creak, she pushed open the door, revealing a storage room with only a small gap in the window. The interior stripped down to a table, chairs, and an old wooden bed. In the corner, a figure lay, curled up. The maid appeared anxious, gripping Zhizhi's wrist. "Miss Zhizhi, I heard he killed his previous master before being sold to the Duke's estate." Upon hearing this, Zhizhi's eyes widened slightly. "Then," she pondered, "I'll just set the food down and leave. As long as he is alive, that is enough." Gently taking the food box from a maid, Zhizhi slowly approached. The scent of decaying wood lingering in the air. At the far end of the wooden bed lay the newly arrived wild dog, bound by thick chains around its neck and limbs, restricting its movements. Upon hearing footsteps, the brown ears atop its head twitched, its body tensed, its fangs gradually bared. Zhizhi pressed against the wall, placing the food box beside the bed. "I brought you something to eat. Remember to have your meal later. If you feel unwell, just let me know." He remembered that voice. He had heard it once before, when he was on the verge of suffocating in the pavilion. It was her voice. "Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you. I have left the food, and I will return to see you tomorrow." Zhizhi did not linger. She understood that the wild dog was gravely injured. Even approaching, the air was thick with the scent of blood, intertwined with the acrid smell of ointment. He likely wished only for solitude, to be undisturbed. After leaving, the maid at the entrance, still shaken, placed a hand on her chest. "You frightened me. I was truly afraid he would suddenly pounce. Miss Zhizhi, will you really return to visit him tomorrow? You could have the guards handle the food." Zhizhi smiled gently. "I hope you will recover." Their conversation was quiet, yet some animals, such as wild dogs, possessed keen hearing. He listened intently to every word exchanged between them. After the female rabbit departed, he stirred slightly, grasping the food box with one hand. He had encountered too many hypocritical beasts. One more made no difference. Healing his wounds might merely serve to facilitate further torment. His devoted servant assisted him with bathing and dressing. The Duke, during the day in the palace, was preoccupied with thoughts of his little pet. What had she done today? How long had she stayed? She had merely delivered the food and then exited. At this, the servant hesitating to speak. Fastening his belt, the Duke walked barefoot across the cobblestones toward the study. What about the guards? The servant, trailing behind the Duke, could only speak the truth. Miss Zhizhi engaged in lively conversation with the head guard. She treated him to a basket of lychees and offered each guard a glass of lime iced tea. "Oh." The Duke approached the dining table, seated himself, and lifted the teacup, his curiosity piqued. "Which head guard?" "Head guard Jiao." "Jiao." He recalled a green serpent. A faint smile graced the Duke's lips as he spat the mouthwash into the exquisite porcelain held by the servant, his tongue grazing the sharp edge of his teeth. "Where is she?" The smile on the Duke's face stiffened. "Very well then. I shall wait until he finishes his shift." Indeed, in Zhizhi's plan, she aimed to find a congenial male from the Snake clan to assist in completing her task. The charming and talkative head guard Jiao had become her second choice. After nurturing their relationship for an afternoon, Zhizhi stepped into the study, the door closing behind her. She was unaware of the events that had transpired. Look at her, still so innocent and naive, as if she did not realize she had done anything wrong. The Duke found himself both amused and exasperated by her demeanor. "Did you come from Jiao?" "Yes," Zhizhi nodded. "Are you satisfied with him?" Mentioning Jiao made her eyes brighten. "He is wonderful, full of interesting stories, and he sings beautifully." The Duke's golden slit pupils narrowed slightly, his expression darkening as he regarded the young female rabbit who spoke so enthusiastically about the serpent. Each word struck harshly upon his ears. Unable to contain himself, he interrupted her. "Zhizhi, This was the first time he addressed her by both her name and surname. Zhizhi froze. Yes? Have you forgotten everything I said last night? Last night, the Duke had rejected her request to seek out other males from the Snake Clan. Seeing her expression shift, he knew she had recalled those words. Zhizhi's gaze faltered as she noticed the Duke rising and approaching her. Instinctively, she retreated until her back met the door, the tall figure looming over her. In the darkness, the Duke's golden eyes gleamed ominously. His voice, laced with a hint of spring's allure, concealed an underlying threat. Tell me, how should I punish you? In the past, when his pets misbehaved, a whipping followed by confinement sufficed, requiring little effort. He pinched the delicate curve of her cheek. Her soft face puffed out involuntarily, and from this angle, she resembled a rather endearing rabbit. Zhizhi gazed at him, transfixed, and noticed the black serpent that had appeared on his shoulder. Chapter 40, The Eagle Hatchling. And what about you? The Duke leaned closer, his golden eyes drawing Zhizhi into a state of rigidity. This was not their first close encounter, yet tonight, the Duke's demeanor was colder than usual, despite the smile that remained on his lips. How many lashes do you think your tender skin can withstand? Hissing softly, as if in accord with the Duke's words, the black serpent flicked its tongue. Zhizhi raised her hands, gently grasping his wrist. A flicker of panic and a hint of grievance danced in her clear eyes. The little female rabbit was adept at using her innocent visage to charm and placate. The Duke loosened his grip slightly, allowing her to hold his hand, her cheek resting against his palm. She blinked and whispered softly, "I am hungry." The little female was being coy, her tone tinged with a hint of vulnerability, deliberately attempting to divert the topic. It seemed she believed this would make him forget the earlier incident, which was likely meant to incur punishment. The Duke felt the warmth of her cheek in his palm, and his deep golden eyes remained fixed on her as she endeavored to appease him. Zhizhi gently held his cold hand, rubbing her cheek against it. In the past, when pets erred, they invariably faced punishment, especially when the Duke had been patient. Training required time, and his was precious. However, as this little rabbit approached him with a pitiful demeanor, his displeasure gradually dissipated. His fingers caressed her delicate face, and a slight smile curled at his lips. After dinner, we shall settle this matter properly. He would not let her off so easily. A pet that did not heed correction would only become a greater source of annoyance. Should he lose patience, the outcome for the little pet would be grim. Zhizhi followed him, genuinely hungry. Earlier, she had only consumed a few lychees. To await the shift change of head guard Jiao, she had idled beneath the eaves. Without eating anything, the dining table was illuminated by a candlelit candelabrum, casting a soft glow over an array of delectable dishes. The Duke seated himself and beckoned to the little female behind him. "Come here." Zhizhi approached, only to be pulled into his embrace, sitting sideways on his lap. Her cheek nearly brushed against the black serpent on his shoulder, causing her spine to straighten and her body to tense involuntarily. The Duke cast a casual glance at the black serpent, which slithered away along his other arm, vanishing into the shadows. The master's intent was clear. He must not frighten the little rabbit. "I have been quite busy today and did not have time to feed you. Have you eaten well?" The Duke wrapped his arm around her waist, spearing a piece of cucumber drizzled with salad dressing and bringing it to her lips. The little female nibbled slowly. She nodded gently. "I have." Zhizhi usually ate heartily. Tonight was an exception. She had been aimlessly wandering through the Duke's residence, and upon seeing the guards patrolling, she learned from the maids about the talented young head guard Jiao. It was said that he had joined the Duke's household at the age of 16 and, in just 3 years, had risen to the position of head guard, earning the Duke's trust. Most importantly, he was not only capable but also handsome and courteous, making him quite popular among the females in the Duke's residence. In Zhizhi's mind, such a male from the Snake Clan could indeed serve as her secondary choice for the main quest. After all, the Duke's thoughts were elusive and difficult to navigate. With limited time, Zhizhi needed to complete her task promptly. If she delayed until the final days, failing to meet the deadline would result in utter failure. After savoring the cucumber, she noticed the spoon the Duke offered and delicately tasted it, discovering the flavor of glutinous rice porridge. Zhizhi had a fondness for glutinous rice, and a smile graced her face as she took the spoon into her mouth, swallowing the food with grace. The little female was remarkably quiet while eating whatever was offered. She consumed without hesitation. The Rabbit Clan's culinary preferences had been entrusted to the kitchen, which prepared various delicacies tailored to the little rabbit's palate. The Duke gazed down at the small female nestled in his arms. In the candlelight, her focused expression while eating cast shadows from her eyelashes, her nose slightly upturned. Occasionally, she would sneak glances at him, her cheeks bulging with food as she chewed slowly. After finishing the porridge, she even licked the remnants of glutinous rice from the spoon. The small bowl was entirely emptied. She looked up at the Duke with a pleading expression, seeking praise. The female of the rabbit clan was indeed a commendable pet, endearing to him, save for her uncontrollable physiological needs. He set down the spoon and gently wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin. I have no habit of raising beastmen. They are too untidy. Aside from this matter, I can fulfill your other desires. This matter? Zhiji's mind momentarily faltered. The Duke leisurely sipped his tea and continued. Other pets may be kept in pairs for companionship, but you are an exception. I shall keep only one. Zhizhi lowered her head, feeling fatigued from eating, and leaned weakly against him. Seeing the little rabbit's droopy demeanor, the Duke tenderly stroked her head. The annoyance within him had long dissipated. In truth, today's events were not entirely her fault. The estrus period was unavoidable for pets and required attention. Inhaling the sweet scent emanating from the little female, he spoke softly. Let me share 2 matters that might pique your interest. What matters? The rabbit ears twitched with curiosity. Next week, family members will visit the Duke's residence. It will be the pair of twin brothers, who seem quite fond of you. The family. The last time she saw them was on the high platform, 2 white wolves clad in vintage robes. No, I do not wish to. Zhizhi hesitated little. This was her honest sentiment. She had originally intended to leave with the Gula. And there is another matter? She inquired. The Duke mentioned 2 things she would find intriguing. Just as she posed a question, she felt the hand on her rabbit ears slowly lift, fingers gently weaving through her hair, gliding down to the ends. Zhizhi tilted her head slightly, feeling his breath near her neck. News had arrived. The leader of the Tsongshan had acquired an eaglet. The creature had just hatched. Calculating the time, it must have been during their stay in the imperial city. Now the question arose, who was the mother of this eaglet? Zhizhi remained silent. Observing her resembling a quail egg, the Duke comprehended. The eaglet had risked its life to save her. Their bond was extraordinary. To his surprise, they even had offspring. For a moment, the Duke was at a loss regarding the heavy emotions stirring within him. All he knew was that the little female experienced her estrus period monthly. It seemed he needed to find a way to satisfy her. Chapter 41. To please her. The genes of beastmen lean more towards their animalistic nature, influencing both their behavior and actions. Regardless of gender, they would undergo estrus. If left unaddressed, the little female would incessantly ponder mating. An unattended moment could lead her to another male's embrace, becoming overly affectionate. By then, she would be reeking of other males, and it would take considerable time to rid her of those scents. Given the Duke's fastidious nature, such a pet would find it challenging to remain by his side. To preserve her scent and ensure he could continue to hold her while sleeping, Duke Bolin made a decision. Zhizhi remained bewildered, struggling to grasp the meaning behind the Duke's words. Satisfy her? Satisfy what? However, the Duke's tone shifted, laced with a hint of amusement. First, there must be a punishment before reward. A slight pain pricked at her neck. Zhizhi furrowed her brow suddenly, her hands gripping the deep purple robe of the man before her, feeling his teeth lightly bite her neck. He did not exert much force. The delicate little female would likely bleed profusely with even a slight pressure. His teasing fangs, long unsharpened, barely penetrated her delicate skin, merely grazing it. The little rabbit, however, whimpered and attempted to struggle. This is punishment? At such force, what could it be considered? He released her, licking the bite mark. Zhiji's eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling a wrong child. He chuckled softly, such sensitivity. This little female is more delicate than any pet I have previously cared for. Just a little discomfort, and she cannot endure it. What will happen later? The Duke's voice was languid as he gently encircled the slender waist of the rabbit in his arms, his other hand resting at the base of her tail. There a small, fluffy rabbit tail resided, a rounded tuft of soft fur, easily cradled in his palm. As his fingers tightened slightly, he felt the delicate body within his embrace shiver. Zhizhi bit her lip, leaning against the Duke, helplessly clutching at his garment. No, do not touch her tail. The tail of a beast man is exceedingly sensitive, especially when caressed intentionally. A tingling sensation could spread throughout the body. The Duke had never touched it before. This was indeed the first time. Inhaling the little female's fragrance, he noticed a subtle difference and added allure. This scent could incite the desires of male beasts. The Duke's golden vertical pupils gradually darkened, a smile playing on his lips, his voice carrying a hint of pleasure. Are you ready? Ready for what? Zhizi's mind could no longer function, her gaze blankly fixed on the man's jawline before her. This Duke intends to reward you. The hand caressing her rabbit tail slowly ventured beneath her skirt. She felt her body quiver uncontrollably. Her breath became rapid. Zhizi's skin flushed a deep crimson. The clarity of the sensation was irresistible. The Duke's touch was gentle and tender, his golden vertical pupils fixated on her flushed face, detecting the little female's evasion. He slightly tightened his arms, effortlessly imprisoning her within his embrace. Do not hide. Whatever I offer you, you must embrace with an open heart, without refusal. His fingers intensified their pressure, exuding a hint of aggression. The soft pearl concealed within was grasped firmly. Zhizi's legs trembled. She leaned against the Duke's chest, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, inhaling softly as she nuzzled against his shoulder, silently seeking his favor. The Duke's movement softened. His golden vertical pupils lingered on the tip of the little rabbit's nose. This is my first time serving a female. You must cherish it. He would never have engaged in such acts in the past, not even for a pet, even if she were to become the future Duchess. Such a thing would have been inconceivable. Yet now, what was he doing? Pleasing a little pet in estrus. Though in the Duke's heart, no female outside the snake clan was worthy of mating with him, he could not completely neglect this small female rabbit. Relieving her desires could also serve as a reward for her obedience in recent days. Zhizi leaned against the Duke's chest, trembling uncontrollably. She heard the man chuckle softly in her ear. Is it so pleasurable after spilling so much? Zhizi tightly closed her eyes, biting down on the fabric of the man's shoulder, silently protesting. On this spring night, the air in the study gradually grew thin. The faint scent of saltiness filled the air, the fragrance of the aroused female more potent than during the day. The little female's rabbit ears subtly quivered. Zhizi bit down a little harder. Even through the fabric, she could feel her delicate rabbit teeth, unable to tear through the meat on the table, only managing to mangle the Duke's deep purple robe. As the surging sensations within her body fluctuated, her breath grew increasingly rapid, ultimately escaping in a delicate moan. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her gaze misty and reminiscent of a tranquil spring pool. Subsequently, Zhizi concealed herself beneath the covers, curling tightly, leaving no crevice exposed. Her cheeks burned with heat as she pondered the events that had just transpired, uncertain of how to confront them, and thus sought refuge for the time being. The little pet seemed to be sulking. He was in remarkably high spirits, feeling that the joy she brought him far exceeded his expectations. Zhizi sensed the bed beneath her sagging, indicating the presence of the wild canine. His injuries were indeed severe. With her head buried in the blankets, she remained silent. The Duke continued, stating that, with guests at home, he would have the vigilant Captain Jiao protect her discreetly. He could fulfill the little female's wishes, but only to that extent. Should he discover any more intimate interactions between them, it would not be as simple as tonight's leniency. Did you hear that? Zhizi grasped her bunny ears and softly acknowledged him. She still lacked strength, her legs having gone weak when the Duke had carried her. Suddenly, the covers were lifted, and a cool breeze swept in. Her flushed cheeks were exposed, along with her drooping bunny ears, as if lost in thought. A low chuckle emanated from behind her. What is this? Are you trying to suffocate yourself, foolish bunny? Skillfully pulling her into his embrace. The Duke found himself increasingly fond of the sensation of sleeping beside her. The frequency of the nightmares that had plagued him over the years had markedly diminished. Holding her felt as though the void within his heart had been filled. If only he could tether her to his side, taking her with him wherever he went, able to embrace, caress, and tease her at any moment. Or, like tonight, alleviate her desires during her estrus period. Chapter 42. The Talent of Evolution. Such actions would have been unthinkable for the Duke in the past. Once a precedent was set, it would lead to a second and a third. If it were her, it seemed acceptable. In fact, he began to harbor a subtle anticipation of how much joy this little pet could bring him. Meanwhile, Zhizi felt somewhat disheartened. The main task of captivating the Serpent Clan males faced unprecedented obstacles, with the Duke himself being the hindrance. Not only was he unwilling to participate, but he also forbade her from engaging with other serpent clan males. What should she do? She recalled that her inventory contained a vial of usable pheromones, but she wondered if it would have any effect on the Duke. If she were to use it, she would need to choose the most opportune moment. The following day, when Zhizhi awoke, the Duke had already departed. After freshening up and having breakfast, she made her way down the corridor toward the storage room. As promised by the Duke the previous night, a more skilled physician was now attending to the injured wild canine. The servants stationed outside greeted her in unison. "Good morning, Miss Zhizhi." The maid who had accompanied her the previous day was also present. She was a petite hamster, her white ears barely peeking out from her hair. This time, the physician was not an ordinary one, but rather a healer awakened with healing abilities. The hamster maid whispered in Zhizhi's ear, believing that the Duke truly valued her, even inviting a healer to treat a slave she had rescued. Such treatment was beyond the dreams of the servants. Zhizhi waited quietly outside. After a considerable time, the physician emerged from the room, his expression troubled. The patient's condition was dire. If he could not heal him, how would he explain it to Lord Bolin? Upon seeing a graceful rabbit clan female waiting at the door, the servants showed her great respect, indicating that she was also a little mistress of the Duke's household. The physician bowed and inquired, "Miss, have you come to visit the patient inside?" "Yes," Zhizhi asked with concern. "How is he?" "Alas, his condition is very poor." The old physician hesitated. He was a renowned healer in the imperial city of Valoran and had never encountered such a challenging case. "Miss, are you aware that the golden beast bone from his back has been extracted?" Zhizhi's expression shifted slightly at this revelation. During her time in the family, she had often visited the library and had come across texts regarding the beast world, hearing tales of how crucial the golden beast bone was for male beast men. The hamster maid gasped in shock. The extraction of the golden beast bone. What a ruthless act. In the beast world, where the hierarchy was strict, the golden beast bone, which bore spiritual power and talent, was of utmost importance to male beast men. Without it, it was tantamount to becoming crippled. While his wounds could be treated and the scar on his face could heal over time, the loss of that bone in his back was nearly impossible to regenerate. Only the full moon divine position might have the potential to heal him. Full moon divine position? This was the first time Zhizhi had heard of such a term. The old physician explained, in the realm of super abilities, if one awakens a talent known as evolution, given time, they may develop into a self-sufficient full moon divine position. Rather than healing, it is more aptly described as evolution. The hamster maid nodded in agreement. Indeed, there are no more than 3 full moon divine positions across the entire beast world. Our Valoran Empire does not possess even one. Zhizhi mused over the words evolution talent. She recalled that in her own profile, both abilities remained in a gray, locked state. Neither her spiritual power nor her super ability had awakened yet. The hamster maid expressed her longing. If only I could meet a full moon divine position. Perhaps I could evolve under their guidance. Does our empire really lack one? Zhizhi's interest was piqued. The hamster maid shook her head. Indeed. The Valoran Empire has begun to decline due to the absence of a full moon divine position. Suddenly, she covered her mouth, realizing that such words should not be spoken, especially within the Duke's residence. If they were to reach the ears of the Emperor, it would be disastrous. The old physician bid them farewell as the servants escorted him from the estate. Zhizhi picked up the food box and slowly made her way into the room. As before, he sat alone in the corner of the wooden bed, donning a blue garment, his hair tied back, and a terrifying scar marring his face. Yet his eyes were particularly striking, reminiscent of a clear sea, pure and transparent blue. Despite the scars covering his face, his handsome features were still evident. He appeared to be at the cusp of youth and adulthood. However, the thought of his golden beast bone being cruelly extracted stirred her compassion. How much pain must he have endured? Moreover, without the golden beast bone, a male beast man would lose all prospects for advancement, destined to a life of servitude. Sensing a familiar aura, he lifted his gaze, fixating on the approaching rabbit clan female. She wore a light pink chiffon dress, her skin as white as snow, and her movements while placing the food box were particularly gentle. Zhizhi spoke little, retreating to one side to hide behind a pillar, secretly observing him. The wild canine's condition appeared somewhat improved compared to yesterday. At least he could now sit up. He remained motionless, coldly staring at the food box. Occasionally, he cast a glance at the hidden figure, prompting her to quickly hide her face behind the pillar, pretending she did not exist. Such a naive rabbit. You should feel grateful to this rabbit clan female. Alas, he had witnessed too much of the beastly heart's treachery. Trusting her any further was beyond his capacity. "What is your name?" Zhizhi, concealed behind the pillar, curiously inquired, introducing herself in the process. "I am Zhizhi." As Zhizhi believed that he would not pay her any heed, the other party spoke in a hoarse voice. "Every master of mine has given me a name. You may also bestow a new one upon me. But what is your own name?" "I have none. I was born without a name. After my parents passed away, I was abandoned by my kin, left to wander alone. Then I shall ponder carefully," Zhizhi murmured. "Naming is a significant task. It must carry auspicious meaning, embodying the blessings of the namer." The wild dog chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Just a dog. What name could possibly be worthy, and who would bless me?" "Pinyin." Zhizhi's eyes sparkled slightly. "What do you think of being called Pinyin? Such a simple pair of characters. A simple wish." The wild dog stiffened slightly. "A single ping and a lifetime of peace. May you live your life in tranquility." Zhizhi's voice was soft and clear. At the entrance, the hamster maid softly called, "Miss Zhizhi, they're guests. The Duke has requested you to change into proper attire to meet an old friend." Chapter 43, The Betrothal. An old friend? A trace of confusion flickered in Zhizhi's eyes. She recalled that the Duke had mentioned family guests would arrive, but that was a week hence. If not the family's acting patriarch, Tang Nada, and his brother, Tang Nair, who else could she possibly know? Emerging from behind the pillar, Zhizhi adjusted her skirt and walked outside. Before leaving, she did not forget to say to the wild dog, "Take good care of yourself. I shall visit you again tomorrow." Upon returning to her residence, she changed into a more formal noble gown, as per the Duke's instructions, ensuring that her little pet was well presented for company. Following the guidance of the hamster maid, Zhizhi made her way to the reception hall. The ancient architecture, bathed in sunlight, appeared even more mysterious and elegant. The old tiles shimmered with golden hues under the sun, and each stone slab was polished to a mirror-like smoothness. From a distance, the courtyard's golden trees gleamed resplendently. Zhizhi followed the maid into the courtyard, navigating past the water corridor, until she arrived at the Duke's reception hall. On either side of the porch stood several antique bronze flower pots, planted with exotic flowers that emitted a faint fragrance. Pushing open the door, she was met with a spacious hall. The floor was covered with a deep red carpet, and the vintage, exquisite wooden furniture was neatly arranged. A tea table sat by the window, and murals depicted beautiful landscapes, all harmoniously complementing one another. In the Valoran Empire, the status of Duke Bolin was exceptionally noble. He dealt with numerous affairs of state daily. Upon seeing Zhizhi, a vague smile flickered in his golden vertical pupils. "Zhizhi, come greet our esteemed guest." Zhizhi stepped forward, and just by observing the silhouette of the youth, she recognized him. It was the prodigy of the rabbit clan, Noel, whom she had seen during the family's ancestral ceremony. The young man slowly turned around, his pupils momentarily startled upon recognizing the familiar figure. Wasn't she taken away by the leader of the Eagle clan? The girl approached gracefully, lifting her skirt in an elegant curtsy. Her delicate features were even more flushed than when they last met, resembling the blossoming peach flowers of early spring. And she exuded a faint fragrance that perfectly suited the Duke's residence. In that instant, Noel understood why the Duke had sought to arrange a betrothal between him and a female serpent in the royal palace. Zhizhi gradually walked to the Duke's side. The man tenderly tucked a stray hair behind her ear, his tone ambiguous. "Did you sleep well?" Zhizhi's cheeks immediately flushed. She lowered her head, her voice as soft as a whisper. "Quite well." Initially anticipating a dull encounter, he found himself intrigued upon seeing Zhizhi. "This is Noel from the Rabbit Clan. You have met him before," said the Duke, who had also witnessed that live broadcast. The captivating image of the Rabbit Clan's male prodigy standing beside the elite female had flashed in his mind, and the barrage of comments had surged. It was said they were a perfect match. If the little pet were to seek a mate, perhaps she would consider the male of the Rabbit Clan first. Unfortunately, that opportunity had now slipped away. The Duke's smile was evident. His Majesty the King has already arranged a marriage for Mr. Noel. The Rabbit Clan will be allied with the Serpent Clan. Zhizhi blinked, finding it quite a coincidence to reunite with Noel here. Their slight acquaintance allowed her to feel more at ease. She smiled and unconsciously leaned closer to the Duke. "And regarding your matter, His Majesty the King is also aware?" The Duke affectionately patted the little female's head. To prevent you from being taken by ill-intentioned individuals, you must select a beast husband promptly. However, I have requested the king to grant you more time. You may choose at your leisure. Zhizhi was momentarily taken aback. Did everyone know about her situation at the Duke's residence? The ill-intentioned individuals mentioned by the Duke were well understood among the nobility of the Valoran Empire. If the leader of the Eagle clan were to abduct the elite female of the Rabbit clan, and if the offspring were particularly gifted, they could become a significant threat to the Valoran Empire. Every elite female of the empire was to be meticulously protected. No other empire was allowed to covet them. The higher the female's rank, the more beast husbands she would require. Aside from procreation, she needed stronger males to safeguard her. Naturally, the Duke did not wish to relinquish the little female rabbit so easily. He had found her with great difficulty and would keep her close until his interest waned. Thus, he sought an excuse to delay for 3 years, 5 years, or even longer, as long as he did not release her. The little female would remain as a cherished guest in the Duke's residence. Behind closed doors, she would still be his to hold and embrace, his exclusive little pet. When the day arrived that he found her dull, he would choose a suitable beast husband for her. Until then, no one else could claim her. At the same time, Duke Bolin bore the responsibility of protecting her, ensuring that no other factions could abduct her. The Black Rabbit Noel, guided by his servant, went to meet his fiancée, Zhizhi watched him depart. Just as she was observing, the person behind her suddenly bent down and embraced her, having restrained himself in the presence of others. The Duke had not engaged in more intimate gestures. After being away for merely a morning, he already longed for the scent of the little female. Zhizhi leaned against him, her mind still occupied with the main quest. She then heard the Duke's languorous voice whisper in her ear, "Who do you plan to choose as your beast husband?" "I do not know. Isn't Tang Luaka about to emerge? Do you not miss him? The most gifted wolf cub of the family over the past century, also the Empire's most valued weapon of war." For Duke Bolin, Tang Luaka had taken on yet another new identity, former suitor of the little pet. Zhizhi thought of Tang Luaka, her complexion paling. During the brief time spent on the 13th floor, she had felt as if she might perish in his embrace every day. This led her to weaken at the thought of him. Absolutely not. She would not marry him. She needed to find a way to complete the main quest first. That remaining vial of pheromones that drive males mad must be utilized. Now, securing the serpent was of utmost importance. Everything else could be set aside. The Duke's lips curled upward. He acknowledged his delight, fueled by the little pet's affection. Chapter 44. A Pool of Spring Water. Among the rather special items were pheromones that drive males mad 1 and Thought's eavesdropping card 1, alongside Perfect Concealment Pill, of which she had 5 remaining from her family's usage. The rest included a foundation, yet to be unlocked, and an unhatched pet egg. Currently, her level was 2, requiring 1,500 points for the next upgrade. The means of acquiring points was through completing main quests and certain side quests that offered additional rewards. Zhizhi casually glanced at her personal information. Name, Zhizhi. Species, rabbit adult. Mental power, unawakened. Supernatural talent, unawakened. Fertility, top tier, count 2. Overall evaluation. The abilities of mental power and supernatural talent remain in a gray, locked state. Zhizhi recalled the words of the old physician and the hamster maid regarding the evolutionary talent, feeling a yearning within. How wonderful it would be if she could awaken this talent. If not, other talents are still commendable. It is said that exceptionally strong beastmen have awakened dual talents. However, the awakening of mental power and supernatural talent is predominantly a male domain. Their ranking is closely tied to these two aspects, and the class system is exceedingly ruthless. Most females will not awaken supernatural talents. Zhizhi remembers Miss Nana from the Black Panther clan, who awakened 20 points of mental power and possessed the ability of sleeping for 3 days with 1 nap. This ability appears rather mediocre compared to other talents. The beast world has developed a special medicine related to sleep, named Potion, that requires only 1 hour of sleep daily. The elites can achieve this effect through medication. The information panel indicates that females place great importance on fertility, which constitutes 70% of their evaluation. As for count, it likely refers to the number of offspring a female can bear. The more counts, the higher the score, and the greater the probability of advancement. She opened the task panel. The golden main quest, Conquer the Serpent Clan Male, and the white side quest, Rescue the Wild Dog, both display in progress. Leaning against the pool, Her body slightly reddened. Zhizi's cheeks flushed as she retrieved pheromone from her inventory. After a moment's hesitation, she drank it all in one breath. The large circular stone pool was covered with ethereal blue petals. When she entered the pool, her white dress became completely soaked. Leisurely leaning against the edge, she gently twirled a petal in her hand, quietly awaiting the Duke's arrival. Surely, today would be a successful seduction? The pheromone was all arranged. Just once should suffice. The likelihood of conceiving a serpent offspring is high. Would the Duke be angry? Would he feel tempted by his pet? That would not matter. After conceiving the serpent offspring, she would distance herself. Once the task is completed, she must find a way to leave the Duke's estate. She cannot remain as his pet indefinitely, nor can she hastily choose a beast husband. For now, she must hide. With thoughts of the mission swirling in her mind, Zhizhi slowly submerged her body, her nose dipping into the water. Bubbles spread out in all directions. The water temperature was just right, pleasantly warm, making it hard to leave. The consumed pheromone was effective for 24 hours. Zhizhi felt her body temperature gradually rising, unsure if it was due to the bath or the pheromone. Outside the study, the black rabbit Noel, originally waiting for the Duke, furrowed his brow. He lifted his gaze to the closed door, faintly catching the scent of a rabbit female in heat. Turning away, he was no stranger to this aroma, often encountering it in Greenfield City. However, this time felt different. He sensed the blood within him stirring restlessly. As a member of the same species, Noel was more sensitive to this scent than any male. The once drowsy gaze of the youth became obscured by a mist. Sweat beading on his forehead, his complexion growing paler, and a deep desire flickering in his eyes. Trembling, Noel produced a syringe and plunged it into his arm. A suppressed groan escaped his lips. The green fluid flowed from the syringe deep into his skin. The haze in his eyes began to dissipate. His jet-black, pearl-like eyes, unusually alert, fixated on the door as if he could see the little female rabbit inside. Noel had not anticipated that the calming potion would be needed at this moment. He withdrew the syringe, a trickle of blood slowly congealing. Leaning against the wall, he exhaled deeply. At that moment, the urge to dominate surged within him. The scent of the rabbit female was truly enticing. Even through a door, it was nearly overwhelming. Like a child dissecting captured insects, he yearned to destroy this pure, clear, and beautiful little rabbit. He slowly made his way outside. A servant followed closely. "Lord Noel, are we not waiting for the Duke? I'm tired." The moonlight was sparse as he pushed open the door, inhaling the faint aroma of jasmine milk wafting through the air. It was the scent of his little pet. However, compared to usual, it seemed more sweet and viscous. He walked along the cobblestones of the backyard and arrived at the bamboo forest swaying bath pool. In the circular basin, a fragile figure was submerged. Amidst the misty water, a small female rabbit, with skin as smooth as jade and a visage resembling a fairy, leaned against the edge of the pool, her snow-white, gauzy dress clinging to her body, the curves hazy. Her long, wet hair cascaded down her back, and her bright eyes sparkled like a fawn's, yet concealed a hint of undeniable nervousness. Zhizhi finally awaited the Duke's arrival. The tall man, clad in a deep purple robe, stood by the pool, gazing down at her. His golden vertical pupils held an ambiguous smile, and upon seeing her, he remained silent, instead observing her every move with keen interest. The Duke was curious about what his little pet intended to do. The outdoor bathing area was suffused with the scent of jasmine milk. As a cold-blooded member of the Serpent clan, he rarely felt any desire beyond hunger towards the soft-furred rabbit clan. Zhizhi had soaked in the hot water for quite some time, her cheeks flushed. She lifted her misty gaze and murmured, "Lord Bolin, could you please lift me up? I seem to lack strength." This was the first time the little pet had called his name. Duke Bolin approached the pool, kneeling down to see the girl resting her elbows on the stone, and gently caressed her cherry lips. Of course. Chapter 45, Seducing the Serpent. The mist made the girl's already stunning features appear even more radiant, innocence intermingled with desire. The mingling scents of jasmine and milk filled the air, and as the Duke effortlessly lifted the girl from the pool, she curled up against his chest like a drenched kitten. Her wet hair dripped water, and her slightly curled, delicate toes mingled with the mist of her breath. Her sparkling eyes blinked alluringly, captivating the soul. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he used a towel to dry the little female rabbit's long hair. her curled rabbit ears quivering gently under the towel's touch. Zhizhi nervously bit her lip, occasionally glancing at the man before her. The pheromone should be effective, right? She pondered internally. To prevent her from catching a cold, the Duke spread his hand, warmth emanating from his palm. Duke Bolin's supernatural talent seemed to be related to clouds and mist. Zhizhi had never seen it before, momentarily mesmerized. The fine steam gradually enveloped them. Her damp rabbit ears are slowly drying and returning to their soft, snow-white form. Drying is not the main focus. Leaning against him, Zhizhi gently nuzzled. Noticing his movements pause for a moment, she looked up, meeting his golden vertical pupils, her gaze trailing down to his strong nose and thin lips. Gathering her courage, she lifted her hands, leaned forward, and kissed him. This was her first time taking the initiative to kiss a man. Duke Bolin bore a faint scent of tobacco mixed with mint. His golden vertical pupils widened slightly, sensing the restless little female before him leaning in for a kiss. Their lips brushed together, and at this moment, neither knew how to proceed. Zhizhi could only clumsily attempt a light kiss. What next? What should she do? A hint of anxiety crept in. Duke Bolin appeared unfazed, his eyes reflecting surprise before quickly deepening into contemplation. Even so, he lazily caressed her back, curious to discover what unexpected antics this little pet might exhibit. This foolish rabbit, utterly inept at seducing men. He admitted that today her fragrance was particularly intoxicating. However, as a member of the snake clan, he was a cold-blooded creature, devoid of any desire for mating outside of the breeding season. Zhizhi kissed him for a while, only to find the Duke unresponsive. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she lowered her head, filled with a sense of defeat. Resting her forehead on the Duke's shoulder, it seemed that today would yield no results. Was this all there was? The Duke's languid voice carried a hint of temptation. I was almost moved. Really? Zhizhi suddenly lifted her head, gazing intently into the Duke's serpentine eyes. When she detected the amusement dancing in his gaze, she realized he was teasing her. A mix of annoyance and grievance washed over her. Pouting, tears began to well in her eyes. The little pet was on the verge of tears. The Duke's smile faltered slightly. This little female he had raised was perfect in every way, except for her propensity to cry easily and be difficult to amuse. He gently embraced her, patiently soothing, "My dear, I was merely jesting." He touched her rabbit ears and murmured, "Did we not just handle this last night? How is it that the breeding season has returned?" There is no breeding season. Zhizhi had never felt the constraints that came with such a season. And though it might come in the future, she was absolutely certain that it was not the case now. Raising a rabbit was far more troublesome than she had anticipated. The Duke held her soft body close and reached for a drawer in the bedside table, retrieving a small crystal carrot. Its transparent hue appeared pure and pristine. Why had he suddenly produced something? Zhizhi looked on in confusion. "What is this?" she asked. The Duke smiled. "Something for you to eat." Zhizhi widened her eyes in surprise. "Ah?" She reached out to touch it, feeling its cool and smooth texture, akin to glass. This was not food. How was she meant to consume it? The Duke, with his golden vertical pupils fixed on the little female in his arms, stated earnestly, "You must eat all of it." Zhizhi bit down on her hand, leaning against the Duke's chest as a thin sheen of sweat began to form on her skin. The icy sensation was exceptionally clear, sending shivers through her. The Duke's touch was gentle, his gaze darkening as if tainted by desire. The corners of Zhizhi's eyes began to redden, and upon recalling her unsuccessful attempts at seduction today, she began to weep in distress. The troublesome little female rabbit. The Duke lowered his head, licking away the tears at her eyes. Like before, she cried even when moved, shedding tears regardless of the ebb and flow of emotions. Her eyes perpetually glistened with a hint of red, her body adorned with a delicate blush, resembling a creamy cake lightly drizzled with strawberry sauce. Zhizhi cried with deep sorrow, clutching the Duke's robe tightly. Feeling the cool object in her grasp, her sobs laced with a hint of suppressed joy. Seeing her in such a pitiable state, the Duke grasped the nape of her neck, drawing her close. He gently pressed his lips against hers. Occasionally, it was permissible to kiss the little pet, just as a form of comfort. Duke Bolin tenderly kissed her lips, his gentle pecks transforming her cries into soft tremors. She opened her misty eyes, gazing into the depths of his profound gaze, which held a touch of languid tenderness. as if receiving the caresses of her master. The little pet forgot her tears, staring at him intently. The Duke affectionately embraced her, kissing her rabbit ears. It was delightful, having her so obediently nestled in his arms, holding her close day and night. Though the breeding season posed some challenges, he was willing to address them no matter how many times it took. Zhizhi could not recall when she had fallen asleep. Exhausted, devoid of strength, she was cradled by the Duke and laid down on the bed, sinking into dreams the moment her head touched the pillow. When she awoke, it was in the Duke's embrace. He held his pet tightly, his pale face dotted with beads of sweat. Zhizhi stared at him in a daze. Gradually, the Duke awoke, noticing the first rays of morning light streaming through the window, and the way his little pet gazed at him with such focus brought him immense comfort. He leaned down, kissing her rabbit ears. "Good morning," his voice husky and alluring. "Good morning." Zhizhi felt a wave of shyness wash over her as she recalled the events of last night, her head lowered in an attempt to hide her rabbit ears. As for the now damp crystal object, she had no idea where he had discarded it. Oh, once he headed to the palace, she would retrieve it and dispose of it. Zhizhi rubbed her eyes and looked up to see the Duke rising, his pillow soaked with sweat. "You?" she asked with concern. "Did you have a nightmare?" Can medicinal food help?" At times, she could sense his pain even in the depths of night. "It's futile. It's an old ailment. A haunting nightmare that had plagued him since childhood, an inescapable shadow that accompanied him every night, leading to countless awakenings. You might also try to speak about it. I've heard that sharing nightmares can help them fade." Zhizhi spoke softly. Chapter 46. Warmth. Who said that? Duke Bolin had never heard such reasoning before. Zhizhi replied earnestly, "My mother told me. When she was little, if she had a nightmare, she would fearfully crawl into her mother's arms. Each time, her mother would gently soothe her. She would recount the details of her nightmares, as if merely speaking them made them less frightening." Zhizhi sat up, clutching the blanket against her chest. "If you wish to share, I am here to listen. I am willing to hear about your nightmares." The Duke's body stiffened slightly. He had never anticipated that his little pet would utter such warm words. Unlike other pets who remained ignorant and mute, only she dared to express her thoughts, disregarding his noble status. He had not donned his royal attire for the palace today. Instead, he wore an opulent, deep purple robe, his bare feet brushing against the polished hardwood floor as he approached the desk, sitting down to grasp the slender, smoking pipe from the rack. Behind the screen, he mused, some things might be easier to articulate. When I was a child, if I misbehaved, I would be confined in an airtight box and submerged in water. Deep in the lake, there was nothing to hear. In that cramped, dark space, it was just me. No one would heed my words, whether I spoke or confessed. Zhizhi listened quietly. How small that box must have been. So dark, submerged at the lake's bottom, severing all ties to the outside world. The smoke began to swirl. Duke Bolin leaned against the soft chair, holding the silver pipe with his right hand, the tip carved with a delicate lotus, while the tobacco quietly burned. Recalling the past, his golden vertical pupils remained largely unchanged. To him, those memories felt like remnants of former life. As the sole heir of an ancient duke, he could not bear any scars, and his punishment was the daily confinement in that submerged prison. He curled up within the narrow confines of the box, clutching tightly to a gift from his mother, a white plush teddy bear bestowed upon him at birth. Duke Bolin yearned for all forms of touch, always wanted to cradle something soft and fluffy. For that reason, he had raised many pets. It seemed that only when holding a pet could he find a moment of peace. Yet those pets never met his desires. After all, they were but livestock, devoid of humanity. Duke Bolin took a puff from the pipe, his gaze drifting towards the screen where the little female sat on the bed, attentively listening to his recounting of nightmares. She was to date his most satisfactory pet, although she had yet to awaken her spiritual powers and could not transform into her beast form. She was far more suitable to be held than any fluffy creature he had raised before. Only, she cried a bit too much. Her breeding season was also somewhat troublesome. Compared to the joy she brought him, these were mere trifles. "Bring someone in," he called. The door to the study creaked open, and several maids entered to attend to Miss Zhizhi, assisting her with her morning rituals and meals. "Yes, Lord Bolin," the Duke replied, setting aside his smoking pipe. He rose, draped his outer robe over his shoulders, and strode away. The entire estate exuded a languid atmosphere, mirroring its master. The shadows of bamboo in the backyard danced softly, and sunlight struggled to penetrate. After finishing her breakfast, Zhizhi approached the desk, gazing at the scroll unfurled before her, the calligraphy both elegant and hasty. Beside it lay a slender smoking pipe, which she often saw the Duke use. Unable to resist, she touched the smooth, cool silver shaft, the bowl shaped like a lotus, still containing remnants of ash. The mouthpiece was golden, seemingly crafted from actual gold. The Duke was rarely seen without it while reviewing documents in his study. It carried his essence. Zhizhi pondered his previous mention of nightmares. All experiences from his childhood. His face perpetually bore an enigmatic smile, making it difficult to discern his emotions, even today. Contemplating her task, her rabbit ears drooped, and she felt an overwhelming fatigue. Each attempt to win over Duke Bolin not only ended in failure, but also left her subject to his various flirtations. How much longer would this last? She found herself silently inquiring. System, 19 days remain until the task deadline. Zhizhi felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. Had she known that the pheromones were ineffective against him, she would have conserved them for other serpents. System, serpents are cold-blooded creatures, displaying a delayed response to pheromones during estrus of other species. However, in most cases, it suffices. Why was Duke Bolin unaffected then? Zhizhi was taken aback. He had appeared exceptionally rational yesterday, his golden slit pupils as clear as ever. He had toyed with her in a state of lucidity and calmness. Ugh! Zhizhi pressed her forehead against the desk, unwilling to lift it. System, please explore this on your own. There were many things the system would not divulge. Even inquiries yielded no answers. Most of what could be said was related to tasks. Suddenly, Zhizhi recalled something. What about the favorability rating? What was Duke Bolin's current favorability towards me? If the straightforward pheromones were ineffective, surely there would be opportunities to raise the favorability and eventually bear serpent offspring, right? System, name, Bolin, species, serpent adult, favorability, 12. Note, this is a favorability rating akin to that toward the pet. Please make further efforts. Zhizhi exclaimed. 19 days left, and yet my favorability is so low. It seems I must seek another serpent. Previously, she had her eye on Captain Jiao, but he had been evading her these past few days. Ever since the last incident, they had not crossed paths again. Duke Bolin had even suggested they could be friends. Yet now there was no sign of him, leaving her with no opportunity for close contact. Guests. Zhizhi's eyes brightened. How delightful. Surely there would be other male serpents visiting for the occasion. Besides family, other clans would likely attend. It appeared she needed to consult Teacher Dai Li to understand the arrangements for the evening banquet. While watering flowers, Teacher Dai Li adjusted her glasses upon hearing the rabbit lady's query. Miss Zhizhi, many distinguished guests will attend the banquet, including members of our serpent clan. Are you familiar with Earl Grey? Teacher Dai Li inquired, her face glowing with pride. He was a guest at our estate last time and encountered you at the study door. She continued, he is a talented individual from our white serpent clan, highly regarded by both Duke and His Majesty the King. His demeanor is gentle and humble, and he possesses remarkable talent. 2 years ago, he published a geographical book titled Between Mountains and Mist, which became a bestseller in the Valoran Empire. Many beastmen admired and adored Earl Grey, a best-selling author. That sounds promising. Zhizhi asked softly, when will he arrive at the Duke's residence? Teacher Dai Li replied, he has already arrived for the purpose of an alliance. He is staying at the guest house. Noticing Zhizhi's confusion, Dai Li smiled. Miss Zhizhi, you may not yet know that the one to marry Lord Nuo of the Rabbit Clan is none other than Miss Nicole of the White Serpent Clan, Earl Grey's younger sister. I wish to meet them, Zhizhi declared. Please follow me. Chapter 47, Ambiguity. Teacher Dai Li was responsible for all the trivial matters concerning Zhizhi at the Duke's estate. Her role was akin to that of a housekeeper, but leaned more towards that of an instructor, regularly teaching the young lords and ladies of the Duke's household. She was held in high esteem within the estate. They proceeded to the guest house, which was picturesque from a distance. The lake was adorned with vast expanses of lotus flowers, their color a pristine white, a delightful contrast to the blue lotuses of the study. As they traversed the corridor, the sound of silver laughter reached them. A young girl donned in a pink dress stood atop a flower platform, holding a paintbrush and a palette of vibrant colors. Beside her sat a sofa chair, where Miss Moo Moo of the Serpent Clan posed with a bouquet, serving as her model. Upon noticing the arrival of the rabbit lady, her brown slit pupils flickered with amusement. Miss Zhizhi, She greeted warmly. Are you here to see Nicole as well? The news of Miss Nicole of the Serpent Clan's impending marriage to Lord Nuaw of the Rabbit Clan had spread throughout the Valoran Empire, with all beastmen deeming it a splendid union. Rumor had it that the Duke himself had orchestrated the match, and His Majesty publicly bestowed the engagement. The city of Greenfield was abuzz with joy, eagerly preparing to welcome the bride from the Serpent Clan. She glanced at the girl before her, whose amber eyes were particularly captivating, and who appeared fascinated by her presence. It's you. Nicole recognized her at once. She had seen this ascending rabbit lady during a previous livestream. Once a guest of her family, she was now invited to reside at the Duke's estate. Moo had previously mentioned that the Duke held her in special regard. Nicole was curious but puzzled as to how special that regard might be. Nicole, engrossed in her painting, found her attention entirely captivated by this rabbit lady. She noticed the rabbit ears atop Zhizhi's head and yearned to touch them. Yet her hands were stained with paint, fearing she would soil her. Suppressing her impulse, Nicole's amber-slit pupils sparkled with mischief. Miss Zhizhi, when you have time, do come to the guest house to play. I am currently painting Miss Moo. If you like, I can also create a piece just for you later. That sounds wonderful. Zhizhi readily agreed, sensing Nicole's warmth and kindness. With little to occupy her at the Duke's estate, making friends seemed quite delightful. Meanwhile, Moo appeared somewhat displeased. Miss Zhizhi, why do you always avoid me whenever we meet? I have invited you several times, yet you refuse to dine with me. Zhizhi felt a twinge of guilt, recalling that she had been preoccupied during those days. Nicole made a playful face. Well, that's because Moo is usually too fierce, unlike me, always so understanding. The serpent lady Moo struck a more graceful pose, her brown slit pupils brimming with mirth. Zhiji's attention was drawn to the room, where she noticed a figure bent over, writing. Nicole, seeing this, chuckle, my brother's inside. If you wish to greet him, you may go in, but he is currently engrossed in writing a new book and does not like to be disturbed. I suggest you wait until sunset to visit. Ever since her brother published Between Mountains and Mist, he had been inundated with requests for autographs from countless beastmen. Now that he was in the Duke's territory, just a few days had passed, and many of his fans had already sought him out. Nicole assumed that this rabbit lady was also one of his admirers. With an excuse at hand, Zhizhi felt a weight lift from her shoulders. She nodded. Then I shall wait until evening to pay my respects to Earl Grey. Perfect. Miss Moo beckoned. Zhizhi, come and model for me. 3 young maidens of similar age engaged in playful antics until the sun dipped below the horizon. Zhizhi did not forget the primary purpose of her visit. She slowly made her way towards the interior of the house. Grey, engrossed in his writing, mistook the sound of her footsteps for that of an accompanying servant. He inquired, Is a rose pastry ready? Clearing her throat softly, Zhizhi replied, I passed by Bun today and wish to pay a visit to Miss Nicole and Count Grey. Her melodious voice caused the Count's hand to pause momentarily. He looked up to see a petite figure standing beside his desk, clad in a simple white gauze dress. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her bright eyes sparkled like stars. With an aura of pure charm, she seemed somewhat familiar. Where had he seen her before? May I ask for your name, miss? Zhizhi. It dawned on Count Grey. He had encountered her at the Duke's study door, where this rabbit maiden nearly collided into him. Setting down his pen, he rose to return her courtesy. Miss Zhizhi, you are too kind. He had heard whispers regarding this female of the rabbit clan. Their first meeting had been distant, watching her bestow blessings upon the beast cubs. Later, a fleeting glimpse in the study left a deep impression. To alleviate her own unease, she murmured, I wanted to ask Count Grey for an autograph, but I forgot to bring my book. No matter, Grey replied with a gentle smile. I have many books here. I can offer one to Miss Zhizhi. The young serpent man was also dressed in white today, his amber vertical pupils exuding a soft, tranquil demeanor, utterly devoid of hostility, in stark contrast to the Duke's presence. Please wait. With that, he turned and approached the bookshelf, retrieving a pristine copy of Between Mountains and Mist. With his black pen, he meticulously inscribed his name along with a blessing for Zhizhi. Count Grey approached her solemnly, presenting the book with both hands. The fragrance of the rabbit maiden filled the air from the moment she entered. Now, noticing a hint of paint on her rabbit ears, he could not help but chuckle. Zhizhi accepted the book and observed as the young man promptly handed her a clean handkerchief. His amber eyes sparkled with warmth, akin to the comforting sun of spring. Here, Grey pointed to the air above his head and his ears, indicating the paint. Oh, Zhizhi hurriedly attempted to clean it. But balancing the book with one hand proved cumbersome, and she struggled to find the right position. Gray reached out, taking the handkerchief from her grasp. "Allow me." Under the fragmented rays of the setting sun, he lowered his head, carefully wiping the red paint from her rabbit ears. Zhizhi held the book tightly, remaining motionless. Count Gray was gentle and soothing, making their interaction quite pleasant. Perhaps it was the tenderness of his touch that caused her to unconsciously lean closer to him. From a distance, they appeared as if lovers, sweetly entwined. At the door, Nicole, who was tidying the paints, widened her eyes in disbelief at the intimate scene unfolding before her, until the voice of teacher Dolly broke the silence. "My Lord Duke." Chapter 48. A Surge of Jealousy. Duke Bolin had arrived at Buin unbeknownst to anyone. When teacher Dolly noticed him, he was already standing in the shadow of the corridor, intently observing the open door. Inside, the rabbit maiden sat with her back to the outside, obediently lowering her head as the male gently wiped her rabbit ears with a handkerchief. Each stroke was performed with utmost care and precision, and the girl nearly leaned into him. The two appeared exceedingly close, sharing an intimate, almost romantic moment, as the young man gazed down at her with a soft smile in his eyes. It was the first time Nicole had seen her brother so close to any female. She halted her actions with the painting board, frozen in place for a moment. Teacher Dolly stood nearest to the Duke, unable to pay heed to the scene within. She was acutely aware of the low pressure emanating from Lord Bolin, making it impossible for her to lift her gaze. The Duke's attention remained fixated on the sweet tableau before him, his jaw tense, and a storm brewed within his golden irises as he struggled to suppress something. "All right." Count Gray released his hold, maintaining a warm smile. "My little sister is mischievous. I hope Miss Zhizhi does not hold it against her." Zhizhi reached up to touch her rabbit ears, gently shaking her head. "Miss Nicole is lovely. I enjoy playing with her." She was entirely unbothered by the paint stains. "I can wash it off when I return." The serpent youth lifted his gaze, noticing the two bewildered maidens outside the door, as well as the figure lingering in the corridor. Count Gray stepped aside, performing a respectful bow. "My Lord Duke." "Duke?" At the mention of this title, Zhizhi instinctively shivered. She felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, cautiously turning to observe the man approaching from the direction of the door. She had only just bid him farewell that morning. After a day apart, his presence felt strangely cold and unfamiliar. Duke Bolin entered the room, a faint smile gracing his lips, his tone as languid as always. "There are matters of business that require discussion with Count Gray." As he spoke, his gaze flickered towards the petite maiden with drooping ears beside him. "I hope I am not interrupting." "My Lord Duke, you misunderstand. Miss Zhizhi has some paint on her ears, and I was merely attempting to clean it for her." The act had indeed been somewhat abrupt. "I hope Miss Zhizhi can forgive me." Count Gray looked at Zhizhi with an apologetic expression. The Duke replied coolly, "There is no need for the Count to apologize. Perhaps she does not mind. Not only does she not mind, but perhaps she even enjoys it." Zhizhi echoed the Duke's words. "Yes, Count Gray need not apologize." The Duke shot her a frosty glance. Zhizhi instinctively recoiled. What was happening? Was she not merely agreeing with the Duke? Why did his gaze now seem more intimidating than before? The serpent maidens Nicole and Mumu also approached to pay their respects to the Duke. They had business to discuss. Nicole discreetly pulled Zhizhi aside. Mumu stood nearby, secretly amused, reveling in the unfolding drama. As the highest-ranking male beastman of the serpent clan, Mumu had never witnessed such an expression on the Duke's face, almost wishing to pierce through the scene within with her gaze. Reflecting on the matter of the pet, Mumu speculated that in the Duke's heart, this rabbit maiden must hold a remarkably special place. He even permitted her to have a male pet. Of course, Mumu had heard that the wild dog was merely confined to a storage room beside the yard. Perhaps Miss Zhizhi simply felt pity for it, treating it as a slave. Regardless, Mumu believed the Duke exhibited an extraordinary patience towards this rabbit maiden, unlike his demeanor with other beastmen. Even among his fellow serpent clan, he did not display such an attitude. The door stood wide open, revealing the Duke seated at the desk, while Count Gray stood respectfully across from him. It was unclear what they were discussing. Teacher Dolly sat quietly beside Zhizhi on the sofa, waiting in silence. Just as Zhizhi was about to drift into slumber, she heard Teacher Dolly's gentle call, "Miss Zhizhi, the Duke is coming out." Zhizhi embraced the cushion, drowsily opening her eyes. She saw the silhouette of the Duke passing by, followed by a procession of servants in an orderly manner. Teacher Dali wore a sympathetic expression. Zhizhi followed suit. As night deepened, the street lights glowed softly. The servants kept their distance. The Duke and Zhizhi strolled along the shaded path. He casually asked, "Did you enjoy yourself today?" "Yes, Miss Mumu and I modeled for Miss Nicole. She is quite talented at painting and even gifted me a piece." As she spoke, she began to flip through the book, revealing the folded artwork. The Duke glanced at the cover, noticing Count Grey's signature along with a blessing. "May the divine protect you." Duke Bolin's tone was somber, devoid of jest. Zhizhi was taken aback. To choose him as a beast husband? She had never contemplated this before. However, the progress of the third main quest was stagnant, and if she did not act swiftly, she would face obliteration once the time limit expired. In light of this, selecting a beast man as a companion to fulfill the task could be a viable option, albeit potentially troublesome. Observing the young female deep in thought, Duke Bolin wore a faint, cold smile. He quickened his pace, prompting Zhizhi to hastily jog to keep up. She was intrigued. This little creature, upon hearing that she could choose Earl Grey as her beast man, revealed a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. This was a stark contrast to her earlier, unwavering rejection regarding her family. The truth was undeniable. The harmonious and sweet scene that Duke Bolin beheld at the door, though the young female faced away, allowed him to imagine the shy smile adorning her face, reminiscent of her expression when he cradled her in his arms. As they reached the courtyard, the Duke suddenly halted, nearly causing Zhizhi to bump into him. Puzzled, she watched as the man turned, gripping her chin with one hand, leaning down, his golden vertical pupils radiating a chilling light. "Do you like him?" "Who?" "Earl Grey." The pressure on her chin forced Zhizhi to tilt her head back, even rising onto her toes, appearing as if she were about to be lifted by him. Duke Bolin did not receive the answer he desired. At that moment, the young female was expected to deny it, to assert there was nothing of the sort. Yet she remained silent. It was only when he noticed the glimmer of tears at the corners of her eyes that he indifferently released his grip. Zhizhi cradled her chin, gazing timidly at the man before her. Why had he suddenly become angry? Earlier in the day, he had been amiable, gently wishing her good morning upon waking. Chapter 49, Confinement. "Someone is coming," the Duke said, stepping aside. A group of servants and guards swiftly approached, kneeling in unison. "From this day forth, this courtyard shall be locked. No one is permitted to enter or exit." "Understood." Zhizhi stood frozen in place. The Duke descended the steps, and as she attempted to follow, a guard barred her path with a knife. He walked in another direction, accompanied only by a close servant. Teacher Li, trailing behind, allowed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the Duke had decided to confine Miss Zhizhi for the time being, and any further punishment would depend on the Duke's thoughts after the upcoming banquet. Zhizhi remained at the doorway, watching the man's receding figure. She sought assistance from Teacher Li with her eyes. She responded softly. Clutching her books, she crossed the threshold and entered the familiar courtyard. A pond of blue, ethereal lotuses shimmered softly. She was alone. Zhizhi stepped onto the wooden floor at the entrance, removing her shoes and entering the study barefoot. The servants soon delivered dinner, but they dared not enter the courtyard, leaving the food at the door. Upon hearing the commotion, she approached to find a low table adorned with 4 exquisite dishes. She squatted down, seated herself on a cushion, and silently picked up her chopsticks to begin eating the roasted vegetables before her. Previously, dinners had been enjoyed in the brightly lit room, where the Duke exuded a faint, soothing fragrance reminiscent of the blue lotuses in the pond. He would sometimes hold her, feeding her spoonfuls of food. In stark contrast, sitting alone at the door now felt particularly lonely and desolate. The servants did not dare approach, and Teacher Li merely stood at the doorway, her gaze towards Zhizhi laced with a hint of affection. Yet it was still quite good. The Duke had never shown such patience towards his pets before. He had not neglected her entirely. Zhizhi bit into half a piece of toasted bread, spreading a layer of cream, and nodded slightly. The steaming bath in the back courtyard was meant for washing and soaking. This time, the Duke was not there to dry her hair, and upon waking that morning, she had sneezed. Her nose was reddened, and she felt a tickle in her throat, indicating that she had caught a chill. Teacher Li, upon learning this, gave her a small pill. Furthermore, no beastmen were allowed to enter this courtyard, nor was Zhizhi permitted to leave. Her movements were confined to the front and back courtyards. Zhizhi understood that she was imprisoned. She felt a surge of urgency, Yet the Duke's figure remained elusive. According to teacher Dai Li, he had taken to residing in the sleeping quarters, even conducting his work there, rearranging a desk. The study was left solely for Zhizhi. As the day of the banquet approached, Zhizhi was still unable to step outside. She had severed all ties with the outside world. Only 1 week remained. Zhizhi sat in a soft chair, counting down the days until the deadline for the third main quest, which was exactly 1 week away. Tonight, the Duke's estate focused entirely on the banquet. Given the secluded nature of her location, only 2 guards remained at the entrance. Perhaps due to her exemplary behavior over the past week, eating on time, sleeping on time, and never attempting an escape, the guards had unconsciously relaxed their vigilance. With a grand banquet taking place, everyone was eager to join the festivities. Zhizhi stealthily made her way to a corner of the back courtyard. She had previously discovered a small, low passageway through which she could squeeze out. However, this would leave her hands and clothes dirty, and her cheeks would be dusted with grime. She dashed from the back courtyard, and after only a few steps, she reached the storage room. Taking advantage of the night, she crept over. Unlike during the day, the nighttime path was filled with an eerie stillness. The shadows of the trees stood immobile, and not a whisper of wind could be felt. Upon seeing the storage room, she felt a sense of relief. First, she would wash her face and hands inside, then devise a plan to encounter a male from the Snake Clan. As Zhizhi approached, she gently knocked on the door. "Pingin, are you inside?" It had been a week since she last saw him. According to teacher Dai Li, servants had been delivering food to him daily, and his injuries had mostly healed. The wild dog, lying on the bed, upon hearing the familiar voice, blinked in surprise. It had been a week without her. He had thought she had grown weary of him. He promptly rose and strode to the door, turning sideways to open a crack. Standing outside was indeed the Rabbit Clan female. Upon seeing the door open, Zhizhi spread her hands. "I just want to wash my hands and face. I won't disturb you for long." Her bright eyes sparkled like stars, causing the wild dog to avert his gaze. "Oh," he turned back and opened the door wider. After she entered, he gently closed the door, but felt it inappropriate and left it slightly ajar. Zhizhi knew his washing area was inside, and, upon entering the bathroom, she turned on the tap to wash away the dust on her hands. She attempted to turn on the light, but discovered it was broken. Fortunately, a small window allowed in a sliver of moonlight. Squatting beneath the wash basin, she silently recited, "I must retrieve the heart listening card. Tonight is crucial." At the most critical moment, she needed to use this final card. The translucent, pale blue item bar materialized before her, and a card fell into her hand, gradually transforming into a tangible object. She held the card tightly, knowing that due to time constraints, she would need to activate it at the precise moment of necessity. Footsteps approached the door. The wild dog, having noticed she had been inside for quite a while, came to check. Upon finding her squatting beneath the wash basin, murmuring to herself, he could not decipher her words. "Are you done?" he inquired. Zhizhi nodded gently yes. "If you're done, hurry and leave. It's late, and if other beastmen see you in the storage room, gossip will spread throughout the Duke's estate by tomorrow." Zhizhi looked at him, hesitating to speak. "Is there something you wish to say?" He gazed at the girl, crouched on the ground. "I would like to ask you for a favor," Zhizhi said, her heart racing. "Many noble guests have arrived for tonight's banquet. I wish to avoid them and find Earl Grey. Could you help me convey a message?" The wild dog listened intently to her words, his canine ears twitching slightly. Suddenly, he entered the bathroom, crouching down to cover the girl's mouth. He gestured for silence. Someone was approaching, and the foul stench of decay and malice permeated the air. The keen senses of the wild dog furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Soon, they heard his sinister laughter. "Do not hide. Miss Zhizhi, I know you are inside." This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Zhizhi's eyes widened slightly as she felt the wild dog cover her mouth. Listening, his footsteps drew closer, stopping at the bathroom door. "Tonight's banquet is quite lively. Do you not wish to take a look, Miss Zhizhi?" The youth's voice was laced with mirth, leaning against the wall, his gaze penetrating the wooden door as if he could perceive the situation inside. The beastman's acute sense of smell had tracked Zhizhi's scent to this very spot. To him, the little rabbit was already a fish caught in the net, with nowhere to escape. Yet, one thing displeased him. Besides the little rabbit, there was also the scent of a wild dog, which irked him. Zhizhi gently grasped the wild dog's arm, the hand blocking her loosening slightly. She whispered, "I am here." The wild dog's expression tightened, instinctively shielding the female behind him. Zhizhi. Zhizhi used a mind-listening card from behind the door. Uncertain why she resorted to this without a closer look into the eyes of Earl Grey. A sense of panic welled within her. Earl Grey, have you come to find me for something? Hearing the little female utter his name, the serpent youth smiled. The moonlight is splendid tonight. I wish to invite Miss Zhizhi to the entrance to admire it. The bathroom door creaked open slightly, revealing a narrow gap. Zhizhi could clearly see the youth standing at the forefront, dressed in a formal white suit, a rose pinned to his chest. His amber eyes were shrouded in shadow, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was chilling. This was a stark contrast to the person she encountered during the day. The moonlight is too bright. It requires blood for embellishment. Nothing is more suitable than this little female rabbit. A cold corpse, akin to a faded rose, must be infused with new color. These thoughts left Zhizhi bewildered, but ultimately, they did not bode well. She softly said, I'm a bit tired and cannot look at the moon. I cannot wait even a second. From the moment I laid eyes on the little female rabbit, I have longed to caress your cold corpse. Upon hearing Earl Grey's thoughts, Zhizhi's body trembled uncontrollably. She timidly replied, the Duke will know. Whatever he intended to do would be difficult to conceal from the Duke's gaze. Lord Bolin would surely not stand idly by upon learning of this. Earl Grey smiled gently. It has been a long time since I last saw you, my lady. To him, a pet that disobeys can be discarded without a second thought. He was merely busy, not even allowing you to attend the banquet. Is that merely busyness? Oh, by the way, tonight, the 2 white wolves of the family mentioned you. The Duke said you were unwell. The serpent youth kicked the door open. Admit it. He looked down upon the frail female rabbit hiding behind the door. You have lost favor. The amber, vertically slit pupils of Earl Grey darkened, a smile pooling in his eyes. The guards are in the front yard. No one will know you are here. I initially intended to infiltrate the study directly. Now that I think about it, this may be the most appropriate place. After all, even a scapegoat is available. The serpent youth glanced at another shadow in the bathroom. The wild dog's lust had boiled over, inadvertently killing his savior. This performance was bound to captivate the audience. The time, place, and people were all in alignment. Tonight was the most convenient night for murder. With the banquet drawing everyone's attention, in this neglected corner, his prey had finally fallen into the web he had woven. Earl Grey, you are different for how you were during the day, Zhizhi murmured. Seeing the color drain from the little female's face, he chuckled softly. I do not fancy living females. I only adore corpses, decayed, cold, and forever silent corpses. That is sufficient for my momentary pleasure. The serpent youth drew a slender sword from his side, the blade reflecting the light, illuminating his dangerous amber eyes. His long serpent tongue flicked across his lips. In the silent storeroom, the sound of the serpent's tongue was particularly pronounced. Zhizhi trembled uncontrollably. Earl Grey was entirely different from the person she had met before. Back then, he had been humble, gentle, and polite. Now, he was utterly unfamiliar. If not for the identical face, she would not have recognized him at all. Suddenly, the bathroom door slammed shut with a heavy thud. The wild dog pressed against the wooden door, speaking in a hushed tone. Quickly escape through the small window and call for help. But the window is too small. I cannot squeeze through. Earl Grey's intentions were unmistakable. To kill the little female and frame the wild dog. Who would believe that the esteemed and talented Earl Grey of the Valoran Empire, adored by countless fans, would cruelly murder a high-ranking female of the rabbit clan? Instead, the despicable slave beast would be more convincing in committing such an atrocity against its master. Hurry! The wooden door was on the verge of splintering. The wild dog saw the glimmer of tears in the little female's eyes and let out a self-deprecating smile. I am but a worthless life, not worth lamenting. He was merely a stray wild dog, scavenging for scraps. A lowly beast meant for the amusement of the elite. The moment the golden beast bone was stripped from him, his life was forever etched in that day. Yet he had been saved. Perhaps her kindness had ulterior motives, but that was no longer important. From the day Zhizhi brought him food, it seemed a glimmer of hope had entered his life. Then, she vanished for a week. Hearing her voice again, the wild dog could not hide his joy. Soon, he fell into an endless cycle of self-mockery. Ping, then hold on. Zhizhi dared not delay any longer. She stood up and pushed open the small window, trembling as she said, I will go call for help. I will go right now. She climbed up to the window, but slipped, falling down. Her knee struck the bathtub, causing tears to spring forth. Ignoring the pain in her leg, Zhizhi climbed up once more. The narrow window, typically just for ventilation, was only large enough for a child to squeeze through or a petite female. The wild dog blocked the door fiercely, refusing to yield. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the little female had already crossed through the window, and a smile crept onto his lips. The Earl Grey behind the door had lost his patience, thrusting his sword through the wooden door, pinning the wild dog's body firmly. However, the Duke's estate was vast. Could she outrun him? It was a futile effort. With a swift motion, Earl Grey withdrew his sword, blood splattering onto the door. The Duke had arrived. The path ahead was foreboding, with the shadows of bamboo whispering the sounds of insects. Zhizhi, with her injured knee, felt a piercing pain with every step. She gritted her teeth, limping toward the study courtyard. But she was moving far too slowly, without awakened spiritual powers. Even running was slower than an ordinary beastman. Turning back, she glimpsed that shadow approaching her, the youth brandishing the bloodied sword. His smile obscured, yet revealing a hint of strangeness. How had Earl Grey become so terrifying? Was his usual demeanor merely a facade? He had deceived everyone. Zhizhi's thoughts lingered on Ping, fearing for his safety, tears welling in her eyes as a few drops fell into the wind. Suddenly, she stumbled over a stone and fell to the ground. The Earl of Grey did not even need to exert his mental power. He effortlessly caught up with the frail little rabbit. The bloodstains on his sword froze in the wind as he approached the little female. Witnessing her disheveled appearance, his desire to kill surged uncontrollably. The Earl had taken the lives of many females before, but this was the first of noble status. The taste of her lifeless form would perhaps differ from that of the ordinary. He found himself increasingly anticipating the moment. Zhizhi gazed in terror as the Earl approached her, his amber vertical pupils glistening with a sinister malice. "Do not fear, my movements shall be gentle." The young serpent smiled, slowly raising his silver rapier, aiming for the heart of the little female. Right here, the Earl's voice was remarkably tender, reminiscent of their first encounter. "I promise it will be a swift end. Such slaughter is meaningless. Only the corpse holds intrigue." Who could believe that the esteemed and illustrious Earl of Grey would engage in such deeds behind closed doors? Zhizhi heard his thoughts, a chill coursing down her spine as her legs lost all control, rendering her completely immobile. She tightly closed her eyes, trembling all over, tears cascading down her cheeks. The only thought in her mind was that she was about to die. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. A gust of wind rushed in, and Zhizhi caught the scent of blood. The rapier that had been aimed at her was deflected by a force, and the Earl had inflicted a wound upon himself. Zhizhi, seated on the ground, cautiously opened her eyes to see the figure of Captain Jiao, clad in black guard attire, who had inexplicably appeared behind the Earl. The once tranquil bamboo grove was now filled with the sound of numerous footsteps. Captain Jiao bent down, apologizing. "Forgive me, Miss Zhizhi, for arriving late." His duty was to protect Zhizhi. Thankfully, he had arrived in time to prevent a disaster. Had it not been for the Duke's reminder, the outcome would have been unimaginable. The gathered beastmen gradually approached, having come from the banquet, or rather, following the Duke. Most were dressed in evening attire, many of the female skirts wide and voluminous, making it cumbersome to walk, necessitating the assistance of servants to hold the hems. Zhizhi stared blankly as a familiar figure weaved through the crowd, making his way to her. This evening, the Duke was adorned in a deep purple robe, a black belt embroidered with serpents cinching his waist. His golden vertical pupils passed over the Earl and landed upon Zhizhi. The little female's white gauzy dress was stained with dust. Her cheeks were grimy, her nose reddened, and her bright eyes gazed vacantly at him, as if filled with a spring of water, trembling and slowly overflowing. Tears streamed down her face in droplets. She must have been terrified. Her pallid face trembled, her lashes fluttered, and she cried silently. What had transpired? It was unclear. The guests who had gathered kept their distance, whispering among themselves. The serpent girl, Mumu, stood among the beastmen, clutching her sky-blue skirt, astonished at the sight of Zhizhi. She had heard that Zhizhi had been neglected by Lord Bolin, confined to a remote courtyard, forbidden from attending the banquet. Little did she expect to see her again, now in such a dire predicament. "Brother," the white serpent Nicole squeezed through the crowd, reaching the Earl's side. "What happened?" The young serpent's face bore a gentle smile as he sheathed his rapier and softly replied, "A misunderstanding." Captain Zhao's brow furrowed sharply. He had arrived the quickest and had witnessed everything clearly. What misunderstanding? It was evident that the Earl intended to assassinate Miss Zhizhi. However, the onlookers had arrived too late, only able to witness the Earl's arm wounded, blood flowing like a slender thread. The Earl remained unfazed, smiling gently as he addressed the Duke, bowing respectfully. Lord Bolin, I can explain tonight's events. I received a letter from Miss Zhizhi, prompting my visit under the cover of night. Oh, the Duke gazed at him with keen interest, and then, as I passed by the storeroom, I noticed unusual commotion. A canine male intended to harm Miss Zhizhi, the Earl stated with grave seriousness, articulating each word. I injured that wild dog, and in the chaos, Miss Zhizhi fled. I feared for her safety, hence I pursued her. It seems she misunderstood, perhaps due to the blood on my sword or the fright she experienced. He turned to you, Zhizhi, his face filled with contrition. I truly apologize for frightening Miss Zhizhi. I am willing to accept punishment. The Earl was deceiving. He knew that without evidence, no one could convict him. That wild dog was merely a slave. No one would believe it. Even if Captain Zhao saw him with the sword, it could not prove he intended to kill Yu Zhizhi. After all, the little rabbit bore no wounds, aside from a bruise on her knee from her own fall. Moreover, this little female rabbit had already fallen from grace. The Duke would never harm his own kin for her sake. Even if he were truly guilty, Lord Bolin would shield him from retribution. Seeing the Earl's earnest demeanor, Captain Zhao almost thought he was hallucinating. The Duke silently listened to everything the Earl had to say. He observed the little female sitting on the ground, softly weeping, her body covered in dirt, her once white gauzy dress now a shade of gray, her rabbit ears drooping in distress. Pearly tears rolling down her pale cheeks as she continued to cry. Miss Zhizhi, do you have anything to say? The Duke's voice conveyed no emotion, still slightly hoarse, laced with an indescribable languor. Yu Zhizhi felt a surge of fear within her. With misty, tear-filled eyes, she raised her delicate finger, pointing towards the white figure before her. The little rabbit's voice was choked, yet imbued with an unprecedented firmness. He is lying. Chapter 52. Confrontation. The little female's clear, trembling voice resonated in the ears of every beastman present. Captain Zhao's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Yu Zhizhi. Though everyone knew she was the Duke's newly acquired pet, in Captain Zhao's heart, she was a guest of the Duke's household, deserving of proper treatment and protection. In the face of Yu Zhizhi's accusation, the Earl displayed no sign of panic. His amber vertical pupils held a hint of regret. It seems I have truly frightened Miss Zhizhi. All the beastman's attention was now focused on this exchange. The Duke regarded the little female on the ground. How did he lie? This was Yu Zhizhi's first encounter with such a situation, confronting someone face to face. Her pale face lifted, her tear-filled eyes defiant. I did not send him a letter. Upon hearing this, a flicker of amusement seemed to pass through the Duke's gaze, fleeting as a shadow. He nodded, encouraging her. What else? There was that canine male in the storeroom. He did not wish to harm me. On the contrary, he saved me. He saved you? Yes. The one truly intent on harming me, Yu Zhizhi, turned to the Earl, clad in a white uniform. His amber vertical pupils were filled with regret. His demeanor gentle and humble. To all beastmen in the Valoran Empire, he epitomized the noble male, a favored choice for many females seeking a future husband. He was an aristocrat of the Empire, with a hereditary title, abundant talent, and the formidable support of the Serpent Clan, destined for greatness. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yu Zhizhi boldly proclaimed his name. The one truly intent on harming me is the Earl of Grey. It is he, this beastly figure standing before me. A stone cast into a pond stirred tumultuous waves. The gathered beastmen erupted in uproar. Nicole, closest to the Earl, widened her amber serpent eyes. Impossible. My brother would never wish to harm you. Miss Zhizhi is a newly ascended level female. In the beast world, harming a level female is indeed a grave offense. Her brother has always been law-abiding, so there must be a misunderstanding. A faintly bitter smile appeared on the face of Count Grey, who gently patted Nicole's shoulder. It's all right. I can comprehend Miss Zhizhi's feelings. Regardless of the circumstances tonight, it is my fault. Please, your grace, punish me. Count Grey's demeanor was exceedingly sincere, and the fleeting bitterness on his face did not escape the notice of the surrounding beastmen. It was as if he had suffered a tremendous injustice. However, for the sake of the greater good, they swallowed their grievances. It must be a misunderstanding, right? The beastmen nearby could not help but whisper among themselves. How could Count Grey commit such an act? Perhaps he had offended that particular rabbit tribe level female in the past. Indeed, without cause. Why would Count Grey wish her harm? The Duke remained composed, decisively stating, "Miss Zhizhi, how would you like to punish him?" Nicole's face displayed indignation. "Your Grace, my brother must be innocent." The golden vertical pupils of Duke Bolin cast a calm glance her way, causing the Snake Tribe girl to immediately fall silent. "Do you truly wish to impose punishment?" Moo Moo beside them was equally astonished. Count Grey is a prodigy of the Snake Tribe, given the Duke's fondness for talent. He should protect him. Yet, from Duke Bolin's demeanor, it seemed the matter was entirely in the hands of Zhizhi. If she said to punish him, and so would be. If she specified how to punish, then that would be the course of action. The Duke provided a brief legal exposition, primarily for the benefit of the young female present. The expressions of the beastmen varied. Indeed, because level females are extraordinarily rare, they are afforded special legal protection. No beastman may harm them or provoke their displeasure. For any reason whatsoever, one could be imprisoned for half a year. If the rabbit tribe female truly chose half a year, it would be an undeserved calamity for Count Grey. Upon hearing the Duke's words, tears gradually welled up in Zhizhi's eyes. The desire to punish Count Grey was not born out of personal grievances, but rather a need for him to pay the price for his actions. She clutched her skirt tightly, her frail form trembling helplessly in the night breeze. The Duke watched her quietly. The gazes of the observing nobles grew increasingly peculiar. To them, it seemed this level female desired even harsher punishment, truly unyielding in her righteousness. However, the level females of the Empire are all notoriously spoiled, and they had grown accustomed to it. Initially, while watching the live stream, they had believed her to be exceptional. Now it appeared she was just like the rest. How unfortunate for Count Grey to have offended her. Some onlookers could not bear to watch any longer, murmuring complaints. No, no. Zhizhi pressed her lips tightly together, desperately holding back tears, unwilling to cry further. Count Grey is lying. He is acting. He is hypocritical. Yet, no beastman believed that Count Grey could commit such heinous acts. The authority to punish lay in Zhizhi's hands. However, she was reluctant to condemn him outright. In the eyes of the beastmen, Count Grey was being oppressed by the level female. How pitiable he was. Witnessing the young female struggle to suppress her tears, the Duke's heart stirred with emotion. He prompted, "Miss Zhizhi, do you require additional evidence?" "Evidence?" Zhizhi raised her gaze, staring blankly at the Duke. Suddenly, she remembered. A spark of excitement lit up her face as she reached out, grasping the Duke's sleeve. "I have something to tell you." The Duke slowly crouched down. All the beastmen observed as the rabbit tribe female leaned closer to the Duke's ear, whispering something meant solely for him. Evidence? Could it be that the level female truly possessed evidence? Could the situation take a turn? Zhizhi concluded her revelations quietly. That is all. In truth, Zhizhi was quite nervous. Her evidence was derived from the use of the mind voice eavesdropping card. Count Grey had killed many females. The bodies were hidden in the ice cellar. The Duke's golden vertical pupils concealed a chilling intensity as he rose, gradually spreading his right hand. A wisp of smoke materialized in his palm, slowly ascending. This smoke gradually coalesced into the shape of a dark lotus. Before the eyes of the crowd, it transformed into a blue lotus, slowly blooming, radiating a crystalline brilliance that captivated all. The Duke's command had been issued. Was there indeed evidence? The beastmen exchanged glances, and many noble females, their fluffy skirts trailing behind, approached to witness the unfolding truth more closely. Chapter 53. His Treasure. Count Grey knelt on one knee, a hint of confusion shadowing his lowered gaze. What evidence could this little female rabbit provide? Most critically, he had never anticipated that the Duke would directly employ his mental powers to seek evidence for her. This blue lotus could link to another location in real time, leaving him no time to prepare. The Snake Tribe youth cast a wary glance at Zhizhi. Under the scrutiny of all, he dared not make any excessive movements. He had almost in the storeroom, he had nearly killed her directly. If not for that wild dog intervening him, the Duke gazed at the blooming lotus in midair, a flicker of ambiguous emotion crossing his golden vertical pupils. All the beastmen turned their attention to it as well. In the night sky, the blue lotus slowly rotated, and a clear projection began to emerge. Nicole gasped as she recognized the scene. The Count's estate? The Duke was using his mental powers to probe the Count's estate? Why? According to the Rabbit Tribe female's account, if her brother intended to harm her, then how could the evidence reside within their home? Within the projection, a Snake Tribe guard appeared. He knelt on one knee, greeting the Duke respectfully. Rising, he swiftly navigated through the night. Behind him, an invisible camera captured everything around him, projecting it onto the lotus for all present to see. Zhizhi anxiously clutched her skirt. If they could find the eye cellar that Count Grey envisioned, everyone would realize he was a murderous demon. His usual gentle demeanor was merely a facade. The image gradually clarified as the Snake Tribe guard, following the Duke's instructions, arrived at an old building within the Count's estate. It resembled a post-war ruin rarely visited by servants. The guard ascended, reaching a stone door, where he placed the key against the stone wall. The 3-meter-high stone door creaked open, revealing a chilling mist. The guard donned a black mask, lamp in hand. As he ventured deeper, the further he went, the colder it became. The ground felt as if it were frozen solid, devoid of any scenery until he reached the innermost depths, where an ice cellar lay. Pushing open a frozen door adorned with butterfly specimens, he was met with the sight of upright, glass-like ice coffins, about a dozen in total, each containing a young female. They lay with their eyes closed, faces flushed, lips crimson, as if merely asleep. The scene displayed on the Blue Lotus resembled a documentary film, featuring crystal-clear imagery. All the beastmen stared in awe at this sight. The Snake Tribe guard halted before an ice glass, illuminating the figure of a deer tribe female, her antlers appearing withered. On her rosy face remained the remnants of mottled stains. The guard turned, kneeling once more. To report to the Duke, as per your instructions, I have uncovered the bodies hidden within the ice cellar. There are a total of 13. Nicole stared in shock at the image on the lotus. This place was a forbidden area of the Count's estate, rumored to be cursed, and no one was allowed near. Yet, here was an ice cellar, concealing so many youthful female corpses. Count Grey's smile froze, his hands trembling slowly at his sides. Yet still, deep within, calculations raced through the mind, merely to uncover a corpse. If he stubbornly denied it, who could prove these females were slain by him? At that moment, another scapegoat could be found from the Earl's domain. The Duke listened to the guard's words, his tone eerily calm. Examine the marks on the corpse. Yes, your grace. The expression of Earl Grey turned ashen. He had not anticipated that the affair in the ice cellar would be uncovered. The traces he had carelessly left behind had, this very night, become damning evidence. The expressions of the orc onlookers shifted to ambiguous looks as they regarded Earl Grey. No account could be more shocking than witnessing the truth firsthand. Some of the more timid females shielded their mouths with their sleeves, trembling in fear, until the result was revealed. The guard from the Serpent clan stated each word distinctly. It is the bodily fluid left by Earl Grey. With this single declaration, he was condemned. Nicole stared in disbelief at her brother, kneeling before her. She could hardly fathom that her ever-polite sibling had, in secret, committed such heinous acts against numerous females. Was it true that he had, in a fit of madness, sought to eliminate the Empire's most esteemed female? Had he lost his mind? All surrounding orcs grasped the enormity of the situation. Some female orcs clutched their chests, nearly retching. The remnants on the corpses were visible to all. During the banquet, many females had gathered around Earl Grey, eagerly requesting his autograph on the books he had penned. How they adored this talented Serpent clan earl. Hence, when Zhizhi accused him, many orcs believed it to be a misunderstanding, perhaps merely a reflection of the Rabbit clan female's disdain for Earl Grey. In summary, Earl Grey must be innocent. Yet, the truth was utterly unbelievable. The Earl's complexion had turned pale as parchment. When the Serpent guard uttered that fateful line, he realized it was all over. No one would believe his feeble excuses any longer. This was his hidden vice, well concealed until now. But how did this Rabbit clan female come to know? No one had overheard her conversation with Duke Bolin, but it was evident that following that, the Duke had accurately located the place of the hidden bodies. Many male orcs displayed anger. In the Valoran Empire, fertile females were exceedingly precious, especially those of esteemed status like Miss Zhizhi. How could Earl Grey contemplate harming her? Unforgivable. Chief Guard Geo tightened his grip on his sword and knelt. As a fellow serpent, he felt profound shame. He could scarcely imagine what might have befallen Miss Zhizhi had he arrived, even a moment later, among the throng. A Crane clan female furiously cast the book between mountains and missed to the ground, its cover bearing Earl Grey's signature, appearing particularly ironic. Serpent Moo Moo gripped her whip tightly. Her brown slit pupils darkened in fury as she seethed. What a disgrace to the Serpent clan. She envisioned the bodies, seemingly asleep, within the ice cellar. She thought of their plight. She thought of the Rabbit clan female being hunted this very night, and Moo Moo was enraged, yearning to lash him fiercely. Everyone awaited the Duke's judgment. All was laid bare. Zhizhi pursed her lips slightly. The traces of tears had faded, and at this moment, she appeared even stronger than usual. She attempted to rise. The Duke's gaze fell upon the scraped knee, which bled profusely. He recalled how he had always been cautious not to hold her too tightly, fearing he might inadvertently break her delicate waist. Cradling her in his arms, he would feed her spoonful by spoonful, hoping she would gain a little more flesh. Even during punishments, he dared not exert force, merely lightly biting her delicate skin without drawing a single drop of blood. Yet tonight, his precious little rabbit had been targeted by a malevolent spirit. Chief Guard Geo, you are correct. The Duke's golden slit pupils darkened, his tone frigid, lacking the usual languor and mirth. According to the laws of the Empire, he should be permanently imprisoned. However, tonight, I wish to adhere to the customs of the Serpent Clan. Chapter 54. Close your eyes, dear. The customs of the Serpent Clan? What did that mean? If the Empire's laws were applied publicly, a life sentence would be inevitable. With a high-ranking female personally accusing him, tonight's events clearly constituted Earl Grey's attempted murder. While the 13 corpses might not be significant, Ms. Zhizhi's accusation held immense weight. With so many orcs as witnesses, Earl Grey would surely face the gravest punishment under the Empire's laws. But the Duke had stated he would follow the customs of the Serpent Clan. Did this imply that the Duke intended to downplay the matter? Upon reflection, Earl Grey was a prodigy of the Serpent Clan, the most outstanding youth of the White Serpent lineage. If the Duke wished to shield him, he could easily find justification. The orcs present, most hailing from noble backgrounds, were reluctant to meddle in the Duke's domestic affairs. In the current Valoran Empire, Duke Bolin wielded supreme authority, being the most trusted orc of His Majesty the King. If he sought to spare Earl Grey, it would pose no challenge. A flicker of surprise crossed Earl Grey's eyes, and he hastily knelt before the Duke. Your Grace, I acknowledge my sins. I am willing to accept any punishment. Of having slain several females. He had specifically selected those of lower status. Their deaths would go unnoticed. Even if their identities were uncovered, it would matter little. Very well. Duke Bolin spread his hands, and Chief Guard Geo immediately presented a slender sword. According to the customs of the Serpent Clan, when a member of the clan errs, the leader possesses full authority to mete out punishment, correct? The state has its laws, and the family has its rules. Lord Bolin, as both a Duke of the Empire and the leader of the Serpent Clan, determines the severity of Earl Grey's punishment at his discretion. The young White Serpent could no longer care for appearances. He pressed his hands to the ground and performed the highest bow, his forehead striking the earth heavily. I swear, after tonight, I will absolutely reform. I will serve the Duke with unwavering loyalty. Duke Bolin caressed the smooth side of the slender sword, having already made his decision. According to the customs of the Serpent Clan, those who dare harm the esteemed guests of the Duke's household should face the ultimate punishment. What? Earl Grey thought he had misheard. Even if he were brought before His Majesty the King, the most he would face was life imprisonment. How had it escalated to the ultimate punishment here with the Duke? No, Earl Grey shouted uncontrollably. You cannot kill me at your whim. The Duke's icy glare rendered him unable to articulate another word. Miss Zhizhi. Duke Bolin turned his gaze to Zhizhi, his expression softening. Close your eyes, dear. Zhizhi stared blankly at him, and upon hearing these words, she lowered her head and tightly shut her eyes. She could see nothing. She only vaguely sensed a flash of sword light before the crowd erupted into gasps. Many females recoiled, some fell to the ground. After Zhizhi closed her eyes, the Duke raised his sword, offering no opportunity for the orcs to react. There was a chilling sound, and a jet of blood gushed forth. Kneeling Earl Grey was instantly rendered a headless orc. The severed head tumbled through the air like a ball, landing at the feet of a crocodile clan female. The crocodile girl screamed, covering her face as she stumbled backward. The orc horde erupted into chaos. No one had anticipated that the Duke would impose the death penalty upon Grey. Nicole's face turned as pale as parchment. Her body swayed precariously before she collapsed to the ground. "See to the guests." The Duke instructed his attendant beside him. The servant bowed. "Yes, master." The matter was settled. The Earl of Grey possesses remarkable skills in disguise, presenting himself with an air of elegance, while secretly having taken the lives of numerous females. Today, in an audacious display, he sought to extend his malevolent reach towards the imperial female, Duchess Bolin, who has invoked the clan laws to administer the severest of punishments. Zhizhi still had her eyes closed, only able to hear the sounds of screams, the bustling crowd, and the voice of the Duke approaching her. "It's all right." Bolin observed the little female before him, noting how, in just a few days apart, she had become so disheveled. "You may open your eyes now." The body of the Earl of Grey had already been removed, ensuring it would not frighten his little pet. Zhizhi slowly opened her eyes, taking in the chaotic surroundings. Dimly lit, the tumult had subsided. "Duke," she said nervously, "I wish to see the storeroom." Zhizhi wanted to check on the condition of Ping'an. When she had escaped, the Earl had pursued her rapidly. What could be the state of Ping'an now? Very well. The Duke understood her concern for that wild dog. As Zhizhi attempted to rise, her movements were cumbersome. The Duke simply lifted her into his arms. The guests who had not yet departed witnessed the Duke of Bolin carrying the little female of the rabbit clan with great gentleness. Nearby, Captain Geo thoughtfully draped a cloak around her. All the beastmen bore witness to this scene. The Duke indeed held a special regard for this rabbit female. Thoughts of His Majesty's decree crossed their minds. Could he be considering a candidacy for the beast husband? Outside the throng of beastmen stood a pair of white wolf males, silently observing the unfolding events. It was only when the curtain fell that Donal sighed, remarking how the little rabbit had truly faced misfortune, yet had also shown remarkable resilience. Initially, it was believed she had been snatched away by an eagle, but instead, she had ended up as a guest at the Duke's estate. Now that the king was aware of her presence, the family had already received notifications regarding the beast husband. Preparations must be made to present a list of candidates. Who else could it be? Although Donal wished to inscribe his own name on the list for the sake of success, he could only write down Tangluaka for the position of the first beast husband. The Duke, cradling his little pet, made his way to the storeroom. Upon reaching the door, the little female squirmed to be set down. He placed Zhizhi gently on the ground. Accompanying them was the Duke's physician, who, upon catching a whiff of the scent, located the severely injured wild dog seated against the door in the bathroom. The light was broken, and he had to set a luminous pearl on the ground. As he examined the wild dog's wounds, he lamented, "Miss Zhizhi, this wound is grievous. Even if we revive him, he may become a vegetable. Just look at this wild dog, without any family background, a stray without even a name. Currently only a slave of the Duke's estate. Is there any point in saving him?" The wild dog leaned against the cold wall, unable to open his eyes, but vaguely hearing the hesitation in the doctor's words. He wished to laugh, but no mirth came. This was his fate, a forsaken, homeless wild dog. Perhaps it would be better to die here. Yet, he heard the girl's voice tremble with urgency. "Save him." The wild dog's fingers twitched slightly. In Chapter 55, Thinking of You, Zhizhi supported herself against the wall by the door, gazing at the wild dog lying in a pool of blood. The luminous pearl on the ground emitted a hazy glow. The elderly doctor helped him up, propping him against the wall, and retrieved a syringe filled with a green liquid from his case. He administered an injection to the wild dog, first reinforcing his heart to prevent cardiac arrest during the surgery. This wild dog left a deep impression on him. In their last encounter, he had witnessed the extraction of his golden beast bones, leaving him unable to awaken his mental and extraordinary powers. He could not even fulfill the duty of guarding the home, let alone aspire to higher positions. All he could do was serve as a slave, fetching tea and obeying his master's commands. His bones were actually quite strong, and if he could awaken his mental powers, he would be a promising candidate. The old physician spoke with a tone of regret. "When will he awaken?" Zhizhi inquired with concern. "There is no fixed timeline for that. Such severe injuries will leave sequelae. He could be in a coma for 3 months, a year and a half, or even longer." Outside the storeroom, the Duke overheard their conversation. He interjected, "In light of the effort to save him, the Duke's estate will care for him well. He may sleep as long as he desires, until his last breath. All medical measures will remain in place." This was said for the sake of the little female, to reassure her. Captain Geo stood nearby, his expression filled with guilt. Had he not been careless, the Earl of Grey would not have had the opportunity to strike. This evening's banquet had been a grave mistake. Just as he intended to kneel, he heard the Duke's words. Yes. Geo immediately responded, bowing in deference. I take my leave. As Captain Geo departed, he encountered the rabbit clan member, Noir, approaching him with a respectful bow. Noir had also been following this matter closely. He arrived outside the storeroom and spoke softly. I have a method to ensure there are no residual effects, allowing him to awaken in the shortest time possible. The Duke smiled. Thank you, please proceed. Zhizhi turned at the sound, her heart alight with joy upon realizing it was Noir, the most renowned physician of the Valoran Empire. His awakened extraordinary talent was healing. The old physician, recognizing Noir, was filled with delight. Lord Noir, please come quickly. This was his first close encounter with the young rabbit. The power of a healer far surpassed that of a cold, sterile hospital. The old physician performed a quick dressing of the wounds to ensure the wild dog's vital signs were stable. The rest. He intended to take to the estate's surgical room, but upon seeing the healer, he quickly stood aside. An appointment with Noir of Greenfield was worth its weight in gold. Zhizhi watched as the young man passed before her. She softly uttered, "Thank you." Noir smiled slightly, his gaze fixed ahead, casually remarking, "This favor shall be repaid in the future." He whispered in a tone only Zhizhi could hear, "You must repay it." After the old physician stepped outside, he noticed the wound on Zhizhi's knee and gestured for her to follow him. "Miss Zhizhi, come here. I will tend to your knee to prevent infection." "All right," Zhizhi replied. She slowly moved to sit on a stool in the storeroom, watching as the old physician retrieved disinfectant to clean her wound. The special ointment he used caused no pain, even imparting a slight coolness. Once the coagulated blood was cleaned, he covered it with a waterproof bandage to ensure it would not come into contact with airborne bacteria. The old physician handed Zhizhi a bottle of white liquid. "This will invigorate the blood and relieve pain. It may be a bit bitter, but it is beneficial for the body. After drinking it, you should be able to walk normally." Zhizhi accepted it and drank it down in one go. Just as the old physician had said, it was somewhat bitter and slightly astringent, reminiscent of licking metal. The effect was remarkable. As soon as she swallowed it, the pain in her body dissipated. Zhizhi tested her leg and found she could extend and bend it normally. A few servants arrived outside, including Teacher Daily. Zhizhi nodded gently. She rose and slowly walked to the door. Outside, the moonlight bathed the ground. The Duke stood alone by the bamboo shadows, gazing up at the distant night sky, his deep purple robe fluttering in the wind, his brow and eyes entwined with a hint of weariness and solitude. The black serpent coiled around his shoulder, upon seeing the girl, slithered down his body and swiftly disappeared into the night. Zhizhi approached him from behind. "I am well," she said, gently lifting her skirt to show the Duke her freshly bandaged knee, which no longer pained her. "Let's go." The Duke walked towards the study, and Zhizhi followed closely behind. She discovered that this time the Duke walked slowly, allowing her to keep up effortlessly without the need to jog. The two strolled along the shaded path, one ahead of the other. As they passed the wall of the backyard, the Duke casually glanced at the hole at its base, wondering if anything had escaped from there. Zhizhi's face flushed. "Yes. It's impressive that you could still find it." A smirk played at the corners of the Duke's mouth. This hole was left by a small pet lion years ago. Over time, after planting greenery, it had become nearly invisible. If it weren't for the little creature sneaking out, he might have completely forgotten about it. Upon returning to the study, Zhizhi removed her shoes at the door. Holding them in her hands, she stepped on the pebbles without entering the house, instead taking the small path directly to the backyard. It had become quite dirty today, and she intended to clean it thoroughly. The circular bath exhaled steam, and the moonlight glimmered in the sky. Beside the pool hung a dim yellow lantern. She could almost see the moon's reflection dancing on the water's surface, ethereal and beautiful. Zhizhi placed her shoes down gently and slowly sat at the edge of the pool, dipping her legs into the warm water. When the Duke arrived, he saw the little female sitting by the pool, seemingly lost in thought. He too took a seat. Zhizhi pondered the events of the night, a lingering fear in her heart. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she felt as though she had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. If it weren't for the listening heart card, she might have perished to the hands of Count Grey. She recalled browsing the system shop earlier, but hadn't found the card. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she silently asked, "May I purchase 2 more listening heart cards?" "System, sorry, not for sale at this time. Completing main quests may yield them as rewards." Zhizhi remembered that neither the first nor the second quest had awarded her the listening heart card. Those two had come from the beginner's gift pack. She hoped that the third main quest would grant her this reward. However, the thought of the third main quest made her lower her head, her rabbit ears drooping. Lost in confusion, the Duke has never harbored any lustful feelings for her. The Duke noticed the little rabbit's despondency and her apparent sadness. Unable to hold back, he asked, "What are you thinking about?" Without a moment's thought, Zhizhi replied, "Thinking about you." Chapter Utvenhot, Alkish. The Duke had never experienced any desire for her. Those few instances had merely been her one-sided flirtation. Zhizhi reflected. She wouldn't have excessive thoughts about the cats and dogs she cared for in reality, would she? Even if she liked them, the affection for pets differed from that for humans. The Duke had always regarded her as a pet. Her shoulder was gently held. "Thinking about me?" The softness of her voice was sweet and irresistible. "Do you miss me?" The Duke pulled her close, embracing her, while his other hand lifted her chin. His golden vertical pupils fixated on her eyes, asking, "What do you miss about me?" The mist of steam enveloped them. In the warmth, her eyes shimmered with moisture, reflecting the light like a gentle wave. Her snow-white cheeks flushed with a delicate tint. Even the tips of her rabbit ears turned crimson. Yet, how could she articulate her feelings? Previously, despite her best efforts, the Duke had remained indifferent, merely wearing a slight smile. His cool fingertips teasing her as he observed her ebb and flow of emotions. Zhizhi felt a pang of sadness. The Duke noticed the spark in her eyes gradually fade as she lowered her gaze, seemingly concealing her inner turmoil. "What's wrong? Why do you look so unhappy?" The Duke realized he cared deeply. Was it that the little pet had been frightened tonight, or was she still troubled by the dying wild dog? Why did she appear so sorrowful? Her eyelashes glistened with tears, and Zhizhi pressed her lips together, not wishing to cry. But thoughts of her third goal for the Snake Clan had failed, and with the task deadline approaching, the tears flowed uncontrollably. What would it be like to be erased? Would it hurt? Would her memories vanish? Would she leave a mark in this world? The Duke watched the crystalline tears at the corners of her eyes, his heart stirring slightly. He gently wiped away the tears with his finger, then leaned down to place a soft kiss on her forehead. "What is wrong, my dear?" His magnetic voice was low and husky, and in that moment, he wished for her to find some joy. Zhizhi's tears surged forth. She felt the kiss that fell upon her lips, gentle and ticklish. The Duke pecked at the girl's lips, seemingly entranced, again and again, noticing her tears gradually cease. He smirked. It turned out she enjoyed kissing. With a slight exertion of force, he lifted her from beside him to sit directly in his lap. Zhizhi instinctively wrapped her arms around him, afraid of falling into the water. Before she could process it, she felt the Duke tighten his grip around her waist, his other hand supporting the back of her head, and he leaned down to kiss her. This time, it was not a mere peck, but a deep and tender embrace. The unique scent of jasmine enveloped her, sweet and fragrant, as he savored her like a lover in the throes of passion, seeking to soothe her and help her forget the unpleasantness of the night, hoping she might feel a little happier. At first, Zhizhi was stunned. She anticipated the Duke's initiative. His cool fingers gently caressed her delicate, smooth back. Sitting on his lap, her toes brushed against the warm water below, sending shivers through her. Zhizhi felt herself melt. Her rabbit ears drooped shyly, her heart racing. The Duke concluded this long kiss, his voice husky, with a hint of desire in his golden vertical pupils. "Do you want it?" Like a devil offering a poisoned apple to a lost girl. His words were laced with temptation. Chapter 57. Longing. In the days without her, he felt profoundly lonely at night. He missed her presence, her warmth, her voice, her heartbeat, everything about her. The Duke wrestled with his own principles. He should not harbor any feelings for a pet, especially not for a female outside of the Snake Clan. Yet at this moment, all such thoughts were cast aside. In response to the Duke's inquiry, Zhizhi's toes curled slightly, her voice soft and sweet. "I do." Some words were simply too difficult to express. The Duke's golden vertical pupils darkened as he inhaled the fragrance of her body, filled with allure. Zhizhi found her courage growing. She wanted to complete her task. Thus, she leaned closer, raising her head just in time to kiss the man as Adam's apple. "I want." She feared he hadn't heard her clearly, and so she repeated her murmur. Feeling the little female's need and dependence, ripples of warmth spread through him. He acknowledged that he enjoyed her initiative. The Duke's arms tightened around her, his fingertips gently grazing her soft waist as he lowered his head to lick her shoulder. The scent of jasmine intensified where his gaze fell. He swallowed hard. Zhizhi let out a muffled sound, embracing him tightly. She was ensnared in his arms, facing him, her rabbit eyes gradually reddening. The moonlight shimmered in the steaming water, her delicate figure floating gracefully. Suddenly, she felt a chill. The night wind brushed against her hair. A touch of coolness. The moon hid behind the mist. Zhizhi submerged herself in the water, warmth enveloping her shoulders, her heartbeat resonating. The Duke sat at the edge of the pool, his deep purple robe open wide. He gazed at the little female hiding in the water, his voice laced with desire. "What are you hiding from? Don't you want this?" Zhizhi's face flushed, the water's temperature scorching, the steam providing her with a sense of security. The Duke chuckled softly. "Were we even?" Zhizhi buried her face in the blanket, feeling utterly exhausted, nearly devoid of the strength to speak. The Duke, who had previously remained unaffected by her allure, seemed to have unlocked Pandora's box, demanding her multiple times in the water, relentlessly. At this moment, the Duke chuckled softly upon noticing her concealed form, while obliviously forgetting the conspicuous white rabbit ears peeking out. "Perhaps you should rest a while," he suggested, his voice tinged with a sense of post-meal satisfaction. "Once you awaken, you shall meet our esteemed guests, who seem to have matters they wish to discuss with you." During the dinner, they had inquired specifically about YZHZH's well-being. It was heard that the family's peculiar creature had encountered some issues, albeit the details were rather obscure, likely known only to the current acting ruler. YZH heard the Duke's footsteps receding as he changed his attire and left. Did it succeed? She pondered quietly to herself. Yet, she was aware that it would take a week to determine if she was with child. The system advised her to be patient. After so many attempts last night, there should be no complications. YZH slept soundly until evening, only to feel the discomfort of sore muscles as she turned. Her throat felt parched, and as she struggled to rise, she discovered a cup of tea had been thoughtfully prepared on the bedside table. The clear and fragrant bamboo leaf tea was a favorite of Snake's. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she held the delicate glass tea cup and sipped slowly. Her thoughts wandered back to the Duke. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Chapter 58, The Gift from T-Ing Lu K. The voice of the hamster maid floated in from outside. "Miss Fink, are you awake?" She heard a slight stir within the room. YZH softly replied, "Come in." The hamster maid entered with a bright smile. "Say, Teacher DIL sent me to assist Miss DHZH in getting up." The soft bedding swayed gently with the breeze, and YZH nodded in acknowledgement, clutching the blanket with one hand. As the hamster maid approached, she noticed the red marks on YZH's neck and could not help but smile. She truly adored this young lady of the Empire. Despite her noble status, treated her servants with great kindness and never sought to amuse herself at their expense. If only Miss AH could remain in the Duke's residence forever, she thought. Teacher DIL had mentioned that she was now Miss AH's personal maid. YZH donned a pale purple chiffon dress and sat before the vanity. Upon seeing the marks on her neck, she picked up a brush and dabbed it in powder, gently applying it to conceal the evidence. The hamster maid began to braid her hair and, upon finishing, softly remarked, "After we have dined, we shall meet our guests, Lord ND and Lord NR, who are waiting in the reception hall." Yes, the Duke informed me in advance. She had encountered Lord NR once in private and had some impression of him. However, she was unfamiliar with Lord ND. She vividly recalled the day she ascended the platform, where two identical white wolves stood at the entrance. Lord ND was the acting ruler of the family, managing all their affairs, while Lord NR was his twin brother. Though they bore a striking resemblance, their personalities were entirely different. "By the way, how is P-ing in?" YZH hurriedly inquired as she approached the dining table. The hamster maid smiled gently. "Do not worry, Miss ZH. P-ing in is doing well. He is currently in the infirmary, receiving round-the-clock care. He awakened just 2 hours ago, drank plenty of nutrient solution, and has since fallen asleep again." Awake? It seemed the rabbit youth had not exaggerated. He truly had healed the wild dog. How wonderful! YZH sincerely hoped for the wild dog's safety. Beyond her personal feelings, there was also a side quest. In a week's time, if she completed the quest, she would obtain the coveted teleportation scroll. The Duke had also mentioned that the hamster maid would bring a small bowl of nourishing medicinal food, and once he fully recovered, he would be invited to the study to act as a guard. YZHZH took a spoon and slowly savored the soup. After the meal concluded, she followed the maid toward the reception hall. The gentle evening sun cast a layer of soft gold upon the ground. She spotted a resplendent tree in the courtyard of the reception hall, and passing through, she encountered Lord Inar standing elegantly by the door, clad in a dark green uniform. He wore a bright smile, his white hair reminiscent of a light snowfall. "Good evening, Miss ZH," he greeted. YZH lifted her skirt with both hands and curtsied gracefully. The wolf youth stood tall, placing his right hand across his chest and bowing in return. Upon reaching the entrance to the reception hall, she peered inside, noting that aside from the attending servants, there was no one else present. Lord Inar, understanding her thoughts, chuckled. "My brother has business to attend to today, so I shall take his place. Please come in." YZH entered the reception hall and seated herself. A nearby male servant approached with red tea and pastries, pouring her a cup. "Are you enjoying your stay here?" The wolf youth inquired in a familial tone. His ruby-like eyes sparkled with mirth, making one feel an irresistible urge to draw closer. Lord Inar refrained from further conversation, extending his hand as a servant presented an object to him. The wolf youth approached the young lady slowly. "This is a gift from T-Ing Lu K." "What is it?" YZHZH received an object wrapped in black cloth. He said it was a gift. "A gift?" YZHZH unwrapped the black cloth to reveal an intricately designed drawing board. As she slowly turned it over, she beheld an abstract pattern on the canvas, an endless expanse of black, with a hint of red resembling a clawing figure akin to a demon, and amidst it, a small patch of white with distinct rabbit ears clearly visible. The artwork was rather hasty and difficult to interpret. YZH lifted her teacup, taking a sip, when her peripheral vision caught the terrifying red shadow. It resembled a colossal beast, its fangs piercing the body of the small white rabbit. A realization dawned upon her. Her hand trembled, spilling tea down her chin and neck. The nearby servant quickly offered a clean handkerchief. YZH set her teacup down, her heart racing as she took the handkerchief, wiping her lips before gradually tending to her neck. Her eyes remained fixated on the painting. The menacing red shadow symbolized T-Ing Lu K himself, while the white shape, with its unmistakable rabbit ears, conveyed a clear message. Why T-Ing Lu K sent this painting? Was it a threat, a warning, or a portent? Moreover, it concealed a profound desire. YZH remained uncertain, lost in her thoughts as she wiped away the spilled tea, her rabbit-like eyes reflecting innocence. The wolf youth observed her expression shift from confusion to terror, and now to a pitiable innocence. Clutching the painting, she used the handkerchief to clean her neck, gradually revealing the ambiguous red marks that seemed imprinted on her alabaster skin. Lord Inar's deep crimson eyes glimmered with an inscrutable smile. This truly caught him by surprise. The Duke of BL possessed an almost pathological fastidiousness when it came to choosing a mate. For many years, regardless of the king's counsel, he had refused to consider any female outside the Snake clan. Perhaps in his mind, all others were merely aberrations. The Rabbit clan, viewed as exceedingly fragile by the Snake clan, could barely be deemed fit for consumption. Before him stood the young female, dressed in a pale, purple-fitted gown, exuding an adorable charm, her lace headband matching in color, with her rabbit ears perked up. If it were not for the presence of so many attendants, Lord Inar would have been tempted to give her a gentle squeeze. Particularly the red mark on her neck stirred his imagination. "Miss ZH, are you curious about T-Ing Lu K's condition?" ZH, cradling the drawing board, raised her gaze to the wolf youth and softly inquired, "How is he doing?" It has almost been a month since he left the family. When she departed, T-Ing Lu K had yet to emerge. Now, Lord Inar smiled slightly. His mental state has deteriorated, and he is currently under strict control. The family is urgently developing medication. Upon learning of your news, he instructed me to convey a message. Du Fu is usually very punctual. Chapter 59, Caring for the Snake. Tang Luokitu's words brought to her cause Zhizhi to feel an involuntary sense of tension. She gazed at the silver-haired youth before her, noting the ruby-like gleam in his wolf-like eyes. His smile was evident, yet his voice was deliberately lowered. "Do not let me catch you." He mimicked each word with precision, even replicating the laughter at the end. A shiver ran down Zhiji's spine, nearly causing her to lose her grip on the painting she held. The timid rabbit required gentle handling. Meanwhile, other factions within the empire were stirring, each vying for the coveted beast husband of the rabbit clan's elite females. Zhizhi adjusted her easel, forcing a smile. Additionally, she remained unaware of the nature of the fourth main quest. Upon mentioning this matter, Tang Nair's expression grew uncharacteristically somber. The disgrace of Earl Grey had led to his expulsion from the clan genealogy by the Baishi family. His headless corpse discarded in a mass grave, preyed upon by vultures, with no beastman permitted to grant him a water burial. On the beast world, it was customary for beastmen to receive water burials after death. Their philosophy was that all things originate from the ocean, and after death, one's soul should return to the depths of the sea. For a beastman, the inability to receive a water burial equated to a descent into the abyss, with their soul forever unrest. Tang Nair continued, revealing that the Earl's fans had been deceived by his facade, wishing to set fire to his estate in fury. Some mourned deeply, unable to accept the downfall of their idol. Regardless, the Earl Grey's reputation had crumbled overnight, which brought a certain satisfaction to many beastmen present, who tirelessly posted about the events of that night. Their words expressed admiration for the rabbit clan female who had unmasked his hypocritical guise. It was crucial to remember that the young female had been in a perilous situation. Most beastmen had doubted her. Who would believe that the gentle and humble Earl Grey would harbor murderous thoughts towards the Empire's esteemed elite females? Yet, evidence proved she had spoken the truth. Zhizhi quietly held her easel, content that Earl Grey had received his just deserts. The 13 corpses hidden in the ice cellar could finally rest. Reflecting on how she too had been deceived by Earl Grey's facade, Zhizhi felt a genuine warmth from his demeanor, which had made interactions with him quite pleasant. The Duke's prolonged pursuit had led her to place her last glimmer of hope in Earl Grey. Fortunately, she had not foolishly followed him. Noticing the pale complexion of the little rabbit, Tang Nair understood she had yet to recover from the events of the previous night. The hamster maid accompanying her took the painting board from her grasp after observing it for some time, without comprehending its abstract content. It was a chaotic blend of black, red, and white, with a white mass resembling 2 ears reminiscent of a rabbit. Miss Zhizhi, tread lightly. The Duke is resting, the hamster maid cautioned, refraining from entering the courtyard. Zhizhi nodded, stepping over the threshold and along the corridor by the pond, arriving at the study door. She removed her shoes and entered quietly. It was already evening by the time she awoke. The sky had just darkened, and the study remained unlit. A kettle of freshly boiled tea bubbled on the desk. Zhizhi did not see the Duke. Approaching the draped curtains, she discovered the silhouette of the man. He had yet to change from his deep blue noble attire worn earlier, leaning against the door as if in a light slumber. A slender smoking pipe rested beside him. In the night, his features appeared exquisitely handsome, lacking the languor and wickedness of the day, replaced by a more amiable gentleness. As she drew closer, she noted he might genuinely be weary, having not slept a wink the previous night. He had hurriedly departed early that morning, and now he was enjoying a rare moment of rest, though a light sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead. Unable to resist, Zhizhi took out a handkerchief and gently wiped his brow. The Duke, awakening from his doze, felt a pang of discomfort in his golden vertical pupils as he caught the faint scent of jasmine and milk emanating from the little female who had returned from the parlor. Tending to him, "Did you have a nightmare?" Zhizhi inquired softly. "Yes," he replied, unbuttoning a metallic clasp on his shirt to allow the evening breeze to cool his skin, feeling uncomfortable from the excess perspiration. Zhizhi dabbed away the sweat from his forehead, contemplating how the Duke often preferred to embrace her, perhaps due to his frequent nightmares. Hesitating for a moment, she knelt and embraced the man seated before her, cradling him gently and stroking his head in a soothing manner, reminiscent of how he had once comforted her. The Duke was momentarily taken aback. The little female was holding him, offering solace. Perhaps due to his childhood experiences, he craved physical contact, yet found it difficult to accept females from other clans due to his disdain for outsiders. However, snakes were cold-blooded creatures devoid of warmth, which he did not like. In contrast, the rabbit before him was soft and fragrant, the scent of jasmine mingling with a subtle hint of milk becoming increasingly intoxicating. He buried his face against her, unable to resist the urge to pull her tightly against him. She was both fragrant and soft, her delicate waist seeming fragile enough to break with a gentle bend. He wished to nourish her to a fuller state, but she consumed far too little. He needed to devise a plan. "Will this be better?" Zhizhi asked softly. The Duke could not help but chuckle. How could it possibly be better? After resting for a while, the arrival of the little female stirred desires deep within him. Once certain boundaries were crossed, they became indulgent. There was no middle ground, only the extremes of none or countless. Nevertheless, he gradually loosened his grip, stroking the little female's head, inviting her to sit beside him. Leaning against the door, he savored the evening breeze, igniting the slender smoking pipe beside him. Zhizhi nestled quietly in his embrace. There is something I must tell you in advance. The Duke's voice was husky, tinged with an unusual seriousness. I apologize. Apologizing for what? Zhizhi stared at him, perplexed. Why had the Duke suddenly offered an apology? Chapter 60. I am pregnant. The moon hung silently, shrouded in mist. The Duke inhaled deeply from his pipe, gazing at the distant lake. As for me, I will not choose any clan other than the Snake Clan for my wife. This belief had been instilled in him since birth. His mother was the most esteemed female of the Snake Clan, and his father the most powerful male. Together, they had borne 11 children. Among them, only the Duke harbored an intense obsession with purity, finding it difficult to accept a wife from another clan, including the Rabbit Clan. Floran could not recall when this stubborn notion had taken root in his mind. It seemed to have emerged overnight. The Duke tapped his slender pipe and glanced at the little female in his arms, observing her momentarily lost expression. Fearing she might not comprehend, he clarified further. I will not compete for your beast husband. Even if they share a bond, even if children are born, I will not mate with females from other clans. This includes the Rabbit Clan. Zhizhi understood. She nodded. The Duke scrutinized her expression, torn between the fear of seeing her sad and the dread of not witnessing her sorrow. Noticing her lack of a pronounced reaction, he felt a twinge of discomfort. However, perhaps this was for the best. He could now boldly express his true thoughts to her. When you determine your first beast husband, His Majesty places great importance on it. I will personally oversee this matter. In the future, the Duke's voice lowered. When I feel you can leave, I will arrange a wedding for you and personally escort you to the church. He would wait until he no longer clung to this little pet, until he grew tired of her, until he found a substitute, or until he no longer suffered from nightmares, or until he encountered a favored female of the Snake Clan. The Duke was uncertain of the precise day, yet he sensed that it might arrive swiftly. Until then, he wished for the little female to remain by his side. The smoking pipe he held trembled slightly. He thought he had misheard. Gazing down at the small female nestled in his arms, he unconsciously narrowed his eyes. Why was she expressing gratitude? Shouldn't she be angry? Her reaction was reminiscent of someone who had never contemplated him as her beast husband. The Duke chose not to dwell on the fleeting pang of agitation that flickered within him. Noticing his silence, Zhizhi feared he might misunderstand. She wanted to convey that she was not clingy, nor did she insist he take responsibility. After all, pursuing him was merely a task assigned by the system. In truth, it was she who had concealed the reality. She lifted her head, gazing earnestly at the man before her, enunciating each word. You once said, I am your pet. Lord Bolin, rest assured, I shall always remember my identity and will not overstep. This was a reminder from the Duke to keep her identity in mind and not to entertain fanciful thoughts. For a fleeting moment, the Duke questioned whether this little rabbit was being deliberate. Yet, she was not one to speak ambiguously or harbor ulterior motives. Her emotions were plainly written on her face. After a considerable pause, Zhizhi heard the Duke's resigned sigh. He lowered his head and gently kissed the little female's forehead. Once a pet, she now bore an additional identity. Zhizhi's rabbit ears twitched as she curiously inquired, What is it? The Duke pinched her cheek with his fingertips, his voice returning to its usual languidness, a lover. She was both a pet and a lover. The Duke was disinclined to ponder the ramifications of this development. It seemed as if time could be suspended in this night. The evening breeze was soothing. Zhizhi gazed up at the man's golden, serpent-like eyes, feeling a hint of shyness under his scrutiny. The Duke lowered his head and pressed a kiss to her lips. He inhaled from his pipe and then leaned down again. The faint scent of smoke lingered between their lips as Zhizhi tilted her neck, succumbing to this slightly aggressive kiss. Gripping the Duke's dark blue dress shirt, she restrained his restless hand. The Duke chuckled softly, doing what lovers do. In the late hours of the night, he carried Zhizhi to the bath to cleanse her body. The Duke embraced her from behind, while Zhizhi's hand rested gently on her abdomen, whispering to herself, It should have worked, right? The frequency of their activities had been exceedingly high these past few days. She felt utterly languid, lying in bed with no desire to move. The Duke, now asleep behind her, lulled her into slumber as she too succumbed to fatigue. In the following days, the meals in the study became increasingly frequent, with 5 meals daily and sometimes even late-night snacks. By the end of the week, she finally heard the system's voice. System, congratulations, host. Pregnancy has been detected. Please rest assured and nurture the fetus. How wonderful. Zhizhi was elated. After conception, the countdown had frozen. Once the cub was born, her task would be entirely complete. Before the Duke could speak, she eagerly approached him. I am pregnant. The Duke's eyes widened momentarily in disbelief. How could it have happened so soon? On the Beast World planet, conceiving a child typically required a lengthy duration. Yet this little rabbit was already with child? The Duke's golden vertical pupils focused on her flat abdomen. Mine? Zhizhi was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing pink as she lowered her head. Her words were rather subtle. A glimmer of amusement appeared in the Duke's eyes as he wrapped his arm around the little female's shoulders and led her towards the dining table. Since she was pregnant, she ought to eat more. After their meal, an elderly physician came to check Zhizhi's pulse. He advised her on several matters, noting that as the weather warmed, she should avoid excessive sweating, even though the imperial city enjoyed a spring-like climate year-round. This was important for the well-being of the child in her womb. Furthermore, pregnant females should take more walks. 3 days later, under the care of a hamster maid, Zhizhi strolled slowly by the pond in the study when suddenly she heard the system's notification sound. System, ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest to rescue the wild dog. Rewards are being distributed. System, ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a one-time teleportation scroll. System, the host can open the item panel to check or use it. The time for the side quest had arrived. Calculating the time, the wild dog had survived for over a month. Zhizhi took a seat in the pavilion, the hamster maid fetching her some fruit. She summoned the light blue floating item panel and discovered a glowing golden scroll that was slowly rotating. Eagerly, she clicked to open it. Chapter 61, Wanting to Protect Her. The golden teleportation scroll gradually unfurled. Inside was a complete map depicting the entirety of the Beast World planet. Item information appear below. Name, teleportation scroll, one time, description, can select from unlocked locations for rapid teleportation. Note, teleportation takes 10 seconds, and dizziness and nausea may occur during the process. Remarks, unlocked locations may require points for exchange. Zhizhi grasped the scroll's usage. She carefully examined the map. She found her current position marked as Valoran Empire Imperial City, and upon clicking, detailed regional depictions emerged. Nearby, a small note indicated that the unlocked areas were family and Duke's Mansion. Zhizhi paused momentarily. While the teleportation scroll was convenient, it had strict requirements. Unlocking likely referred to places she had visited. From either the family or the Duke's Mansion, she could choose any unlocked scene as her destination. All other locations remained locked. If she wished to travel to them, she would need to exchange points in the shop. Zhizhi continued to examine the map for a while. She located the position of the Tsongshan Empire, which was extremely distant from the Valoran Empire. In the lower right corner, a region was marked in purple font, host territory. Zhizhi recalled her previous reward, which included an unlocked foundation. Could it be that this would become her future domain? Upon hearing footsteps, she stowed away the scroll, and the system panel vanished. The hamster maid returned with a platter of fruits, including grapes, apples, watermelon, and bananas, placing them on the table in the pavilion with a beaming smile. Miss Zhizhi, you seem quite happy. Zhizhi smiled gently. The breeze feels delightful today. Indeed, the weather in the Imperial City is always splendid. Here, it's perpetually spring. What was the outside world like? Zhizhi had yet to experience it. She had only heard tales of unrest, with many regions beset by monstrous invasions and the mutations caused by pollution, leaving many factions vulnerable. With this scroll, Zhizhi now possessed a measure of choice. Although many places remained unexplored and locked, she could exchange points when necessary, which would certainly prove valuable in critical moments. Thoughts of the wild dog crossed her mind, and she realized the side quest had rewarded her for saving its life. Let us go see how it's doing, Zhizhi said as she picked up an apple. The hamster maid replied, Certainly, Miss Zhizhi, please follow me. The Duke's territory was vast, and after leaving the courtyard of the study, the maid summoned a convertible carriage for her. Zhizhi took a seat. The wild dog was currently housed in the medical ward of the territory, a structure near the lake with crimson eaves and gray walls. The hamster maid led the way, and they encountered physicians and nurses along the path, each bowing respectfully. To them, this esteemed rabbit female was likely to become the future duchess. Zhizhi entered the room occupied by Yiquan. At that moment, he was leaning against the bed, holding a newspaper. Hearing footsteps, his furry ears twitched slightly, and upon recognizing the visitor, his dark pupils momentarily widened. "Hello, Zhizhi," he greeted her cheerfully. It had been many days since they last met. His complexion appeared remarkably well. Yiquan quickly glanced at the girl and concealed the newspaper. In the next moment, a deep red apple was presented before him. "Thank you." He accepted it, his voice hoarse. Zhizhi settled onto a nearby chair and softly said, "I have yet to properly express my gratitude for what you did last time. Without you, I might have perished. It's of no consequence." Yiquan's gaze remained indifferent. She recalled that night in the storage room when he had remarked that his life was worthless. Zhizhi pressed her lips together and earnestly replied, "However, your life is of great importance to me." Yiquan held the red apple, his canine ears twitching slightly. He did not raise his head, wishing to conceal the emotions swirling within his eyes from the girl. This was the first time in his long life that someone had spoken such words to him. The hamster maid nearby exhibited a fond smile, remarking, "Miss Zhizhi is such a gentle female. No other noble would care about the life or death of a slave." She hoped that in the future, everything would go smoothly for her and that she would always remain safe and joyful. It would be even better if she were willing to become a duchess. "Do you have any wishes?" Zhizhi gently inquired. He had saved her. It was only right that she reciprocate. Beyond that, she wished to treat him with greater kindness. "If you do not wish to be a slave, I can, no need." Yiquan interrupted. This rabbit female seemed to misunderstand. Being a slave was not his choice. Without the golden beast bone, he had no other profession available to him. He clenched the newspaper hidden at his side. In the beast world, males without combat abilities were as lowly as females without reproductive capabilities. Within the Duke's residence, apart from serving tea and guarding, what else could he do? He couldn't even patrol. Had he awakened dual abilities, he would not have been gravely injured by Earl Grey that night. Even a male who typically only wielded a pen could slay him with a single strike. Even if he longed to be a guard and to protect her, he lacked the capability. Zhizhi gazed thoughtfully at Yiquan. She nodded. "Then you should eat the apple. I will visit you again tomorrow." After her departure, Yiquan's peripheral vision followed her silhouette. Only after she had left did he reveal the hidden newspaper. The headline read, "Night Alliance in Turmoil." "Miss Zhizhi, are you contemplating matters of safety?" The hamster maid inquired curiously. If it were a wish, I believe he surely hopes to awaken his psychic and super abilities." The hamster maid sighed. "But that is quite difficult. After all, in the Valoran Empire, without the lunar priest to awaken the evolutionary abilities, it is impossible to reshape his golden beast bone." Thus, Yiquan had not voiced his thoughts. Deep within, he felt that this wish was unattainable. Zhizhi murmured, "First, I should find a way to grant him his freedom. Perhaps a turning point will appear in the future. If only she could awaken her evolutionary abilities." Just as she crossed the threshold, a strong arm ensnared her from behind. The door swung open with a gust of wind. Zhizhi started slightly, her hands resting on the arm encircling her neck as the Duke leaned down. Whispering in her ear, "Your life is of great importance to me. Tell me, how vital is that wild dog to me?" Chapter 62. Tame Me. The Duke's deep, affectionate voice carried an ambiguous hint of laughter as he embraced her fully. Zhizhi softly replied, "He saved me. I hope you will be well." The Duke bore a pleasant scent of body wash, his collar wide open, with her back pressed tightly against his chest, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Suddenly, she felt a flicker of sensation against her neck. That touch was akin to a serpent. "Is the apple delicious?" the Duke inquired, his golden slitted pupils twinkling with mirth. "Why haven't I seen you present me with a gift?" Zhizhi realized, gently tugging at the Duke's ample sleeve. "Tomorrow, if you don't mind. I will think about what to give you." He conceded, feeling a twinge of discomfort upon hearing the servant's report. After all, he was merely a wild dog. He must be losing his mind, overly concerned about even an apple. Upon hearing the soft voice of the young female, his demeanor softened. "Very well. There is one more matter. Here." It was simple. He could give her this contract. The Duke gazed down at the petite female before him. However, even if the contract is torn up and he leaves the Duke's residence a free man, he will still be captured by other beastmen. He could end up in any number of dire situations. Seeing a flicker of confusion in Zhizhi's vibrant eyes, the Duke couldn't resist pinching her delicate face. To male beastmen, lacking strength meant eternal captivity. This was a planet governed by the law of the jungle, where only the fittest survived. The weak could only struggle to exist. Remaining in the Duke's residence ensured at least some safety. I can find him a leisurely job, perhaps in the front hall, the kitchen, or the garden, anything but the study, the Duke added. Previously, he had hoped to wait until Yi Quan recovered to care for him in the study. Now, it seemed necessary to send him to a more distant place. The farther, the better. The Duke wrapped his arm around her shoulders as they walked toward the dining table in the adjacent room. The table was laden with delectable dishes, emanating enticing aromas. Once seated, he drew Zhizhi into his embrace. It has been a while since I fed you. The Duke brought a spoonful of soup to her lips, watching as the young female obediently lowered her head and slowly drank it. You might want to leave, Zhizhi murmured. The Duke's golden slitted pupils flashed with a faint smile. Do you wish to send him away? I heard that many females in the territory often visit him in the infirmary, bringing so many flowers that they can scarcely fit. Would you be willing to send him away? That wild dog possessed an attractive exterior. The key factor was his lack of psychic power, making him easily manageable. In the eyes of some females, although he could not be a beast husband, he could still serve in other capacities. After all, most females in the beast world were quite carefree, and under the right circumstances, powerful males could serve to propagate their genes, while handsome males could be kept for their amusement, provided they were of a high enough rank. The laws of the empire supported such actions. Yi Quan, being only one level above a disabled male, was suppressed by the ranks of many females, forced to submit to them, and nearly beaten to death. Now, Mumu had also found a new male companion to take out for leisure activities. Zhizhi held the noodles on her chopsticks as the Duke slowly fed her. The noodles were delightful, accompanied by delicious soup. Hearing the Duke's words, she softly replied, I always feel that he does not wish to remain here. He likely dislikes the life of confinement. Otherwise, he would not have rejected Mumu. The Duke set down his bowl and picked up a napkin, gently wiping the corner of her mouth. Do you know about the Sun Ridge? Zhizhi thought the name sounded familiar and recalled seeing it on a map before. I know, it is not far from the World Tree. The World Tree is the source of all power, not belonging to any empire. The continent where the World Tree grows is an isolated island, which includes Sun Ridge and the Night Alliance. The Night Alliance is currently in great disarray. The Duke meticulously wiped the young female's fingers with a napkin, the flames of war raging fiercely, indicating it would endure for quite some time. He had heard that the lunar priest from the Moonrise Empire had gone to Sun Ridge. Yi Quan's beast bone had been extracted. If they could find the lunar priest, there might be hope for salvation. However, that place is exceedingly perilous. He lacks the mental fortitude, and should he venture there, he would face a near-certain demise. Should he ultimately choose to go, I will provide him with a pass to ensure his arrival at Taiyang Ling. Zhizhi comprehended this. She lifted her gaze to the man before her, who was intently drying his hands. The Duke's deep purple robe was partially unfastened, his dark blue hair cascading in gentle waves, his eyelids obscuring his malevolent golden vertical pupils. His perfectly chiseled jawline radiated nobility, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, exuding a languid nonchalance. Zhizhi felt a stir of emotion within her heart. I thank you on his behalf. The Duke momentarily paused his actions, raising his eyes and tightening his grip on the girl's delicate hand. You cannot speak for him. This statement insinuated that the wild dog was already hers in some sense. The Duke placed the used tissue on the table, stroking the small rabbit's lips. Have you eaten enough? I have. Then it is now my turn to dine. In the next moment, her lips were sealed. Zhizhi's hands rested against his chest, attempting to push him away, yet one of his hands restrained her. The Duke seized her two pale wrists, and a wisp of white smoke materialized, slowly coiling around them. She sat there, her hands seemingly suspended by an invisible cord, now utterly unable to move. Gradually, a faint blush appeared on Zhizhi's face. She bit her lip, yet soft moans occasionally escaped her. The following day, Zhizhi returned to the hospital room to convey the Duke's intentions. On the bed, the wild dog remained in stunned silence for a long while. He had never anticipated that one day he might leave this place. Upon seeing the sweetly smiling girl sitting by the bed, she extended the Taiyang Ling pass toward him. The wild dog's gaze fell, his eyes moistening. Zhizhi then shifted her tone. If you wish to remain at the Duke's residence, that would be acceptable. Besides being a guard, there are numerous other positions available. Should you venture outside, you could easily meet a tragic end. Thank you. The wild dog grasped the golden black pass. Resolute in his decision to journey to Taiyangling to seek the Haoyue Zhizhi. Even if it meant selling his soul, he wished to become immensely powerful. Death held no fear for him. His only dread was lacking the strength to protect her from harm. The wild dog prepared to depart, following the Duke's instructions. A carriage would arrive to fetch him once he made his choice. Zhizhi stood by the hospital window, watching him board the carriage. He gazed deeply at the rabbit tribe female's visage, as though wishing to etch her into his very bones. Little did she know, he had made his decision long ago, on that fateful night in the storage room. If he could survive, he would whisper softly as he lay in a pool of blood, his consciousness fading. Tame me. In the prolonged gloom of his existence, a rose blossomed upon his parched heart. He yearned to safeguard his little rose. Miss Zhizhi, here's a letter for you. The hamster maid approached. Chapter 63. All eyes upon her. A letter? Zhizhi observed the parchment envelope, taking it in her hands, its frosted texture feeling quite pleasant. However, the envelope bore a seal, rendering it temporarily unopened. Inscribed upon it were several dark red characters that glimmered faintly. Xindian Lieming. Zhizhi murmured. Why would they send you a letter? She had heard of this organization. On the Beast World planet, many rare, gifted individuals chose to join their ranks. I might want to open this letter. Zhizhi was curious about its contents. Once Miss Zhizhi awakens her mental power, she should be able to open it. Can I have someone else help me open it? That is not permissible. The hamster maid quickly replied. The seal belongs to the temple. If it is not opened by you, Miss Zhizhi, it could easily backfire. Zhizhi nodded thoughtfully. She gazed toward the entrance, where the carriage carrying her guard had already vanished around the corner. Holding the letter, she gently leaned against the window, contemplating the possibility of never seeing the wild dog again, her heart tinged with melancholy. It seemed that in this world, one must learn to bid farewell. She hoped he would achieve his aspirations. Please, do not encounter any misfortune. He was heading to Taiyangling, a place rife with danger, where malevolent creatures roamed. And like the Xindian Lianmeng, the Night Alliance was disintegrating, existing outside the realms of any faction. Under such circumstances, his journey was fraught with peril. Yet, she still wished for his success. If he could locate the Haoyue Zhizhi and evolve his golden beast bone, the wild dog would awaken dual talents. It was said that his ancestors hailed from the great dog branch, born into a prestigious family in his youth. After his parents perished in battle, the clan elders extracted his golden beast bone, resulting in his current state. The conflicts between families were exceedingly brutal. Without the protection of close kin, it was a mystery how he had survived. Should he truly evolve a new golden beast bone, given his parents' genes? The talents he could awaken would likely belong to the first sequence. The hamster maid sighed. He is truly brave. If it were me, I would never choose to leave the Duke's residence. Given the current situation, he owes a debt to Miss Zhizhi. The Duke's residence will care for him well. The outside world is fraught with danger. To say nothing of Taiyangling, even stepping out of Aloran's imperial city could lead to instant demise. Zhizhi could not help but caress her abdomen. Once she successfully bore the snake offspring, the main quest would be deemed a significant accomplishment. She wondered how many points she would earn. All right, I still need to prepare a gift for the Duke. She had promised him yesterday. However, the Duke lacked for nothing. What could she possibly gift him? Is there a market or something like that? I wish to browse. Indeed, Miss Zhizhi, today is the weekend. The market in the Imperial City is quite lively. I will prepare the carriage. Very well. Since arriving at the Duke's residence, Zhizhi had never ventured out. As for the Imperial City, she had no idea what it was like. Back in her family's territory, it was well equipped, and no one had ever taken her out to explore. The hamster maid soon returned, accompanied by Captain Jiao, the guard. Zhizhi observed as an entire squad of guards, numbering around 20, descended the stairs. So many? Noticing Zhizhi's astonished expression, Captain Jiao smiled and explained, Miss Zhizhi, your status is unique. We must ensure your safety 100%, hence the additional guards. Please forgive us. The Imperial City was bustling and vibrant, but also shrouded in intrigue. Especially after the recent Earl Grey incident, Captain Jiao had been penalized with half a year's salary and received 40 military lashes. Having just recovered from his injuries, he was especially diligent in guarding Zhizhi. Zhizhi settled into the spacious carriage. Captain Jiao affixed a deep blue lantern emblazoned with the Duke's crest to the front of the carriage. The group set off toward the Imperial City Market. This was Zhizi's first outing. Upon hearing the lively sounds, she could not resist lifting the carriage curtain. Towering and ornate buildings adorned the streets, with colorful awnings draping over them. Various peculiar decorations hung from the eaves of shop entrances. The orcs on the street donned an array of garments, their forms diverse. This one, Zhizhi whispered. The carriage came to a gradual halt. Captain Jiao lowered the steps, and as Zhizhi descended, the passing orcs turned their heads, gazing at the noble female. Today, she wore a light blue corseted gown, her skin as fair as snow, her starry eyes captivating, long hair cascading behind her, and her white rabbit ears standing attentively, capturing the attention of all. The guards diligently surrounded her. Ordinary orcs dared not approach, clearing a path for her. The shopkeeper, donning a half-eye patch and leaning on a cane, appeared to be around 50 years old. He bowed gracefully. "Milady, what can I assist you with?" To operate a shop in the Imperial City Market, one must be observant and discerning. He had already discerned that the female before him had arrived in a carriage from the Duke's residence, even if she was not of the snake tribe. Her identity is either affluent or noble. Observing the row of guards behind her, it is evident that such a grand display must indicate a distinguished guest from the Duke's estate. It is imperative not to show any negligence. Zhizhi gazes at the array of assorted goods within the shop. "I wish to purchase a gift. Might I inquire if the lady intends to present a male or a female?" "A male." "Which species?" "Snake." "A male snake for the Duke's carriage." The shopkeeper's eyes twitched slightly. Could this charming and lovely lady from the Rabbit clan be intending to purchase a gift for the most esteemed Duke of the Valorn Empire? This humble shop of mine is truly illuminated by her presence. Just as the proprietor contemplated whether to unveil the store's treasure, a derisive laugh echoed nearby. With Lord Boland's birthday approaching, is she so eager to curry favor, fearing expulsion from the Duke's estate? The young and beautiful female from the Snake clan, adorned in a light golden aristocratic gown and wielding a white lace parasol, had dark curls cascading like a waterfall, her golden pupils exuding a regal allure, though her tone was laced with arrogance. Her attendant barked sharply. "What are you staring at? Princess Phi is here. Kneel immediately." "Princess Phi," the shopkeeper gasped, hastily dropping to his knees. The orcs lingering at the entrance quickly followed suit, all of them bowing their heads to the ground, terrified to look up. Among them were the guards of the Duke's estate and a hamster maid. In an instant, only Zhizhi remained standing. The hamster maid trembled in fear. A throng of orcs knelt outside, heads pressed to the ground, not daring to raise their gazes. The shopkeeper, closest to the scene, mused, "Is this rabbit lady not afraid of death?" Zhizhi, somewhat bewildered, surveyed the prostrate figures around her when the sound of approaching footsteps echoed on the wooden floor, gradually drawing nearer. "What? Do you look down upon this princess?" The haughty female from the Snake clan glared discontentedly at the girl before her and coldly sneered. "Someone, break her legs." Suddenly, laughter erupted from the crowd of beasts. "Ha ha ha! Ahem! My apologies, I couldn't help myself." Perched atop the carriage, a youthful figure swung his legs, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes, whether from just waking or from laughter, one could not tell. He languidly remarked, "Esteemed princess, I advise you. It would be wise not to provoke this little female. Otherwise, you shall surely regret it." Chapter 64. She carries the Duke's offspring. As a premier noble of the Snake clan, Phi had been raised by the royal family of the Valorn Empire from a young age, and is now the most favored and esteemed princess. Glancing at the figure of the Rabbit clan prodigy, her golden pupils narrowed in displeasure. "Noelle, are you still asleep? Listen to the words you are uttering." "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I slept splendidly last night. However, it seems you have been away in the Moonrise Empire for quite a while, and might not be aware." "I am aware." The impatient female from the Snake clan interrupted. "She is a pet raised by the Duke." "You are mistaken." The youth rested his chin on one hand, speaking in a languid tone. "She carries the Duke's offspring." The Rabbit clan's Noelle enunciated each word clearly. According to imperial law, a pregnant female need not perform great rites before any noble, including the royal family. "Do you intend to punish her and break her legs?" "The Female Protection Association will bring you before the Holy Law Hall, and even if you are an imperial princess, you shall face severe punishment." "What?" Phi's golden eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the delicate rabbit female before her. "She is pregnant?" and with the bloodline of Duke Bolin. Noel's statement was crystal clear to all the beasts present. The shopkeeper stood dumbfounded. He had suspected that this small female was of noble standing, but never to this extent. No wonder so many guards had accompanied the Duke's estate today, ensuring her safety. Fi was seething with rage, her teeth clenched in frustration. She glared at the girl before her, realizing that after merely half a year away in the Moonrise Empire, this detestable rabbit had outmaneuvered her. Initially, she had thought to intimidate the Duke with her presence at the market, but she had never anticipated that the girl was already with child. In the world of beastkind, pregnant females enjoy all privileges, even surpassing their own social standing. Regardless of status, any female who conceives receives comprehensive protection. Any beast daring to challenge them would find themselves in the Holy Law Hall, a place not to be trifled with. Even a most arrogant noble would suffer there. Despite her fury, Fi found herself taking a few steps back. Should this little rabbit possess any cunning, feigning a fall, she would be unable to clear her name. Humph. Princess Fi, holding her parasol, circled around and intentionally chose the farthest path to exit the shop. She cast a cold glance at the small rabbit. Even if you are carrying Duke Bolin's offspring, he will never take you as his mate. To him, you are merely a fleeting amusement. As the princess distanced herself, the orcs kneeling at the entrance slowly rose, exchanging glances of astonishment. They had not anticipated that a simple visit to the market would unveil such monumental news. The Empire's most esteemed duke was to have an heir. It was common knowledge that he had never taken a wife, having adopted 4 children from the Snake Clan. If the Rabbit Clan lady is indeed carrying the Duke's bloodline, she would undoubtedly inherit his remarkable talents. This was a momentous occasion for the Valoran Empire. It must be noted that the Duke had awakened a rare talent known as Cloud Mist, with a spiritual power not publicly disclosed but rated remarkably high. One could only imagine how formidable it truly was. Initially, only those within the Duke's estate were privy to Zhizi's pregnancy. Now, the entire Imperial City was aware. As they turned their attention to Zhizhi, their expressions were filled with reverence, and, as they departed, they all offered their farewells. The shopkeeper, repeatedly wiping his hands with a handkerchief, moved slowly with his cane. "Miss, if you wish to present a gift to the Duke, I happen to have a treasure just arrived from Sangshan. Would you care to take a look? The Duke's birthday is fast approaching, and all the nobility of the Empire are preparing gifts, with Princess Fi personally selecting items at the market. Surely, this rabbit lady shares the same sentiment." "Sangshan?" Zhizi's gaze faltered slightly as she gently shook her head. "That seems unwise. The Duke does not appear to have a fondness for Sangshan, particularly not for the mention of Dracula. To this day, it seems no one knows his name. She had kept that hidden deep within her heart, never disclosing it to any beast." Her eyes fell upon the hanging lucky bags that adorned the shop's beams, most of them red and embroidered with vintage, exquisite patterns. Among them, one dark blue embroidered lucky bag caught her eye, adorned with retro auspicious characters and tied with a red ribbon, with a small copper coin pendant at the bottom. Zhizhi immediately chose that one. "I would like that one." The shopkeeper followed her, and after spotting the lucky bag, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. "Please wait a moment. I shall fetch it for you." In the Valoran Empire, lucky bags are offerings to the deities, commonly purchased to present to one as beloved. He had forgotten that the relationship between this female and the Duke was exceedingly intimate. Even though Princess Fi's words were cutting, they could not obscure the fact that the rabbit lady was pregnant with the Duke's offspring. Simply put, even if they were to part ways in the future, this young lady would forever remain a distinguished guest of the Duke's estate. Furthermore, as the offspring grow, they would undoubtedly be extremely filial to their mother. The shopkeeper retrieved the blue lucky bag. Zhizhi held it delicately, examining it closely before making her decision. In addition, she requested a red lucky bag. The hamster maid settled the payment. Surrounded by her guards, she made her way toward the carriage. Raising her head, she looked at the rabbit youth lounging atop the carriage. His legs crossed, resting his chin on his hand, his expression nonchalant. Zhizhi smiled at him, placing her hands over her heart and nodding slightly. "Thank you for your assistance today." "You're welcome," he replied casually, having merely coincidentally spotted the Duke's carriage at the market and wishing to join in, only to witness such a captivating scene. The imperious and capricious Princess Fayer of the Empire was putting this little rabbit in a difficult position. On one hand, as a distinguished member of the Rabbit Clan, he was duty-bound to protect his kin. On the other, this little doe had piqued his interest, and he naturally wished to spare her any physical suffering. Zhizhi rummaged through her belongings and produced a gift she had purchased earlier in the shop. "This is for you," she said. Previously, Noah had rescued a wild dog, and she had yet to find the opportunity to express her gratitude. Now, having chosen a present for the Duke, she had also decided to buy a beautiful red fortune pouch. The rabbit clan's Noah momentarily froze, gazing down at the girl who raised her right hand, delicate fingers holding the red pouch as its silk fluttered in the breeze. The wind tousled her hair and lifted the hem of her light blue dress, revealing her charming and radiant smile. The surrounding guards exhibited expressions of astonishment. The hamster maid nearly dropped the various trinkets she held. Soon, they all turned away, unable to look any longer. Captain Jiao, the guard, was utterly shocked. Miss Zhizhi was actually gifting Lord Noah a fortune pouch? Did she harbor feelings for him? Noah stared intently at her for an extended moment before a playful smirk curved his lips. "You're giving this to me?" "Yes," Zhizhi nodded, fearing the boy atop the carriage could not reach it. Thus, she rose on her toes. Chapter 65. He yearned to kiss her. The weekend market was bustling and lively. The wind played with the bells on the shop doors, creating a melodious sound. Noah gazed into the girl's clear eyes, extending his hand, bending slightly as his fingers caught the red string of the fortune pouch. With a gentle tug, the sacred item fell into his palm. "I graciously accept this gesture," he declared, his voice as pure as a crystal spring. The little doe appeared oblivious to the true significance of gifting a fortune pouch to a male. However, that was inconsequential. He rubbed the golden embroidery on the pouch, basking in the warm sunlight above, which lulled him into a state of drowsiness. Meanwhile, the girl had already been assisted into the carriage by the hamster maid. The guards wore varied expressions, refraining from speaking further. In the beast world, a rank female could indeed have multiple beast husbands, but only those of a lower rank. Whether it was the Duke or Lord Noah, both stood at the pinnacle of their respective clans. Miss Zhizhi was currently a rank female. It would be implausible for her to simultaneously possess both of them. If she were to advance in rank, both high-ranking males would have to consent. One could hardly imagine Lord Noah being unwilling. As for Duke Bolin, how could he possibly relent? His status was so elevated that unless one were a saintess, any future duchess would have to remain at the Duke's estate, dutiful and compliant. In fact, a saintess had not graced the beast world in over a century. On the way back, the hamster maid attempted to speak several times, but seeing Miss Zhizhi quietly perusing a book, she held her tongue. What was Miss Zhizhi thinking? Did she not harbor feelings for the Duke? Yet, when they were together, they appeared quite intimate. The hamster maid observed their closeness frequently while attending to them in study. The Duke often held her, as if she were a newborn cub nestled within his embrace. Regardless of whom Miss Zhizhi's heart favored, the hamster maid would offer her blessings, for she was a rank female, possessing the freedom of choice in her mate. Upon disembarking, Zhizhi sneezed and rubbed her nose, feeling as if she might be catching a cold. The winds in the imperial city had been rather fierce these past few days. The hamster maid bent slightly, saying, "Miss Zhizhi, please go inside. I will prepare a cup of ginger tea to warm you." "Thank you," she replied, setting the half-read book on the table. Feeling a bit weary, Zhizhi rested her arms on the desk and fell asleep. The hamster maid brewed the ginger tea and, seeing Miss Zhizhi asleep, chose not to disturb her. Instead, she placed the tea on a small warming stove and quietly stepped outside to stand guard. The sun was setting. The Duke's figure appeared at the gate, and the guards all bowed in respect. He returned at sunset, holding several dark blue ghost lotuses. Upon entering the study, he spotted the little doe sleeping soundly. A smile tugged at the corners of the Duke's mouth as he approached slowly, placing the ghost lotuses into a vase on the table. Zhizhi was in a deep and peaceful slumber. He remained silent, simply sitting down and gazing intently at her. The little pet's rabbit ears drooped, and her fair cheeks bore a hint of pink as long lashes rested against them, seemingly lost in a delightful dream, with the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. Even in her sleep, she appeared endearingly cute. A gentle tickle danced in the Duke's heart, sending a faint thrill to his chest. As the sun dipped lower, the room grew dim. The Duke's golden vertical pupils were filled with depth as he leaned closer, placing a light kiss on her slightly parted lips. He merely desired to kiss her in that moment. In her dream, Zhizhi felt a tingling sensation on her lips, awakening to the hazy outline of the Duke. Realizing she was awake, he reached out to caress the nape of her neck, preventing her escape, deepening their kiss. Zhizhi felt her breath becoming shallow, her cheeks flushed crimson. He slowly released her, affectionately licking her lips. The little doe's voice, soft and sticky from sleep, was like a gentle caress. The Duke brushed her cheek and pulled her into his embrace, enveloping her completely. Zhizhi paused momentarily, then wrapped her arms around the man before her. They shared a quiet moment of intimacy. The Duke had been troubled by numerous affairs at the palace that day, and he missed this little pet at home dearly. It felt as if embracing her allowed him to momentarily forget everything. He relished this sensation. The Duke gently stroked her rabbit ears. "What gift is this?" he inquired, having requested something the day prior, now receiving a present in return. This little pet was, as always, obedient. Zhizhi rummaged for a moment and produced the blue fortune pouch she had bought earlier. She solemnly handed it to the Duke. "I went to the market and saw this. It felt quite fitting." The Duke held the deep blue fortune pouch, embroidered with ancient, auspicious characters. His golden vertical pupils momentarily stunned. "A fortune pouch?" Zhizhi smiled at him. The hue suited the Duke well. The lotuses he cultivated in his courtyard were of a similar deep blue. The Duke gazed at the red string tied to it. His throat moved slightly as he looked back at the little doe, noticing her smile, which seemed to shine even in the dim room. In the beast world, the meaning of a fortune pouch was profoundly romantic. He tightened his grip, unable to suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. "Weren't you the one who said you couldn't forget your identity as my pet?" Zhizhi was momentarily taken aback. Why did the Duke ask such a question? Did he dislike the gift? The falling auspicious coins swayed slightly. "No more of this," the Duke said, holding the smoking pipe, his gaze fixed on the dark blue fortune pouch hanging from it, his pupils deep and contemplative. He had made their relationship quite clear during their last conversation. It could only remain at the level of lovers, with no possibility of further advancement. Yet, why was his mood particularly pleasant now? The weariness of the day seemed to vanish. Did he like it, or did he not? Zhizhi stared at him, momentarily unable to grasp his thoughts. Nonetheless, the Duke accepted the gift. "By the way, I received a letter today." Zhizhi proactively pulled out the letter sent by the Temple Alliance. The Duke cast a glance at it. The servant had reported it earlier. He hadn't expected this little pet to be so candid. What could the letter contain? Zhizhi gazed at him, her thoughts plainly written on her face. "Would you like me to open it for you?" The Duke flicked the ash from his pipe. Zhizhi nodded. Chapter 66, The Time of Awakening. Is not impossible. The Duke picked up the envelope, observing the seal upon it, his tone languid. However, uttering such words would violate the rules of the Divine Temple Alliance, potentially placing you on their blacklist. The Divine Temple Alliance rarely initiates correspondence with orcs, indicating their favorable view towards you. It is also possible that they wish to offer you certain benefits. Unless you personally unseal it, the contents of the letter shall not be realized. Zhizhi seemed to grasp the implications, her expression reflecting inner turmoil. The Duke took a puff of smoke. "So, shall I open it for you?" Zhizhi yearned to awaken her mental powers. As of now, she could not freely transform into her beast form. If she were to awaken her mental powers, she did not need much, just enough would suffice. She wished to attempt transforming into a rabbit and also desired to unseal this letter. The Duke's fingers gently entwined a strand of her long hair. Each day holds potential. Unlike males, whose dual abilities awaken upon hatching, females' mental powers and supernatural talents awaken unexpectedly on an ordinary day. The wizard will be visiting the Duke's residence tomorrow. "Shall we have him test you?" the Duke inquired. Zhizhi nodded softly. "Yes. The Imperial Wizard possesses the ability to test mental powers. In the Imperial City, noble households invite wizards monthly to cleanse impurities." The next day, Zhizhi accompanied the Duke to the main hall. The youngest wizard of the Empire stood up, removing his brimmed hat and bowing. "Esteemed Duke, Miss Zhizhi, good morning." Zhizhi noted the ram's horns atop the wizard's head. He was in a half-beast, humanoid form, with a human body and a ram's face, adorned in a voluminous black robe, a gleaming blue gem necklace radiating an enchanting glow. Today, she uncharacteristically held herself with poise, lifting her skirt to bow before the Duke and the wizard. Upon seeing the adorable rabbit female, the wizard blinked. Besides Moo Moo, several snake females had also arrived, specifically to meet the wizard and inquire if they had awakened their mental powers. The Duke sat in the prominent seat, his right hand cradling a slender smoking pipe, while a servant ignited the dry tobacco within the lotus pipe. His golden vertical pupils rested on Zhizhi, among the many orcs. She was the only one he could distinctly perceive, a small female rabbit. What a lively scene. A girl, flanked by numerous servants, entered, holding a white lace umbrella, a gracious smile adorning her face. I knew the wizard would come to the Duke's residence. I wanted to join everyone for the test. After spending half a year in the Moonrise Empire, I wonder if my mental powers have grown. The orcs greeted her upon her entrance. Greetings, Herr Highness Fair. Faya, being a snake tribe orc, possessed a haughty and domineering demeanor but exhibited patience towards her kin. Catching sight of the petite figure, her smile faltered slightly. Involuntarily glancing at the rabbit female's flat abdomen, a cold huff escaping her. The room was filled with snakes, and the sudden intrusion of a rabbit was displeasing. Of course, the wizard was an exception. Fayer relinquished her umbrella to an accompanying servant. The antelope wizard stepped forward, bowing. Since Her Highness Fayer is here, may I test her first? The orcs looked on with curiosity. Moo Moo, closest to Zhizhi, leaned in and whispered in the rabbit's ear. Your rival has arrived. Rival? Zhizhi's rabbit ears twitched, turning her face in confusion. All the orcs in the main hall were captivated by the presence of the princess, leaving no one to notice the two in the corner. Moo Moo raised her hand, shielding her mouth. Princess Fayer is currently the most outstanding female of the snake tribe. She was raised in the royal family, her status exceedingly noble. Moreover, it is no secret that she has affections for the Duke. How do you feel? Is the pressure overwhelming? Moo Moo could not resist pinching the rabbit girl's delicate cheek, wishing to tease her, but refrained due to the Duke's presence. Zhizhi listened intently. She recalled the Duke's earlier words. As for me, aside from the snake tribe females, I shall not choose any others as my wife. Thus, the most accomplished female of the snake tribe, Princess Fayer, is the Duke's most suitable choice. The antelope wizard, holding the gem pendant at his chest, was enveloped in a deep blue glow. Fayer sensed a chill encroach upon her forehead, but a confident smile graced her lips as she soon heard the wizard's praise. Compared to 6 months ago, Your Highness has made considerable progress. The antelope wizard retracted the gem's glow. Currently, you possess 500 mental power. 500. The surrounding females widened their eyes. For females, even 50 is considered high, yet Princess Fayer surpassed that by over tenfold. Moo Moo gazed at her enviously. She can maintain her snake form for a week, and if she remains still, even for half a month. Compared to males, females generally possess lower mental power. However, mental power directly influences the duration in which a female can maintain her beast form. Many times, they prefer to remain in beast form, as it is more comfortable and allows for swift recovery of stamina. The antelope wizard's gaze traversed the crowd, landing upon the rabbit female, the only non-snake female present in the main hall. A glance at the Duke seated in the main position revealed a hint of amusement in his eyes directed at the rabbit female. He likely understood the situation. Today, the Duke perhaps hoped that he would pay special attention to Miss Zhizhi, having heard of her pregnancy with Duke Bolan's offspring. As a superior female, she must be treated with utmost care. The antelope wizard gradually approached Zhizhi. The gazes of many orcs were drawn towards them. Miss Zhizhi, do you require a test? The antelope wizard inquired with a smile. Yes. Zhizhi felt a twinge of nervousness. It had been a while since her last fertility test, back in her family. Please extend your hand. The antelope wizard opened his palm, his expression gentle. Zhizhi slowly offered her hand. His gentlemanly grasp conveyed the divine power of the fateful gem through their fingertips. The deep blue light quickly enveloped them both. Moo Moo watched with eager anticipation. On the Beast World Star, a male's mental power awakens upon hatching, while a female's does not follow a fixed timeline. Some awaken upon reaching maturity, coinciding with fertility tests. However, many remain in a state of uncertainty. The antelope wizard sensed the power within the girl's mind, the azure gem in his hand emitting a soft glow. It will soon arrive. His eyes could perceive the hidden line. The antelope wizard said with a smile, in just over a month, your mental power and supernatural talent will awaken together. Zhizhi's heart raced. She looked up at the antelope wizard before her in astonishment. Really? Not only mental power, but also supernatural talent. Chapter 67. Let me hold you. Beside them, the snake tribe Moo Moo raised an eyebrow, her brown vertical pupils glimmering with a smile, knowing that the awakening time predicted by the antelope wizard was often accurate. She felt excitement. I wonder what supernatural talent Miss Zhizhi will awaken? You must tell me at the first opportunity on the day of your awakening. Mumu tugged at Zhizhi's pinky finger. All right, Zhizhi responded cheerfully, then recalled something and inquired earnestly. But what if we are far apart? Then you shall write to me. Yes. The orcs in the main hall erupted in congratulations. Princess Feyre snorted coldly as she approached the Duke. A smile returned to her face, entirely opposite to her previous arrogance. As she gracefully performed the greeting, the voluminous and noble snow-white skirt swaying gently. Lord Bolin. Feyre stared at him, her heart fluttering with a hint of sweetness. She felt elated. The man before her sat lazily, his hand cradling a slender silver smoking pipe. The outline of his figure amidst the smoke stirring her heart. Yet on the smoking pipe, a pendant had appeared, a deep blue lucky bag. The young girl of the snake tribe narrowed her golden eyes, a flicker of unwillingness crossing her gaze. The smoking pipe of the Duke was among his most frequently used possessions. He had adorned it with a lucky pouch gifted by that little female, making it always visible. Had she not spent half a year in the Indigu, how could that little rabbit have taken advantage of the situation? However, the Duke's preferences in choosing a mate were no secret within the Empire. He considered no females other than those of the snake tribe. Even if he were interested, it was impossible for him to truly bond with that rabbit female. Perhaps one day, when he grew tired, he would simply send the little female rabbit away, much like he had done with the many pets he had kept in the past. Fir gritted her teeth in silence, determined to wait for the day when the Duke would discard the little female rabbit. She straightened her mood and began to recount the interesting experiences she had in the Indigu to the Duke. In the main hall, many females who had just completed their spiritual power test began to exit. Some noticed that the Duke and Princess Fir seemed to be engaged in a lively conversation. Hearing the murmurs from the nearby beastmen, YH looked up at the main seat not far away. The man was seated, and the snake tribe girl before him was animatedly gesturing. He watched patiently, the sunlight filtering through the window, casting a faint golden hue upon his dark blue hair. As YZH observed their harmonious interaction, she felt an unexpected sense of tranquility. They were both of the snake tribe, both possessing those dazzling golden eyes. Cast a sympathetic glance at the little rabbit. Was the sight before her somewhat cruel? Let us go, said, taking YZH's wrist and leading her outside. YZH smiled, lifting her skirt with one hand to follow. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of that petite figure departing with of the snake tribe. The Duke handed his slender smoking pipe to an attendant beside him and stood up. He had come here to accompany the little female for her tests. The antelope wizard approached. Lord BLN, the snake tribe tests have been completed today. If there are no further instructions, I have another matter to discuss. Please follow me. The Duke proceeded outside. Fir paused for a moment and called out, Lord BLN, shall we dine together tonight? No, replied the attendant, bowing to Princess Fir while quietly following the Duke. He paid special attention to the blue lucky pouch hanging from the Duke, ensuring it was not lost. She had been looking forward to it for quite some time. Furthermore, once her spiritual power awakened, she would be able to open the letter sent by the Divine Temple Alliance. YZH was quite curious about its contents. In the evening, the Duke's close attendant arrived outside her door. Miss Zhizhi, he whispered, the Duke will be staying at the palace tonight. He wishes for you not to wait for him. Inside, YZH was reading historical beast texts about the beast world. She replied, all right. Apart from the already fallen CNGSHN Empire, the current planets consisted of the WLN Empire, the USH Indigu, and the SHNH Idigu. The USH Indigu lay in an extremely cold region, beset by perpetual blizzards, while the SHNH was a land of aquatic and terrestrial coexistence. The geographical position of WLN was the most advantageous, boasting vast lands, picturesque scenery, and a temperate climate throughout the seasons. May I foresee the fourth task in advance? YZH mused inwardly. System, no. The next task will only be unlocked upon the successful completion of the current task. Oh, YZH continued to flip through the book in her hands. She needed to understand the various factions, so when the fourth task was generated, she would know where to go. As night deepened, a sound came from the entrance. YZH's rabbit ears perked up, and she quickly sat up from her bed. The door creaked open, revealing the Duke's silhouette. He glanced at the screen and noticed the hazy figure of the little female, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Still awake at this hour? The Duke had originally intended to stay at the palace. After drinking quite a bit tonight, he found that the more he drank, the more the sweet visage of the little female rabbit occupied his thoughts. The Duke made his way to the rear courtyard. Zhizhi set her book on the bedside table, slipped out of bed, and padded across the wooden floor to the rear courtyard, where she heard the sound of splashing water. Leaning against the doorframe, she pondered, "It seems Princess Fir is quite fond of you." The Duke paused momentarily in his actions of drawing water. A flicker of surprise crossed his golden vertical pupils, soon replaced by unmistakable delight. Holding the water ladle, he could not suppress the smile forming on his lips. She cares? He recalled how she had left without a word during the day, her back looking somewhat forlorn. Had she been unhappy at that moment? The Duke spoke with a hint of amusement. "I did not see her tonight. I was drinking with His Majesty at the palace." As he was troubled by the young prince's studies, he reported his whereabouts in detail, fearful that his little pet might misunderstand. Having lived for so many years, the Duke had never been so candid with anyone. His heart felt unusually light. He settled into the pool, resting his elbows on the edge, tilting his head back with closed eyes. Waves of joy surged within him, so overwhelming that a splash erupted in the water, sending droplets flying. A dark-scaled tail emerged from the depths, the reflection of a white jade crescent moon shimmering on the surface, imprinted upon the snake's tail. Hearing the commotion, Zhizhi curiously approached. However, a layer of mist blanketed the pool, obscuring her view. All she could discern was the bare-chested man draped in a simple, deep purple robe, his neck arched as he slightly moved. Remaining still, the Duke opened his eyes, gazing at the inverted silhouette of the girl within his golden pupils. "Come closer," he beckoned. The snake tail at the bottom of the pool stirred restlessly. "Let me hold you." Chapter 68. Falling in love, Zhizhi stood at the edge of the pool. From her perspective, she could not see the scene beneath the mist, only the Duke's upper half submerged in water, his robe open. Droplets from his dark blue hair cascading over his enticing collarbone and chest. Her gaze faltered, and she slowly approached. The Duke's voice seemed to possess an enchanting allure. As Zhizhi stepped into the pool, the Duke's arm lazily encircled her, and the little female found herself seated directly in his embrace. Shallow ripples stirred. Mist enveloped them, and her sparkling eyes were tinged with shyness as she lowered her head, quietly resting against him. The Duke inhaled the fragrance of jasmine emanating from Zhizhi, while the snake tail at the bottom of the pool moved slowly, cautious not to startle her. He attempted to suppress the urge to wrap her tightly in his embrace, opting instead to approach her gradually. The Duke's lips brushed against the little female's rabbit ears. His voice low and sultry. "Lift your head. Let me kiss you." Zhizhi raised her gaze, meeting his golden vertical pupils that were fixed upon her, filled with profound desire. Unable to resist, she shut her eyes, noticing the little female's obediently bashful demeanor. The Duke gently held her chin with his right hand and leaned down slowly. The dark serpent tail in the water edged closer, trembling with delight, the flowing water echoing the rhythm of his heart. Unable to restrain himself any longer, the serpent tail began to encircle the delicate form of the little female, layer upon layer, securely enveloping her. During the kiss, Zhizhi felt a cool sensation on her arm and back, as if something was tightly coiling around her. Just as she wanted to open her eyes, a silk ribbon obscured her vision. The scene before her became hazy, and she could only vaguely discern the outline of the man. "What is it?" she wondered. "Was touching me in the water." The little female felt a mix of tension and fear, clutching the Duke's deep purple robe, trembling slightly. There's something strange in the pool. The Duke chuckled softly, affectionately pecking the tip of her nose. "Don't be afraid, it's me." The more powerful the male, the better he can control his beast form. They rarely expose themselves easily. On this occasion, overwhelmed with joy, he inadvertently revealed his serpent tail, to avoid startling the timid female of the rabbit clan. He had no choice but to temporarily cover her eyes. Under the moonlight and amidst the mist, the innocent and pitiful visage of the young female was deeply etched in his mind. Her long hair, dampened, hung delicately over her shoulders, with a light veil of fabric barely covering her form. Her eyes, concealed by a white ribbon, and her petite, exquisite nose tinged with a hint of crimson. Her helpless lips, slightly parted, appeared irresistibly inviting. A droplet of water from her forehead trickled slowly down her cheek. Had the Duke before her transformed into a serpent? YZH was uncertain. In her memory, the upper half of the Duke still retained his human form, with a passionate embrace and strong arms, while the serpent tail that gradually coiled around her waist was separated from her skin only by a thin layer of fabric. The warm water contrasted with the coolness of the serpent's body, tightly encircling her. To soothe the little pet's emotions, the Duke gently caressed her rabbit ears. The primal fear of serpents ingrained in her genes seemed to dissipate effectively. YH breathed softly, taking the initiative to embrace the man before her. Was she, in fact, embracing a serpent? Or rather, a man with a serpent's tail? This was a novel experience for YZH. Upon overcoming her inner fears, a desire to touch the Duke's serpent tail arose within her. She turned her face, resting her cheek against the Duke's chest, feeling the heat radiate from him. The serpent tail that enveloped her, however, was chillingly cool, and amidst the alternating sensations of warmth and cold, YZH could not resist extending her fingers to gently touch the scales of the serpent's body. They were smooth, icy, causing her to shiver. The fear of serpents deep within her made her feel as if her entire body was tingling. With her eyes veiled by fabric, unable to see the serpent's form, YZH could only nestle closely against the Duke, eliciting a low, pleasurable chuckle from him. The sight of the little female was akin to her wishing to burrow into his being. He traced his fingers along the young girl's rabbit ears, looking down into her golden vertical pupils filled with mirth, his voice gentle and tender. "Do you wish to become one with me?" The waters rippled, the mist gathering and dispersing, creating an ethereal ambience. The Duke's golden vertical pupils gazed deeply at the little female in his arms, his index finger catching the tear that fell from her eye, while his serpent tail tightened its grip around her. The water patterns spread like ripples. YZH heard the Duke's deep, rich voice entwined with a hint of desire. "Only you." "What? By my side, there's only you." The Duke's voice was husky. The only candidate for his wife in his heart could only be a female of the Serpent clan. Yet, the Duke had rejected the king's proposal for marriage. Princess Fir, in terms of status and rank, was the most suitable choice. All the beastmen of the Serpent clan believed that Princess Fir would undoubtedly become the Duke's wife. However, at this moment, the Duke could not consider marrying another bride. Perhaps they would part ways in the future, but for now, the Duke's eyes could only behold the little rabbit before him. He could no longer see other females. He found joy in the little female's concern, contentment in her smile, and despite their recent separation, he longed to see her every moment. When they met, he could not help but desire to embrace her, caress her, and kiss her. This was perhaps what was known as the fervent phase of love. The Duke chuckled. Previously, he had perceived the union of male and female as rather mundane, with marriage merely serving the purpose of procreation. But now it was different. He savored the experience. Unable to resist, YZH awoke from her dreams, feeling a burning pain in her throat. Recalling the events by the pool, she grasped the blanket with both hands, covering half her face. Her eyelashes fluttered as she glanced at the glass of warm water resting on the bedside table. Gently placing her hand on her abdomen, she wondered if it would affect the little one. "Is the little one still there?" she silently inquired. System, rest assured host. During the gestation period, the female body is protected by the birthing system. The beast cub will not be harmed. That's good. YZH sat up and drank half a glass of warm water, noticing faint red marks on her arms and waist. Thinking of the Duke's serpent tail, its cool touch felt reminiscent of smooth, icy silk, strong yet yielding, firmly binding her. Holding the glass in her hands, her ears flushed crimson. Seeing Princess Fir waiting outside the door, she held a white lace umbrella, silently weeping. "Lord BLN, the Serpent clan girl cried, her eyes brimming with tears. "I heard you rejected the king's marriage proposal." "Why? In the Empire, there is no holy female. No one can compel the noble Duke to marry." Princess Fir awakened her dual abilities half a year ago, advancing to an elite female. She could not directly choose Lord BLN as her beast husband unless the king bestowed the marriage. Yet, the Duke had declined. Clearly, within the Serpent clan, there was no one more exceptional than her. Fir, undeterred, choked back her words. "If I become the Duke's wife, I will dutifully support my husband and raise our children. I vow never to seek another beast husband. In this life, I will only accompany you until old age." Chapter 69, Possessiveness. Other females may have numerous beast husbands, but if the Duke is willing to marry her, she would not spare a glance at another male. Princess Fir is willing to dedicate her entire loyalty. The Duke passed by her without a moment's pause. Do you wish to marry that rabbit? Fir shouted unwillingly. Do not forget what you have always upheld. Do not forget Lady Sue F's prophecy. The Duke abruptly halted, causing Fir to shudder and burst into tears. Nearby, a young rabbit observing the scene crossed his arms, a stick of malt candy in his mouth, having arrived at a most inopportune moment to overhear such significant matters. Lady Sue F's prophecy. What prophecy? This was likely known only to the beastmen of the Serpent clan, and moreover, one of respectable status. As the most favored little princess of the empire, Fir cried uncontrollably, her tears flowing profusely, while nearby servants dared not approach, fearing retribution. She wept with great sorrow. Lord Noir, the Duke's close attendant, approached with a smile. Please follow me. Recently, affairs concerning the Serpent clan have been numerous. Among them, the incident involving Count Gli, known throughout the empire. After he was dealt with by the Duke, his sister, unable to accept that her once trusted brother was a serial killer of females, fell gravely ill. The king entrusted this matter to the Duke, who now sought to inquire about Noir's thoughts. Upon entering the reception room, the aroma of tea filled the air. The young rabbit sat in a chair, resting his chin on one hand, appearing somewhat fatigued. I have no objections. Everything depends on the wishes of Miss Bish. Marriage? Procreation? It is a matter that every capable male beast man would undertake. He was merely going with the flow. As for who the choice would be, it mattered not. Whether serpent or rabbit, it was of no consequence to him. He was not like the Duke, who held such obsessions. Nor Sat, his fingers entwining the red string hanging at his waist, which was tied to a deep red fortune pouch. Noir recalled the little female rabbit. In the bustling marketplace, she stood beneath a carriage, her bright eyes slightly raised on tiptoe, handing him the fortune pouch. Ah, how unfortunate. He had noticed her back in the family days, and they had arranged for her to come to his room. Yet unforeseen events had transpired. Noir absent-mindedly listened to the Duke's attendant as he introduced detailed information about other Serpent clan females, nodding along. All right, fine, no issues. It is all acceptable. Any choice will do. It is merely a union between two families. As twilight descended, the Serpent attendant rolled up the scroll, smiling. Lord Noir, we will discuss the other matters in detail tomorrow. After Noir departed, the Duke's gaze remained fixed on his retreating figure for a long while before he set down the slender smoking pipe in his hand. What was it that hung his waist? The Duke contemplated a certain possibility deep within his heart, his jawline taut, a semblance of a smile gracing his lips. Where is J.O.? Captain J.O. is guarding the study. Summon him. Yes. As J.O. made his way, confusion clouded his mind. At this hour, the Duke typically dined with Miss Zhizhi. Why the sudden summons? Upon entering the reception hall, he sensed a stifling atmosphere. Joe dared not raise his gaze. He knelt on one knee. I pay my respects to the Duke. Rise. Jiao Sotut. The Duke caressed a fresh pipe, gently rolling it between his fingers, as the ashes fell delicately into a small white jade dish. Now, recount what transpired at the market that day. He recounted every detail, repeating verbatim the words spoken by the female rabbit. A flicker of astonishment crossed J.O.'s eyes. It was related to Miss Zhizhi. The Duke selected finer tobacco leaves, placing them into the pipe, and struck a match, the tiny flame dancing before him. He lit the cigarette as J.O. narrated the events of that day. A faint smile lingered at the corners of the Duke's mouth, his gaze lowering to the blue lucky pouch, a token he cherished dearly, treating it as a treasure. J.O.'s heart raced. He dared not conceal anything. When he recounted how the young lady, under the gaze of many, presented a red lucky pouch to a young male of her kind, J.O. felt parched and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. It seemed as though something significant was about to unfold. He had never witnessed the Duke in such a state. Imperial nobility remained unperturbed in the face of any circumstance. Yet now, the golden vertical pupils emitted a hint of coldness, while the black serpent coiled around his shoulder bared its fangs. It understood its masteress sentiments better than anyone. The Duke quietly smoked, listening to J.O.'s words, as the image of the young female's radiant smile, while presenting the lucky pouch, surfaced in his mind. The majestic male rabbit and the premier female of their kind appeared to be a match made in heaven, at least in the eyes of outsiders. The day Zhizhi ascended to the rank of imperial female, the entire Greenfield city celebrated. Had he not orchestrated the alliance between the Snake clan and Noel ahead of time, His Majesty the King might have betrothed them. In the past, the Duke had considered that keeping such a pet was quite pleasant, but for the sake of the Valoran Empire, he might as well choose her an excellent beastly husband for procreation when he grew weary of her. Yet now, the Duke had to admit, deep within his heart, a singular thought clamored relentlessly. Claim her for myself, forever, forever. She shall never be given away. The mere thought of the young female bestowing her sweet smile upon other males filled him with bitterness, constricting his throat. The Duke maintained a facade of calmness, though the serpent's fangs were faintly audible. Go, fetch that female rabbit. The close attendant paused momentarily. Yes, my lord. As Jao withdrew, his back was already drenched in sweat. He dare not speak further. He retreated to the entrance of the reception hall, accompanying the attendant to summon Miss Zhizhi. When Zhizhi received the news, she was indulging in sweet, glutinous dumplings. After swallowing the last one, she sipped the sweet soup, her face breaking into a radiant smile. All right, I shall go at once. The Duke is looking for me. The attendant opened his mouth, intending to remind her of the Duke's current fury, but ultimately, he refrained from speaking. He dare not say more. May the night pass without incident. Under the attendant's guidance, Zhizhi arrived at the reception hall. She flitted in like a joyous little bird, her hands lifting her skirt as she scurried down the corridor into the main hall. Upon seeing the Duke seated, she approached him directly, slightly bending at the waist, curiously gazing at the handsome visage of the man shrouded in smoke. I'm here. The young lady's voice was sweet and soft, imbued with a hint of cheerfulness, her rabbit ears twitching gently, a symbol of her current delight. Chapter 70. You Shall Never Leave Me. The reception hall, dimly lit, showcased the Duke in an emerald green noble attire, delicately stroking the deep blue lucky pouch while tendrils of smoke spiraled from his pipe. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the smoke slightly, gradually revealing the Duke's refined features. His golden vertical pupils held a shadowy mirth. The man was handsomely chiseled, his visage sharp and his demeanor exuding an air of wicked charm, akin to a deity of mischief. Good evening, Miss Zhizhi. The Duke set down the blue lucky pouch, lifting his gaze to the young lady before him. Zhizhi's smile faltered slightly as she straightened her posture, nervously fiddling with her skirt. Good evening, my lord. The Duke appeared somewhat different than usual. He wore a smile, yet his eyes lacked warmth, coldly reminiscent of a venomous snake poised on a branch, fixated on its prey. Zhizhi took a cautious step back, holding her breath. Noticing that the Duke seemed oblivious, she retreated another small step. She wished to flee. She longed to hide. Observing the young female's actions, the Duke, unable to suppress his laughter, remarked, What are you hiding from? Have I permitted you to leave? No sooner had he spoken than a cloud of smoke enveloped Zhizhi, causing her legs to tremble beneath her as she was propelled toward the man. An unseen force pushed her hands behind her, while the black serpent coiled around, binding her wrists. Stumbling, she found herself kneeling before the Duke. The man lounged lazily, his right hand supporting a slender silver pipe, embers flickering from the bowl. How many lucky pouches did you buy? He inquired softly. Why not 4? The Duke poured a bit of water into the pipe, extinguishing the embers. He glanced at the young lady, whose rabbit ears drooped slightly, her expression a mix of confusion and innocence. Her clear eyes seemed to question the necessity of purchasing 4. The Duke chuckled softly, wiping the pipe with a handkerchief. You bought only 2 lucky pouches, one for me and one for Noel. What about the other 2 suitors? Tang Luoka and Dracula. Do they not deserve a lucky pouch too? Or would that be too cruel? Huh? Zhizhi appeared dazed. She had never considered this matter. Observing the little rabbit's utterly innocent demeanor, her watery gaze clouded with contemplation about the possibility of acquiring 2 more lucky pouches for Tang Luoka and Dracula, infuriated the Duke, causing his teeth to itch. He cherished this gift dearly, treating it as a treasure. Hanging on his most frequently used items, he could see it at all times. Thus, the Duke would be reminded of the young female who presented him with the lucky pouch, thinking of her sweet smile, soft voice, and fragrant presence. Always shyly nestled in his embrace, filled him with uncontainable joy. His emotions spiraled out of control. Even the serpent's tail could not conceal itself. Yet today, he witnessed the same gift, the same sentiment bestowed upon another male. It turned out she had purchased 2 sets at the same time on the same day, one for him and one for the rabbit Noel. Moreover, she had given it to that rabbit first. This rendered his joy from that night a mere farce. What do you take me for? The Duke gripped the slender pipe tightly, his golden vertical pupils fixated sharply on the kneeling young lady. Zhizhi was immensely anxious. The Duke's capricious temperament made her swallow hard. I'm your pet, aren't I? She stammered, her voice soft and nasal. The Duke's expression darkened further. He lifted her chin with the pipe, compelling her to meet his gaze. You bear my offspring, yet you seek affection from other males? Zhizhi's complexion paled, and she vehemently denied, I did not. The engagement between Noel and the snake clan's Nicole had been annulled. Upon hearing this, would the young female not be overjoyed? The Duke noted that the male rabbits were most adept at stirring the deep-seated reproductive desires within the female rabbits. As I have stated before, until I select a beastly husband for you, you shall remain my pet by my side. The coldly sculpted pipe, resembling a lotus flower, cradled the young lady's chin. Dare you present him with a lucky pouch? The Duke coldly fixed his gaze upon her, his golden slit-like pupils deepening in intensity. What? Do you intend to perish upon the bed? Zhizhi stared at him in a daze. Suddenly, the Duke was engulfed in rage, a fury unlike any other. His voice sounded utterly different from its usual timbre, as though suppressing something profound. Upon hearing his last words, Zhizhi shivered. I am still carrying a little one. She trembled, fearful of the Duke's potential for extreme actions. The quiver in her voice bore a hint of tears. Kneeling on the ground, her hands tightly bound behind her, her shoulders trembled, and her rabbit ears drooped dejectedly, pearlescent tears slipping down her cheeks, frightened by the Duke. Crying? This was her usual tactic. This time, however, he would not show mercy. The Duke gazed at her with indifference. Since you so desire to be a pet, then from this day forth, be a pet in earnest. Your cage will soon be relocated to the backyard. You shall not venture anywhere before giving birth. Zhizhi wept even more bitterly. I do not wish to reside in a cage. I have not yet awakened my mental powers. I cannot transform into beast form. Her tears fell like rain, delicate and pitiful. The cage has been custom-made for you. You will fit. The Duke tucked away his lotus pipe, leaning back against the chair, crossing his legs. Once you have given birth, I shall announce your demise to the world. From henceforth, you shall remain by my side as my pet for eternity. I shall not allow your escape. Even if I marry some serpent clan female, you shall still be my pet. Did she not enjoy being a pet? Then she would remain his pet for a lifetime, subject to his whims. The Duke sentenced her, do not even think of leaving me, even in death. Zhizhi wept harder upon hearing this. The Duke glared at her with a dark expression, as his little pet cried with an endearing fragility, gasping for breath as though she bore an immense grievance, sobbing as if she would perish right there in the parlor if he did not hold her. Zhizhi was heartbroken at the thought of living in a cage, forever locked away, unable to go anywhere. Even when the Duke married, she would be eternally confined. Even the Duke could not strip her of her freedom. Before reaching level 10, the system would continually assign her tasks. Without freedom, she would be unable to fulfill them, ultimately leading to her erasure. As she cried, her upper body leaned forward, resting against the Duke's knee, her head tilted, tears streaming from her nose toward her ears. Chapter 71. What true feelings stir? The Duke sat in his chair, feeling the fabric of his trousers dampened by the little female's tears. His expression was taut, a semblance of a smile lingering on his face. In the past, seeing her cry would compel him to hold her close and comfort her. The Duke pondered whether he had been too lenient with this little pet. After a while, Zhizhi realized he was unresponsive. She lifted her chin, her tear-filled eyes searching for him. The Duke simply gazed at her silently, his golden serpent eyes devoid of emotional fluctuation. Have you finished crying? Zhizhi looked at him with a sense of injustice. Upon hearing those words, it seemed the Duke was resolute in his decision to confine her to a cage. Fearing he might act rashly, she struggled to stand, but with her hands bound behind her, she swayed unsteadily, her frail form appearing as though it would topple with a mere breath of wind. Her long hair was somewhat disheveled, her fair skin flushed, eyes misty, with her lashes distinctly highlighted by tears. The Duke turned away with indifference, retrieving his smoking pipe once more. Outside, a servant softly called, "Miss Zhizhi, please." The smoke curled around him, rendering the Duke's figure hazy and distant. For a fleeting moment, Zhizhi felt as if an insurmountable river separated them. Just yesterday, they had been so close. Following the servant, she left the parlor. The Duke watched her retreating figure, suppressing the urge to chase after her and pull her into his embrace. Was she being willful, or was he the one being too indulgent? Was she crossing boundaries, or was he the one overstepping? What true feelings could one harbor for a pet? The servants had already moved the cage to the backyard. She gazed at the golden, towering birdcage, seemingly forged from a special material, intricately carved with red roses. The servants had even laid a warm, soft cushion inside, along with a thin blanket and a small wooden board holding tea. This cage was indeed crafted precisely for her, as the Duke had claimed. Zhizhi stepped inside, and the golden iron door locked behind her. Alone within the cage, she stood, her silhouette forlorn. The opulent golden birdcage, entwined with blood-red roses, made the girl appear like a canary, tamed and confined. Leaning against the cage, Zhizhi sat down. The thick cushion was soft and warm, and the teapot beside her still emitted a wisp of steam. Yet, her hands were bound, rendering her unable to drink. The servants had all departed, leaving her solitary in the entire backyard. In the distance, steam rose from a pool. Zhizhi gently sniffed, having not rested well today. This ordeal soon made her feel drowsy. She walked straight to the cage. Previously, when he cared for her, he had crafted a cage specifically for her, never expecting it would be utilized. The little female leaned against the iron bars, quietly falling asleep. The Duke lowered his lashes, intently observing her figure. No one was to think of becoming her beastly husband. He would never allow this little female to escape, even if her heart lingered with another male. He would keep her imprisoned by his side, never to let her go. Zhizhi slept with her hands bound, restlessly. The cold touch against her wrists made her whimper in her dreams. The Duke slowly approached, squatting down beside the cage, wanted to reach through the bars to touch her rabbit ears. However, his fingers froze midway. Zhizhi awoke, instinctively wanting to lean towards the man outside the cage, only to be thwarted by the cold iron bars. She gazed up at him with pitiful eyes and softly murmured, "I am so thirsty." The Duke lifted the small teapot, grasping her chin with one hand, just as he had done when they first met, feeding her water. The cool tea spilled from the corners of her mouth, and she pouted in dismay. "My wrist hurts." The Duke remained unresponsive. She blinked, then murmured, "I am hungry." "What? Do you still want me to feed you?" The Duke set down the teapot, narrowing his eyes at her, a dangerous smile curling at his lips. The little female's eyes turned red in an instant. Was she truly made of water? Zhizhi gently replied, "I can eat by myself." She preferred to feed herself. The Duke appeared not to have heard her words, heading to his study and returning with a plate of pastries. They were fragrant rose cakes, flaky and delectable. He cut them into small pieces and offered them to her lips. Zhizhi took a bite, her lashes fluttering as she stole quick glances at him. The Duke's aura was oppressive, yet his actions remained as gentle as ever. With crumbs of pastry at the corners of her mouth, the Duke tenderly wiped them away with his thumb. Just like that, confining her within the cage, she was quiet, making no noise, occasionally stifling a sob, obediently eating. Like raising a true pet, when she seemed lonely, he would open the cage and hold her close. She was a pet, and as long as she pleased him, what more could she desire? After finishing the rose cake, Zhizhi sought more water. She did not wish to drink tea. As the night turned cool, she softly said, "I want hot milk." See, she was quite adept at making demands. One moment she was hungry, the next thirsty, and now requesting hot milk. Would she soon be asking for a bed and blanket as well? She was more troublesome than any pet he had ever raised. Yet, the Duke could not deny that it was his indulgence that had allowed her to become so unrestrained. Other pets become disobedient and are punished. But what about her? How should she be disciplined? How could he bear it? She sipped the warm milk slowly, her stomach immensely satisfied. Zhizhi comfortably squinted her eyes, her rabbit ears twitching as she lifted her head and licked the white residue from the corner of her mouth. "It's a bit chilly tonight. I wish for a soft quilt, preferably one that has been sun-dried." The Duke nearly laughed out loud. Just as he had surmised, after a hearty meal, the little rabbit was ready for slumber. He gazed at the soft, languid form of the little female, her ears drooping as if she were about to drift off to sleep. She knelt on the soft mat inside the cage, her hands bound behind her, her figure delicate and fragile. Her clear rabbit eyes held a hint of confusion and fatigue, her cheeks flushed from a recent meal. her slightly upturned nose and cherry-red lips exuding innocence and purity. The little female effortlessly stirred his desires. The Duke's gaze darkened. Through the bars of the cage, he gently brushed her lips. Please me. Chapter 72. 6 Snake Hatchlings. If she could please him, then she would be forgiven this once. It was a transaction. The full moon hung high in the sky, hazy and enchanting, the mist from the pond blown by the night breeze, carrying warmth and moisture. The golden birdcage was adorned with blood-red roses. The girl's eyes glistened with tears, her head tilted back, her throat tight. A soft, fragmented whisper trembled as if she were suppressing something, her vision gradually blurring. Before her, a cold gaze from golden slit pupils looked down upon her, laced with amusement. A broad hand pressed against the back of her head, a faint flush appearing on the Duke's face. After their indulgence, the Duke turned away, indifferent, leaving her behind. She coughed, choked by the chilly spring night air, her breaths delicate and fragmented, resembling gentle sobs. Soon after, servants brought in soft pink bedding, warm to the touch, although they did not disclose how they achieved this warmth. The rose cage transformed into a cozy rabbit nest. Zhizhi felt exhausted, immensely so. Her wrists bore distinct red marks from her bindings. She nestled into the bedding, clutching a fragrant pillow, slowly drifting into slumber. In the following days, the Duke became increasingly busy, rarely visiting her. According to teacher Dai Li, the conflict with the Deep-Sea Empire was escalating. The servants dared not neglect her, and teacher Dai Li visited her daily. Although her movements were confined to the backyard, the rose cage had become her bed. Occasionally, she would think of the Duke, yearning to share many words with him, yet he remained elusive. Thus, she penned her thoughts in letters. As her time approached, anticipation filled her heart. Zhizhi counted the days, and one early morning as the first light broke and dew clung to the leaves, she finally heard the familiar voice of the system in her ears. System, host has 3 minutes left until birthing time. Please prepare. The time has come. Zhizhi hurriedly arranged her bedding, lying down. With her prior experiences and the system's gift of pain-free instant birth pill, she found birthing to be remarkably swift and efficient. Joy bubbled within her. 1 minute later, system ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully birthed. Reward, 300 points. Due to the birth of 6 snake hatchlings. An additional reward of 600 points. System ding. Postnatal care package has been issued. Please collect it promptly. System, friendly reminder, current host level is 2 and requires 600 points for the next upgrade. 6. Zhizhi was astonished. Could it be due to her frequent encounters with the Duke? She gazed at the several snake eggs nestled in the pink quilt, black intertwined with deep red, reminiscent of the Duke's serpent tail she had vaguely glimpsed before. The eggshells bore mysterious cracks, signifying ancient serpents. 1, 2, 3. Zhizhi counted, her face tinged with blush. There were indeed 6. Wasn't that an abundance? The spring morning was a bit chilly. Fearing for the hatchlings, she covered them with a quilt. The scent of the eggs would soon permeate the air, and the entire Duke's estate would know of her birthing. According to the Duke, this day would also mark the announcement of her demise. From that point on, the entire Valoran Empire would remain oblivious to the fact that the female of the Rabbit clan was still alive. Her time in the Duke's estate was limited. Although she hesitated, she knew she must find a way to escape. Zhizhi immediately opened the postnatal care package to see what rewards might be useful. She tapped the shimmering button in the air. The red gift bag unfurled before her. Congratulations, host, you have received postnatal rewards. Transparent bubbles began to roll out. Delicious food set X30, male identification card X1, eavesdrop card X1, perfect concealment elixir, 72 hours effective X10, nourishing liquid for smooth, white skin X10, temporary mutism elixir X1, disguise evolution rune X1, storage slot card X1. Some items were familiar from previous packages, while others were new to Zhizhi. The male identification card, the temporary mutism elixir, the disguise evolution rune. What thrilled her most was the eavesdrop card. The first time it helped her complete a side mission, and the second time, it saved her life. Without hesitation, Zhizhi opened the lucky shop, searching for redeemable locations on the teleportation scroll. Before that, Satan, what is my next task? System, not yet unlocked. Main tasks do not automatically appear after completing the previous one. Sometimes they come early, other times late. At a specific hour, the system would provide a prompt. After a moment of contemplation, Zhizhi noted that the cheapest location was the Paradise in the Moonrise Empire. On the teleportation scroll, exchanges for other locations required 500 points, while Paradise only required 100. Earning points was arduous for Zhizhi, so she was reluctant to spend 500 to unlock a region for convenience. Since Paradise was the cheapest, that would be her choice. She immediately spent 100 points to exchange for teleportation rights to Paradise in the Moonrise Empire, with the green text on the scroll shimmering brightly. It was time to leave. Zhizhi felt a wave of emotion. She had spent the longest time at the Duke's estate, a full 2 months. After a moment's thought, she retrieved the letter she had previously prepared and placed it on the tray at the edge of the cage. Finally, Zhizhi leaned down, gently embracing the 6 snake eggs through the quilt. It was a farewell embrace. The scent of the hatchlings quickly spread throughout the Duke's estate, and teacher Dai Li, on her way, was so excited she nearly stumbled. The entrance to the study was filled with guards and servants kneeling, and teacher Dai Li, taken aback, also hurriedly knelt. The Duke's personal servant trembled as he carefully retrieved each snake egg from the bedding. The eggs were breathtakingly beautiful, intertwining black and red, adorned with unique patterns of the serpent clan, resembling exquisite works of art upon closer inspection. The eggs radiated warmth, and the servants could hear the breaths of the little ones. However, the Duke did not appear pleased despite acquiring 6 offspring. His expression was dark as he stared at the empty cage, his grip on the smoking pipe tightening to the point of near fracture. Find her. Each word was forced from his teeth. Search the entire empire. Bring her back. The personal servant suddenly realized Miss Zhizhi was missing. He had assumed the Duke had sent her to rest. Yet, with such strict guards at the study, how could she possibly escape? The Duke was on the verge of losing his sanity, his golden slit pupils radiating an insatiable desire for bloodshed. At such a moment, no one dared to approach him. The personal servant knelt outside the cage when he suddenly noticed the letter resting on the wooden tray. Summoning his courage, he spoke, "My lord, it seems Miss Zhizhi has left you a letter." Hearing the words of the attendant, the Duke abruptly turned around. He beheld a white envelope, and upon taking it, he could still perceive a faint fragrance of jasmine lingering upon its surface. Chapter 73. I miss you. The Duke's pupils constricted. He clutched the letter tightly, his fingertips trembling slightly. The 4 characters Duke's personal opening caught his eye. Jiao, adhering to my request, had brought many classical books, including the history of the Serpent Clan. I have always been curious about the environment in which Duke resides. What are the habits of the Serpent Clan? Do the landscapes you observe in your childhood differ from those of today? However, I know you would not voluntarily share these thoughts with me. Today, I indulged in numerous tangyuan and sipped a strawberry milkshake. Teacher Dai Li mentioned that you have been quite busy lately, but that you would come to see me when you find the time. I understand. I have heard that many places are erupting into war, and you must handle numerous political affairs, leaving you with no time even to sleep. Well, what I truly wish to convey is that I seem to miss you a little. After much preamble, Zhizhi finally arrived at the crux of her message. Although the Duke had not sought her out since that night, she cherished the memories of their time together. Upon reading those few words, the Duke felt a tightness in his throat, his jawline tensed, and his golden vertical pupils fixated intensely on the letter in his hand. Today, I received a postcard from Mumu. She had visited Sui Gorge and had a splendid time. How envious I am. I wish to go out and explore as well. What are you doing right now? Did you have a good day? Have you eaten? Have you slept? Do you still have nightmares? When will you come to see me? Please take me out to play. This letter has evidently traversed a lengthy span of time, not composed in a single day. The content within jumps around. The young female seems to write whatever comes to mind, her thoughts disjointed and incoherent. Yet, as the Duke reads on, he feels an inexplicable pang in his heart. He knows he is on the verge of succumbing. He needs to detach himself, to regain his composure and clarity, and to avoid entangling himself further with her. But she wrote, I am a bit scared. I do not know how long I will be confined. I envy Mumu, who can go wherever she pleases. She has seen many sights I have not. The Duke's body stiffened as he scrutinized each word on the page, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. I must take my leave. There are countless reasons. Forgive me for not being able to disclose them. I hope you can find some happiness. I pray to the deities that you will no longer have nightmares. Do not seek me out. I am likely using something akin to a teleportation array and have already left the Imperial City. Let everyone rest well. Do not blame them, for they have treated me kindly. It is time to say goodbye. Should we truly meet again in the future? Dear Duke, I hope you will not punish me. Additionally, I hope you will hold me close. Zhizhi was unaware of why the Duke was angry. She felt a twinge of fear, uncertain how to interact with the irate Duke, instinctively wanting to evade him. Moreover, she had a mission to complete and could not linger in this place. She departed without a word, leaving the Duke only a letter. In the future, should they cross paths again, she wished for the Duke to embrace her. She did not want to be confined any longer. In conclusion, she left behind a sentence. Please be kind to the little ones. Zhizhi utilized the teleportation scroll, feeling a whirlwind of vertigo. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself amidst ruins blanketed in white snow. Just as the instructions on the scroll indicated, her stomach churned with nausea, reminiscent of motion sickness. Slowly regaining her composure, she felt a biting cold. Achoo! She sneezed, clutching her red backpack tightly. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed an expanse of pristine snow. Suddenly, she had transitioned from a place of spring warmth to a frigid territory. Was this the Yushing Empire, located in the extreme north? She recalled that the destination she had selected was Paradise. The name suggested it to be a joyous place, and it only required 100 points, albeit it was rather cold. Dressed inadequately for such weather, she was fortunate to have added an extra coat during the teleportation. Rising unsteadily from the snowdrift, she trudged towards a shop not far off. Suddenly, a system sound echoed in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the 4th main quest. You are required to conquer an adult male of the merfolk species, identity not restricted, within 2 months. Successful impregnation will be deemed a victory. Failure or exceeding the time limit will result in obliteration. Please be prompt, countdown begins. The 4th main quest had commenced. Zhizhi carefully examined the task details. Merfolk? She recalled encountering references to them in the ancient texts. They were said to be an exceedingly rare race dwelling in the most secluded regions of the Deep Sea Empire. However, she remembered that the Yusheng Empire and the Deep Sea Empire existed in entirely opposite directions. The girl stood dazed. System, remaining stationary prevents unlocking the main quest. Thus, it was imperative to venture forth. Zhizhi had arrived at the Yusheng Empire's paradise, currently unaware of her exact location. Surrounding her was desolation. Dilapidated structures towered high, covered in snow, and each step seemed to plunge into unfathomable depths. As she approached the lone shop, a sudden alarm blared from above. The stringent announcement echoed through loudspeakers, reaching the ears of every beastman present. The 4th snowstorm of the year is imminent. All residents, please bring your identification and proceed to the refuge tower. Note, without identification, entry to the refuge will be denied. Please ensure your identification is displayed prominently. In 30 minutes, the snowstorm will engulf the entire paradise area. Please manage your time wisely and approach the refuge tower in an orderly manner. Non-compliance will result in penalties from paradise. What? A snowstorm? Zhizhi was momentarily stunned as she witnessed numerous beastmen rush out from the shop, their expressions fraught with panic. One beastman drove an off-road vehicle, and within moments, they had sped away, vanishing from her sight. She extended her arms, vigorously waving, attempting to chase them, but the thick snow caused her to stumble. Unbeknownst to the beastmen, a small female lingered at the border. The cold wind invaded her throat like knives slicing through flesh, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Clutching her red backpack tightly, she battled against the fierce cold, inching toward the direction from which the vehicle had disappeared. Yet, the path was treacherous. Would she truly perish in such harsh weather? The snowstorm, its name evoking images akin to mudslides and volcanic eruptions, loomed ominously. Just as Zhizhi's thoughts spiraled, a pair of deep brown boots appeared before her. The newcomer held a walkie-talkie, promptly reporting to the commanding officer. Chapter 74. Esteemed Level Female. Upon receiving confirmation from the Law Enforcement Center's chief, the young man stored the walkie-talkie and, bending down, extended his right arm. Miss, can you still stand? Zhizhi trembled from the cold, lifting her gaze though the snow obscured her vision. Grasping his arm in an attempt to rise, she discovered a dull ache in her twisted left leg. How impolite. The law enforcement youth did not waste time. After uttering that phrase, he swiftly lifted the Rabbit Clan female into his arms. His speed was remarkable, leaving a trail of heavy footprints in the snow. In the distance stood a vintage steam machine. As the door opened, a wave of warmth washed over her, instantly warming Zhizi's rabbit ears. She was placed in the passenger seat. The steam helicopter gradually ascended, soaring into the distance. The snow and fog obscured the glass window, but she could vaguely see the vast valley blanketed in snow below, along with the distant tsunami-like snowstorm. She was saved. Zhizi felt a sigh of relief within her heart. She found herself with a moment of leisure and could not resist turning her gaze towards the young beastman piloting the aircraft. Dressed in a deep brown uniform, he was intently focused on the horizon. Sensing the attention of the rabbit female, he spoke softly. "We are now heading to the command center of Liyuan, where the snow tide will not reach." "All right." Zhizi obediently settled in her seat, gripping the safety belt, refraining from further disturbing him. The steam machine descended onto the high platform, where the guards conducted their customary inspection. As they reached the entrance, Zhizi clutched her red backpack tightly. She noticed the young man swipe his fingerprint and was granted passage. However, when she attempted to do the same, the machine remained unresponsive. When the deputy guard glanced at her, though momentarily taken aback, he maintained a stern demeanor. "Please present your identification." "Identification? I didn't bring it," Zhizi replied, unable to recall possessing such a document. The young guard silently stood by. Several guards at the entrance were observing this unfamiliar rabbit female. Her attire was scant. Despite wearing a brown coat, her lower half was exposed, causing her to shiver. "I apologize, but according to regulations, you cannot enter," the guard declared resolutely. "Can I at least wait by the entrance?" Zhizi timidly inquired. If she were to be turned away now, would she not be swallowed by the snow tide? One of the younger guards displayed a look of regret. This rabbit female appeared exceptionally beautiful and charming. Had she possessed identification, the guards would undoubtedly have welcomed her as a distinguished guest. Unfortunately, amidst the ongoing turmoil across the beast world, no one could ascertain whether she was a spy sent by another empire. Zhizi stood frozen. She raised her hand, hoping the towering guard before her, standing at nearly 2 meters, could see what she held. "This can represent my identity." The relationship between the Yusheng Empire and the Valoran Empire was relatively amicable, currently in a state of alliance. However, they would never allow Valoran's beastmen to infiltrate. One of the younger guards whispered, "Deputy Captain, why not let her in temporarily while we verify her identity? After all, Valoran is considered a half-ally." Zhizi was immensely anxious, fearing expulsion. Just as she was racking her brain on how to persuade them, the young guard who had brought her suddenly approached. Abruptly, he widened his eyes. Level? Although slight, it was unmistakably clear. All the guards present were taken aback. Upon hearing the question, Zhizhi nodded gently. "MHM. This." She only knew that she was granted absolute privileges in the Valoran Empire, uncertain if this would suffice here. The youngest guard fumbled his walkie-talkie, which fell to the ground. He stared blankly at the unexpectedly visiting rabbit female. Is this for real? How could a level female suddenly appear? It was known that, regardless of the empire, level females were prioritized for protection. Even for travel, arrangements would be made in advance to ensure their safety within the territory. They had not received any information regarding the visit of a level female for Valoran. Was there a misunderstanding? Despite her identity being in question, the guard's attitudes noticeably shifted. The young guard bowed to her for the first time. "Noble rabbit lady, please wait a moment while I consult with my superior." He glanced at the deputy guard. "She must accompany me inside." Although the deputy guard internally doubted that a wild level female could have strayed and coincidentally arrived at the Yusheng Empire's Liyuan, he nodded stiffly, understood. Even the slightest possibility warranted utmost respect for a potential level female. This was the law of the Yusheng Empire. Any level female from any empire arriving at the Yusheng Empire must receive the highest standard of hospitality, ensuring their safety and fulfilling all their needs. The guards finally permitted her entry. Zhizhi followed closely behind the young guard into the secure area. He explained as they walked, "Noble lady, in order to confirm your identity, we need to conduct a re-evaluation of your abilities. I hope you can understand." "All right." Zhizhi was unafraid of the assessment. Her status as a level female was genuine. At the entrance, the deputy guard remarked, "You go in and see if she truly qualifies as a level. If not, expel her immediately." The youngest guard promptly saluted, "Yes, deputy." That evening, as Zhizhi departed, 2 trending posts erupted on the Imperial Forum. One was titled, "Duke Bolin welcomes first offspring. 6 snake hatchlings born." This news quickly soared to the top of the trending list. Duke Bolin was immensely popular in the Valoran Empire, and any movement from the Duke's residence would rapidly circulate online. Since the news of Miss Zhizhi's pregnancy leaked, countless posts related to her and the Duke had emerged, even prompting beastmen to create a snake-rabbit alliance for discussion. Meanwhile, at midnight, another post dominated the charts. Ktang Luoke, imprisoned for 3 years and 4 months, released tonight. The Empire's ultimate weapon seized the light of day. Chapter 75, The Auctioneer of the Merfolk. At the command center of Lu Yuan, situated at a high vantage point, the cascading snow tide wreaked havoc in the valley, its rumbling reminiscent of thunder. Zhizhi trailed behind the young guard, her rabbit ears drooping as she sought to shield herself from the tumultuous sounds outside. The corridor, ablaze with laser lights, led to an intelligent mechanical tank gliding smoothly. It had a damaged eye, dark and hollow, firepower locked on, foreign species detected. Shall I initiate bombardment? The mechanical arm aimed directly at Zhizhi. It seemed that with a mere command, it could obliterate the head of this foreign entity. Zhizhi's complexion turned pale. Uncontrollably, she sought refuge behind the young guard, trembling with fear. Soon, a gentle voice resonated from above. Do not be afraid. It is merely jesting with you. Really? Zhizhi cautiously peered out to see the robot joyfully spinning in circles, having succeeded in its prank. All right, Alu, cease your antics. The guard unlocked the room door with a fingerprint scan. I need to bring this esteemed lady for an ability assessment. Please patrol diligently and prevent any suspicious individuals from approaching. Additionally, prepare 2 cups of hot coffee for us. Thank you. The tank-like machine raised its arm, seemingly saluting. No problem. The tank, half the height of a human, rolled past the two with its little motorized wheels. The young guard opened the door. Inside the spacious room stood a testing apparatus, casting a blue light circle on the floor, requiring only that she stand within it. The young man saluted the male beastman in the room. Under their guidance, Zhizhi stepped into the light circle. At the entrance, the young guard peeked in. The machine whirred rapidly, and soon the determined level appeared on the display. Level. It was confirmed. She was indeed a genuine level female of the rabbit tribe. The male who had been seated immediately rose. The one responsible for testing the levels spoke. Luther, take this lady to the lounge. Fulfill any of her needs to the best of your ability. I must now attend a morning meeting with the commander. Beautiful rabbit lady, do not be alarmed. You are our honor guest, please. The guard named Luther nodded slightly, leading the way. They traversed the pristine corridor, arriving at the lounge of the command center. A long dining table and comfortable soft chairs adorned the space. The tank-like machine entered, carrying a tray, placing 2 steaming cups of freshly brewed coffee on the table. It circled the young rabbit female. May I collect her information? The tank-like machine inquired, looking up at the young man in the brown uniform. Zhizhi sat on a chair, the warmth of the room contrasting starkly with the icy world outside. She felt somewhat apprehensive, her hands resting on her lap. Uncertain of what to do, Loser spoke softly, suggesting they gather more information during their next meeting. The tank-like machine glided away on its wheels. Zhizhi gazed at the steaming cup of coffee before her, unable to resist wrapping her hands around it and taking a sip. May I ask your name? Zhizhi. Miss Zhizhi, is there anything we can assist you with? Loser's demeanor was exceedingly gentle, his tone radiating patience. He regarded her, a delicate creature as if having descended from the heavens, careful not to raise his voice for fear of startling her. I need a place to stay. After sipping half of her coffee, Zhizhi looked up at the young beastman before her. Loser nodded. I will make arrangements. Do you have any specific requirements for your accommodation? I hope the security is good, and it should be warm. No problem. The young man smiled slightly. As a high-ranking female of the Beast World planet, you will receive the utmost treatment in any empire you visit. Any other requests? He continued to inquire. Zhizhi hesitated for a moment before asking, Are there any merfolk here? Upon hearing this question, Loser paused. If a rabbit clan female had come for the merfolk, it would make sense. Thinking of the merfolk, Zhizhi eagerly nodded. I want to go. The merfolk resided in the Deep Sea Empire, and if she were to travel from the Moonrise Empire to the Deep Sea Empire, she would need to safely navigate through the Dragon's Lament Abyss and traverse the entire Valoran Empire. The risks were considerable. The outside world was perilous, and she did not have a dedicated escort. Not to mention, entering the Valoran Empire would undoubtedly lead to interception. If Paradise could offer her a chance to encounter the merfolk, that would be incredibly convenient. The duration of this assignment was 2 months. and she felt confident that seizing the opportunity would pose no issues. Meanwhile, the male responsible for verification spoke up. "Sir, the information has been confirmed. She is a high-ranking female of the Valoran Empire. Loser had just received the latest report that she had come to Paradise, possibly for the Merfolk auction." This reasoning was plausible. The Merfolk of the Deep-Sea Empire were the most enigmatic, said to possess unparalleled beauty. Furthermore, due to certain special attributes, they were highly coveted by the females of the Moonrise Empire. News of the upcoming auction featuring new species had been released over a fortnight ago, prompting many noble females to arrive at Paradise in preparation. Thus, it was not unusual for noble females from the Valoran Empire to make their way here. Should we connect with the Valoran Empire to inform them that Miss Zhizhi is currently within our territory? The commanding officer at the head of the long conference table gently tapped his pen against the desk. "Are you foolish? Such matters do not require their knowledge. Now that she has arrived, we must fully support whatever she wishes to do and however long she wishes to stay. Perhaps this Rabbit Clan female will desire to remain permanently within the Moonrise Empire. High-ranking females are a rarity. If anyone inquires, we shall say she has always resided in the city of Divine Grace. Loser should kindly remind her not to disclose her origins from the Valoran Empire to any beastmen for her safety." "Understood, sir." As night fell, Loser led Zhizhi to the Lost Tower. The structures within Paradise were designed in varying heights to shield against the snowstorms. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by a handsome male welcoming guests, while the patrons were predominantly females from various clans. "Is this where Zhizhi is?" she murmured. Loser smiled. "This is a place for noble ladies to seek enjoyment. Are the Merfolk inside?" Zhizhi's focus remained on her primary mission. Loser replied, "The Lost Tower holds an auction every month. I inquired this afternoon, and tonight's auction features the Merfolk, without a doubt." However, there was something he hesitated to mention. "Miss Zhizhi, many females have come prepared for the Merfolk," he decided to inform her. "What preparations?" "Gold." Loser smiled slightly. He did not doubt that this young female lacked wealth. Earlier that afternoon, the commanding officer had sent someone to procure a light-colored gown for her, complemented by a warm white fur cloak. The rabbit female was strikingly beautiful, her fair cheeks flushed by the wind, and her bright, clear eyes sparkled like stars. The fluffy collar framed her delicate face, making her appear irresistibly alluring. She possessed an appearance that any male from any clan would find appealing. In such circumstances, could she truly have enough gold and jewels to ensure she could purchase that one Merfolk? Hearing the mention of gold, Zhizhi paused, clutching her red backpack tightly. "I have some." Before embarking on her journey, she had prepared her belongings, including some gems gifted by the Duke. Previously, while residing at the Duke's manor, she had never needed to spend a dime. The most exquisite gems were merely decorative, observed in the sunlight during leisure hours. Now, they finally serve a purpose. Loser smiled. "Very well, let's proceed inside." It seemed that Miss Zhizhi had genuinely come for the Merfolk. One could only wonder how she managed to arrive at the Empire's Paradise alone. Where had she stayed before? The city of Divine Grace, perhaps? Upon entering the Lost Tower, the welcoming male's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhizhi. How adorable. It has been ages since we have seen such a beautiful Rabbit Clan female. Noticing the escorting Loser behind her, they understood her status was undoubtedly esteemed. Zhizhi stepped into the Lost Tower. Outside, the snow fell heavily and the night grew colder. Yet inside the Lost Tower, it was exceptionally warm, with roaring fires in the fireplaces lining either side and a red carpet leading to the grand staircase. Groups of females gathered, some waiting for others, some browsing cards, while others held auction entry numbers, quietly anticipating. Zhizhi observed the glass rooms lining the corridor, where handsome males sat like commodities, available for selection by the passing females. Zhizhi quickly shook her head. "No, I do not need that." Her purpose for coming was solely for the Merfolk. She held no interest in the other males. Along the way, Loser received a phone call. Glancing at the time, he said, "Miss Zhizhi, I have a temporary task to attend to. May I leave you here for about half an hour?" You go ahead." Loser appeared quite anxious. Zhizhi smiled and waved goodbye. Loser was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated this high-ranking female would be so agreeable. Had it been another high-ranking female, she might have already mocked him or demanded punishment. It seemed Miss Zhizhi treated everyone with such politeness. Perhaps her background was extraordinarily noble, far beyond his imagination. After Loser departed, Zhizhi ventured to the second-floor area. Just as the young escort had mentioned, the second floor was a relaxation area, with many females enjoying delicacies. Zhizhi sought the restroom to wash her hands with soap. Following the signs, she crossed the hall and turned into a secluded corridor. As she passed by a half-open door, before she could take another step, a hand suddenly reached out and pulled her inside. Zhizhi's eyes widened in shock, and before she could scream, her mouth was tightly covered. Bang! The door closed behind her. She found herself enveloped in darkness, feeling the space was particularly confined, making it difficult to turn around. The person behind her firmly held her mouth shut, their strong arms encircling her waist. He was trembling, felt her entire body stiffen as her back pressed against the masculine chest, sensing the tremors coursing through him as if he were desperately suppressing something. Who? She wished to speak, yet her mouth, covered as it was, could only emit soft whimpers. A raspy breath escaped behind her. He appeared to be in great distress. The thought of the rewards from the confinement package crossed her mind. She silently pondered, "Can I use the identification card for mail information?" System ding. The host has used the identification card. Details as follows. A transparent identity panel materialized before her, visible only to her. Name, LYS, race, unknown adult. Gender, male, mental power, unknown, super ability, unknown, physical strength, star level, comprehensive rating. Her expression turned dazed, having expended a precious card. She found that many attributes remained unmeasured. Was there an overflow? Yet one thing was certain. He was a top-tier male! Exclamation point. But what did star level mean? In her memory, wasn't the highest level of physical strength the martial god? She wished to speak. The palm of the person behind her was warm with sweat, his body radiating heat as if he had just been thrust into an oven. "I am sorry," she heard the young man's low, raspy voice murmur. "I am currently facing a bit of trouble." Each word seemed to require multiple labored breaths. He slightly loosened his grip, supporting the petite female's body as he slowly turned her around. In the darkness, his misty eyes revealed a heart torn apart, as if being gnawed at by countless ants. Displaying a deeply pained expression, "Please help me," stared at him in a daze. His name was LYS. He looked as though he were being tormented, the strands of his hair framing deep, moist eyes, reminiscent of a lake shrouded in mist on a spring night. He leaned against the door behind her, gazing down at the petite female before him, as if imprisoning her in this confined space. "Hey, are you all right?" she softly inquired. "Are you unwell? Do you need me to fetch you medicine?" The small female pressed closely against him exuded a fragrance that drove him nearly mad. LYS's voice trembled as he clung to the last remnants of his clarity and sanity, a faint flush gracing his eyes, his voice hoarse. "Can you touch me?" Chapter 77. The alluring Jasmine. In the darkness, wished to retreat, but the cramped storage room made even turning around a challenge. Moreover, the unfamiliar young man in front of her was gripping her wrist tightly, trembling as he pulled her closer to him. She raised her other hand to block him. And no. LYS noticed the trembling lashes of the rabbit girl as she averted her gaze, her voice soft and tender. "I do not know you. My name is LYS. You know me now." The young man felt waves of burning heat within him, his dark pupils gradually losing their reason. "Help me, help me." He leaned down, his lips brushing against her soft rabbit ears, yearning to be nearer, closer still. As rabbit ears twitched uncontrollably, she felt a tingling sensation. There was no retreating now. This unfamiliar beastly male seemed to be in his mating season. "Are you a mermaid?" Suddenly recalled something. LYS, supporting himself against the door behind the petite female, was drenched in sweat, the misty gaze of his eyes nearly obscuring her face. "No. Does this little female rabbit fancy males from a merfolk?" Pursed her lips slightly, lifting her gaze to meet the man's glistening eyes. He appeared to be on the verge of shattering like fragile glass, the redness at the corners of his eyes intensifying as he fought against something. "I need to think of a solution." S. eyes wandered, silently contemplating, is there a potion to suppress male arousal? System, yes. 150 points per dose. Does the host wish to redeem it? Is there a discount? System, no. Selected the cheapest teleportation location, Paradise, costing 100 points. A potion for 150 points. How exorbitant. She felt somewhat reluctant. Just as she hesitated, a sudden sound startled her. The unfamiliar male had unlocked the door. LYS, with the last remnants of his sanity, gently pushed the door open, Hurry! He felt as if he were on the brink of death, the fire within him threatening to consume him entirely. A faint beam of light seeped through. In a secluded corridor, the distant sound of soft music and the laughter of female guests echoed. Yet all of it felt so far away, as if separated by two worlds. Took a step back, then another. Meanwhile, the pained expression on the unfamiliar male's face seemed forever trapped in darkness. Light and shadow stood apart by a door, gazing at each other from a distance. Lys cast one last glance at the petite female, enveloped in the gentle dim light, her dazed gaze fixed upon him, her rabbit-like eyes reflecting a multitude of stars. A sharp pain shot through his head. Her pupils dilated involuntarily. Lys realized he was losing control. Just then, a hand from outside caught the door just before it closed. It opened a crack, and although felt timid, she extended her hand into the young man's line of sight. This was the potion she had finally decided to redeem. In the palm of her hand lay a slender glass vial containing a light blue potion, reminiscent of seawater. Lys, this is for you. If you drink it, you should feel better. One of Lys's eyes was obscured by disheveled hair, while the other, dark as night, gazed fixedly at the slender vial. Trembling, he reached out to take the potion, his damp fingers grazing the delicate palm of the girl. Thank you. Bang! He shut the door. The potion flowed down his throat, and Lys's labored breaths gradually ceased. With his left hand clutching the empty glass vial, he swept his hair aside, revealing his other eye, which glimmered faintly in the dark, akin to a precious emerald. His left eye, dark and indifferent, spoke coldly. It is a pity your plan has failed. His right eye, green and smiling, mused, I shall kill her eventually. This little female rabbit, who had appeared from nowhere, had interfered with his plans by carrying the calming potion. Lys clenched the glass vial. Get lost. He regretted not asking her name. Found a restroom and washed her hands with cold water. Looking into the mirror, she noticed her slightly disheveled hair and the faint blush on her ears. As if she had just been bullied. She gently wiped her ears with a damp tissue. She pondered about the beastly male named Lys. What race could he belong to? Despite his evident suffering, he showed no signs of transformation. What was he doing here at the Lost Tower? Could it be that he was also one of the performers within the tower? As recalled her arrival, she remembered the glass rooms lining the corridor on the first floor, showcasing performers for the females to choose from. Although they were all quite handsome, they paled in comparison to Lys. With such striking looks, perhaps he was the star performer of the Lost Tower. Upon returning, Ls immediately spotted the rabbit female, resting alone on the sofa amidst the crowd. He approached quickly. Apologies for being 5 minutes late. Though it had taken him 35 minutes. Ls spoke softly. Let's head to the auction house. It should be starting soon. The mention of the auction house made spring to her feet, finishing the last sip of her vegetable juice. Finally, she would see a mermaid. This was the only mermaid in the current Ing Empire, her target for conquest. As they made their way to the third-floor auction house, she received her entry wristband, just like the other waiting females. Ls dutifully stayed by his side as they took their seats in the front row. In the foreground stands the elevated platform of the auction house, illuminated brightly to ensure that every seat below can clearly view the items being auctioned. This evening, over 30 seats have been reserved, all of which filled within 5 minutes. Although latecomers may enter and stand at the back to partake in the atmosphere, they lack the right to bid. On the platform, a semi-anthropomorphic male from the Deer clan steps forward, microphone in hand, passionately announcing, Welcome, esteemed ladies, to the monthly auction at Mishurta. Tonight, we are auctioning a remarkably rare and precious merfolk. As the music swells, two beastmen push forth a glass water tank crafted into a cage, officially revealing the item from behind the crimson curtain. Zhiji's eyes widen slightly. How beautiful! In Chapter 78, titled Top-Tier Nobility, within the oval glass tank floats a pale blue sea, where a mermaid quietly faces the audience below, her eyes gently closed, and her delicate azure tail gracefully drifting. The bubbles rising in the tank create a soft, popping sound, enhancing the mermaid's ethereal beauty. The moment the mermaid appears, it seems to whisk all the females present into a fairy tale world. Every beastman holds their breath as the Deer clan host, beaming with enthusiasm, continues, Dear beautiful ladies, due to the extraordinary value of tonight's auction item, we shall adopt a different approach. Instead of bidding with gold, as before, Each customer may present one or more treasures, and the one with the highest total value shall claim the merfolk. From this moment, those who have made their decision may raise their bidding cards. As the host's words fade, a buzz of conversation fills the room. To everyone's surprise, the auction will be a barter system tonight, which seems far more intriguing than before. This mermaid can be deemed priceless. Her value cannot be measured in gold. Many females eagerly raise their cards. When called upon by the host, they place their treasured items onto the tray, displaying various rare bracelets, necklaces, rings, earrings, and more. By the second round, the items presented are evidently much more valuable, including exquisite agate from the deep sea, shards of crystal from the highest snowy peaks, and a top-tier sword forged from the flames of 9 hells. Among the most astonishing items is an ancient scroll presented by a young lady from the Fox clan, hailing from the City of Divine Gifts. This scroll depicts a landscape intricately crafted with magic, and when the lights of the auction house dim, it radiates a mesmerizing glow, bringing the ethereal scene to life. What a stunning masterpiece! Truly befitting of a Fox clan lady. Her generosity is unparalleled. This must be the most valuable item of the night. Miss Wei Wei seems determined to acquire this mermaid. It would be wise for others not to compete with her, lest they provoke her displeasure. Seated in the front row, Zhizhi glances at the shimmering gems in her red bag, her expression troubled. Lucy notices her demeanor and quietly inquires, "What troubles you, Miss Zhizhi?" She replies, I may not have any valuable items to exchange. The gems she carries were intended to be spent as gold. However, with the auction's new rules, Zhizhi finds herself devoid of any rare treasures. Moreover, she had only brought a modest quantity of gems for her daily expenses, merely around 20 pieces. These gems were merely decorative trinkets, kept beside her pillow for amusement. Zhizhi had not anticipated that her fourth target would appear at the auction. Observing the girl with her bag, head bowed in apparent distress, Lucy thoughtfully suggests, "Why not give it a try? If it doesn't work out, we can approach Miss Wei Wei and after she secures the mermaid and see if she might lend it to you for a few days." Huh? Borrow for a few days? Zhizhi's mind momentarily falters. Is that even possible? Lucy smiles gently. Our commander can converse with Miss Wei Wei. He would certainly be willing to mediate for you. With renewed courage, Zhizhi lifts her bidding card. Regardless of the outcome, she feels compelled to try. If it fails, she will devise another plan. The dear clan host cheerfully announces, "May this young lady place her items on the tray." All eyes in the auction room converge upon her. The beastmen watch as the rabbit clan female, after Miss Wei Wei's bid, becomes the sole contender. What is the background of this little rabbit? Zhizhi observes the beastman approaching with the tray. She raises her bag and spills its contents. A cascade of sparkling gems tumbling forth. The sound of their clinking echoes as the audience witnesses the little rabbit pouring out numerous glimmering objects, drawing the curious gaze of the Fox clan's Wei Weian, who is seated a few rows away. The beastman sets the tray upon the stage. According to custom, the host must showcase each item to the guests. As he lifts one piece, his expression suddenly freezes. What is this? The crowd below fixates intently, eager to discover what this audacious little rabbit has brought to challenge Miss Wei Wei and shattered dreams. The host exclaims in astonishment. This is a 30,000-year-old ice blue sapphire, originating from the homeland of the beast god. Legend has it that the beast god sword was adorned with 20 ice blue sapphires, which came to be known as shattered dreams. The deer clan host delicately retrieves the ice blue sapphire from the tray, counting carefully. There are 7 in total. Is this for real? Many beastmen exhibit expressions of disbelief, realizing these are the very sapphires that once adorned the beast god sword, which has long since been lost, leaving only shattered dreams behind. A look of stunned confusion spreads across Zhizhi's face as she sits in her chair, momentarily frozen. She is unaware of their significance. In truth, there are so many shiny trinkets that she cannot recall when the Duke gifted her these specific gems. After all, they are not consumables. She merely kept them aside for decoration. Had it not been for her escape, she would never have brought them along. The Deer Clan male regards Zhizhi with utmost respect. The value of 7 shattered dreams far surpasses that of the ancient scroll. In the beast world, the beast god is the most revered entity. Beyond these 7 ice blue sapphires, there are 3 rubies and 14 emeralds, each exceptionally rare, enough to sustain an ordinary beastman for a lifetime in the beast world. Oh, Zhizhi nods in a dazed manner. This time, The deer clan host personally returns the remaining gems. Approaching the little rabbit, he feels a wave of nervousness. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality at Mishur Ta. It is our fault that we did not recognize your esteemed presence. Beside them, Lu Si calmly interjects, there is no need for further inquiry. The deer clan, male suddenly comprehends. Understood. For this mermaid, many noble ladies from the Moonrise Empire have gathered. Yet only this rabbit clan female is accompanied by Lord Lu Si of the Guard. Her status must be of the highest nobility. The entire assembly of beastmen remains astounded by the emergence of the 7 shattered dreams, casually discarded by the girl as if they were mere pebbles picked from the roadside. Her expression revealed no hint of regret. Wei Wen gazes at Zhizhi with a complex expression, contemplating what she could offer to persuade her to lend the mermaid for a few days. Having secured ownership of the mermaid, Zhizhi gracefully ascends the steps, lifting her skirt with both hands, and slowly approaches the oval water cage amidst the watchful eyes of the audience. Suddenly, Zhizhi heard someone shouting amidst the beast herd. Chapter 79, Acquiring the Mermaid. A female member of the cat clan, adorned in a flowing azure gown, slowly emerged from the back row. She offered a slight bow to the young lady of the fox clan, then lifted her amber-hued eyes, fixating intently on the frail silhouette of the rabbit on stage. Before this young lady acquires the mermaid, let us first conduct a gem appraisal. The orcs present were taken aback, glancing at her in astonishment. Was this female cat questioning the authenticity of the 7 shards of dream? The elk host stood momentarily frozen. Soon, he frantically gestured towards the cat clan lady. The auction had attracted an overwhelming number of attendees, including many females who had traveled from distant lands. They might not be familiar with Lord Luther of the guard squad. Only the elk understood that the presence of the guard orcs was reserved for an imperial-level female. Zhizhi remained completely bewildered, as she was entirely unaware of what dream shards were. She assumed they were merely ordinary gems that could be exchanged for gold. To learn of their high value made her feel somewhat anxious. The cat lady clapped her hands, and a young male in a blue uniform stepped forward. The cat lady introduced him as the appraisal master from the City of Divine Gifts, who would determine whether these 7 icy blue gems were indeed dream shards. Initially, no one had considered this possibility. However, following the cat lady's prompt, the orcs began to murmur among themselves. Could it truly be that they were counterfeit? This rabbit female looked unfamiliar. I have attended many noble banquets, yet I have no recollection of her. Indeed, how could she possess so many dream shards? The young lady of the Fox clan remained silent, choosing not to take sides. Her mind was preoccupied with the mermaid confined within the water cage. The male appraiser ascended the platform, donning white gloves, and picked up one icy blue gem from the tray, a pale green halo gradually forming in his palm. All eyes among the beasts were fixed upon his hand. This was a male cat who had awakened the appraisal talent. The elk host stood nearby, wiping sweat from his brow, cautiously glancing at the expression of the rabbit female, only to find her dazedly staring at the mermaid in the water tank. In contrast, Luther in the audience wore a serious expression. The elk host clasped his hands in an apologetic gesture, silently mouthing, "Once this is over, I shall sincerely apologize to the rabbit lady and present her with many useful items." The cat lady feigned calmness, asking, "What is the verdict?" The appraiser replied softly, "It is genuine." The cat lady's eyes widened in disbelief. "All 7 are real?" "Indeed," he confirmed, having meticulously appraised each gem, all authentic. The cat female cast a look of disbelief at Zhizhi. What was her background? How could she possess such rare gems? It was known that the imperial crown prince had been collecting dream shards, having gathered 13, only 7 short of completion. Little did anyone expect that all 7 were in the hands of this small rabbit. Many orcs in the audience displayed expressions of shame. Just moments ago, they too had doubted the authenticity of the gems. Now, with the results revealed, they gazed at the rabbit female, who seemed to radiate a sacred halo, dazzling in her brilliance. The elk host excitedly announced, "Let us applaud this rabbit lady, congratulating her on officially acquiring the mermaid." The room erupted in applause. Many females displayed envy in their eyes. The rare mermaid could no longer be exchanged for mere gold. Regrettably, none of the treasures they possessed could rival the value of dream shards, let alone 7 of them. As the auction concluded, the orcs began to depart. The bright lights dimmed to half, leaving only the platform illuminated. The staff on site wheeled in a cart, laden with a box of gifts. The elk host ingratiatingly stated. The appraisal earlier was indeed abrupt, but we could not intervene. We sincerely apologize. These are all gifts for you. You will surely find them useful. Zhizhi glanced towards the water cage. The blue seawater gently rippled within the glass tank. The mermaid confined inside appeared to be around her age. A chain of iron fastened around his neck, his deep brown hair, reminiscent of seaweed, swaying softly. The mermaid's skin was pale, nearly devoid of color, exuding an aura of fragility and beauty, with distinct eyelashes casting shadows upon his face. A faint mole graced the tip of his nose, adding a touch of allure. His crimson lips resembled petals blooming at dawn. Even with his eyes closed, the mermaid's exquisite features rendered one breathless. Truly, he was breathtakingly beautiful. Luther stood nearby, taking possession of the box. In accordance with protocol, he needed to inspect its contents to ensure no hazardous items were enclosed. Upon opening the mahogany box, he meticulously examined each item. Zhizhi, curious, leaned in closer. "What are these?" The elk host gently explained, "This is sea salt. Sprinkling it in the bathtub will make the mermaid's soak more comfortable. This box contains lost elixir to prevent the mermaid from being a danger to you. Please administer it to him daily. This elixir will not harm his body, but it will render him completely powerless to resist whatever you choose to do. And this," the elk host continued, retrieving a small, snow-white box from within, resembling a jewelry case for rings. He slowly opened it, and Zhizhi was startled to see two dark blue eyes. She froze in place. The elk host remarked, "These are a pair of prosthetic eyes. You may request a physician from the paradise to install them for him. If you dislike this color, you may select another." He has no eyes?" Zhizhi gasped in surprise. "Indeed, when we found him, his beautiful eyes have been taken by evil men. They have likely been sold to some noble for collection by now." The male elk's voice carried a note of regret. The mermaid's eyes were incomparable to any prosthetic. They were simply too perfect and flawless. Exchanging 7 dream shards for a flawed mermaid seemed utterly unreasonable. However, these 7 shards would allow Paradise to present a gift to the crown prince during this year's imperial holy ceremony. The elk added, "I will consult the tower master for additional benefits for you, my lady. By the way, there is one more item that has yet to be airlifted here. It should arrive in about 3 days. At that time, I kindly ask you to revisit the Lost Tower." Luther inquired, "What is it?" "The purifying holy elixir for the mermaid, allowing him to transform into a true male," the elk explained. "Is he not a male now?" Zhizhi asked, bewildered. The elk chuckled, elaborating, "He is indeed a male mermaid, but currently he lacks the ability to mate. However, once he consumes the holy elixir, all will be resolved." "I see," she responded. In the water tank, the mermaid youth, with his eyes closed as if in slumber, listened to the conversation outside. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, and his body, firmly shackled by the chain, began to emanate a layer of pale whiteness, a manifestation of his disdain. Naive, foolish, extravagant, shameless. This was his evaluation of the rabbit female who had purchased him. Mate? He would absolutely, categorically, never touch her. Chapter 80. Deception. The Lost Tower auction house generously provided Zhizhi with numerous items essential for caring for the mermaid. All were transported to the vehicle by Luther. Moreover, the orcs from the auction house would assist in delivering the mermaid to her residence. Due to the late hour and the treacherous, snowy roads, they spent the night in a private room within the Lost Tower. The following day, bright and early, Luther guided Zhizhi to her dwelling. Not far from the command center lay an area known as Lingxing, the highest residential district in Paradise, conveniently close to the command center with excellent security. The snow vehicle turned into a standalone wooden house with a small courtyard, halting at the entrance. Once parked, Luther stepped out and opened the car door for Zhizhi. A chill breeze swept through, prompting Zhizhi to snugly wrap her plush collar around her. She carefully descended from the elevated vehicle, stepping onto the ground. The orcs following closely behind began to carry the water containers into the courtyard. "Miss Zhizhi, this will be your home from now on. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out," the commander implored, ensuring that every request from the female of the rabbit tribe would be met. Among the 3 great empires of the beast world, the number of high-ranking females in the Yuxing Empire was the least. Therefore, they would not forego any opportunity to abduct high-ranking females from other empires. Zhizhi stepped onto the snow in the courtyard and approached the entrance. The small wooden cabin had 2 stories, and along the flower beds lining the walls, some snow-covered weeds and unassuming wildflowers still grew. She could hear the sound of running water emanating from within. Entering, she found herself in the living room, which was adorned with a warm yellow patterned carpet. A fireplace was positioned by the window, with the tea wood crackling merrily. To the left lay an open kitchen, while the bathroom was to the right, from whence the sound of water arose. The orcs from the Lost Tower had settled the mermaid into the bath. After their departure, they dared not approach the female rabbit too closely, merely bowing from a distance. The moose had specifically instructed them not to upset the rabbit lady, not to linger, and certainly not to pry in her background. Once they left, Luther handed a notebook to Zhizhi, stating this was provided by the Lost Tower. It contains detailed instructions on how to care for the mermaid. Thank you, Zhizhi replied, accepting it. Luther stood at the doorway, casting a glance at the partially opened bathroom door, through which the mermaid could be seen resting in the bathtub, a chain around his neck. For now, do not unlock him, Luther advised, expressing concern. I have heard that the mermaid's teeth are incredibly sharp. Be cautious not to let him bite you. Additionally, you must feed him the lost potion daily. If he regains strength, he may break free from the chains and pose a threat to you. Understood, Zhizhi nodded, cradling the notebook. Having just entered the wooden cabin, she soon felt warm and shed her coat. Noticing Luther still at the door, she inquired, Aren't you coming in? Luther smiled slightly. There is an important meeting at the base today. I must attend, and I may be late. The young guard gestured toward the adjacent courtyard. That is my home. So close? Zhizhi stood on tiptoe to look, realizing that the two wooden cabins were separated by a low fence, easily surmountable. I chose to be nearby, so that if anything happens on your side, I can rush over immediately, Luther explained. Also, the base plans to send out a recruitment notice to invite a butler from the Divine Gift City. May I ask, Miss Zhizhi, would you prefer a male or female? Luther paused. In Paradise, aside from the management and guard teams residing on Fragment Street, the rest are criminals. In the Yusheng Empire, what is termed Paradise is, in fact, a city of criminals, specifically designed to manage them. Zhizhi was hearing this for the first time. She finally understood why the teleportation point to Paradise was so affordably priced. Beyond the extremely harsh weather, the cultural environment was also a factor. Luther observed the astonishment in the eyes of the rabbit female and realized she was unaware of the true nature of Paradise. You dare to come here alone? This truly challenged his preconceived notion of the inherent timidity of the rabbit tribe. Do not worry. Paradise is well managed now, especially Fragment Street, where no one dares to commit crimes. However, for safety's sake, if you plan to venture far, please inform the guard team. We will ensure your safety. Zhizhi nodded softly, I understand. She had originally thought Paradise was a place for leisure, especially with the bustling Lost Tower. But it turned out to be quite the opposite. The new butler will be presented to you within 3 days. All right, Luther said, preparing to leave for the command center meeting. After he departed, Zhizhi closed the wooden door. The small wooden cabin was cozy and inviting, with a soft blue sofa in front of the fireplace and stairs leading to the second floor. She poured herself a glass of water and gulped it down. Remembering the mermaid in the bathroom, she treaded lightly and approached slowly. The restroom was separate from the bathing area. The bathroom contained not only a bathtub, but also a shower stall, separated by a curtain. The bathwater, infused with sea salt, shimmered a deep blue, resembling the ocean's clarity. The mermaid lay quietly, his fish tail slightly curled, a pale face enveloped in steam. The delicate blue scales of his tail sparkled like exquisite craftsmanship, captivating the soul. He was so silent, not uttering a word. A white silk band covered his eyes, and his prosthetic eye rested on a nearby shelf, waiting for the physician of Paradise to arrive and install it. Zhizhi pondered for a moment before softly asking, Are you hungry? It seemed the mermaid had not eaten since last night. She rummaged through a wooden box and brought a small stool to the edge of the bathtub. Sitting down, she noticed the mermaid's faint scent of jasmine and milk wafting toward him. Soon, he heard the sound of a package being torn open. He remained still, as if lifeless. Zhizhi pinched a piece of seaweed-flavored biscuit and offered it to his lips, the enticing aroma beckoning him. She observed as the mermaid finally moved, turning his head toward the wall, refusing to eat. The rabbit's ears drooped slightly. It seemed the mermaid was not fond of himself. Zhizhi could sense this. Then, I will place the biscuit on the table. Remember to eat it later, she said. In the water, the chain shifted slightly. The mermaid's voice was weak and frail. I cannot move. Zhizhi noticed the iron chain binding his wrist, extending up to his neck. He appeared utterly pitiable. She thought of herself, having once been similarly confined. Yet, he suffered far worse. The mermaid had been deprived of his eyesight, drugged, and the chains tightly secured his body, winding through his pale, muscular chest and extending to his light blue fishtail. Zhizhi felt a pang of compassion. Then let me unlock the chains for you, so you can eat. She stood up, seeking the keyhole of the chain. The bathroom echoed with clanking sounds. The mermaid boy's lips curled into a slight smile, amused by this little rabbit. He wondered what her struggle would be like when his sharp teeth pierced her carotid artery. Zhizhi crouched beside the bathtub, searching for the lock on the chain. She glanced at the sink nearby, recalling that the orcs from the Lost Tower must have hung the key there when they left. But it was now nowhere to be found. How strange, I thought I'd seen it, she murmured to herself. Meanwhile, having left the wooden cabin, Luther, with one hand in his military pants pocket, jingled a set of keys on his fingers. To prevent the pure-hearted and kind Zhizhi from being beguiled by the manipulative mermaid into unlocking his chains, he had taken the keys with him. Even if the mermaid had consumed the potion and lost his strength, allowing him to be unchained and cohabitate with the delicate female rabbit posed a certain risk. Zhizhi found no key, and the chains remained locked for the time being. The mermaid lay in the bathtub, his long hair floating like seaweed. His pale and frail face, with a faint mole on the tip of his nose, held an allure that was difficult for females to resist. Having gone several days without food, he caught the scent of a favored delicacy and, after a prolonged silence, gently opened his mouth to bite the biscuit. The bathroom was tranquil, save for the occasional sound of rippling water and the crisp sound of the biscuit being broken. Zhizhi recalled her time at the Duke's manor, where the Duke always hoped she would eat more. It was only after caring for a pet that she understood why. Just like now, she wished for the mermaid to eat well, taking satisfaction in seeing him consume the food she offered, bite by bite. After consuming several biscuits, the merman's hunger dissipated. His sharp, white teeth felt slightly itchy. Skillfully biting down on the biscuit offered by the little female rabbit, he did not pause for a moment and directly bit her finger. Zhizhi widened her eyes slightly, feeling a tingling sensation at the tip of her finger where the merman's teeth were gently biting. Then, it seemed he exerted a bit more force. Zhizhi did not feel pain, only a sensation akin to a gentle prick. The little female remained still, extending her hand, allowing him to bite. Gradually, a thin layer of frost began to form on the merman's tail. When he felt anger or disgust, the tip of his tail would gradually turn white. He loathed his current feeble body. In his imagination, he wished to bite off the little rabbit's finger and swallow it whole, but now he could only nibble lightly, as if engaging in some intimate act with her. He exerted all his strength and finally pierced the little female's finger. A drop of blood fell onto his tongue, and a triumphant smile spread across the merman's face. This was his act of defiance. Even though his eyes had been gouged out and his strength stripped away, confined within the cramped bathroom, he would not yield to anyone. Zhizhi felt a slight sting and could not help but frown, her shoulders flinching slightly. However, she did not withdraw her finger, but allowed the merman to continue biting. The merman was somewhat taken aback. If she struggled now, it would be more painful, for his teeth were already embedded deep. He anticipated the little rabbit's cries of pain and the ensuing lashback. Yet there was none. The little female sat quietly by the bathtub, permitting him to bite, as a drop of fresh blood slid down his tongue into his throat. The merman exerted all his strength, but this was all he could manage. The initial sting quickly faded, and Zhizhi stared blankly at him, as a wave of numbness swept over her, causing a blush to gradually rise on her face. Was there some enchantment within the merman clan? Even a bitten finger could evoke such peculiar feelings within her. Zhizhi felt a bit anxious and softly asked, "Is it done?" The merman replied, "How much longer will you bite?" Realizing that the little rabbit was completely unafraid, he angrily released his grip. The frost-covered tail turned even whiter, akin to the snow blanketing the windowsill. The merman could not see but possessed acute senses of smell and touch. He slightly turned his head, curious about how this little rabbit intended to punish him. Just because he lacked strength didn't mean he lacked aggression. If not for the constraints of the drugs, he could have easily dragged this little female rabbit into the bathtub and killed her. Was this, perhaps, a form of retaliation for his previous actions? He must eat well and refrain from biting her while she was feeding him. The merman felt a slight shock within. He had not anticipated the little female's punishment to be so gentle. For some unknown reason, he felt parched, and his heart raced. Zhizhi gazed at her gently clasped hand, seemingly beyond her control. She lowered her head and lightly licked the bite mark on the merman's finger. That was her bite mark. Zhizhi desired to move closer to him. Suddenly, the merman's tail swished, splashing a puddle of water out of the bathtub and onto her. The seawater, salty and cool, seemed to awaken her as she stared blankly at the merman's indifferent face. The youth's tone held a hint of mockery. Even if you cry and beg me, I cannot fulfill your desires. The merman clan lacks the ability to mate before developing legs. Zhizhi protested, I do not. She nervously released his hand. How peculiar. Had she not been splashed by the cold water, she might have already climbed onto him. Her long skirt slightly damp, she stood up, tidied the plastic bag of biscuits nearby, and escaped the bathroom, leaving behind a hasty remark that she too was going to eat. Was he truly a merman? He was a devil captivating the heart. For the first time, Zhizhi felt this way, her body seemingly beyond her control, yearning for his touch. Back in the living room, she lay on the soft sofa, her cheeks slightly flushed. Just then, a clear broadcast voice echoed from outside. Residents of Lingxing Street, please be advised that in 15 minutes, the activities at the paradise will commence. Chapter 82. Tempt him. Zhizhi perked up her rabbit ears as she lay on the sofa. She sat up. The broadcast continued. The entertainment program for this live session is Battle Royale. Residents interested in watching, please turn on the projector. Additionally, last episode's popular contestant, number 091, has successfully escaped the paradise. So everyone is advised to refrain from going out at night. If there are any updates, please immediately contact the guard team. A battle royale? The name suggests a bloody game. Alone at home, Zhizhi felt too frightened to watch. This seemed to be a regular feature of the paradise. Recalling what the guard youth Luther had told her about the dangers of the paradise, it was indeed a perilous area. However, she usually stayed in the cabin and wouldn't wander around in Luther's absence. Most importantly, she had found the target for her fourth task, the merman, now in the bathroom. This time, she had ample time compared to the previous 3 tasks. To accomplish the task, the most crucial aspect was the merman's differentiation. A merman that had not undergone differentiation remained in its primitive state and lacked the ability to mate. There were still 2 days left. Zhizhi counted. The moose host of the Lost Tower had mentioned that once the holy medicine capable of facilitating the merman's differentiation arrived, she would be notified. Just as she pondered how to complete the main task, the doorbell rang. Through the monitor, Zhizhi recognized a familiar face. It was a member of the guard team. She opened the door. A young male in uniform immediately saluted. Miss Zhizhi, good morning. Luther sent me to bring the doctor. Behind the youth stood a young physician, who smiled gently. Miss Zhizhi, I'm the doctor from the paradise. I am here specifically to perform my surgery on the merman. Please come in. Zhizhi stepped aside, a cold breeze sweeping in, starkly contrasting with the warmth inside. This was the first visit for the guard youth. He appeared somewhat awkward, merely standing at the door without daring to enter. The physician followed the merman's scent towards the bathroom. Is this the prosthetic eye? He noticed the jewelry box containing the prosthetic eyes placed atop the sink. Upon opening it, he beheld exquisite deep blue irises. Zhizhi nodded gently. At that moment, a notification chime resonated in her mind. System, ding. The host has triggered a side quest. System, upon completion, the host will receive a disguise item that allows them to masquerade as a female beast of other tribes for a limited time. System, would the host like to accept this side quest? Disguising as a female beast of other tribes? This seemed useful in emergencies. Would there be a penalty for failing the side quest? To be cautious, Zhizhi inquired softly. System, if failed, 100 points will be deducted. That was manageable. Although losing 100 points would indeed be painful, she could afford the cost of failure. I accept. Acquiring a rare item that even the marketplace could not offer was quite advantageous. Moreover, simply hearing the introduction of the disguise identity piqued her interest. System ding. Congratulations, host, for activating the side quest, Merman's Eye. You need to find the merman's lost eyes and successfully install them to complete the quest, which will reward you with a disguise item 7 days. The merman's eye. So this item was related to the merman. Zhizhi felt a bit surprised, but it aligned perfectly with her intentions. In the bathroom, the physician was busy cleaning the exquisite deep blue prosthetic eyes. The mermaid, locked within the confines of the bathtub, bore a pale blue tail encrusted with white frost. His body was taut, his teeth nearly grinding against one another. "I refuse to have false eyes," he exclaimed. The physician cast a cold glance his way, remarking, "In your current state, you would frighten the esteemed lady of the rabbit clan. Here, you do not possess the right to refuse." The mermaid trembled, his thoughts consumed by the impending defilement of his body by the glass eye, his fishtail quivering uncontrollably. Anger surged within him, a wildfire raging in his chest. If only he could regain his strength, the first act he would commit would be to annihilate the entire paradise. At the doorway, Zhizhi softly suggested, "Perhaps we should let it go for today. He seems to dislike it." In the bathtub, the white frost that had crystallized on the mermaid's body gradually ceased its spread. The physician thought he must have misheard. In all my encounters with noble females, never have I seen one who felt pity for her male pet. Speaking such words could frighten you if the bandages come undone. The hollow sockets where eyes once resided were a terrifying thought. Furthermore, his mutilated body hardly warranted serving you, the physician said earnestly. "It is of no concern." Zhizhi replied with a gentle smile, "I do not mind." She had never cared that this mermaid was blind. The young guardsman, listening at the door, felt an unexplainable sense of emotion stir within him. The physician was unaware that this lady of the rabbit clan was indeed a high-ranking female. The imperial-level females, revered like stars, were often domineering, particularly in the Moonrise Empire, where their numbers were far fewer than in the other two great empires, rendering them exceptionally precious. The words of a noble female were commands that all males in this land must obey. The members of the guards departed alongside the physician, leaving the small wooden house in silence. She could not help but steal a glance at the mermaid in the bathtub. His tail remained snow-white, the frost that had formed, now covering his cheek and jaw, extending to his shoulders. The mermaid pressed his lips tightly together, his body coiled with tension. This little female, surprisingly, did not force him. Perhaps it was merely her guise. Zhizhi moved closer, bending down to gently wipe the frost from the mermaid's cheek with a damp cloth. Her touch was delicate, akin to cherishing the most precious pearl. At this proximity, Zhizhi could perceive the scent of seawater emanating from the mermaid, who merely turned his head toward the wall, his beauty, including the mole on his nose, becoming less discernible. In the water, he clenched his fists, feeling the astonishing gentleness of the little female's actions. The overwhelming disgust instilled by the physician gradually dissipated, and the frost upon him slowly receded. Zhizhi watched this scene in a daze, uncertain of the nature of the frost, but sensing his discomfort. Noticing a bit remaining on the other cheek, she could not resist leaning in closer, only to slip and tumble into the bathtub. Splash! Zhizhi's face submerged in the water, and she was abruptly choked. In her instinctive panic, as she struggled, she heard the sound of chains rattling. The mermaid hoisted her up, and she found herself draped across his chest, trembling as she raised her gaze to meet his. The young man caught a whiff of the alluring jasmine fragrance that clung to the little female, damp and sweet, teasing his senses. Chapter 83. Awakened Desire. Zhizhi's light-colored gown became soaked, her breath momentarily faltering. At such a close distance, she could distinctly feel his breath. The mermaid hailed from a distant realm, and the entire bathroom seemed to be enveloped in the tranquil depths of the azure sea. Instinctively, Zhizhi lowered her head, one hand bracing against the edge of the bathtub. "I apologize, I intended to wipe the other side for you." She attempted to rise. The edge of the bathtub was coated with sea salt, and with a slight exertion, she slipped once more, tumbling back into the mermaid's embrace. The young mermaid let out a muffled grunt, his face flushing with an unknown hue, a blend of shyness and anger. His current condition was woeful, as even the gentle weight of this rabbit felt nearly unbearable. The daily potions he was administered suppressed his strength. Zhizhi's long hair was dampened by the salty water, and feeling a twinge of guilt, she turned her head, attempting to sit up with her hands resting on the bathtub's edge. Outside, snow had begun to fall heavily once more, the glass window veiled with a layer of mist. She cautiously glanced at the mermaid, who remained stiff, his expression taut, the mole on his nose particularly pronounced. Although his face was bound with white bandages, he sensed that the little female was observing him. The chains in the water shifted slightly, and the mermaid's voice emerged, hoarse. "Are you not leaving?" Zhizhi slowly curled one leg, her movement brushing against his cold scales becoming increasingly gentle. Her gown, submerged in water, felt burdensome, so she slightly hiked it up, revealing a segment of her porcelain-like calf, reaching out delicately. In the confined space, the scent of jasmine from the young girl intensified, as if drenched by rain. In the water, the mermaid tightened his grip on the chains, an unfamiliar sensation rising within him, one he had never encountered before. She slowly exited the bathtub, her bare feet touching the floor, twisting the water from her gown. "If there is anything you desire, just tell me." Zhizhi left the bathroom. The mermaid, locked within the bathtub, gradually released his grip on the chains. Externally, he appeared calm, yet he alone understood the turmoil within, with the little female nestled in his embrace. The soft closeness ignited every nerve in his being. The mermaid struggled to suppress the primitive desires that surged within him. He had never felt such emotions toward any female before, leading to a profound self-loathing. The young man gritted his teeth, for half of his blood flowed from the ancient Atlanteans, while the other half was tainted by the source of decadence, the sirens. The mermaid possessed a unique constitution, exuding an enchanting aroma that entranced every species that drew near. They were deeply adored by the opposite sex, yet due to their nature, they succumbed to desire, caught in a cycle of insatiable yearning. The young man believed himself distinct from other mermaids, never anticipating that this rabbit clan female, who stirred his desires, would become his sin, one he must sever with his own hands. Zhizhi grew accustomed to the small wooden house, her bed located on the second floor with a ladder leading up to the cozy loft. The cabin was compact yet warm, filled with the comforting scent of everlasting tea wood. Zhizhi changed into a clean outfit, wrapping herself in a white blanket as she nestled on the sofa, a pot of bubbling orange tea before her. Not long ago, Luster from the guard team had called her. He conveyed, "Miss Zhizhi, we have made progress regarding the steward's position. There is no need to recruit in the city of divine gifts. The deputy commander has recommended a young talent. He previously served as a guard in the mysterious Moon Forest and has experience as a noble steward. All things considered, he seems quite suitable. We can allow him to intern for a few days, and if you find him unsuitable, we can begin the search anew. What do you think?" Luster had specifically come to seek her opinion. If Miss Zhizhi approved, they would finalize the steward selection. Zhizhi nodded gently. "That sounds fine." Luster had his own duties and could not remain by her side at all times. Moreover, it would not be ideal to trouble him continuously in the event of an issue. Having a steward would indeed be much more convenient. Additionally, there was another matter. The beastmen from the Tower of Lost had just contacted me, and the purifying holy medicine will arrive a day early, tomorrow at the latest by noon for collection. The purifying holy medicine is extraordinarily valuable, each vial worth a fortune. The Tower of Lost had made ample preparations in this regard, requiring the buyer to be present to prevent any mishaps during transport. "Yes, I understand." Upon hearing this news, Zhizhi felt a surge of joy. With the sacred medicine, the merfolk can undergo differentiation. Then she can seize the opportunity to fulfill her task. Upon hearing the cheerful voice of the female from the rabbit tribe, L.S.'s lips curled slightly. "If I have time tomorrow, I shall accompany you." "Sound good. The steward in charge should be arriving soon." L.S. reminded her. "Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to contact the command center at any time. You may also test him further. The steward, who also serves as a guard, has a critical responsibility." YZHDH acknowledged with a soft sound. Just as L.S. had predicted, no sooner had she hung up the phone than the doorbell rang. YZH approached the door, wrapping herself tightly in a white blanket, and gently opened it. The frigid air, mingled with wind and snow, rushed in. Seeing the tall figure at the doorstep, she hid behind the door and pulled it open a bit wider. The young man outside, clad in the dark green uniform of the guard team, bowed slightly. "Esteemed Miss Zhizhi, greetings. I am your new steward." YZH replied softly, "Please come in." The man stepped into the warmth of the room, shaking off the white snow that clung to his shoulders. His gaze shifted to the figure behind the door, where she stood wrapped in a small blanket, her rabbit ears trembling slightly. As he gradually closed the door, his tone was gentle, laced with a hint of amusement. "It is a pleasure to see you again." YZH had been observing the man's black boots, and upon hearing his voice, she looked up, her memory overlapping for a brief moment. "It's you." She recalled him vividly. He was worth 150 points. To put it into perspective, redeeming for the teleportation to the amusement park or failing a side quest only required 100 points. "So, you are not from the MSHT. Why is it suddenly fell silent? Chapter 84. Good night, Duke. He noticed the young girl's expression falter, her rabbit ear drooping in a sign of unease. Her bright eyes glanced sideways, her small hands clutching the white blanket at her collar, her pink lips parting. I thought you were a staff member from the MSHT. The memory of being suddenly pulled into a small room by him in the MSHT came flooding back. YZHZH remembered his name, LYS. At that time, he had been flushed, as if in a state of heat, and she had ultimately exchanged for a calming potion. Initially, she thought he was an entertainer from the MSHT, but now, seeing him in the dark green uniform, he bore no trace of the previous night's awkwardness and pain. His dark eyes now radiated warmth. LYS regarded the delicate female before him and sincerely expressed, "Thank you for your assistance last time. It is an honor to be your steward." "You're welcome." YZH lowered her gaze. LYS heard the faint sound of water from the bathroom and looked over. The small female explained, "There is a merfolk in the bathroom, but he prefers not to interact with others. Unless absolutely necessary, please do not enter." A physician had come during the day, and the merfolk had been quite upset for a long while. "I would like some pasta with tomato sauce." LYS noticed the white sofa transformed into a rabbit nest, where the small female rabbit was curled up in the blanket, revealing only one delicate foot. "I would also like some egg drop soup with seaweed. Please wait a moment." LYS nodded slightly and headed straight to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Soon, the aroma of food filled the small wooden house. LYS cooked with remarkable skill, matching his experience as a steward. YZHH stole glances at his upright figure as she retrieved a small item resembling a keychain from beneath the sofa. It was the handheld device LS had left for her, essential for communication, entertainment, live streaming, purchasing goods, and more. A vital tool for the citizens of the USH Indigu. YZHZH watched the news for a while. The floating light blue electronic screen displayed an array of sensational headlines. At the bottom, there was a button to switch regions. Hesitating for a moment, YZHZH clicked it and selected WLNDGU from the pop-up menu. Having been away for 2 days, she wanted to see if there were any developments from that side. The forum buzzed with the most popular news about T-Ing Lu K and BLNGNJU. As she scrolled down the homepage, it seemed the Duke had suppressed news of YZH's escape, and there were no ripples throughout the Imperial City. LYS brought out the food and noticed the projection screen displaying the region. WLNDGU? YZHZH sat up from the sofa, the floating screen automatically disappearing. She slid onto the carpet, eyeing the pasta she had mixed with tomato sauce, its fragrant aroma wafting through the air. LYS offered her a pair of wooden chopsticks. "Thank you." YZH happily accepted, unable to wait to taste the pasta. "It's delicious." The noodles were perfectly cooked, and the tomato had been mashed into a rich sauce. LYS's culinary skills exceeded her expectations. He smiled slightly. "You flatter me, Mississippi." After finishing the meal, YZHH did not forget to feed the merfolk. As she headed to the bathroom with a bag of feed, LYS's lips curled upward. He lowered his gaze and quietly tidied the dishes. Upon entering the kitchen, he sensed an unusual feeling in his body, and his originally gentle gaze turned icy in an instant. This is my time. She cherished this place, feeling completely enveloped in softness. The fireplace crackled behind her, and as night fell, a small lamp illuminated the coffee table. Returning from planting trees in the yard, LYS found the small female rabbit curled up asleep on the sofa. He closed the door quietly and walked over, gently picking her up and carrying her to the room on the second floor. YZH, half asleep since she was being held, her body's memory stirred, and she presumed it was the Duke. Thus she gently grasped the front of the man's clothing, murmuring, "Good night, Duke." He paused slightly. "Duke?" He pondered which Duke from the Empire the little female rabbit was referring to. YZH slept throughout the night. Today, she would go to the MSHT to obtain the cleansing, sacred medicine. The thought of venturing out filled her with excitement. She donned thick white socks, descended the stairs, and made her way to the warmly lit yellow carpet of the living room. The door stood ajar. In the yard, LYS was shoveling snow. Upon seeing her awake, he inclined his head slightly. "Good morning, Mississippi, good morning. Can we go out today?" YZHZH asked with an eager expression. "Of course," LYS replied, clearing a path through the snow at the door that wound its way to the outer wooden door, facilitating the little female rabbit's departure. She donned a thick white coat, wrapped a scarf around her neck, and, fearing the cold, added a pair of gloves. Steward Lys stood outside, waiting. His black hair was tousled by the wind, and his deep-set black eyes sparkled with mirth as he watched the little female rabbit bounce out, her rabbit ears joyfully swaying. From the perspective of a male, she was undeniably adorable. Lys kept a watchful eye on her feet, concerned she might slip. As they walked from the sparse streets toward the command center, they would soon enter a vast snowy forest. This area lay between the neighborhood and the command building, presenting a picturesque winter scene as a ray of morning light broke through, illuminating the frozen leaves that resembled butterflies, creating a breathtaking sight. Zhizhi walked slowly through the snow, and Lys remained by her side. Upon reaching the command area, the guard team arrived in a snowmobile to escort her to the entrance of the MSHT. The moose host greeted Zhizhi with a beaming smile. "Miss H, you have arrived quite early. The sacred medicine has just arrived, and we are preparing a simple usage manual." The MSHT during the day lacked the evening's bustle. Each exquisite glass house stood empty, devoid of any beastly presence. The moose host led them to a private room, where he solemnly handed the packaged sacred medicine to Zhizhi. Along with it was a usage guide. Zhizhi gazed at the small red gift box and the handwritten guide, the paper appearing quite thick. Noticing the young girl's puzzled expression, the moose host smiled and explained, once the sacred medicine is unwrapped, it needs to be air-dried for a few days. Before use, it should be roasted over fire for a night. This will enhance its effectiveness. The specific operations are meticulously documented in this guide. Just as Zhizhi was about to say something further, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly pierced through the air from outside. His expression changed abruptly, and he stood up, anxiously rubbing his hands together. What a coincidence! How could it happen at this moment? Chapter 85, Addiction. Zhizhi was evidently troubled. He feared that an accident might occur, potentially harming the fragile female rabbit of the Zhu clan. "Miss Zhizhi, please remain in the room for now. Once we have resolved the situation outside, you may come out." Zhizhi nodded, all right. She was unaware of what was happening and only saw Milu Xiongxing hurriedly leave. Soon, screams echoed from outside one after another. Feeling a bit anxious, Zhizhi gradually moved closer to the butler, Louis, who was nearby on the sofa. Sensing the little female rabbit's unease, Louis lowered his gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. "It's all right," he gently reassured her. "It might be a contestant who escaped from the paradise." The paradise? Zhizhi had some recollection of it. The previous day's broadcast mentioned that a popular contestant had fled. She inquired, "Is it contestant number 091? The broadcast had warned the residents of Lingxing Street to be extra cautious when going out. Louis regarded Zhizhi's clear eyes and her uplifted head, her rabbit ears slightly drooping, resembling a small young creature, utterly endearing. He crouched down, allowing him to meet her gaze directly. "It is not him." If it were 091, the beastmen in the Lost Tower would likely have been mostly eliminated by now. Zhizhi's eyes widened. This contestant from the paradise was quite dangerous. Before she could utter another word, a sharp object collided violently against the door, producing a jarring sound. Zhizhi trembled and instinctively lunged toward Louis. The crouching Louis was unexpectedly embraced by the little rabbit, causing him to sit back. Feeling the trembling of the petite female, he gently reached out to stroke her head. She was so small, nearly weightless in his embrace. The commotion outside gradually subsided. Inside, the lights that had been glowing flickered a few times before extinguishing abruptly. The windowless VIP room was plunged into darkness. Zhizhi buried her face in Louis's chest, sensing a foul odor seeping in from outside. Someone was twisting the doorknob. Louis glanced over, slowly placing the little female rabbit down on the carpet, allowing her to lean against the sofa. "Miss, I shall take a look," he whispered. Zhizhi hid beside the armrest of the sofa, revealing only her eyes. Watching as Louis stood and walked toward the door, her heart racing with anxiety. The man approached the door, and the knocks grew increasingly pronounced. His expression was cold as he opened the door, and something surged in, which he swiftly kicked aside. Exiting, he closed the door behind him. It was unclear how long had passed. "I hope I did not frighten you, Miss Zhizhi," Louis remarked. "What do you think?" "I am truly sorry, truly sorry." Milu Xiongxing bowed repeatedly. He had not anticipated that they would escape. "Alas, everything is securely locked now. Such an incident will not occur again. The lights are broken." The young man stated coolly. "They will be fixed shortly. Lewis pushed the door open, carrying a firefly lamp handed to him by the beast man from the Lost Tower, immediately spotting the little female rabbit hiding by the sofa. The corridor was thick with the stench of blood. He shut the door. Lewis walked slowly toward the sofa, placing the firefly lamp on the coffee table. Its weak glow illuminated only a small area. How did it go? Everything has been taken care of, Lewis replied softly, sitting down on the carpet in front of Zhizhi, noticing her pale complexion and recognizing that she was quite frightened. He patiently waited, intending to clean up the extensive bloodstains in the corridor before leading her away. What was it? Curiosity piqued Zhizhi. They have all been apprehended. There is no need for concern. Zhizhi nodded gently. She had not expected that fetching a cleansing holy medicine for the mermaid would lead to such events. Fortunately, Lewis was there. Luther mentioned you once served in the guard team of the illusory forest? Yes, miss, he confirmed. I have heard it is quite perilous. Indeed, there are many mutated monsters. In the Moonrise Empire, only the main city can maintain law and order without being disturbed. Thus, Lewis, seasoned by countless battles, was able to swiftly resolve the danger today. Zhizhi felt immensely satisfied with the butler Luther had arranged for her. She emerged from beside the sofa, kneeling on the carpet. In the pitch-black room, only the green light of the firefly lamp illuminated the space. While Lewis was wiping his wrist, he suddenly frowned. His body trembled slightly as his right hand pressed against his forehead, firmly covering his right eye. Noticing that something was amiss with Lewis, Zhizhi inquired with concern. What is it? This is bad. Lewis sensed a familiar power surging within him, slightly bending forward, his expression growing furious. Damn it, the time is not yet due. You have broken your promise. To whom was Lewis speaking? Zhizhi observed as gradually bending back, wanting to assist him but unsure if she should. They remained in that tense standoff. Lewis hunched over, nearly pressing his entire body against the ground. Gradually, his trembling ceased. Zhizhi anxiously watched him, noticing that he appeared to have improved slightly, and softly asked, Lewis, how are you? Are you feeling better? Do you need me to do anything? The young man, with his right hand covering his eye, felt a searing heat in his palm. A low groan escaped his throat, accompanied by a hint of mocking laughter. The sensation of regaining freedom is truly delightful. The dark carpet before him reflected a faint glow of firefly light. When he lifted his gaze, he could see the rounded knees of the little female rabbit kneeling in front of him. She leaned closer out of concern, the fragrance of jasmine filling the air, causing the young man to involuntarily close his eyes and take a deep breath. In the air, there was a subtle milky scent emanating from the girl, mingled with the rich aroma of jasmine. It was utterly addictive. The young man propped himself up with one hand, gradually straightening his upper body. Miss, he said with a hint of a smile, please come a little closer. Let me check if you are injured. Lewis? He appeared as himself, and his voice was his own. But why did Zhizhi feel as though he had become a different person? Her gaze wandered. I am not injured, so there is no need for an examination. Then, could you move a bit closer? I wish to see what style of necklace you are wearing. Necklace? Zhizhi looked down in confusion. She was only wearing a plain silver necklace today, nothing special. The one Dracula had given her was safely kept away, as she feared damaging it. Seeing the little female rabbit remain motionless, the young man reached out, callously gripping her neck. Chapter 86. Choose him or choose me. Suddenly, Zhizhi was pulled toward Lewis, her hands supporting the ground as her body leaned forward, her head nearly colliding into his embrace. As she drew nearer, Lewis lowered his eyelids, his fingers brushing against the silver necklace hanging around her neck. Lewis? Zhizhi grasped the young man's wrist with both hands, hoping he would release her. In the dark compartment, the firefly lamp flickered with a faint light. At such a close distance, Zhizhi could see the eyes hidden beneath his eyelids, resembling emeralds embedded in a deep pool. It seems not. Lewis gradually tightened his grip on the necklace, suddenly yanking it, snapping the silver chain. The sudden force made Zhizhi close her eyes, her rabbit ears trembling above her. Driven by curiosity, the young man sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing intently at the little female rabbit, planning to settle the score from their last encounter. His right hand, gripping her neck, exerted slight pressure as he leaned closer, his deep green eyes brimming with aggression. Do you remember our last meeting? Felt a slight constriction in her breathing. Her brow furrowed in discomfort as she lifted her gaze to the young man before her. His striking green eyes had only made a fleeting appearance when he closed the door last time, yet the memory lingered vividly in her mind. "You have ruined my good fortune." Confused by his words, she attempted to struggle, but his strength was overwhelming, rendering her completely helpless. The young man lowered his voice, inquiring, "How do you intend to compensate me?" Tears welled in the corners of Zhizi's eyes as she parted her lips, but found herself unable to utter a sound. The air grew thin, and her breathing became increasingly labored. The young man, indifferent, released her, seemingly reluctant to end the life of this delicate creature just yet. Gaining her freedom, Zhizi propped herself up with one hand while the other pressed against her collarbone, coughing gently. Observing her, he noted the faint redness around her eyes, as if she were on the verge of tears. "I clearly assisted you," she sniffled, her voice tinged with grievance. He retorted coldly, "You aided Louis, not me." Aware of the tension, Zhizi cautiously scooted back half a step, sitting on the carpet, staring blankly at him. "Who are you?" She gazed into his deep green irises, which glimmered like eerie will-o'-the-wisps on a summer night. He opened his right hand, revealing a five-pointed star pattern that slowly materialized. At his beckoning, a vial of dark green potion appeared. "Drink this." Zhizi stared at the glass tube, bewildered. "What is it?" "A substance that will bring you joy." "I refuse to drink it." "You have no choice." The young man advanced, effortlessly grasping her face and forcing her mouth open. The entire vial was poured into her, and though she attempted to cough it out, he covered her mouth until she swallowed every drop. In an instant, she felt as if she had ingested poison, her body on the brink of collapse. Her consciousness began to fade, and she struggled to keep her eyes open, feeling dizzy. Before her, the green-eyed youth wore a triumphant smirk, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha! Louis, you are doomed." He reveled in his amusement. Zhizi felt a heat coursing through her body, an odd tingling in her abdomen, as if countless ants were gnawing at her. She reached out, desperate to hold onto the male figure before her, only to see him sit poised, a smile gracing his lips as those green eyes gradually faded from view. When Louis awoke, he found Zhizi curled on the floor, trembling. Her light-colored dress was hiked up, long hair tousled, her breathing rapid and laced with a hint of sobbing. What happened? He wondered, contemplating the possibility that the culprit had returned. In the dimly lit room, the lights began to flicker. Realizing that someone would soon arrive, Louis enveloped the petite female in his coat, cradling her in his arms. Zhizi burned with fever, her cheeks flushed, her lashes dampened with sweat as she murmured, I feel like I'm dying." She trembled. He fed me medication, and tears streamed down her face. Confused, she could not comprehend why Louis had suddenly transformed into someone so different. Louis was momentarily taken aback, looking down at the delicate creature in his embrace. He noticed her soft, flushed skin, her eyes glistening with tears, and her lips full and vibrant. The scent of jasmine was more potent than usual, enveloping him in a dizzying haze. Instinctively recognizing the gravity of the situation, he felt a headache coming on. He lifted Zhizi, standing just as the door swung open. Upon seeing their predicament, the stag paused, uncertain whether to enter. He hesitated, sensing the young man's displeasure. Louis, undeterred, instructed, "Place the sacred potion in the car." "What has happened to Miss Zhizhi?" The stag noted the young man's discontent and quickly fell silent. Louis could not afford a delay. He understood the torment that the poison would bring. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, the warmth of the room only intensified Zhizi's discomfort. She yearned to remove her outer layer, but lacked the strength, plaintively pleading, "Louis, I feel so hot." Louis dampened a towel, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Throughout the journey, the heat radiated from her cheeks as if they were about to ignite. The petite rabbit clung to him, seeking solace as he tended to her. Louis remained composed, supporting her shoulder with one hand. "Miss, do you still have any calming potions?" Zhizi could scarcely comprehend his words. She felt disoriented. If not for his steadying presence, she would have collapsed onto the carpet. Waves of heat coursed through her, the sensation akin to a fish gasping for air. She sensed herself slipping into a warm embrace. Louis held her gently, asking softly, "Do you require my assistance? If so, simply call my name." Zhizi trembled, as if she could hear Louis's voice. "Do you need help?" She whimpered, weakly grasping at his collar, her voice barely audible. "Renrenu," she uttered, the term for mermaid escaping her lips in a quavering breath. Louis's dark eyes widened in surprise. He refrained from pressing further, lifting her effortlessly and making his way to the bathroom. The mermaid, locked within the bathtub, remained unresponsive to the commotion. He lay submerged in the crystalline blue water, as if in eternal slumber. Yet, the mermaid caught a whiff of the rich jasmine scent, stronger than ever before, stirring desires within him. Louis stood at the bathtub's edge, cradling Zhizhi. Miss Zhizhi, I will ask you one last time. He spoke with calm seriousness. Do you desire the mermaid or Louis? Chapter 87. Do you like me? Upon hearing this, the mermaid's expression shifted slightly. Though he could not see, he sensed the unusual scent emanating from the small female, a marker of her estrus. During this phase, female beast folk exude a potent pheromone to attract males. Aside from a natural cycle, certain substances can induce this condition forcefully. Zhiji's perspiration dampened her long lashes, and she mewed softly, akin to a kitten, her voice tinged with a sob. I want the mermaid. Overwhelmed by the heat within her, she felt as if she were drowning, unable to distinguish anything but the deep-seated call for the mermaid. She needed the mermaid, and only the mermaid. Louis responded softly, very well. He slowly bent down, gently placing the small female into the water. His deep-set eyes fell upon her flushed cheeks. Resembling ripe cherries, her tear-filled eyes reflecting vulnerability. A strand of hair fell across her face, and Louis tenderly brushed it aside. As she submerged, Zhizhi instinctively grasped the figure of the mermaid before her. The cool, crystalline water offered a moment of respite, eliciting a contented sigh from her. In that instant, the fishtail in the bathtub tensed. Louis, observing the quivering form of the small female, noticed her dress slipping, revealing her porcelain shoulders. She leaned against the male mermaid, her dampened dress clinging to her form, accentuating her curves. A flicker of something darker crossed Louis's gaze, and he turned away, stepping outside. The mermaid furrowed his brow, commanding, "Take her away." Louis paused at the door, responding, "Did you not hear? She just expressed her need for you. I have not yet differentiated. What can I do?" The mermaid, exasperated, noted the small female's heated body, her hands wandering restlessly upon entering the bathtub. "That is your concern." Louis closed the door behind him, standing outside. His dark hair nearly obscured his eyes, and even through the door, he could discern the potent scent of her estrus pheromones, the jasmine more intoxicating than ever. An inexplicable restlessness stirred within him. He tugged at his collar and walked towards the door. Lys intended to step into the yard to observe the snow, leaving this place to them. In the water, the sound of iron chains echoed. The merman grasped the small female's restless hand, and upon hearing her soft gasps, it felt as though a gentle touch of down was teasing his chest. The youth lowered his head, his mole hidden in the shadows. Was it uncomfortable? If so, she could crawl out by herself and find Lys. He could hardly endure it, even in darkness. He could discern the alluring figure of the small female by her scent. Which beast man could resist such temptation? Why, Zhizhi could hardly comprehend what others were saying. Yet even with her wrists bound, she sought the cool touch of the merman closer to her. She tilted her neck, lightly brushing against his Adam's apple. "I don't want Lys," she murmured softly. "I want the merman." The youth felt the fervor and attachment radiating from the small female, her desire igniting a fire within him, as she repeatedly expressed her wish for the merman. He recalled the auction house, where the small female of the rabbit tribe had purchased him with 7 fragments of dreams. All beastmen born on the planet of beastkind must be aware of the value of such dreams, yet she acted without hesitation. Once brought to the wooden cabin, the small female never forced him to do anything. When he did not wish to have artificial eyes installed, she even intervened with the physician. Now, she openly expressed her affection for him. Even when her consciousness blurred with desire, she persistently nestled closer into his embrace, her cheek brushing against his jaw in a gentle rhythm. "Hug me," she pleaded, tears trickling from her eyes, her soft voice filled with longing, resembling a delicate pear blossom trembling in the spring breeze. The merman's throat involuntarily tightened. He dragged the iron chain, lifting the small female's chin, his voice hoarse. "Do you like me?" They had lost all reason. Why did she still desire the merman? Why did she cling to him so tightly? Zhizhi pressed against the cold merman. Simply being close brought her comfort, yet it was far from sufficient. She yearned for more, more. The small female's voice was thick with nasal tones as she instinctively swayed her body, the icy chain scraping against her tender inner thighs. With closed eyes, she offered her lips, her rabbit ears slightly bending back, her voice barely audible. "Kiss me." She was here, wholly unresisting, ready to yield. The petite rabbit girl lay delicately atop him, her soft form so palpable, easily cradled in one hand. The youth's cheeks began to flush. He had never been alone with a female in heat before. The overwhelming, sweet scent of jasmine challenged his sanity, especially with the small female being so insistent. The merman caressed the nape of her neck, pulling her body closer, his teeth grazing her fragrant shoulder. This is madness. Whether it was this rabbit female or that fellow named Lys, how could they leave her here alone, even though he had taken the medication? The iron chains around his wrist could still wrap around the petite rabbit's neck. With a gentle tug, she could perish in the crystalline azure waters. A twinge of pain shot through his shoulder. Zhizhi opened her watery eyes, realizing that the youth before her was engaging in intimate acts. Gentle bites, licks, and slow caresses. She parted her lips, her soft moans intermittent. Her mind felt as if it were on the brink of explosion. "YSN." Zhizhi faintly heard the youth's voice, imbued with desire, uttering, "My name." "Sin." She sobbed softly, tightening her embrace around the merman. It couldn't just be kisses. Zhizhi gently rubbed her cheek against his, longing for a more fervent response. The merman's pale skin now bore a faint blush. His light blue tail deepened in hue, transforming into a rich navy, reminiscent of the unfathomable depths of the sea. This was a trait of the merman. Disgust would tint it with frost, while joy would intensify its color. The youth's hoarse voice articulated each word with weight. "Say you like me." Zhizhi whimpered. The youth seductively whispered, "Once you say it, I will fulfill your desires." She choked back a sob, breathlessly replying, "I like you." Zhizhi cried, her nose threatening to elongate. How much she adored him. At this moment, she wept, yearning for his caress. The merman's tail lightly splashed the water surface. A flicker of joy blossoming within him, akin to the glistening ripples on a spring sea. This small, dim prison grew bright and inviting. The youth furrowed his brow, letting out a muffled groan. He sensed an unusual sensation from his tail, realizing he was about to undergo differentiation. Chapter 88, The First Time. The merman's physiology was unique. Even upon reaching adulthood, he would not automatically undergo differentiation. Differentiation in mermen occurs under two circumstances. First, through the induction of the holy purification elixir, which causes excruciating pain for 7 days and nights, ultimately resulting in the emergence of human legs. Second, voluntary differentiation, where the merman actively seeks to transform. In this case, the tail would transmit a tingling sensation, unlike the torment of forced differentiation. However, mermen willing to undergo voluntary differentiation were exceedingly rare. Even with half the blood of a mermaid flowing within them, they were reluctant to become slaves driven by desire. This time, YSN willingly chose to differentiate. The small female nestled against his chest, her body warm against his, while a faint blush graced the youth's pale face. Despite his tail still being covered in blue scales, it began to take on the shape of human legs. Voluntary differentiation would take approximately half an hour. During this time, he had to continuously soothe the small rabbit in his embrace. Zhizhi's eyes were red-rimmed as she wept softly. YSN lowered his head, nuzzling her rabbit ears with his nose, his hoarse voice laced with a hint of amusement. "This is what you asked for, silly rabbit. You could have chosen LYS instead. No need to wait so long." Half an hour later, he finally succeeded in his differentiation. The sound of chains echoed as the youth enveloped the small rabbit in his arms, placing her in a suitable position. After a night had passed, the bathroom door swung open. Lys entered silently, bending down to lift the sleeping small rabbit. Her long dress was disheveled, with faint red marks visible on her shoulder. The young man wore a somber expression as he carried her out of the room. After they left, the merman grasped the holy purification elixir resting beside the bathtub, his pale face flushed with the joy that followed. His features became even more exquisite, the mole on his nose alluring. He pulled the plug, pouring the elixir along the edge of the bathtub onto the floor outside. Remarkably, the differentiation potion had gone unused. The youth pressed his thin lips together, perhaps due to his overly kind heart, unable to bear witnessing the small rabbit's suffering. In any case, it was certainly not for any other convoluted reason. When Zhizhi awoke, it was dusk. A bedside lamp illuminated the room. The curtains were tightly drawn as she lay on her side, attempting to speak but finding her throat parched. Yesterday, Wythevich vaguely recalled certain events, her heart racing with anticipation. She must have successfully mated with the merman more than once. Yet, to ascertain whether she was pregnant, she would have to wait a week. Unable to resist, she gently rubbed her abdomen, silently praying that this time, nothing untoward would occur. Slowly, she sat up, hearing a noise. Lys approached the door and lightly knocked. "Miss, are you awake?" "Yes," Wythevich replied, her voice slightly hoarse, feeling dry and parched. Lys gently pushed the door open, entering with a tray. He placed the food beside the bed and poured clean water into a cup. Offering it to her lips, Wythevich lowered her head and began to drink slowly. Having just awakened, she felt a bit dazed, her rabbit ears drooping slightly. Noticing that Lys remained silent, she couldn't help but lift her gaze, her eyes sparkling as she studied his. "What's wrong?" Lys asked gently. "Nothing." Yzhh wished to inquire about the events of the previous night, but felt a bit embarrassed. After some contemplation, she decided to seek a new topic of conversation. "How is Yusun faring?" "Who?" "The mermaid. It appears they have exchanged names." Lewis set down a glass and brought over the pot of tofu fish soup, scooping it up with a spoon and gently blowing on it to cool. "As per the young lady's wishes, I refrained from intruding." The young man extended the spoon towards Zhizhi, who took small sips of the soup. "How delectable!" Her eyes sparkled with delight. Observing the little female rabbit's fondness for the soup he had prepared, particularly the fish soup, Lewis couldn't help but smile. He resolved to simmer fish soup for her every day for the following week. Although the little female rabbit abstained from meat, she relished the soup nonetheless. After finishing the soup, Zhizhi felt a significant boost in her strength. Concerned for the mermaid, she decided to head downstairs for a look. Lewis took the tray and departed. Zhizhi stepped off the bed, donned her soft plush slippers, and made her way downstairs. She wore a long white nightgown that nearly reached her ankles. Lewis busied himself in the kitchen. Upon hearing footsteps, he glanced over and caught sight of her petite figure slipping into the bathroom. His hands, which had been washing the cups, momentarily paused. Upon entering the bathroom, Zhizhi found the mermaid peacefully asleep, unchanged from before. He still possessed his pale blue tail, submerged in the crystal-clear azure water, his scales shimmering like a dream. Hearing the footsteps, Yusun stirred slightly, his right hand moving at his forehead as he spoke in a calm tone. "Is there something you need?" Thank you for last night." Zhizhi expressed her heartfelt gratitude. At that moment, her mind had been muddled, and the images that surfaced were fragmented. She could not ascertain whether they were reality or mere fantasy. The mermaid's once icy fingers had gradually warmed. She trembled all over, shivering repeatedly. Zhizhi could still recall his low, joyful laughter, contrasting starkly with the mermaid before her now. The youth responded with a nonchalant hum. He would never admit to having willingly transformed. There are always exceptions. "Oh." Zhizhi glanced at the empty bottle resting outside the bathtub. Her memories were incomplete, and perhaps the mermaid had consumed the sacred potion, leading to his transformation. Regardless, she had received his assistance. Moreover, there was a significant possibility she might conceive the mermaid's offspring. The mere thought of this brought an uncontrollable smile to Zhizhi's face. "In any case, thank you for being willing to help me." She expressed her gratitude once more, leaving the young man feeling a flicker of confusion within. Deep down, he felt a slight obstruction. Compared to this polite little rabbit who continually expressed thanks, he preferred the silly rabbit from last night, who clung to him and repeatedly professed her affection. She wished to surprise you, Senator. After leaving the bathroom, Zhizhi dialed the guard team's number, which was transferred to Luther. "Luther, I need your assistance with something." "Miss Zhizhi, please go ahead. I wish to locate the mermaid's eyes. Can you help me find out who purchased them? The sooner, the better." Zhizhi aimed to find Yu Sen's eyes as a token of gratitude, while also completing a side quest. "I have found the information, but..." He hesitated. The noble who purchased the mermaid's eyes might pose a bit of a challenge. In a brief span of time, Luther unearthed the noble's details. He spoke softly. "Jeffrey, residing in the city of divine favor, is engaged in pearl trading and possesses immense wealth. Last week, before the mermaid even arrived, his eyes had already been procured by Jeffrey. This marks the third set of mermaid eyes he has collected. It seems to be a peculiar obsession of his." Luther refrained from offering any judgment on the matter. Zhizhi was perplexed. Then why is he troublesome? Although he resides in the city of divine favor, he is not an orc of the Moonrise Empire, and our Paradise's guard team cannot compel him to trade. Luther's tone was filled with regret. Miss Zhizhi, it is unfortunate that we cannot provide significant assistance when you have finally sought our help. It is said that this noble has a pathological fixation on mermaid eyes. Regardless of the price you offer, he is unlikely to agree to a transaction. You will most likely encounter obstacles, and the guard team cannot forcibly coerce him. That's all right. I'll give it a try. Zhizhi smiled slightly. Now that she had discovered the whereabouts of the mermaid's eyes, she felt compelled to make the journey herself. She possessed numerous valuable gemstones. Perhaps the noble, named Jeffrey, would agree to trade with her. If the transaction were successful, the mermaid would regain his sight. He would surely be overjoyed, wouldn't he? All right, Luther agreed over the phone. When does Miss Zhizhi plan to head over? I will accompany you. Only Louis would accompany her. He felt uneasy otherwise. After some thought, Zhizhi replied, after breakfast tomorrow, we shall set off. Is that acceptable? Of course. After concluding the conversation with Luther, night fell. Louis had tidied the kitchen and entered the living room, offering Zhizhi a cup of warm milk as she nestled on the sofa. Thank you, she replied, accepting the drink and tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear before sipping the milk. Are you embarking on a long journey tomorrow? Louis inquired softly. Zhizhi cradled the milk with both hands and took a few sips before licking her lips. Yes, we are heading to the city of divine favor. Louis stood to the side, his gaze lingering on the corner of her lips, which still bore a trace of milk. Noticing Louis's unwavering stare, Zhizhi instinctively wiped her mouth, but she wiped in the wrong direction. Louis couldn't help but chuckle softly. He approached her and knelt before her. Allow me. He took a clean white handkerchief and gently brushed against her delicate skin. Her innocent, sparkling eyes resembled a sky full of stars. The handkerchief wiped away the milk residue as the little rabbit sat obediently. Louis felt a ticklish sensation in his heart. She was the most adorable little female he had ever encountered. Each moment spent in her company elevated his spirits, allowing him to momentarily forget the past. Louis's movements were gentle, and Zhizhi held the glass, feeling the warmth of the milk seep through the glass into her palms. Thank you, she whispered. The young man's dark eyes twinkled with mirth as he crossed his arms over his chest and inclined slightly. It is my duty. As a steward, his responsibility was to ensure the well-being of this little female rabbit. The wooden house was modest in size. The second floor contained only one room, while the first floor housed a space for storing old items. After tidying it up, Louis temporarily resided there. After finishing her milk, Zhizhi felt the urge to play in the yard. She donned a white coat and wrapped a scarf around her neck. Just as she opened the door, a gust of cold wind rushed in, refreshing her. Louis followed closely behind, holding up an umbrella to shield the little female rabbit from the falling snowflakes. The yard was square and had been well maintained by Louis, with most of the weeds cleared away. He had also scattered seeds for winter osmanthus, and it wouldn't be long before the garden blossomed with life. Outside, the sky was pitch black, illuminated only by the sporadic lights hanging at the entrance. Zhizhi crouched down, cupping a handful of snow with her hands and gently shaping it into a small snowball. A playful smile adorned her face as she stood up and opened her palm to show Louis her creation. Louis chuckled as he accepted the cold snowball she offered, which fit perfectly in his hand, suppressing the boiling blood within him. He mischievously twirled the umbrella, causing snowflakes to flutter down and slip into Zhizhi's collar. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. Inside the bathroom, the mermaid heard the tinkling laughter of the little female rabbit from outside. She seemed to be in high spirits. The scent of jasmine was faint, almost imperceptible, while the male scent that made him feel nauseated was unmistakably strong. The youth pressed his thin lips tightly together. The light blue fishtail of his form lifted upwards before crashing down heavily. The incessant sound of water echoed from the bathroom. Louis calmly folded his umbrella, casting an annoyed glance at the bathroom window where a dead fish lay. Day after day, it seemed all he did was vie for affection. Sun felt no discomfort. He simply wished to avoid seeing the rabbit clan's little female frolicking with that fellow. The merfolk fell silent for a moment, tilting his head slightly. His voice faint. I am unwell. I need your care. So stay. Just watch him. Only him. In the Valoran Empire, the night was serene. The Duke's carriage halted before the corridor. The night breeze rustled the deep blue leaves, and a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Lanterns hung high, and apart from the gentle rustling of leaves, The only sound was the occasional turning of pages from within the carriage. The personal servant stood vigil at the side. Inside, the sound of scrolls being perused echoed as the Duke continued to review confidential documents. The servant rubbed his palms together, uncertain how to broach the subject. "My Lord Bolin." After much contemplation, the servant spoke softly. "The hatching day of the 6 snake hatchlings approaches swiftly. May I inquire if you will attend? According to the customs of the beast realm, the hatching of beastlings would be blessed by close kin. With Miss Zhizhi absent, it would be fitting for the Duke, as their father, to attend, should he wish. The 6 hatchlings were the treasures of the entire Duke's estate, tenderly cared for every day, and the clan leaders cherished them dearly. They eagerly anticipated the day of hatching to assess the hatchlings. If they could perfectly inherit the Duke's formidable abilities, it would serve as a substantial guarantee for the entire Snake clan, ensuring their legacy for at least a century without concern for decline. Yet, the Duke remained indifferent to the hatchlings, having not cast a glance at them in recent days. "Let the clan leaders attend," came a languid voice from within the carriage. "Indeed," the servant replied, taken aback. Since Miss Zhizhi's departure, Lord Bolin had not visited the study. Could it be that he had received news of her? Chapter 90, Longing for Her. In the courtyard of the study, the blue, ethereal lotus in the pond lay in tranquil slumber. He pushed open the door to the study, greeted by darkness. The desk, unused for several days, had been tidied by the servant, documents arranged neatly, and a slender smoking pipe rested on a low shelf. With a blue talisman hanging down, the study was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. The Duke made his way to the back courtyard. Mist hovered over the pond, and the rose cage beside it remained untouched, still holding the soft bedding the little female often covered herself with. On the table lay the plate of pastry she last enjoyed, and the Duke gazed at it for a long time. He could almost hear her voice, echoing from behind him. Each time he returned home, he was welcomed by the cheerful figure of the little rabbit, who would dash over, her bunny tail wagging gently. The Duke cherished the moments when he would tenderly stroke her rabbit ears, bend down, and place a soft kiss upon her lips. Her scent was delightful, sweet, and fragrant. When held in his embrace, he had to lean down to envelop her, fearful of breaking her delicate waist with too much force. Sometimes, he would carry her to the pond for a wash, and she would quietly snuggle in his arms, never fidgeting, her watery eyes sparkling like crescent moons when she smiled. How obedient she was! In moments of affection, the Duke could not help but call her good girl, kissing her ears, forehead, lips, and collarbone, covering every inch of her with kisses. His little pet was soft everywhere, her voice gentle, rising and falling like the tides, nipping at his lips, shyly nestling in his embrace. During mealtimes, she would nibble on food, chewing slowly. Occasionally, she would mimic him, offering a spoonful to his lips, gazing at him with eager anticipation. The little female had also been quite proactive in her requests, and when not indulged, would shed tears of grievance, nuzzle against him, fully relying on him. Yet, those seemed like distant memories now. The study remained unchanged, the back courtyard still as it was, every flower and tree, every blade of grass and wood, preserved in its original form. Only she was gone. She had vanished. The Duke's gaze fell upon the lock of the rose cage, a shadow of darkness flickering in his golden vertical pupils. He clenched his teeth slightly, causing the black serpent upon his shoulder to flinch and slither away in fright. Why did she flee? Was it not better to remain by his side? The Duke's heart felt as if it were smothered beneath a damp blanket, heavy and oppressive, nearly choking him. At that moment, a servant's voice called from outside. "My Lord Bolin, the magic team has sent word." The Duke turned, casting a glance at the servant, who promptly bowed and respectfully presented the spiritual letter. This was a missive crafted with magical incantations. The moment the Duke picked it up, the magical seal dissipated, and the letter projected an image of a youth clad in white robes and a black mask, wielding a staff, bowing slowly. "Good evening, my lord," he began. "As per your instructions, the magic team's spiritual traces have traversed the entire Valoran Empire, and we have found no trace of the esteemed Miss Zhizhi. She is no longer within the Valoran Empire." This was a definitive statement. The entire magic team had mobilized, scouring every thoroughfare and inconspicuous corner of the empire within 4 days, yet yielded nothing. The masked youth hesitated. Perhaps she has journeyed to another empire. In such a short time, if aided by formations, it was indeed possible to travel great distances. The Duke tightened his grip on the envelope. his golden vertical pupils fixated on the projection of youth, enunciating each word with intensity. Select 4 elite teams to head to the Moonrise Empire, the Deep Sea Empire, the Sun Ridge, and, pausing as a thought crossed his mind, his voice darkened, the Tsongshan region. Search meticulously. His beloved pet held profound feelings for Dracula. Having endured the trials of life and death together, she cared for him deeply, and it was highly likely she had gone to Tsongshan to find him. They might have reunited. The mere thought of this possibility sent a sudden pang through the Duke's heart. In the projection of the spiritual letter, the youth accepted the task. At your command, my Lord Bolin. The servant beside him felt a sense of astonishment. The Duke had not forgotten even the fallen Tsongshan Empire, alongside the war-torn Sun Ridge. Surely, Miss Zhizhi would not venture into such perilous territories? The spiritual image faded. The Duke turned to his personal servant. You will now contact those individuals one by one. I require their assistance. Understood. The servant acknowledged, aware of the Duke's intent. He swiftly began preparations. For the Duke, although he had not openly mentioned it, the matters concerning Miss Zhizhi were of utmost importance, requiring no ambiguity. Furthermore, the hatchlings were soon to hatch. The following day, Ludier arrived as scheduled to wait in the courtyard. Before leaving, Zhizhi had visited the bathroom to check on the merman, feeding him his daily portion and wiping his body. She gazed at the white ribbon adorning his face, ethereal and dreamlike, pondering how beautiful his features would be once his eyes were opened. Is there anything you desire? Desire? The youth leaned against the bathtub, utterly still, seemingly oblivious to her question. Just as Zhizhi began to feel a sense of disappointment and prepared to depart quietly, Yu-sun slowly spoke. Apple. The merman had a fondness for apples, those red, sweet, and crisp varieties. Zhizhi nodded eagerly. I will remember. Yu-sun was willing to engage with her, and joy surged within her. On this journey, Zhizhi brought along all her jewels, hoping that the jeweler named Jeffrey would agree to her proposed trade. This time, Ludier and Lewis accompanied her. The snow-laden carriage awaited outside. Ludier stated, We must first head to the steam bus station, from where there are direct routes to the city of Divine Gift. The paradise in the USH Indigu holds a unique significance. It is neither a city nor a town, but rather an expansive facility designated for the confinement of criminals. Beyond this, it has gained notoriety for being the favored venue for the noble females of the Empire, particularly the Lost Tower, where numerous male orcs are available for their selection. Following closely is Paradise. The participants in Paradise are meticulously chosen. They include those sentenced to death, volunteers, and spies from rival factions who have been unmasked and subsequently discarded into this place. The nearest city to Paradise is the SHNCZHCH-ing, where the jeweler Jeffrey resides. As LS drives, he takes the opportunity to issue a caution. Miss Zhizhi, Jeffrey possesses a rather peculiar temperament. His demeanor may prove quite discomforting to you. Were it not for our alliance with the Valoran Empire, one can only imagine the extent of local factions that would have taken issue with his manner. In the back seat, LYS sports a friendly smile. If he dares to offend you, I shall deal with him. Chapter 91 unfolds as if he has not heard LYS words. In the passenger seat, Zhizhi is tracing patterns on the fogged window with her finger, leaving behind a star shape. The snow-laden woods outside reflect the morning light, casting an ethereal glow akin to a fairyland. Continuing along this road leads to the command center of Paradise, which also serves as LS's workplace. The winding road eventually leads to the steam train. An hour later, they arrive at the SHNCZHCH-ing, the city closest to the sea in the USH Indigu. As Zhizhi disembarks from the train, she is greeted by the briny, refreshing sea air. Clad in a beige overcoat and a light knitted dress that falls just above her ankles, paired with warm brown boots, she steps into the snow with a beaming smile. She adjusts her cozy scarf, the rabbit ears flopping down, her cheeks flushed by the sea breeze, resembling a delightful peach. Numerous orcs at the station cannot help but express their admiration upon seeing her. What a beautiful female! I wonder which noble family she belongs to. Accompanying her are 2 bodyguards, exuding an aura of distinction, particularly the young man in a dark green uniform, who remains close at her side. LS is vigilant, ensuring she does not slip, as the SHNCH-ing has recently experienced several days of snowfall, and the platform, freshly cleared of frost, remains quite slick. The guards had previously arranged with the jeweler Jeffrey to ensure his presence at this time. Zhizhi nods lightly, clutching her small brown suitcase, feeling a twinge of nervousness at the prospect of meeting the merchant. The guard team of SHNCZHCH has sent a vehicle for their transport. Soon, they arrive at Jeffrey's estate, a sprawling seaside villa that takes over 20 minutes to navigate through the grounds. The vehicle eventually halts before a magnificent white edifice, reminiscent of a divine palace depicted in a tomb. Servants line either side, and middle-aged steward opens the door for Zhizhi. "Esteemed miss, you have finally arrived. We have specially invited the finest pastry chef from SHNCZHCH to welcome you." The steward, aware of her noble status and the importance placed upon her by the guard team, dares not show any negligence. Upon alighting, Zhizhi offers a slight smile to the middle-aged man, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. So adorable. It has been ages since such a charming Rabbit Clan female visited our territory. One can only hope the master will exhibit a kinder disposition this time. S interjects. "Lead the way." The steward guides them into the grand hall. The brightly lit reception room is filled with elegant piano melodies, and a slender figure stands by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a violin and leisurely playing along with the music. The steward bows. "Master, they have arrived." The young man clad in red noble attire pauses his activity, slowly turning to face the approaching rabbit female. His eyes brighten as he sets the violin down and steps forward, offering a slight bow. "Lovely miss, it is an honor to have you grace my hall. Might I inquire if you're betrothed?" Zhizhi, taken aback by his sudden enthusiasm, instinctively retreats a step, responding hesitantly, I am Jeffrey, the wealthiest merchant in the USH Indigu. Currently, my realm lacks a female master. I wonder if you might be interested?" The middle-aged steward stands nearby, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The master has a penchant for theatrics, yet this young lady's status is evidently extraordinary, delivered by the Paradise Guard team. As expected, LS's expression grows grave. "Lord Jeffrey, this young lady is our most esteemed guest from Paradise. Please refrain from such frivolous remarks." "Just a jest," Jeffrey chuckles, his gaze shifting from the rabbit female to the banquet table laden with an array of confections prepared for her. "Dear lady, these are all for you. Please indulge." "Thank you," Zhizhi replies, grasping her small suitcase, contemplating how to initiate conversation when Jeffrey, enjoying his cake, suddenly inquires, "What brings you here unannounced?" "Word has it you acquired a pair of mermaids' eyes last week. I am curious to see them," she states. Surprise flickers across Jeffrey's face. "I would be delighted to share them with anyone of discernment. I wish to negotiate with you. Would you consider selling me this pair of mermaids' eyes?" The jeweler pauses mid-bite, his expression shifting from delight to unabashed mockery. "While you may procure such a pair from others at a high price, they are priceless to me. To be frank, collecting beautiful mermaids' eyes is one of my pleasures. If you're here merely to admire treasures, you are welcome. However, if you foolishly wish to barter, the door is behind you. I bid you farewell." The steward quietly urges, "Master, please be more diplomatic." Despite the master's consistent demeanor, this Rabbit Clan female likely hails from an esteemed lineage. Perhaps her family is immensely powerful. Even if a transaction is not feasible, establishing a goodwill connection would be beneficial. Zhizhi bites her lip, softly asking, "Is it truly impossible to negotiate? Those eyes are of great significance to me. Is there anything else you desire that I might provide? Understand this. I'm immensely wealthy. My business extends across the entire planet. Whatever you seek, I can acquire effortlessly." Jeffrey sips his red tea, scoffing, "How disappointing that you would dare covet my mermaid's eyes. Show them out." LS is not the least surprised by Jeffrey's demeanor. In the USH Indigu, his status is unique, and no faction would dare confront him. After all, a treaty exists. Should anything befall Jeffrey, it would have repercussions on the battlefield ahead. Unless a member of the imperial family were to arrive, he might temper his behavior. LYS raises an eyebrow, remarking, "What an arrogant peacock. I wonder if he will still talk so brazenly when his neck is snapped." Zhizhi exhales softly, "I understand." The other party's stance is exceedingly firm, leaving no room for negotiation. A hint of disappointment crosses her face. Slowly, she turns away, her rabbit ears drooping as she steps outside. LS promptly follows. Upon exiting, LYS smiles, "Miss, allow me to sneak in tonight and deal with him." LS replies, "He is a distinguished guest of the USH Indigu. We cannot act recklessly." Zhizhi reflects, realizing that the side quest has likely failed. She could not regard the mermaid's eye as a gift for Yusan, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. At that moment, the butler suddenly dashed out of the reception hall in a flurry, nearly tripping over his own shoes in his haste. He shouted, "Wait, wait." Chapter 92, The Reward. A middle-aged man hurriedly caught up, panting as he stopped before the young female of the rabbit clan, forcing a smile upon his face. "Miss, please do not leave." Zhizhi was taken aback. The gem merchant, who had previously been adamant about not engaging in a transaction, had suddenly changed his stance within mere minutes. She glanced at Lucy, who shrugged in uncertainty, equally perplexed. It was well known that Jeffrey, the merchant, had a notorious temperament. He was immensely wealthy, with countless treasures stored in his private vault. What could possibly compel this proud and shrewd businessman to relent? Did Jeffrey truly require Miss Zhizhi's assistance with something of great importance? Since Jeffrey had softened his stance, it was imperative to seize the opportunity to acquire the mermaid's eye. This time, Jeffrey knelt on one knee, adhering to the highest etiquette of the beast world, gently taking the delicate hand of the young female and gazing up at her with sincerity. "I apologize for my previous behavior, and I hope you can forgive me." Zhizhi stared at him in astonishment. Clad in a striking red uniform with his dark golden hair slicked back, Jeffrey's deep-set eyes reflected nothing but respect, devoid of any mockery. The stark contrast in the merchant's demeanor left Zhizhi momentarily questioning if he had contracted the same affliction as Lucy. Unable to restrain herself, she turned to Lucy, who, upon noticing her gaze, lowered his eyes to meet hers, a faint smile breaking through his previously aloof demeanor. "You may rise," Zhizhi said softly. Jeffrey stood up, still visibly excited. "Esteemed miss, please follow me. I shall take you to see the mermaid's eye." Zhizhi nodded and followed him. Jeffrey led her into the elevator, arriving at the vault specifically designed to house the mermaid's eye. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by an elegant jade stone floor adorned with lustrous gems that dazzled the eyes. The opulent treasure house was filled with a stunning array of artifacts, and she followed Jeffrey deeper inside. The man picked up an oval water box inlaid with white jade, revealing clear azure water within and through the glass. One could faintly discern a pair of deep blue mermaid eyes. Zhizhi gazed in awe. Was this truly the pair of eyes that had been taken from Yusan? Jeffrey cradled his most cherished possession, the most beautiful mermaid's eye he had ever collected, feeling a profound sorrow at the thought of it no longer belonging to him from this day forward. "Is this what you desire?" he asked, clutching the water box tightly, reluctant to let go. Zhizhi nodded slowly. "It is." "Ah, these are the gems I brought," she said, opening a small carrying case filled with precious stones of exceptional quality. Upon seeing the extraordinary gems, Jeffrey's anxiety eased. He had resigned himself to the transaction. He picked up one of the deep purple stones, tears welling in his eyes. "This one will do. I favor this." Zhizhi responded with a soft acknowledgement. Behind her, Lucy looked astonished, as if he no longer recognized this eccentric gem merchant. Was this truly Jeffrey? How could he be so agreeable? Everyone knew his obsession with the mermaid's eye, yet he had casually chosen a gem from Miss Zhizhi's case and agreed to the trade. It was as if he was willingly relinquishing a treasure he held dear. Jeffrey handed the water box to Lucy, gazing longingly at the mermaid's eye within. "Please handle it with care." Lucy nodded. "I understand." Miss Zhizhi sought the eyes specifically to gift the mermaid she had purchased. It was evident that she held a fondness for her mermaid companion. The young man, cradling the deep purple gem, glanced down at the petite female before him and could not help but lean down slightly. Lucy concurred. "Indeed, it is splendid. You will surely enjoy it. The paradise is not suitable for leisure, but the city of divine gifts is quite different. Miss Zhizhi will find much joy there. Please be sure to notify me in advance, so I may prepare a proper reception for you." "Certainly," Zhizhi said, casting a glance at the exquisite water box. She handed her small bag to Lucy, who gently passed her the water box. At the moment she received it, a system notification echoed in her mind. "System, ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Mermaid's Eye. Rewards are being distributed." System, ding. "Congratulations, host, for acquiring a disguise item. 7 days." System, the host may open the item panel to check or utilize it. The side quest was complete. The surrounding beastmen perceived the joy radiating from the little rabbit female. It appeared she was genuinely enamored with the mermaid's eye. Zhizhi pondered for a moment before bowing slightly to the gem merchant. "Thank you." Jeffrey, taken aback, nearly collapsed to his knees in shock. And no, it is nothing. Having acquired what he desired, they prepared to depart. Jeffrey personally escorted them, watching as Zhizhi entered the vehicle, his eyes glistening with tears as he waved farewell. Once the vehicle had driven away, he could no longer contain himself and transformed into his beast form. In an instant, a splendid peacock sat upon the ground, weeping softly. In his peacock form, Jeffrey shed tears freely, mourning the loss of the mermaid's eye, the treasure he cherished most, now to be gifted to that young female. The middle-aged butler stood nearby, wearied by the scene. He was pleased that his master sought a goodwill relationship with the esteemed lady. Yet he knew that once his master began to cry, it would be difficult to console him. The peacock's chest feathers were soaked with tears as he sobbed. Do you know why I agree to the trade? Why? Chapter 93. The Arrival of a Dangerous Species. In just a minute, the butler initially believed that his master had come to terms with the need to maintain a good relationship with the Empire's guard. He had not anticipated the drastic shift in his master's attitude towards the little rabbit female, resulting in his agreement to the trade of the mermaid's eye. The deep purple gem remained pressed beneath the peacock's body as he wept profusely, nearly losing his voice. She is an imperial-level female. The butler's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, she must be treated with utmost care. In the beast world, it was the duty of all males to care for imperial-level females. Furthermore, in this foreign land, the imperial-level female from the Moonrise Empire surely had royal protection, making it wise not to offend her. The peacock drooped, his magnificent tail folding together, his feathered crest quivering. She hails from the Valoran Empire. What? The middle-aged butler had never imagined that the girl was not a female beast of the Moonrise Empire. The peacock gradually transformed back into human form. Jeffrey sat on the ground, still holding the deep purple gem in his palm. This is a rare gem I unearthed from the abyssal cavern, offered as tribute to Lord Bolin. Upon seeing the gem she possessed, I confirmed her identity. She is the female beast that Duke has been searching for in secret. After the girl departed, Jeffrey received a communication from the Valoran Empire. The Duke's confidant explicitly stated that they were searching for a level female rabbit. Rabbit clan, female. The combination of these 4 words instantly reminded Jeffrey of the charming little rabbit he had just encountered. Could it be mere coincidence? Yet the truth was, it was indeed such a coincidence. The girl hailed from the Valoran Empire and was a noble-level female. The gems she brought serve as a symbol of her identity. This elucidates everything, including the rumors of a noble female within the Lost Tower who acquired a mermaid using 7 shards of dream fragments. At the time, Jiefu Li did not take it to heart. He presumed it was mere gossip. After all, among all the shards of dream fragments on the planet, 13 were in the hands of the crown prince of the Yu Sheng Empire. The remaining 7 shards had long been presented by Jiefu Li as gifts to the Empire's most esteemed duke. The Eye of a Mermaid was his cherished treasure. Jiefu Li might not show deference to the elite females of the Yu Sheng Empire. Even the royal family could not compel him to part with it. However, as a loyal orc of the Valoran Empire, he vowed to fulfill every wish of the Rabbit Clan lady from the moment her identity was confirmed. The middle-aged steward murmured, "Have we found her whereabouts?" Jiefu Li cradled the purple gem in his hands, rising with a tear lingering in the corner of his eye. The Duke's intent was clear. Upon locating her, they must not alert her, but rather protect her discreetly and monitor her every move. As for the rest, it was no concern of theirs. On the way out, Lucy received a brief message. His expression grew serious. The alert system of the Divine City indicates that a dangerous species has infiltrated. We must leave promptly. Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhizhi held the water container containing the Eye of the Mermaid in her arms. In the back seat, Louis gazed out at the fleeting streets, his deep black eyes lost in thought. This visit to the Divine City was not intended to be prolonged. Zhizhi was still preoccupied with the mermaid, unwilling to leave it alone at home. At the steam train station, the guard squad donned protective gear, meticulously inspecting each traveler. Upon seeing Lucy, they exchanged military salutes. Zhizhi boarded the train without incident. Due to the snowfall, the route from the Divine City to Paradise was nearly blanketed in white, making train breakdowns likely. The steam train, however, operated on an aerial route with moderate speed and a safety rating of 5 stars. After boarding, Zhizhi ventured to the restroom, eagerly opening her system inventory to examine the newly acquired item. A series of light blue text floated beneath the item. Name, disguise identity, 7 days. Description: upon unlocking the item, the host can input their desired disguise group, valid for 7 days. Reminder: once the group nickname is input, it cannot be modified. If an invalid group is entered, the item will be rendered useless. Please operate with caution and ensure the correct group name is filled out. Note: it is recommended to choose a group similar to the host for easier deception. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhizhi inquired, "Are there group restrictions?" "None," replied the system. She tucked the item away, a smile gracing her lips. "This seems to be an excellent item. It will surely come in handy." The absence of group restrictions meant she could freely alter her group identity, albeit for only 7 days. When she arrived in the Divine City, Zhizhi had prepared herself for disappointment, knowing the only gold she had to offer was the least prized by the wealthy jeweler. To her surprise, the man's attitude had shifted dramatically. She had obtained the coveted eye of a mermaid and successfully completed her side quest. Just as her heart soared with joy to leave the restroom, an announcement echoed through the train. "Attention, passengers. A dangerous species has been detected on the train. Please secure your cabin doors and refrain from moving about." The dangerous species is located approximately in car 57, and the guard team is en route. Startled, Zhizhi widened her eyes. There was a knock at the door. Louis lowered his voice. "Miss, are you inside?" "I am." Zhizhi quickly opened the restroom door. Louis, still carrying the water container, squeezed in and shut the door behind him. The restroom was small, making it a bit cramped for two. Louis placed the water container on the restroom counter, where a towel rack conveniently allowed it to be secured and prevented it from sliding. "Don't worry, Lucy is right outside." Noticing the young female's pale complexion, Louis gently reassured her, "No matter what danger arises, I will shield you." Behind Zhizhi was the train's window, foggy with condensation, revealing distant snow-capped mountains layered in the background. The steam train swayed slightly as it traveled along its aerial tracks. The girl nodded softly, hearing the commotion outside, and instinctively clutched the hem of Louis's shirt. In Chapter 94, The Pathological Kiss, the train rumbled, the windows shrouded in mist, obscuring the world outside. In the confined restroom, Zhizhi pressed her back against the glass, her rabbit ears twitching at the startled cries of female beasts outside. An alarm blared throughout car number 7. The shrill noise relentless as Zhizhi gripped Louis's shirt tightly, her head bowed, shoulders slightly hunched. The rabbit clan was inherently timid, easily startled by the slightest disturbance. Louis raised his hand, gently enveloping her shoulders, allowing her to lean against him. Her petite form nestled securely before him, providing an indescribable sense of safety as the cool metal name tag on his dark green uniform brushed against her forehead. Outside, Lucy conversed with someone. "It's been dealt with. It's a mutated moth, measuring 3 meters 2, with green, viscous blood. The train crew is currently collecting samples." "What?" Lucy's voice deepened. "There's another one. The creature classified as a dangerous species is not the only one." Uncertain about the situation in the other cars, Lucy removed his white gloves, stained with green blood, tightening his grip on a knife at his side. The mutated moth's body had been removed, leaving the carriage filled with a noxious stench, soon to be eliminated by gas spray. Through the door, Zhizhi could barely detect the once overpowering, nauseating odor, gradually allowing her to breathe easier. "Can we go out now?" she whispered. Louis eased his hold slightly, creating a bit of distance between them, his expression gentle. "Just a moment longer. Once the crisis is resolved, Lucy will come for you." He was aware that the young rabbit was in the restroom, and that Louis had promptly sought her out for protection. Receiving first-hand information about another formidable dangerous species aboard the train, he remained vigilant. Zhizhi nodded softly, "Okay." Suddenly, the train came to an emergency stop, causing her to collide against the young man's chest, his hands bracing against the glass window to protect her. The steam train, suspended in mid-air, had encountered an unexpected situation. Zhizhi's nose turned slightly red from the impact, and she instinctively rubbed it, tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. Louis observed the young female, her delicate skin appearing tender, and winced at the thought of her pain from the collision. He leaned slightly forward, propping himself against the glass window. "What's wrong?" "Let me see." Zhizhi loosened her grip, her petite nose resembling a small strawberry. She pressed her lips together, her voice barely audible. "I'm fine." In such close proximity, Louis could see her flawless skin. The girl's pale cheeks bore faint, downy hair, reminiscent of a peach just beginning to blossom. Her rabbit ears occasionally brushed against his face, a gentle tickle. Louis reminisced about their first encounter, also in a similarly confined space, when he was on the verge of losing his sanity, yearning to consume this little rabbit entirely. The train resumed its journey, the rumbling sound reverberating from beneath their feet, causing their bodies to sway slightly. Louis's elbow was firmly propped against the glass window as he gazed out at the endless snow-capped mountains, the swirling white mist, and the distant complex of temple-like structures. Zhizhi cautiously covered her nose, fearful of inadvertently colliding with something. Louis observed the petite and delicate female rabbit before him, an unusual feeling stirring within him. Despite not being in heat, he still harbored a desire to caress her soft rabbit ears and, under her astonished gaze, pressed his lips against hers. Surely, she would resist. Her frail hands rested helplessly against his chest, emitting soft whimpers that could not alter their predicament. He yearned to devour her until nothing remained. The glistening eyes of the little female rabbit might glance at him with a hint of grievance, all her sounds stifled, hidden in the cold breeze. He wished to tease her, then embrace her gently. The little female rabbit resembled soft snow, and for a fleeting moment, he longed to grasp her roughly, watching as she melted into a puddle in his palm. Droplets trickled down his fingers, landing on his black boots. "Louis?" Zhizhi called, noticing the young man before her, his dark eyes clouded with thought. She couldn't help but tug at the hem of his shirt. What was he pondering so intently? The announcement had just called for everyone to undergo testing. "It seems we have reached the 4th carriage. Should we go out now?" Louis wore a subtle smile. "Let us wait until they reach the 7th carriage, Mississippi. Then you may step outside." He desired to spend a little more time alone with the little female. Zhizhi softly agreed. Leaning against the glass window, the distance between them remained minimal, her gaze naturally falling upon the 3rd metal button on his chest. The broadcast resumed with updates. Testing had progressed to the 6th carriage. Soon, it will be their turn. Louis sighed gently. "Miss, I have something to attend to and must leave for a moment." Zhizhi looked up in surprise. "Now?" "Yes." The young man slowly turned, placing his hands on her shoulders, guiding her to the side of the door, advising her to grip the doorknob tightly. For safety, he employed a binding spell on the handle to ensure she would not be swept away by the wind. Zhizhi watched in confusion as Louis stood by the window, his finger emanating a dark green light as he traced a complete circle along the window's edge. The glass shattered, the entire pane suddenly flying backward, vanishing from view. In that instant, a cold gust rushed in, tousling Zhizhi's long hair. The restroom window was small enough to accommodate just one person. Louis grasped the iron ring above, effortlessly crouching atop it. Was he in such a hurry? Zhizhi felt a twinge of concern. Why didn't Louis wait for the train to stop before leaving? She caught a glimpse of a smile in his deep black eyes as he turned to face the outside, the wind tousling his hair, the frigid air nearly preventing Zhizhi from opening her eyes. He cast one last glance at the girl. The young man wore a faint smile. He had no desire to be tested. Turning his gaze to the snowy expanse, he intended to leap from the train, but just as he was about to depart, his heart raced. Before Louis could react, his dark pupils transformed into a vivid green. Zhizhi watched as Louis, perched by the window, prepared to leave. But he suddenly halted. Then, turning swiftly, he grasped her chin with one hand and kissed her fiercely. A hint of mockery flickered in his green eyes as he passionately nibbled on the soft petals of her lips. The binding he had placed to protect her inadvertently restrained her hands, rendering her unable to struggle. Chapter 95. He was gentle. Zhizhi's face flushed crimson. She felt a slight pain at her lips, mingling with the icy air, yet Louis's breath made her cheeks burn. The young man held her chin firmly, denying her any chance to evade. Zhizhi was on the verge of suffocation. Her small face turned bright red, her remaining strength spent on biting him. Sensing her retaliation, a glint of amusement flickered in Louis's green pupils as he bit down hard, prompting a soft whimper from the little rabbit, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. A mark appeared on her lips, and as Louis pulled back, he found her lips, now slightly wounded, even more enticing. She smelled delightful, a sweetness that even the relentless cold air could not diminish. The train rumbled on, and the crew, equipped with testing devices, had reached the 7th carriage. Outside, Luther called softly, "Miss Zhizhi, it's all clear now. You may come out." Zhizhi stared blankly at the young man, perched at the window. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Louis, save for the color of his pupils. His deep green eyes resembled two lush emeralds. Louis pinched her cheeks, scrutinizing her closely. What was that fellow up to? He scoffed. This fragile little rabbit could be easily subdued with a single hand. Even if she were to be violated, what could she possibly do in response? After casting a disdainful glance at the little female, Louis jumped from the train, his figure vanishing almost instantly. Zhizhi slid down to the floor, biting her lip, feeling a pang of pain on the right side of her mouth, tears shimmering in her eyes. Louis wouldn't he act like that? Luther gently opened the door and found the rabbit tribe female trapped inside. He noticed the window of the train devoid of glass, frost swirling about, and saw the girl seated on the ground, her hands bound to the handle, tears staining her cheeks. Upon seeing Luther, she could not help but burst into tears. The young guard was taken aback. What happened? Where's Louis? Did a fight break out in here? Had something happened to Louis? Zhizhi sniffled, whispering, Louis is gone. She refrained from mentioning the other Louis's bullying. Luther knelt down, dispelling the binding spell on her wrist and helping her into the warmth of the train. The attendant approached Zhizhi with the testing device, kneeling on one knee. Esteemed guest, allow me to conduct your test. Zhizhi nodded. Due to the presence of a potential dangerous organism, all personnel were required to undergo testing. The device gently clamped onto Zhizhi's fingertip, and within 2 seconds, it confirmed that her body exhibited no anomalies. The attendant bowed and departed to assist the next passenger. Luther poured a cup of hot water for Zhizhi, observing the confusion in her eyes. It's because we cannot locate the true form of the dangerous organism. It may have already parasitized within a beast man, which is why everyone must be tested. There are 2 types of dangerous organisms. The mutated giant moth encountered earlier was the visibly apparent kind. The second type seeks a host for symbiosis, posing an even greater threat, as it implies that someone we know could very well be a demon. Zhizhi's eyes widened in shock, her hands gripping the glass as she forgot to drink. Could it be that Louis had also been parasitized? Was that why he had transformed into another form? A form that frightened Zhizhi. By the way, Luther inquired softly, do you need me to find you another steward? She understood now. If Louis was merely on leave, there was no need to seek a new steward. Noticing the unmasked panic in the little female's expression, Luther thoughtfully wiped the knife he had just used to slay the mutated creature, realizing that he needed to proceed with greater caution. Upon arriving at the paradise, she clutched a water box in her arms, along with a bag of apples. This was something she had specifically inquired about from the mermaid before departing. Through Luther's contact, a young physician from the guard center had also arrived. The doctor, clad in a white coat, offers slight bow to the rabbit tribe young lady. Was this truly the eye of the mermaid? Luther, what purpose would there be in deceiving you? The physician sighed. I was merely taken aback that the peacock would consent to the transaction. After all, it rests upon a bed of jewels daily. What could it possibly lack in experience? Zhizhi herself was perplexed as to why Jeffrey would agree to exchange a single amethyst for this pair of mermaid eyes. She solemnly handed the water box to the physician, saying, I appreciate your assistance. The physician replied courteously, It is my duty, Miss Zhizhi, holding the water box. He was quite fond of this rabbit clan lady, unlike the other noble females he had encountered in the paradise, who were haughty and domineering. Being in their presence was nothing short of torture. However, the rabbit lady was different. Even in silence, spending an entire day with her felt immensely comforting. Akin to basking in the winter sun, lazy and warm. The aura she exuded was one that every male gene instinctively yearned to approach. The physician took the mermaid eyes to the bathroom. After approximately 20 minutes, he emerged. All done, Miss Zhizhi. The eyes have been successfully installed. As they are his own, there are no adverse effects. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Zhizhi felt a wave of joy. Luther escorted the physician out, and before he left, he inquired, Do you require me to keep watch tonight? Zhizhi gently shook her head. No need. I am aware of the safety here, and I am not afraid. Moreover, I have Yusin with me. The mention of the mermaid caused a flicker of concern in Luther's expression. His true worry lay with this mermaid. Luther earnestly cautioned, Miss Zhizhi, mermaids excel in beguiling the opposite sex. Regardless of their appearances or mating capabilities, they easily drive others to madness. Thus, no matter what he says, do not let pity cloud your judgment. To date, every mermaid that has been kept has been involved in fatal incidents against their keepers. Without exception, at their core, they are unyielding. Given the opportunity, they will ruthlessly slay their caretakers. Their exquisite exteriors starkly contrast their inherent bloodthirstiness, perfectly inheriting the savage nature of the deep-sea empire. In the bathroom, the mermaid, shackled by chains, overheard their conversation, a faint smirk appearing on her lips. Her gaze frosty. Zhizhi pondered softly. However, Sun is different. He is very gentle. Chapter 96. Who kisses you? Miss Zhizhi. Luther suddenly appeared, quite anxious. He bent down to meet Zhizhi's rabbit-like eyes. You must not be deceived by his facade. With the steward absent, his worries intensified. Would the rabbit lady be swayed by the mermaid, leading her to unshackle him and sever the potion that binds her to the lost tower? Luther dreaded the day he returned from a mission to find the girl's lifeless body. Zhizhi was startled by his fervor, her rabbit ears twitching as she nodded repeatedly. I understand. Luther straightened. I must patrol tonight. If anything arises, do not hesitate to contact the guard. Very well. After he departed, Zhizhi embraced an apple and made her way to the kitchen. As dusk descended, the Moonrise Empire lay within a frigid expanse, with scarce sunlight during the day and exceedingly long nights. She meticulously washed the apple, slicing it into small pieces and arranging them on a plate. With the thought that the mermaid now possessed sight, a mixture of anticipation and anxiety stirred within her. She approached the bathroom door, hesitating momentarily before gently pushing it open. The bathroom, bathed only in a sliver of light filtering through the window, revealed a bathtub filled with azure water that shimmered as if illuminated from within. Leaning against the tub was the mermaid, her eyes softly closed, the white ribbon from her face now removed, a droplet of water trickling down her temple. Zhizhi slowly approached, her voice a gentle whisper. I brought you an apple. The sweet, soft tone of the young female rabbit resonated, reminiscent of her memory. Since being captured in the paradise, the mermaid had lost her sight and had yet to see Zhizhi's face. Hearing her voice, Sun slightly turned his head. Still adjusting to the newly installed eyes, the bathroom's mist obscured his vision, allowing him only a faint glimpse of a petite figure. Zhizhi took 2 steps closer, perching herself on a low stool beside the bathtub, presenting the plate before him. Upon witnessing the mermaid's eyes, she momentarily froze. They were as clear as the ocean, a deep blue that harmonized exquisitely with the boy's delicate features, resembling a rare blue pearl. His gaze drifted from the carefully sliced apple, following her finger to her delicate neck. He recalled that in this very spot, a slight exertion could sever her carotid artery, causing a fatal bleed. Yet the young female had just claimed he was gentle. As he traced upward along her neck, he finally beheld her visage. Despite the dim light and lingering mist, Sun discerned the rabbit lady's snow-white skin, lively rabbit-like eyes, and rosy lips, all mirroring the image etched in his memory. Suddenly, the boy's azure eyes dimmed. He noticed a distinct bite mark upon her soft lips. While the mermaid scrutinized her, Zhizhi too recognized his appearance. Her breath caught in her throat, perhaps due to the first sight of such a stunning, beastly male. She averted her gaze, lifting the plate slightly higher. Would you like to eat? The mermaid moved his arm, the chains in the water clinking. Zhizhi paused. She set down the plate, spearing a piece of apple with a fork and bringing it to his lips, just as she had done before. Unbeknownst to Zhizhi, the chains hidden beneath the water had somehow unlocked. As she offered a second piece of apple, Sun suddenly seized her wrist, and in a whirl of motion, she found herself pinned beneath him. Half submerged in the water, her long hair fanned out like seaweed. Zhizhi gazed at him in astonishment. The mermaid's icy blue eyes locked onto hers, and with 2 sharp clicks, her wrists were suddenly bound by chains. He then removed the chain from around his own neck. Noticing the young female's dazed eyes, he chuckled. The chains are not difficult to unlock. I simply lacked the strength before. And now, how did I gain this strength? You should thank yourself for that. Each time I was administered medicine, I never checked. I merely held in my mouth, never swallowing. As he spoke, he fastened the chain around Zhizhi's fair neck. The other end was tethered to the edge of the bathtub. Now, Zhizhi found herself entirely restrained. Her gaze shifted. Then why did you not escape? Today. During the day, they all left. If the mermaid had gained the strength to unlock himself, why not seize the opportunity to flee? Sun regarded the young female rabbit, now chained beneath him, the azure water accentuating the delicacy of her skin, and he noticed the chain had left her neck slightly reddened. A trace of amusement flickered in his azure eyes. I awaited your arrival, of course, awaited me? Did not your guards say that mermaids slay their masters without exception? Mermaids captured by other empires invariably kill their caretakers the moment they gain freedom to vent their frustrations. To this day, there have been no exceptions. Zhizhi could not help but squirm. The weight of the iron chains on her wrists was overwhelmingly heavy, a realization that dawned upon her only upon wearing them. Therefore, you cannot kill her. Yusen observed the young female rabbit's expression of grievance, gently twirling his own wrist. You kept me because you found mermaids rare, did you not? The boy's tone turned icy. Not at all. Zhizhi racked her brain. I even brought you apples. Indeed, she had brought him apples, meticulously sliced, joyfully presented. She used such precious fragments of her dreams to buy his favor, without coercing him into accepting the artificial eyes. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by him during the mating season. She brought him apples. So do you like me? Gaze down at the small female reclining in the bathtub. The azure water soaking through her white dress, clinging to her skin like gossamer, her delicate waist barely concealed. Zhizhi stared at him in a daze. The merman waited for a moment, but when the anticipated answer did not come, his gaze turned slightly frosty, soon replaced by a hint of malicious amusement. Then let me pose a different question. His ice-blue eyes resembled tranquil lakes, yet also echoed the tempest before storm. As his lips parted and closed, Zhizhi's cheeks flushed instantly upon hearing his inquiry. With her ears burning, she instinctively exclaimed, "Absolutely not. No way." That day, she had clung to him only because she had been administered a peculiar drug. After all, in the Yueshing Empire, he was the sole merman available. He could neutralize toxins and accomplish tasks, a perfect combination. Witnessing the small female's struggle and defiance, the intensity of Yusen's gaze deepened, particularly drawn to the marks upon her lips, glaringly evident. The third question. Yusen's hand slowly entwined around the chain, giving it a gentle tug, forcing the small rabbit in the water closer. The youth caressed her cherry lips. Who kissed you? Zhizhi sensed the dangerous aura emanating from the merman, her body trembling uncontrollably. Noticing her evasion of the question, the merman smiled. Was it Louis? As a fellow male, he could detect the nauseating scent that lingered on that man, and how Louis had clearly harbored desires when he had compelled the small rabbit to choose. I want him dead. In the dimly lit bathroom, the faint blue water shimmered. Zhizhi stared blankly at the youth before her, his features so exquisitely ambiguous. A faint mole adorning the tip of his nose, his chilling blue eyes veiled in mist, his thin lips pressed together, yet his movements softened. For a fleeting moment, Yusen felt like a jest. Having regained his freedom, he had no intention of exacting vengeance on his captor. They say mermen excel at ensnaring hearts. Yet he believed this little female rabbit was the true master at enticing males. In the bathtub, the pale blue fishtail gradually morphed into a human form. The youth's complexion remained pallid, resembling one gravely ill, devoid of color. I'm cold, she lamented softly. I don't want to be here alone. The merman regarded her with indifference. The small female pressed her forehead against his icy arm, her soft voice tinged with a hint of grievance. I might get sick. After speaking, she raised her chin, her clear eyes shimmering with tears. Son, could you help me unlock this? The youth's breath caught momentarily. He could hardly withstand her tearful plea as she called out to him. The warmth returned to his ice-blue eyes as he traced his fingers along the iron chain encircling her neck, hearing a crisp click as the chain released. How long had she been confined? The delicate skin of her neck bore faint red marks. Zhizhi's heart soared with joy, and she lifted her hands, obediently awaiting liberation. The youth had shed his fishtail and sat in the water, patiently removing the iron chain from her wrist. The damp strands of hair on his forehead glistened with moisture, his pale chest revealing translucent blue scales that trailed downwards. Suddenly, Zhizhi turned her head, no longer able to gaze upon him. She braced herself against the bathtub, attempting to climb out, but her legs felt weak. Perhaps it was the fright she had received from the merman. Zhizhi feared she would be abandoned there, her body bloated and withered away in solitude. She tried to escape, only to slip back in. Gradually, she descended to the floor, standing upright while supporting herself against the damp wall, her white gauzy dress still dripping water. Casting a glance at the merman, she hurriedly declared, I will find you some clothes, and bolted away. Stealthily, Zhizhi entered the room where Louis lay asleep, a cluttered space on the first floor. Upon entering, she was taken aback. The cramped room lacked a bed. Was Louis accustomed to sleeping on the white soft mat spread across the floor? Did he not prefer a bed? On a nearby clothes rack hung several loungewear sets. Zhizhi picked one and approached the bathroom door. The merman accepted the clothing, yet upon catching a whiff of the lingering scent, his brows furrowed in displeasure. Zhizhi whispered, "This is all there is. I'll buy you new clothes tomorrow, all right?" Yusan donned the attire, a gray short-sleeve top and loose black trousers. Exiting the bathroom with an apple platter in hand, his steps somewhat awkward due to unfamiliarity with walking. This was his first encounter with the ground since his transformation. With his legs now formed, he appeared more human-like. He watched as the small female gleefully bounced to the sofa, spreading a blanket with eager anticipation. For a moment, Yusan pondered whether this little rabbit possessed a memory span of merely 7 seconds. Had she truly been the one sobbing in the bathtub moments ago? The youth settled into the soft sofa, cross-legged, expressionless as he munched on pieces of apple from the platter. "Where's Louis?" he inquired. "Oh." The merman lifted his gaze, those ice-blue eyes fixated on the lying rabbit. Did she truly not know? She was woefully inept at deceit, her demeanor betraying her rising panic. Zhizhi turned away to compose herself. Additionally, she tossed the pills from the lost tower into a cup of water, watching them dissolve into the warm liquid. Colorless and tasteless, she hoped he would remain oblivious. The youth on the sofa, munching on the crisp apple, noticed the small female approaching with a cup of water in hand. He cast a glance. "Did you drug it?" The small female's hand trembled. Zhizhi stammered, "No, not all." The merman looked up, swallowing the apple in his mouth, a sly smile curling his lips. "Then drink it for me." The small female's reaction made it evident what was contained within the cup. She wasn't as foolish as he had presumed, though still a naive rabbit. Zhizhi gazed down at the glass cup in her hand, reasoning that drinking it should pose no issue. At worst, she would simply lack strength, a state she was already accustomed to. She closed her eyes and took a sip, feeling the warmth slide down her throat, seemingly devoid of any distinct flavor. Cautiously glancing at Yusan, she caught him staring intently, causing her heart to flutter as her rabbit ears drooped. Resolute, she drank 2 more sips to clear her name. Then, she heard a faint sigh emanating from in front of her, almost like an illusion. Forget it. Yusan found himself at a loss for words. If he did not intervene, would this foolish rabbit truly intend to consume an entire cup of drugged water? He set the fruit platter aside. "Feed me." Such a small quantity would be digested in no time. Zhizhi froze, fearful that the merman might uncover her little scheme. Her rabbit ears twitched as she lowered her head, taking a sip of water. Yusan frowned slightly. In the next moment, the small rabbit leaned closer. Yusan's ice-blue eyes momentarily faltered. He had not meant for her to approach in such a manner. What was this? A beauty's trick? The warm water slid down his throat, some spilling from the corner of his mouth, dampening the collar of his shirt. The plain water carried a hint of sweetness. Yusan's blue gaze fixated intensely on the small female before him. "Who taught you this?" Zhizhi, seeing him drink it all, felt a wave of guilt wash over her, attempting to pull away, only to be grasped by his wrist and drawn into his embrace. Their noses nearly touched, and Zhizhi dared not meet his gaze. She murmured softly in her heart, "The Duke taught me." Yusan caught the faint scent of jasmine and milk from the small female, his eyes darkening, ultimately suppressing the desires that surged within. While mermen could effortlessly drive the opposite sex into madness, they did not take pleasure in mating, even feeling a deep-seated aversion, loathing. Ding-dong. The silence of the night was abruptly shattered by the sound of the doorbell. Freed from her constraints, she rose gracefully and approached the wooden door. Outside, a familiar voice resonated. "Miss Zhizhi, are you asleep?" It was Lucy. Zhizhi's voice was lively as she replied, "Not yet." Lucy's tone was calm. "I noticed the light was still on while passing by, so I thought I would check if everything was all right." The youth from the guard expressed a hint of concern. "Is everything normal?" Lucy remained apprehensive about allowing the Rabbit Clan lady to be alone with the merfolk. However, with Louis on leave for 3 days, he pondered whether he should apply to the team to stay by this rabbit lady's side during that time. Lucy's intentions were clear. He had specifically come here during his patrol. On the sofa, Yusan tossed a crunchy apple into his mouth, his expression indifferent, even somewhat curious as he glanced towards the small female rabbit by the door. Now was the perfect moment to ask for help. Zhizhi felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Lucy might discern something, and whispered, Everything is normal. I also need to prepare for sleep. All right. Good night. Miss Zhizhi. Good night. Yusun expected the small female would seize this opportunity, but to his surprise, she did not even bring it up. Turning around, Zhizhi noticed the merfolk staring at her, having been munching on apples since his emergence, the plate of apple slices rapidly depleting. He genuinely had a fondness for apples, far more than for his fishtail. It's not bias. Everything I've told you is true. Yusun said earnestly, if I were unhappy, I might genuinely harm you. The small female visibly paled, slowly inching towards the staircase. Zhizhi grasped the railing, stammering, you wouldn't tea. Why would T.I.? You could have acted long ago, but look at how beautiful merfolk are. It was unimaginable for her to picture them stained with blood. Hence, Zhizhi desired to draw closer to Yusun, hoping to foster a better relationship, thinking that she might already be carrying merfolk offspring. A smile crept onto her lips, and her previously trembling body settled into tranquility. I'm going to sleep now. If you're tired, you can go to the attic. It's still vacant. Yusun watched as the small female's figure disappeared upstairs, her face adorned with a visible smile. The young man couldn't help but murmur to himself, what is so amusing? Even now, she had run off to sleep. Did she truly think she could rest easy? Was she not afraid of having her neck twisted in her dreams? Reflecting on her previous actions, if an explanation were necessary, her earlier declaration of affection for him now seemed more credible. A flicker of delight passed through Yusun's icy blue eyes as he rose and headed towards the staircase. The discomfort in his legs intensified. It seemed he had not fully adapted to human legs after his recent transformation. Upon reaching the attic, he entered to find a bed. The moment he lay down, his legs transformed into a light blue fishtail. He touched the shimmering scales on his tail with pride, thinking, the merfolk tail is indeed superior. Human legs simply do not compare. Yet, despite his disdain, why maintain a human form when he had regained a modicum of strength? Perhaps it was to be closer to that little female rabbit. On the Beast World planet, other clans successfully maintained human forms, but the merfolk were an exception. Perhaps it was due to the purity of the beast blood within them. The human genes were nearly extinguished. Consequently, the ferocity of the merfolk was far more intense, contrasting sharply with their beautiful and delicate appearance. The following day, while Yusun was still asleep, he heard soft footsteps. As the scent of jasmine wafted in, he knew without opening his eyes that the small female had come to his bedside. Zhizhi had contemplated throughout the night. She believed it was time to have a serious discussion with the merfolk. Yusun? She called softly. The merfolk on the bed, covered by a thin white blanket, had his fishtail exposed, and it was Zhizhi's first time seeing him in bed, evoking a peculiar aesthetic. The young man turned his head, opening his icy blue eyes. What is it? His voice was hoarse from sleep. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the small female rabbit sitting unceremoniously at the edge of the bed. She leaned closer, raising a map high to ensure he could see it. I researched, and the nearest place to the sea is here, the city of divine grace. Yusun glanced at the map. So, typically, female caretakers of merfolk prefer to take them to coastal areas, for it was in the sea that merfolk were at their most beautiful. Yusun couldn't believe what he was hearing. He had never anticipated that the little rabbit would entertain such thoughts. She had spent 7 shards of dreams, yet was willing to let him go. However, it seemed now was not the right time. Zhizhi calculated the days. Tomorrow, or at the latest the day after, she would know whether she was pregnant. The arrival of the offspring would take a month. By then, Yusun would be able to take the merfolk child with him. But I promise you, I will do everything in my power to send you away, Zhizhi asserted earnestly. Yusun studied the small female's face intently for some time. She appeared sincere. Conditions? He inquired, merely curious about her motivations. What was this little female scheming? Zhizhi hesitated. If there were conditions, it would only be for the offspring. Yet it was still uncertain whether she was indeed pregnant. That night, she had felt delirious. However, in her memory, they had certainly consummated their union. Otherwise, the poison wouldn't have been so easily dispelled. Let me think for a few more days, Zhizhi said as she slowly retreated. It won't be too late. Yusun responded nonchalantly. Zhizhi exited the attic and headed to the kitchen. With Louis absent, she needed to figure out something to eat. The fridge still held plenty of vegetables and fruits. She picked up a carrot, contemplating whether to make noodles or steam rice. Then she remembered. She had yet to administer today's medication to the merfolk. Although she felt it was unnecessary, Recalling Lu Si's admonitions made her hesitate, and she opened the projection. In the search bar, she typed 2 keywords, merfolk and caretaker. Soon, a series of news articles appeared on the floating screen, scrolling slowly. Chapter 99. Sea Demon. Zhizhi saw the floating headlines. Cruel. Male merfolk in Greenfield City slaughters caretaker. Dismembered by merfolk into 128 pieces. The only little princess of the Moonrise Empire. The violent genes of the Deep Sea Empire. Perfect inheritance of merfolk. The mastermind behind the massacre of the city is actually a merfolk. Bloody headlines flashed before her eyes, and Zhizhi tapped to read more details, accompanied by graphic images and explicit videos that made her stomach churn. Hearing footsteps behind her, her first instinct was to close the search bar. In truth, Yusun had already seen it. The startled little rabbit hurriedly concealed the medication. She turned around, her eyes wide with alarm. "You're awake." Sunlight streamed through the kitchen window, casting an orange hue on her hair. Yusun, barefoot on the floor, approached the kitchen side and picked up a glass for water. As he drew near, Zhizhi instinctively retreated, rushing to the fridge and pretending to search for ingredients. Noticing the small female's shrinking demeanor, a cold smirk graced Yusun's lips. "Why not click in and take a good look? Choose the death you desire." The rabbit ears trembled. "So what is the outcome?" The young man's icy blue gaze fell upon her concealed hand. He knew she was clutching the medication from the lost tower. "Yusun wouldn't tea. How could I not?" Upon hearing those words, the chill in his eyes lessened slightly. He gently swirled the glass in his hand, for the user was none other than himself, making it appear as an exceedingly precious work of art. The little female rabbit was entirely ignorant of the merfolk. Yusun observed her, racking his brain to concoct justifications for himself, attempting to prove that Sun Sun was gentle. Gentle? Which merfolk would not feign such a demeanor? He had merely been too apathetic to pretend before. Setting down the glass, he approached the little female, who, startled, immediately perked up her rabbit ears, pressing her back against the refrigerator, staring blankly at him. Suddenly, Zhizhi realized that her hand, which had been hidden behind her, was caught by him. A delicate white pill was pinched between her slender fingers. Just as she was about to explain, she saw Yusun lean down, bite into the pill, and swallow it right before her eyes. Beneath his deep brown bangs were a pair of ice-blue eyes, and as the morning light streamed into the merfolk's gaze, Zhizhi felt as though she beheld the most beautiful scenery in the world. No matter how many times she witnessed it, the merfolk's visage would always captivate her. Realizing his actions, she instinctively wanted to flee. Yet, he held her back, saying, "Don't rush to run away." In an instant, Yusun lifted her and placed her on the kitchen counter. He gently grasped the soft contours of her face, his voice imbued with a raspy chuckle. "I have taken the initiative to take the medicine. Such a splendid opportunity. Should we not examine it?" "How to examine?" Zhizhi asked, bewildered. No sooner had she spoken than the merfolk leaned in closer, softly kissing her lips. The kiss was gentle, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Zhizhi inhaled the refreshing scent of seawater emanating from him. His skin was as pale as paper, yet his lips were strikingly vibrant. She found herself enchanted by his tender pecks, her heart fluttering with a delightful ache. She wished to retreat, but was held in place by him as he deepened the kiss. Sitting on the cold countertop, her body trembled uncontrollably whenever he touched her. It felt as if she were electrified, tingling, and numb. He tilted her chin upward, encouraging her to arch her neck for him to savor her sweetness. After what felt like an eternity, the merfolk released her, stepping back to observe her dazed, passionate eyes, her slightly swollen lips, innocent yet pitiful. Prior to this, Yusun had never envisioned himself taking the initiative to kiss a female. The little rabbit's cheeks flushed crimson as she carefully descended from the countertop. But her legs suddenly weakened, causing her to tumble into his embrace. If not for the merfolk's steady grip, Zhizhi would have already fallen to the floor. The delicate little female, as soft as a puddle, was lifted by him to stand upright. "One would think you had taken the medicine yourself," he remarked. "How can you have so little strength? You can hardly walk straight." Zhizhi's face burned with embarrassment as she pushed against the boy's chest, saying, "I won't check again." "Miss Zhizhi," a voice called from outside the door. It was Lu Si. Zhizhi cast a glance at the merfolk before slipping away from him. She approached the door and gently cracked it open. "Good morning," she greeted. Lu Si sensed an unusual atmosphere in the room. one that did not seem to emanate from the bathroom, and his expression shifted in surprise. "Miss Zhizhi, have you let him out?" Realizing she could no longer conceal the situation, Zhizhi slowly opened the door. Luce noticed the girl's flushed complexion, her watery eyes shimmering, and her lips slightly swollen, all bearing the unmistakable signs of a romantic encounter. Then, he spotted the merfolk standing beside her. Luce's gaze turned wary as he scrutinized the merfolk, knowing that his strikingly handsome face could easily enchant a female's heart. It was evident that he had taken advantage of the absence of others in the house to manipulate Miss Zhizhi into releasing him. "I believe he is ready to be released," Zhizhi hastily interjected. Upon hearing that the merfolk had taken the medicine, Luce's tense demeanor relaxed somewhat. "Are we heading out today?" he inquired. Zhizhi nodded, saying, "I want to buy some clothes for Sun and other things we might need." Luce understood that the Rabbit Clan's young lady held a deep affection for this fish. She was genuinely nurturing him with great tenderness and care. "Very well. I shall take you," he replied. After a brief hesitation, he added, "However, Miss Zhizhi, please do bring him along. It may not be wise to leave him alone at home. He might do something undesirable." Hearing this, Zhizhi turned to you, Senator. "Do you want to go?" The question rendered both Sun and Luce momentarily speechless. The caretaker of a merfolk would never ordinarily inquire about the merfolk's wishes. Sun's tone remained indifferent, yet his gaze softened slightly. "I can." Luce, recognizing Miss Zhizhi's kindness and innocence, dutifully reminded her, when taking a merfolk out, "Remember to attach a leash to prevent any potential outbursts." Sun smirked slightly and walked toward the bathroom. When he emerged, he held a metal chain, one end with a collar that he slipped around his own neck. He presented the other end of the chain to the young lady. His breathtakingly beautiful features, accentuated by the chain, exuded a delicate and fragile beauty. "Please be sure to hold on to me tightly, my master," Sun said, his ice blue eyes glimmering with a hint of a smile, his gentle murmurs reminiscent of a siren's song. Luce felt a headache coming on. The merfolk were undeniably adept at winning the hearts of the beast star females. Although he had prepared a small gift for Louis, it was all for the safety of Miss Zhizhi. Louis would surely understand. Chapter 100. The host is not pregnant. Suddenly being addressed, as master left Zhizhi momentarily stunned. The merfolk before her seemed transformed, his features radiating warmth and tranquility. His once cold eyes resembling the refreshing sea on a summer day, clear and untainted. Such pure, clean eyes, devoid of any trace of dust. Zhizhi grasped the metal chain, glancing down at the button-like object on the other end. Just as she pondered its purpose, Luce explained, "Press here, and the collar will release a strong electric current to effectively control his outbursts. This is why we must take the merfolk with us while shopping." The medicine that weakened the merfolk, combined with this punishing chain, could effectively restrict his movements. "Oh," Zhizhi said, cautiously avoiding any accidental presses. The young lady's small gesture did not escape Sun's notice. Surely, the fresh air outside the bathroom had lifted his spirits. It must be so. After changing into her clothes, Zhizhi set out with Senator. The snow vehicle awaited them outside. This time, she and Sun occupied the back seat together. Luce provided an introduction. There's only one shopping mall near the Lost Tower, where residents go to purchase daily necessities. Most prefer online shopping due to the cold weather. Few enjoy venturing outside. Zhizhi softly acknowledged, saying, "I want to buy Sun more clothes. And we also need to furnish his attic." "Sun, what do you want?" the little female rabbit inquired as she leaned closer. The snow vehicle made its way to the vicinity of the Lost Tower, where a blanket of white snow enveloped everything. Only at night did the Lost Tower illuminate with vibrant lights, its revelry echoing through the night. This place served as a haven for females seeking merriment. Nearby, an ancient street lay blanketed in frost, where newlywed couples frolicked with their snow leopard cubs, a picture of familial bliss. Luce engaged in conversation with the beastmen at the shopping mall. Meanwhile, Sun quietly observed the scene of snowmen being constructed. The father from the snow leopard clan hoisted one of his young cubs, newly learning to shape-shift, onto his shoulder, while a beautiful young female from the deer clan assisted a slightly older snow leopard cub in fashioning a nose for their snowman. A vividly colored carrot served as the nose, and their laughter shone brighter than the sun above. He stepped out alongside Zhizhi. As soon as they emerged, the beastmen lining the road took notice of them. A remarkably adorable rabbit female tethered to an exceedingly beautiful male merfolk. Although he possesses the legs of a human, his platinum-colored, fin-like ears and icy blue eyes unmistakably signify his identity as a male of a different race. It is rumored that the mermaid auctioned off before the Lost Tower must be him. The surrounding beasts gaze curiously, noting that this mermaid is exceptionally docile, quietly following behind a young female of the rabbit clan. A snow leopard cub, approximately 4 years old, stares in awe. Mother, it's a mermaid. Across the entire beastar, only the Deep-Sea Empire has merfolk. Even within the Deep-Sea Empire, the population of merfolk is exceedingly scarce, numbering no more than 100. This is a species on the brink of extinction. Most of the beastmen in the Moonrise Empire have never encountered a merfolk in reality, whether male or female. It is said that their unique constitution leads to an extreme addiction once tasted. Hence, the nobility of the empire favors keeping them, even at the risk of being deceived or killed by the merfolk. The chains that bind the mermaid are held by the young lady of the rabbit clan, whose special status ensures she is protected by the Paradise Guard during her outings. Only the most esteemed females are deemed worthy of keeping a mermaid. Long ago, the only little princess of the Tiger Clan in the Moonrise Empire had a beautiful mermaid in her care. Tragically, she met a gruesome end. It is said that the little princess was dismembered by the mermaid, and before her demise, her heart was extracted while she was still conscious, only to be used in a broth. Even now, the old king has not recovered from the grief of losing his little princess. It was not a peaceful death, but a brutal feast of slaughter by the merfolk. Observing the living male mermaid, the beastmen cannot help but reflect on the deceptive nature of their appearance. Simultaneously, they feel a chill for the young lady of the rabbit clan, hoping desperately that such a charming and lovely female does not fall victim to the merfolk's hands. Zhizhi selects numerous outfits for Yusan, purchasing daily necessities and his favorite crispy apples. The attic is simply furnished, and she chooses a lamp that projects images of the cosmos, allowing for a view of the brilliant galaxy when lit at night. Luther is busy loading the items onto the vehicle when Zhizhi notices a snow leopard cub, who joyfully runs over. Yusan squats down, wearing a friendly smile as he engages the cub in conversation. He gently pats the cub's head. Zhizhi watches, momentarily entranced. This version of Yusan is entirely different from his private demeanor. Merfolk are inherently gifted with an innocuous visage, appearing remarkably benevolent. Once the snow leopard cub scampers away, the smile on Yusan's face vanishes. He sits in the vehicle and hands a carrot to the young female beside him. Zhizhi, somewhat surprised, accepts it, thanking him. Luther watches anxiously, realizing that the young lady of the rabbit clan is on the verge of falling in love. The infamous male merfolk are skilled at such charming endeavors. As the vehicle starts moving, Zhizhi cannot resist taking a bite of the carrot, the crisp sound echoing in the car. Yusan turns his head, glancing at the little rabbit beside him. Her snow-white ears stand erect, focused intently on her carrot, her gentle movements accompanied by crunchy sounds, causing him to involuntarily smile. He has encountered many females, but only she is truly exceptional, pure as snow, adorably sweet, and deceptively fragile. Zhizhi's mind is consumed with thoughts of her main quest. Is the time nearly right? After a few bites of carrot to replenish her energy, she mentally inquires about the outcome. Has she successfully conceived a male child? In previous tasks, success was swift, with conception occurring within a week of mating. After all, with the childbirth system by her side, the chances of pregnancy are 100%. Yet this time, the system remains silent for an extended period, seemingly conducting tests. Eventually, it presents an answer. System: host is not yet conceived. Please continue your efforts. System: remaining time is 1 month and 11 days. System: failure to complete the task or exceeding the time limit will result in termination. Host: please act swiftly to fulfill your mission. Zhizhi abruptly halts her munching on the carrot, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be? Hearing the young female's voice, Luther and Yusan turn to her. What is it, Miss Zhizhi? Luther glances at the rearview mirror. Zhizhi clutches the carrot with both hands, murmuring, "And no, it's nothing." Are you certain? You really haven't conceived? System: affirmative. Why not? We made it that day. System: involves the core of the main quest. Please explore this on your own. Zhizhi is left in a daze. She begins to doubt whether being taken to the bathroom by Lewis was merely a figment of her imagination, or perhaps they did not mate at all. Yet the merfolk had transformed. Moreover, Her body's memories cannot deceive her. The following day, Zhizhi feels weak and sore, with red marks remaining on her body, evidence that she indeed mated with the merfolk. All through the night, Zhizhi looks down, pondering for a long time without clarity. It seems she must inquire with you, Senator. She lets out a soft sigh, gazing out the window as vast stretches of snow rush by, her hands still cradling the remnants of the carrot. Luther observes the young lady of the rabbit clan, noting her preoccupied expression, sensing that something weighs heavily on her mind. She had been fine until now. He wonders what could have suddenly transpired. Yusun turns his head to gaze out the opposite window, resting his chin on one hand, his icy blue eyes betraying no excess emotion. Yet occasionally, he cannot help but steal glances at the little rabbit beside him. The snow vehicle halts outside the wooden cabin. Luther assists in bringing everything inside. Zhizhi holds the chain, leading Yusun into the house. She notices Luther standing in the yard, speaking into a communicator with the command center, faintly hearing terms like array and sorcerer. Yusun, Zhizhi suddenly speaks. Shall I help you remove the chain? Once inside, the merfolk, upon hearing the young female's voice, slowly crouches down, resting his hands on his knees. At this height, she should easily be able to remove the iron collar. Zhizhi approaches, finds the lock at the back of the chain, and with a firm tug, the collar comes undone. A sharp pain shoots through her thumb, causing her rabbit ears to droop slightly. She looks down at her reddened fingertip. Yet Yusun smiles, saying, "What a delicate little rabbit you are." He straightens up, takes the chain from Zhizhi, and places it in a storage cabinet beneath the coffee table. The young female does not conceal her emotions, making it apparent to any normal beast man that she is currently troubled. "Miss Zhizhi," Luther says from outside, turning off the communicator, "we have guests today, so I need to prepare in advance. We'll be next door. If you need anything, just call us." The young guard's gaze sweeps over the merfolk. All along the journey, the merfolk has seemed lethargic, lacking in energy. Luther had already harbored suspicions when he realized Lewis had left alone. Lewis may be evading detection. It is highly likely that a dangerous species is parasitizing within him. She watches Luther depart, gently closing the door. In her mind, Zhizhi contemplates, then turns and slowly approaches the merfolk sitting on the sofa. Words linger on her lips, yet she cannot bring herself to voice them. Observing the young female's gradually reddening face, Yusun does not rush her. He leans against the sofa, casually picking up a book. Zhizhi takes a deep breath, her hands slightly clenched, palms damp. For some reason, she feels particularly warm, as if sweat is continuously forming on her face. A glimmer of amusement dances in Yusun's deep, icy blue eyes. What a foolish little rabbit she is. Upon entering the room, he forgot to remove his garments and scarf, and now he felt as though he might faint from the heat. He rose and stood before Zhizhi, reaching out to gently remove her soft, cream-colored scarf, layer by layer. Zhizhi was momentarily taken aback. Her mind was preoccupied with the main quest, causing her to forget just how warm the room was. No wonder she felt increasingly overheated. Moreover, considering the delicate nature of the topic at hand, her palms were slick with perspiration. As Yusun unfastened the first button of her coat, Zhizhi hurriedly interjected, "I can manage it myself." Yet, the merman grasped her wrist firmly, commanding, "Do not move." He meticulously unbuttoned the thick coat enveloping the petite female, revealing a delicate, light-colored dress beneath. As he peeled away her outer layer, the jasmine-scented fragrance emanating from her skin became unmistakable, filling the air around the fireplace. "Speak," Yusun commanded, his gaze piercing as he warned. "While I still possess a modicum of patience." Zhizhi could not help but touch her rabbit ears, lifting her gaze to meet the towering figure of the merman, her voice trembling with shyness. "That day, did we mate?" The last three words were scarcely audible. Yusun stared intently at her, indeed. Then why he observed the flicker of confusion in her watery eyes. "Why am I not pregnant with merman offspring?" The realization dawned on Yusun. Her unusual silence throughout their journey was now elucidated. A smirk graced his lips, though a coldness lingered in his gaze. "You wish to bear merman offspring?" The petite female rabbit nodded slowly, her lips barely pressed together, a rosy hue blooming upon her cheeks. Yusun regarded the fragile figure before him, his tone laced with mockery. "So your repeated displays of affection were all for this purpose?" He was struggling to contain himself, holding back the urge to end her life for harboring such thoughts. Daring to voice them, was she truly fearless? Or did she believe he could not bring himself to harm her? No, Zhizhi shook her head vehemently. In truth, Yusun was not mistaken. Her main quest indeed revolved around conceiving merman offspring, which is why she yearned for his favor. Her overtures of kindness were not unfounded. This realization left Zhizhi feeling utterly powerless to retort, further validating Yusun's assumptions. He clenched his jaw, his expression darkening as his merman features became more pronounced, the fin-like ears becoming increasingly visible, translucent scales creeping down from his cheek to his neck, enhancing his striking features. Reminiscent of the enchanting sea sirens known to beguile young maidens. Zhizhi could sense the shift in his demeanor, the warmth in his gaze plunging to near zero. Panic surged within her, and before she knew it, she had nestled closer, wrapping her arms around his arm, imploring, "It's not just because of that. I genuinely want to be good to you." Senator the petite female appeared fragile, her soft words a clumsy attempt at justification. "Son, please do not misunderstand. I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to be with you." Yusun's expression softened slightly, the frost within his icy blue eyes thawing just a fraction. Despite his still tense demeanor, his gaze remained firmly fixed upon her porcelain face. "I want to be good to you. I just wish to be with you." How adept she was at comforting him. Her timid, gentle tone, combined with her warm embrace, gradually lightened the merman's breath. Perhaps her words stemmed from sincerity. Who would dare to provoke the ire of the merman tribe, save for this doe-eyed rabbit before him? Her eyes tinged with innocence and pleading. Chapter 102. If I were to bear merman offspring, the petite female clutched his arm, one of her snow-white rabbit ears drooping slightly, her clear starry eyes filled with earnestness, as if she were about to divulge an exceedingly important matter. "Just like this. All my gaze is upon you. Isn't it wonderful?" The translucent blue scales along Yusun's neck gradually faded, and he lowered his voice. "Do you know about the merman tribe?" She was aware that Mers often killed their caretakers, without exception. Zhizhi stiffened slightly as she embraced his arm, nodding gently. "I know a bit. Being with a merman is like walking a tightrope. One never knows when one might fall and meet a tragic end." Yusun, rarely inclined to engage in conversation, found himself unexpectedly drawn to this exchange. His gaze lingered on the delicate, slender neck of the petite female, so fragile that a mere flick of his fingers could easily extinguish her life. The merman tribe was one of the rarest species on the beast world planet, with only 3 individuals currently imprisoned beyond the depths of the sea. Yusun spoke calmly, his eyes deepening. "I am one of them. Unlike other tribes, the blood of the merman tribe flowed with that of the alluring mermaid, rendering them capable of ensnaring the opposite sex at certain times. You should be aware." Feeling the weight of his gaze and the subtle implication that she ought to understand, Zhizhi's cheeks flushed. That night, she had clung to the merman until dawn. In a haze, she could only recall the sound of his raspy, sighing near her ear. Yusun felt a twinge of helplessness. He could not simply disregard her. It had begun with Lewis administering her medicine, yet she continued to pursue Yusun relentlessly. Zhizhi felt her cheeks warm at the memory and eventually ventured to ask, "Is there any way to suppress it?" At her question, Yusun's gaze faltered for a moment. He had not anticipated such an inquiry from her. The innocent, pure-hearted rabbit female possessed no biases, nor was there any gleeful anticipation of obtaining a rare treasure. Only confusion and concern were evident in her clear eyes. This was innate, an impulse impossible to suppress. A hint of mockery appeared on Yusun's face. "You must know why those who tend to Mers often meet their demise." "Why?" Zhizhi asked, bewildered. Foolish habit. Yusun tapped her forehead lightly. If mermen continuously consume the lost drug, they lack the strength for any frolics in bed. They desire more and secretly reduce the dosage. Mermen, despite their seemingly delicate appearance, could survive in the depths of the sea for tens of thousands of years. Their numbers may be few, but they have not faced extinction because they maintain their own territories, preserved remarkably well over millennia. In the underwater empire, the merman tribe held an esteemed position, never needing to leave the ocean's depths or develop human legs. If not for the continuation of their bloodline, they would prefer to remain unchanged for eternity. On land, although noble females held high status, surrounded by numerous males for protection, they were physically weaker. It was all too easy to kill a female. Some mermen would, during mating, use their sharp teeth to slice through their caretakers' throats, crimson blood trickling down as their strength intensified, leaving no female capable of escape. Thus, the question arises. Yusun made his way to the kitchen, washing an apple before slicing it into numerous pieces and placing them on a plate. Why has there never been any news of merman offspring in the Moonrise Empire or the Valoran Empire? Typically, merman caretakers were noble females of the empire, known for their exceptional fertility. Despite this, no female had ever conceived merman offspring. Zhizhi followed closely behind. As she approached Yusun, he turned to her, offering a piece of apple, which he slipped in her mouth. Due to the merman's unique physiology, he could prevent any female from conceiving as long as he wished. Even if they made it 1,000 or 10,000 times, it would be in vain. So it was like that. Zhizhi had considered many possibilities, but she had not anticipated that mermen could control their own reproduction. She was so astonished that she nearly forgot to chew. Thus, Zhizhi processed this revelation, swallowing the apple in her mouth. She didn't conceive because Yusun did not desire offspring. The merman discerned her innermost thoughts from the expression on her face. He consumed a slice of apple, his demeanor tranquil. What would become of the mermaid if it were to bear offspring? This inquiry was somewhat pointed. Yusun did not wish to ponder the veracity of the young female's statement. A faint smile graced his lips. The mermaid's unique constitution rendered it the most exquisite plaything. The offspring born from such beings would forever remain under their dominion, unable to escape. The first mermaid progeny would serve as a subject for experimentation. Could one fashion a mermaid that would be obedient and compliant from beginning to end, devoid of any aggressiveness? After all, to them, mermaids were merely required to be beautiful and entertaining. No captured mermaid wished to procreate, for they did not wish to witness even more tragic circumstances unfold. Zhizhi stared at him in a daze. No wonder Yusun became irate when the subject of mermaid offspring was broached. Reflecting on his words, her heart grew heavy. Why must the beast tribes treat mermaids in such a manner, despite being of the same lineage? Was it merely because the deep-sea empire was their adversary? Senator Zhizhi gently grasped the hem of the mermaid's attire, lifted her gaze, and locked her eyes with his ice-blue orbs. If I were to conceive a mermaid child, I would never subject it to experimentation. Her acquisition of the mermaid was not intended for perpetual confinement. She was determined to grant Yusun his freedom. The mermaid gazed intently at the young female before him, and suddenly he chuckled. You shall not conceive. He would not permit this young female to bear a mermaid child. He hoped she would relinquish such aspirations. Regardless of her intentions, Yusun would never acquiesce to her desires. Zhizhi now understood the circumstances. Yusun remained vigilant, and she did not rush to persuade him. Instead, she moved a fraction closer. Then, will you agree to all my other requests? The young female suddenly inched closer, her clear, watery gaze flickering, the scent of jasmine wafting into his nostrils, causing his heart to skip a beat. She possessed quite the knack for negotiation. Yusun inquired, "What is it?" A faint smile graced Zhizhi's fair visage. Regardless of who visits the cabin, we shall coexist harmoniously. Yusun cast a nonchalant glance in her direction. He knew she had lied last time, attempting to lower his guard. The mermaid youth took another bite of apple, displaying an expression eager to witness the commotion. It appeared that I was not the only one seeking to trouble Lewis. Zhizhi hastened to the window, lifting the curtain to behold the figure standing in the courtyard. However, Luther had arrived, accompanied by soldiers, encircling him with great intensity.